There are some guys that can see that vision and are willing to take less in their playing contract because the earning potential is unbelievable.
How much is this no tax thing in Florida starting to affect sports? Because for the first time, I've always thought it's been a little overplayed.
It's always been there.
But the tax situation in this country is a little bit more wild than it used to be. Variable, I guess, would be the right word, depending on state. That you have 3 guys who stayed there who all could have hit and made huge pay. They could have got paid for those championships. They would have got overpaid, in my mind. And
sure.
So the money that they're sacrificing to hit free agency is a little less than because of the tax situation.
Well, if you're talking about $2 million more in a different state, it's
that's more than you're going to save in taxes.
I know. I'm not saying it's equal, but
yeah,
it makes it a little less, like a little easier to do because you're not sacrificing the money. The same amount of money.
Well, I think it all adds up. I think getting an 8th year, he could only get an 8th year with his current team. And again, we talked about the end of this deal. He's not going to be worth it. So if he can tack on an extra year of earnings, that helps offset it some. So it's all the little things that add up. It's winning. It's a little tax incentive. It's an 8th year. I still thought he was going to hit free agency just to see, but he's not hitting free agency. So he's off the table in terms of a Red Wing wish list target today.
And the whole, but getting back to the tax thing, you still have to file in every state that you play in. And different states have different tax laws where they want to tax your bonus as part of that, however many days you're in their state. So I don't know that the savings is as great as everybody really believes. Yeah, sure there is savings. If you're in a state where they don't have that state income tax, there is a savings, but not as great as I think most people. I think it's more the earning potential as a Stanley Cup champ, especially if if Ekblad plays for the better part of a decade in that city, in that state, his marketability after. I mean, just think about all the guys that played for the Red Wings. Anytime they're in town, they're making
royalty.
Money on their royalty, absolute royalty.
I mean, look what Chris Draper did. I mean, geez,
he's parlayed it into an entire post-career
assistant GM job.
Yeah. With Ekblad, it's his entire career in Florida. He was drafted there.
Right.
He was there when things were lean, and now he's there when times are good, and he values that. So anyway, he doesn't hit free agency. The wish list targets for the Wings are who? We can compile the list today. You guys are part of that, working together. 248-539-9797. I'm not going to put the rain cloud over our head today. John, let's make it a good day. Let's make it the day for Steve Eiserman and the Red Wings, where they come out from the shadows, step into the light, be the banner franchise they are in the National Hockey League. They move Tarasenko. Great. This is a chance to do something on multiple levels. You add the goalie. Let's see a blue liner. Let's see a forward. They've got the space to add more than one impact player today. I'd like to see 2. But let's start with building this list. Who are the names that are even still available in free agency, and then we'll talk trade. To me, the top free agent target has to be Gavrikov. Big, gritty, physical defenseman from the Los Angeles Kings. He remains unsigned.
Left-handed defenseman.
He could play up on the top pair with Seider, or you could bump Edvinsson up with Seider, and he could more than anchor a second line for your blue line. That would be a guy that makes a lot of sense for Detroit. He plays that physical style of hockey that we've emphasized, that playoff style of hockey. You want to win late in the season? You want to get in the playoffs and not be a patsy? That's a guy to look for. The Athletic speculates he would make $7.8 million on his contract. In this market, should be more. Let's say it's north of 8.
Mm-hmm. 8. Let's call it 8.5.
8.5 even. Make the move. You still have another 8 to make a trade.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Or to sign one of these wingers that are available in free agency, although it does feel like Eiserman's angling for a trade.
The trade is much more difficult to predict because what a good GM should do is find those guys that, maybe they're not publicly available, but a team is, they could be motivated to move a guy. And then all of a sudden they end up in Detroit and you're like, wow, I didn't even know that guy was on the market. That's where the excitement is about a trade.
Texter says the dream is Robertson today. That's the trade to make.
Your thoughts?
I would love it. The guy gets Selke votes, which means he's not one of these prima donna forwards that doesn't back check. He is someone who's responsible in the defensive end. He scored 40 goals multiple times. He's 25 years old. He'd slot on the top line with Dylan Larkin and Lucas Raymond, and you would have an elite point-producing first line. It bumps guys down. You become deeper. And if that's backstopped with a move on defense, now you've addressed your top line, maybe your top pair, and your top goalie. That's a let's get out of this malaise of mediocrity and let's get in the postseason ready to make some noise.
I told you pre-show, all the signs are pointing to maybe that. It's certainly pointing to a trade in my mind. There's no reason you would create all that cap space and you have the free agents that are out there.
Right. Well,
I hope not.
No, I mean, free agency, and I mean, Eiserman has said this before. We've said it multiple times. The way that the NHL is structured, you're not going to get huge impact players in free agency. The stars aren't going to hit free agency.
No.
And I don't know that Steve Eiserman is really going to want to pay the going rate for a stud in free agency. And I'm not talking about, like, Gavrikov it would be great, but he's not going to require a double-digit AAV.
No, he's not. The other name would be if the Rangers get Gavrikov, because they've been linked, is the Rangers are shopping one of their defensemen. So in would be Gavrikov and out would be Keandre Miller, who's a 25-year-old, 6'5", imposing defenseman. Are you trading for two players in this scenario? You don't even mess around with free agency. You go, you know what? I'm trading for Robertson and I'm trading for Miller.
He's always been pretty honest with his comments, and he kind of ruled out a big fish free agency, didn't he?
Yeah,
but he
said
didn't
I'm not optimistic.
He didn't rule out a big trade. Did he ever say that?
No. In fact, I think he leaned into the fact that they're going to need to make a trade.
So do they make two trades for Miller and Robertson? I mean,
I'm fine with depleting the prospect pool. I don't know if he is.
Right, that's going to be the big question.
Two different trades could put a strain on this prospect
future
pool,
prospects.
This precious dynasty-altering prospect pool. 248-539-9797. Texter says, I believe Marner making 14 in Toronto is the same as Ekblad making 6 to 8 in Florida. I don't think the math works like that.
Yeah, I don't know what the tax rate is in Canada. I mean, it's
much higher, obviously, than Florida. But, John, I think what you said people don't realize. You get taxed in all of the road venues you play. It's not a 100% tax-free situation if you play in Florida or Texas.
Right. If you're in Florida and you're not getting taxed on the games that you play in Florida, which half your games are,
and you won't get taxed on the road games in Tampa, but you're in the same division as Toronto. So when you play them a handful of times,
and that's where I don't know. Like, I never played international.
They're going to play in Boston, so you're going to get taxed at a higher rate when you play in Boston.
You play out in California. You play in these
New York
states that do have it. You are going to. That's the one thing about being a professional athlete. And I know there's a lot of people that travel for their jobs, and I'm not sure what it looks like if you're a traveling salesman for Ford and or whatever you do, but you have to file in every single city and state that you play in.
Texter says, I'm sure the value of no state tax in Florida doesn't hurt when Panthers players take a discount. Roy in Clarkston. Tax breaks are huge. That's from Elliot. And an unnamed texter says, no state income tax for a guy like me would be an extra $100 a week. For a professional athlete, it's got to be a ton of money. Yeah, I mean, start adding zeros. I mean, these guys are all highly compensated.
Yeah.
But, I don't know, a little lesson on.
Yeah. I think the lifelong earnings, for those guys, those players that are smart, it's the lifelong earnings of playing your entire career in one place, and you have multiple Stanley Cups. I mean, sign your ticket for you're never buying a beer again. You're never buying a steak again. Like, anywhere you go, and even if it's like hockey is not as well known as NFL players, but you are a champion, and it completely reshapes the rest of your life.
All right, guys, apparently we got text on the tax code. We also want names, hockey players, dudes you want to see today in the winged wheel with free agency underway, and we expect some big trades in the National Hockey League. It's 97.1.
At First Merchants Bank, they believe that the real value comes from building strong communities and even stronger relationships in those communities. With their new branch opening in the Fitzgerald neighborhood of Detroit, First Merchants Bank is excited to offer a banking experience that's welcoming, attentive, and dependable. They have an easy-to-use, secure, and highly rated app that makes everyday banking a breeze, allowing you to manage your accounts on the go, and their local attentive bankers are your partners in success. And here's how they build the relationship. They're going to take the time to get to know you, give sound advice, and provide solutions that work for you. In fact, it's exactly what they've done for me over the years and for my family. So that's why they're my personal financial partner. With a passion for fostering community development, their team is committed to helping you and your neighborhood prosper. Experience the difference of banking with an award-winning bank that truly cares about your financial journey. All you have to do is visit firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald to learn more about how they can help support you as well. That's firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
Phone calls and ticket texts. Today's the day. Free agency gets underway in the National Hockey League, and it's drying up fast. Eiserman freed up space yesterday, trading Tarasenko. Today's the day. Let's see it. Who's on the list for you? 248-539-9797. Ticket texter says, that they are interested in bringing in Ehlers from the Jets. Says, ideally, I'd sign him, and then I'd weaponize the prospects to land a top 4D, but I'm not interested in Keandre Miller. Need a better upgrade on the blue line. Signed, Will.
You know what? And that's what we want. Everyone's going to have – there might be some commonality between Red Wings fans, but if you've identified somebody that we haven't talked about, shoot us a text. Give us a call. Tell us why. What should Steve Eiserman do today?
How does he bring everybody together? There's infighting in the fan base. There's bickering and complaining and frustration. How do we just unite and have a great day today?
Well, it doesn't have to be the guys that we come up with or the situations that we're providing, but it needs to be. If we get to the end of today or tomorrow, doesn't all have to happen today, but there's going to be a flurry of things that happen. All the best moves probably will be made today. But if they can end the next 48 hours, already got yourself a new goalie with somebody in the front six and then somebody on the defense. Like, you add 2 players to this team that are better than what we have. I'm going to that's what I'm looking for.
John, I'll be tweeting out the little laser beam memes of Eiserman. People have the flags on the boats this weekend at the 4th of July. It's going to be great.
The laser beam meme annoys the hell out of me. Every time I see that, it just annoys me. I don't know why.
You're not hip with the cool kids, John? That's what the kids are doing.
Trust me, I'm not hip with the cool kids. But that annoys the hell out of me.
How about this outside the box name? Ticket Text says, who do I want in the winged wheel? I want to go late 90s offseason where we'd bring in incomprehensible names. I want Crosby. His leadership to develop the young players along with Showtime? Yes, that's Matt and GR. If Crosby's leaving Pittsburgh, it's going to be like Montreal where
you want to talk about dividing a fan base. You bring in Crosby, I guarantee you it splits the Detroit Red Wings fan base right in half.
It shouldn't.
So my natural reaction to both Levert signing with the Pistons and then Kane re-signing, is this 2015?
Yeah.
And my question is the same thing for that. What are we doing here? Are we going to live in the now, or are we going to live in just a bunch of retreads coming in? It's like, at some point, is somebody going to take a chance around here?
Well, we'll find out today.
You don't like Patrick Kane?
He can score, but beyond that, he's a liability.
Well, I like what we got him for. 1 year, $3 million.
And the escalators are there if he stays healthy and they make the playoffs.
Yeah.
Which, cool.
Pay the man.
For a guy who's going to play on your top 6, be a stud on the power play, they're not overpaying him.
No,
they're not. I'm just, in general, it's sort of like,
okay.
And he triggered it with the text, the Crosby thing.
Yeah.
I mean, he's 37 or 38.
Yeah, he's got a little left in the tank, but he's going to join either a contender or his hometown team if he leaves Pittsburgh, because he may just want to be a lifer. Spend his whole career there. He's built, we talked about it earlier, with legacy and these guys, and part of why they make the decision. It's not all tax-based. It's part of it.
Yeah.
But it's legacy and happiness-based. I mean, think about it. I mean, if you make, like for Ekblad, he makes $48 million on the deal he signed. Could he have made another $10 to $12 million on the open market over the course of the contract? Sure. But if he's going, dude, I'm in South Florida, weather's great, family's happy, what's 50 versus 60, rich people problems, I'm happy either way. I don't need the money. It's another factor of my life, quality of life.
Right. There's a lot of variables as to why guys sign. And I brought up one in terms of future earnings. That's part of it. It is. You go home and you tell your wife, hey, we're moving, for the next 2 years, we're going to go live in Winnipeg. Woohoo! Just spent all this time in South Florida. And then when that's done, you know what? We might go over to Montreal, or we might go to Vegas, or we might go to, the LA. Or we could be in Detroit.
Yeah, you end up getting
Yeah.
Moved around.
Those are not easy I know everybody thinks, oh, well, you're making a lot of money, move the family around. Those aren't easy conversations to have.
Texter says, here's a name for you, Kyle Connor from Winnipeg. Reunite him with Larkin. They played together in college. Okay. He's got 1 year left on his deal.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
eyebrow
give
raise.
Me the eyebrow
Let's
raise.
Go. Hey, today could be a day. I'm not going to be the negative guy. Today's a day to go do something and be great, Steve.
Yes.
Get to Heather with the news.
Well, the WNBA is returning to Detroit. It was announced on Monday that the Detroit will receive a WNBA expansion team in 2029. The league will also be expanding to 2 other cities, Cleveland in 2028 and Philadelphia in 2030. Already announced 2 new teams for 2026, Portland and the Toronto Tempo. So exciting times. The yet-to-be named team will obviously receive the legacy that was started by the Detroit Shock, which won 3 WNBA titles before they relocated to Tulsa, Oklahoma. Tom Gores, who, along with his wife and a large team of high-profile investors, formally submitted the expansion bid back in January and says that this is a huge win for Detroit and for the WNBA. He goes on to say that Detroit played a key role in the league's early growth, and we're proud to reignite that legacy as the WNBA ascends to new heights. Our plans will bring new energy, investments, and infrastructure to our city and the WNBA, and additional resources to our community.
It's going to be cool. I mean, they're going to keep the Shock records. So, they'll come in with, having won 3 WNBA championships. They're not fixed on the name, which is something we can discuss later. So it'll be interesting. And I know the new facility, it comes with a new facility as well. It's going to be down on the river. So that sounds cool.
Very cool.
The time to tap into it is right now with the Caitlin Clark effect. I mean,
and by 29,
league.
will she be a free agent? I mean, we could be talking about Caitlin Clark.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. I have no idea what their contracts look like.
Well, charges are expected against a driver who hit a mother and her 3-year-old twins, killing one of the children Sunday night in Livonia. This crash happened. It was late, around 10:45 p.m. It was just after Livonia's fireworks show had ended. The mom and the children were walking when they were struck by this vehicle. The driver fled the scene. According to police, Good Samaritans were there, helped get the injured kids away and out of the roadway. Responding officers immediately rendered aid, transported the kids to a nearby hospital. One of the twins, a little boy, died from his injuries. And as of Monday morning, the other twin, a little girl, and their mom remained in critical condition. Police do say they were able to locate the suspect vehicle, but his or her name has not yet been released. Obviously, everything is still under investigation. Tragic story. When I start a story about Orkin, it's not going to be good.
No,
right? But Orkin just released its annual list of the bed-buggiest cities in the U.S. and Detroit.
Don't say it.
Not number 1, but number 3.
Oh.
Yeah. And 3 other Michigan cities also made the list. Grand Rapids, number 7 near the top. Flint, number 16. And Lansing, number 48. There was 50 cities that made this list. So Chicago ranked number 1. So maybe if you take a trip there, you might want to, check the mattress, check some things. These bed bugs are nasty little devils.
Have you ever checked underneath your hotel mattress?
I did one time back in the day.
Best not to look.
Because there was there might have been a bed bug incident, or somebody that I was working with thought they found bed bugs. I was like, oh, heck no.
It's in your head.
So I did look. And then, yes, every little itch you get while you're laying in bed, you're like,
yeah.
Because they're gross. They're basically nocturnal. All they eat is blood, right? So that's what they want. They want to feast on your blood. They don't eat other things. That's all they eat.
Vampires.
And then they can attach to your luggage. So if you travel and there's bed bugs, and then you bring them back into your own home, and they're hard to kill, I guess. They're extremely resilient. Anyway, be cautious out there.
Yeah.
A brand new restaurant in Port Huron took home the top prize at Eastern Market's annual burger battle, which is pretty cool. Zip Sauce Burger entered the competition as kind of a last-minute entry, ended up winning the top prize, $1,000, and, of course, a big shiny trophy to display at their restaurant. The owner says that they plan to open more Zip Sauce Burgers around Michigan right now. Yeah, in Metro Detroit. Right now, it's, like I said, in Port Huron, it's actually inside of a gas station. Probably a gas station combo type thing.
That makes sense.
Sounds awesome.
Pretty cool.
I'd try a little Zip Sauce.
Yeah, the one that won, the Zip Sauce Burger, it says it's made with a blend of short rib, brisket, and ground chuck. It's smashed on the grill with onions and Zip Sauce on both sides. Then cheese is added. The bun is grilled too. It's topped with the basics: lettuce, pickle, ketchup, mustard, and mayo. Final product is served with Zip Sauce for dipping.
I'll take it minus the lettuce pickles, onions, mayo.
You want
I just want the burger, cheese, and zip sauce.
Yeah.
grilled bun. Nice touch on that, too. Heather with the news. All right, hey, coming up next, you got some names for the Red Wings. We'll talk Pistons as well. It's 97-1. Happy kickoff to free agent day. Big day for Eiserman and the Red Wings, taking some names on your wish list. We're going to get into the Pistons, and John's got a smirk on his face.
Yeah.
It is Happy Bobby Bonia Day as well.
Bobby Bonia Day. Yeah. July 1st all the way through 2035. One of the greatest buyouts for a player in the history of buyouts.
He'll get $1.193 million from the Mets today and every July 1st until 2035.
Man.
And I'm smiling because it happened again. I was reminded that today is my anniversary by someone other than myself.
By your wife?
No, by John.
No, by me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Bobby Bonia Day.
Oh, is your anniversary?
It did hit me.
Yeah.
Your wedding anniversary?
It's today, yes.
How many years?
But
8.
8.
Heather, you want to say it? How do you not remember?
yeah. I mean, it's July 1st. It's like an easy day to remember.
It's a big day on the sports calendar. Besides Bonia, it's free agency day.
These are two different mental capacities. One is it's recognition versus recall.
Right.
If you asked me, what's my anniversary, I would say July 1st.
Right.
When I'm going through the day, I'm typing up the audio sheet. Today is July 1st, 2025.
It doesn't hit you, yeah.
It doesn't hit me that, oh, that's my wedding anniversary.
Do you have any plans?
No.
Not yet.
What number? How long
said
have you been
8.
married? Oh, 8. I missed
yeah,
that. Okay.
yeah.
Well,
We're still
congrats.
processing. Yeah, congrats.
Yes. Yes. Congrats to your wife.
The Ocho.
Yes. The Ocho, yes.
Okay, so one more ticket text on the Wings, and then we'll move to the Pistons.
Okay.
Because I just had to get this one in. This is from Justin in Minnesota. We said, today's the day. Dream big. Believe. Gents, I see Eiserman completing the most amazing trade in Detroit sports history today. He's allowing all these other teams to overcommit to overpriced talent. He likely has a deal with Edmonton to bring McDavid in afternoon. I imagine it'll cost us 3 ones on top of our top prospects. Let's see if dreams really do come true, Justin, in Minneapolis.
I hope you bought your lotto ticket for today as well, because if that happens and you called your shot, you're probably winning the lottery today too. So today is your day.
You talked about starting the show with the Heat and stripping down. I feel like if Connor McDavid is here, people will be streaking through the city of Detroit later today.
Wow. July 1st, Streaker Day.
We got McDavid! McJesus! Probably not happening. Dare to dream.
No.
Okay, John. Much smaller moves for the Detroit Pistons. They are operating on the margins. What have you made of the start to free agency?
Obviously, on the heels of Malik Beasley and trying to replace his production, they've gone out. They've re-signed Paul Reed. Woohoo! Yeah. And then they signed Karis LeVert. One of the names we talked about yesterday, it was publicized that it was either going to be Duncan Robinson, which would have been sign and trade, or Karis LeVert. And they opted for Karis LeVert.
They still could have had Duncan Robinson, too.
Still could, yeah.
But these are really small moves.
They are. And I'm curious as we enter free, because there's not a great free agent class. And it just feels like a huge downer after the season.
So,
I wonder, after receiving the news that Trajan Lang had received, that Malik Beasley was being investigated by the FBI for gambling on basketball, obviously he's unsignable, whether it's true or not. It's kind of unsignable. And how does that shift his thinking of either trades or free agency? Because you've got to shift at that moment.
So Schroeder's gone. Beasley's gone. Doesn't sound like they're bringing Hardaway Jr. back. Those are 3 guys that contributed last year that you have to replace. Again, their best players are still here. Cade, Asar, Duran,
they'll get Ivy back from injury.
And Ivy. So really, you have a starting 5, and then I got Ron Holland and Isaiah Stewart on the bench. Lanier is a jump shooter. This is not like catastrophic, but you want to see them have a more inspired offseason than they've had so far. Karis LeVert has the relationship with Bickerstaff. He shot very well for a year with Bickerstaff in Cleveland, but he is not the shooter that Beasley or Hardaway Jr. is, or Schroeder, really.
Yeah.
So they still need to add some shooting, because the last thing I want to see is Cade, Asar, Duran all on the floor without shooting around them. That would be a recipe for some painful offensive possessions. I don't want to see Cade take a step back. The best path forward for this team is that he takes yet another step forward. So shooting is the biggest thing.
Right. And I think we all think with Jaden Ivey coming back, okay, that's going to be a positive. I don't know that LeVert and Ivy and the, bringing the band back together minus the guys that we just mentioned, is it going to be a team that is as good as last year's team?
Well, it's going to hinge on Ivy then, isn't it?
A lot of it will, certainly.
That's going to be where their eggs are. I mean, yes, Asar Thompson could develop a jump shot. It would go a long way. Duran, if he could hit even just a little elbow jumper, would go a long way. Cade could take another step regardless. Like, he could just be that transcendent where he goes to another level, but it's going to have to be from the internal guys, which they already prepped us for. Are Pistons fans feeling kind of
for
bummed?
that before we had the Malik Beasley news. Yeah. And so I'm wondering, how does this shift? Because when something like this happens, and it's fortunate for Trajan Lang that it happened now versus 3 months from now. You have means to go out there and make something happen now. You have the opportunity now. Is he going to shift his strategy from, and he kind of left himself open in everything that he said. And I don't know if he knew at that time that, the FBI was investigating. I would imagine no. But like how does it shift what he needs to do this offseason versus before what he wanted to do?
So I kind of looked at their depth chart right now, because again, I think they've got their starting 5, but on the margins, can they get better? The biggest thing everybody wanted to see was the stretch 4. That hasn't been addressed yet. It kind of feels like they're chasing their tail right now with the Beasley stuff. Like just trying to replace some of the guys that are exiting with
your second leading
bodies.
scorer.
Yeah. But they also needed some help in the front court to space the floor too. And I don't know that that's been even rumored. They've been connected to any names. I saw the Nuggets made a more high-profile trade yesterday with the Nets, where you get Cam Johnson on the move. That's a stretch big, leaving Brooklyn.
I do think that he is going to have to work the trade market because there is not a lot of guys in free agency that are going to make a huge impact. They're just not available this year. So if that's the case, and then what did we saw? I just mentioned about Steve Eiserman. If you're a good GM, you're making calls and you find some guys that maybe publicly aren't being shopped around, but hey, that's the job of a GM. I am in need of a shooter. How do you go add one? Well, you're going to have to trade for one at this point.
Ticket Texter says the Malik Beasley situation really took the wind out of the sails for the Pistons offseason. Yes.
It did for now, but Trajan Langdon has an opportunity. And again, I think timing is very important. It's not great timing at any point to have a guy that you thought was going to be back at a reasonable price as well that can shoot, and now he's not. Right? So how do you pivot?
Rumor is there's a sign-and trade in place for Malik Monk. Another texter points out Shams has never announced Dennis Schroeder to Sacramento. The internet is all abuzz about maybe Malik Monk is a piece coming back in that deal. I'm not really enamored with Malik Monk, to be honest with you. I don't know how he fits in as another below-average shooter on the perimeter with this club. If they're taking him because it's better than nothing and they can reroute him somewhere else down the line, maybe that's the justification, but I want to see more shooting in the front court and now in the back court losing Malik Beasley. And Karis LeVert doesn't really move the needle.
No.
Even on the margins, I don't feel like it's a significant enough move.
So Malik Monk is average just over 17 points.
Yeah, he can score, but he's one of those like volume two guards that doesn't shoot well, gets to the hoop.
Yeah, he shoots just over 30% from behind the arc.
Yeah,
and when you're losing a guy that was shooting over 40%,
I don't
or right at 40%, it's not 1 for 1.
248-539-9797. Just to check it. Listen, it's the NBA on the margins. We were even prepped for it, but the Beasley thing, I think, really threw them for a loop. Coming up later in the show, we've got the $2 Grand Slam. That's at 7:25, a chance to win $2,000. We also have a Lions conversation to get into because there is one Lion who is talking a big game, player that can make a big jump for them this season. We'll get to that coming up at 6:50. Guys, we've got this middle school combine coming up. 97 won the ticket, and Detroit Pal have a middle school combine at the Corner Ballpark. We're partnering with Detroit Pal here at the station to bring 5th through 8th grade students to a middle school combine at the Corner Ballpark on Wednesday, July 16th. Give athletes a chance to compete in a space to showcase their talent, develop new skills, and receive top-tier coaching. Registration is open to all boys and girls. You can register for free at DetroitPal.org/events or go to 97onetheticket.com.
Hey, you guys, it's Heather, and if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. So if you're thinking about making the switch to Verizon, this is for you. You can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and bring your phone. That's Verizon's best price ever on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. And again, that price is locked in for 3 whole years. Because at Verizon, they've got your back, now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
2 Grand Slam coming up at 7:25. Your chance to win $2,000. John, we are into the month of July. Happy July. It's the month of football.
Yes, it is.
Lions will be back out on the practice field this month. They'll play in the Hall of Fame game later this month. And, part of what we do is we always look around to see what's going on with the Lions. And you saw some quotes from a Lion who thinks he's going to have a big-time breakout season.
Yeah, it's Terrion Arnold. Terrion Arnold said in this about the experience he got last year. He was thrown into the fire. And this is a defense where we know corners are not just going to be playing zone. A lot of man coverage. Had 7 pass interference calls. 5 of those came in the first 4 games. The other 2 came later on. And so, ironically, who did he tie with the most pass interference calls all season long?
It's ironic. It's probably his new teammate,
DJ Reed.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yes, that's very ironic. But it's the experience that he got by being thrown into the fire. And he has said, I'm going to be the best corner in the NFL. Now, I don't know if he kind of left it open-ended as to whether it was going to be this year, next year, whatever it is.
Why wait around? Just do it this season.
Yeah, I would think do it this year. But that's not what I'm expecting. I am expecting him to take a major leap this year and be a guy that is going to be able to cover number 1 receivers at times, along with DJ Reed. I think they have 2 very aggressive corners that are going to be physical at the line of scrimmage. Brad Holmes has talked about there's no in his game, it's aggressive. There's no timid play. And that is something that, if you see a guy that, okay, he makes a PI call, and then all of a sudden he can't play bump and run, or he can't play aggressive, and he's afraid of making that next penalty. Like you don't want to have that in your game. It's not that it's part of the learning experience. Guys will have that. They can recover from that. But Terrion Arnold, from Brad Holmes, from Dan Campbell, they have said, we didn't see that. He went out there and played the same way the next time. But, and he says in this, and I'm trying to find the correct quote, it's about experience. And some of it is simply, I was in the right position. I just didn't turn to look at the ball. And a lot of times when we hear announcers talk about it, it's if you just simply turn and look at the ball,
you get away with it.
There is going to be more acceptance of the contact that you make, because it's not just focused on the player. You are actually making a play on the ball, and there can be contact if you're making a play on the ball.
What's the significance of he played the most man coverage snaps, not of any rookie, of any player last season. He was thrown into the fire. What's the benefit in making mistakes as a rookie? Like, you have the tape, you have the experience, you've watched those plays happen, and now you can, I'm assuming, learn from them?
Yeah, it's easier to learn from them, from the things that you've done, because coming into the league, right, all of these guys, well, I'd say not all of them, most of them are looking at film of successful corners. That's what you do. You study the best in the game, because that's what you want to be. What works for them? How do I get to their level? But you got to do it your way. And when you watch it on film, okay, they're telling you, okay, this is what you can do, this is what you can't do. Hey, book learning is one thing, but experience is a completely different thing until you feel it, until you see it for yourself in real live action. That's going to be the best teacher every single time. And now it's a matter of those guys that go from, hey, you were good as a rookie and you made some advancements as a rookie, but what can you do to take that experience and then learn from it so that you don't do that in year 2? That you even if it's not the PI calls, but it's what are you doing at the line of scrimmage to not allow a receiver to get in rhythm? And some of those quick slants, how are you cutting those off? How are you recognizing those? What are you seeing? Because he's going to be in Detroit for at least 4 years, maybe 5, maybe longer.
Yeah, I mean, ideally longer because you took him in the first, but I think corners, we've seen it can take a little bit of time. So the best example of a homegrown drafted corner recently is Darius Slay, right? His first year was His second year, he was a bona fide legitimate starter. But he didn't become an all-pro until, I think, his 5th season.
Right.
That position, and it's because you're always behind as a corner. You don't know the route. You're reacting to some of the biggest freak athletes on planet Earth. And it's one thing to do it in college and be good. To get to the pros, and that's Justin Jefferson twice a year, right? DJ Moore twice a year. Some of the receivers you face, and they know the plan and you don't. And you're trail coverage, and you're trying to play physical, and you're trying to keep up with these guys, and you're learning what can I get away with and what can't I get away with. But if you are a great athlete, and Terrion Arnold is, year 2, year 3, year 4, it takes a little longer at the corner position. He would be on the short list of guys set to break out for the Lions. And John, I know you've been big on he needs to be.
Yeah, and here's the quote. I finally found it. Even at the beginning of the season, like the PIs, it wasn't a matter of if I was beat. It was a matter of just turning your head, locating the ball. Those are things that you can fix. And I agree with them. Those are things you can fix. It's easier said than done. Yeah, sure, look at the ball. Justin Jefferson is running down the field. You're running step for step. First of all, win. Second of all, it's really hard because Justin Jefferson has a wide catch radius. Where is that ball? Even turning your head to locate the ball, now all of a sudden, if you're not turning in the right direction, and that's part of it, and that's part of building a book on the guys that are in your division. And you mentioned DJ Moore, Justin Jefferson, the guys that you are going to see twice a year. You're going to have to continue to create a book, and you can't just look at film and say, well, this is what they're doing against this type of coverage, and all of that is great, and that's part of film study, but you have to study those moments that you played against them. And that's going to be the biggest teacher, because what do you do against Justin Jefferson this year? How do you, when there is a fade route or there's a post or there's whatever route it is, how do you recognize that? Because you're going to see the same things.
Yeah, and look, the answer might be he shouldn't be on Justin Jefferson because they have a number 1 corner already in DJ Reed, or Amik Robertson does a great job in the slot if they want to move Justin Jefferson around. But I'll point out on the schedule this year, they're going to play the Cincinnati Bengals. Right. Okay, great. You're not on Chase. Still got to deal with Higgins. I mean, there's so many great NFL receivers. A lot of teams have a 1-2 punch. They'll play Tampa this year. Fine, you're not on Mike Evans. Guess what? You're drawing the assignment of potentially Chris Godwin or Emeka Egbuka, who's one of these elite, receiver prospects in his own right. So you're going to face great receivers. They'll play the Eagles this year. Great. You don't draw A.J. Brown, you get Devontae Smith.
Well, but here's the thing. When you are playing those teams that have more than one really good receiver, the best defense is you don't just have to have DJ Reed on A.J. Brown.
You want to have the flexibility.
You want to have the flexibility of, okay, well, this is what the defense is called.
Field and boundary.
We want to be able to have DJ Reed in these situations on A.J. Brown, and in other situations, Terrion Arnold fits better in this situation for our defense.
Because it's not about one guy, it's about the coverage. So you can play field and boundary. You can use safety help over the top. You can go, you know what? We want to put our best guy on their number 1 and then leave him on an island, or we want to put our weaker corner but help him. So there's all different kinds of ways to play this, but they're going to face a ton of teams with 1-2 punches. CeeDee Lamb and now George Pickens in Dallas.
Yep.
The Rams, we all know what they have in Puka Nacua. Devontae Adams, great route runner. I mean, that's a tough cover for a young corner. There's going to be a bunch of teams this season that are going to throw 2 and 3 receiver sets that Terrion Arnold's going to have to be able to step up and play.
How about Kansas City? When you're playing against the best quarterback, Rashee Rice is back,
right, and the play's not dead, and all of a sudden,
you're
Xavier Worthy's behind you,
right. I mean, there's a lot of great challenges, and that's why you're going to need, in essence, 2 guys that can play as a number 1 corner.
It leads us to a conversation about breakout Lions, though. I mean, is this the breakout Lion? Who's even on the list of guys that could break out? So many guys are already established, but I suppose if you go to another level, that's a different kind of breakout.
Sure, and we had this conversation when John Morton talked about J-Mo and having a breakout season, right? He's a 1,000-yard receiver last year, just over 1,000 yards, but he used the term, he's going to have a breakout season. Well, okay, if that's the case, he's going to have to go from 1,000 yards to close to 1,500 yards. Is that the next level?
Yeah, probably.
So the breakout does mean something different for different individuals, and it's going to mean different things for each side of the ball. There's going to need to be more breakout players on defense, clearly, for this defense under Calvin Shepard to be the defense that could be a part of a Super Bowl champion defense. And Terrion Arnold, I think, is going to have to be 1 or 2. And you can insert a number of other players, and I'm going to give you a couple when we come back from the update, that I think on defense, the way it's constructed right now, there's no Zadarius Smith, All right, there's no other edge rusher. It is the players that are on the roster right now. They can be a Super Bowl winning defense, but there's going to have to be, I would say, 3 to 4 guys defensively that are going to have breakout style of seasons. And I think you brought up a great point. It's different levels for in terms of defining what a breakout means.
Yeah, a breakout for J-Mo is different than a breakout for Terry and Arnold.
Right.
So we'll get to some of those names. We want you guys to play along. 248-539-9797. Got the 2 Grand Slam coming up at 7:25. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Hair Restoration. The first night of NBA free agency was busy for Trajan Langdon. They were able to land guard Karis LeVert, inking him to a 2-year, $29 million deal. Backup center Paul Reed is back on a 2-year deal as well, but Dennis Schroeder has departed after signing a deal with the Kings. Some are reporting that a sign and trade is possible, sending Monk to Detroit. He played his most minutes of his career last season while scoring 17 points per game. We'll keep an eye on that. The Red Wings have decided to part ways with Vlad Tarasenko. The veteran has been traded to the Wild. They're keeping Patrick Kane, Jonathan Berggren, and Albert Johansson, however, as they all sign extensions. The Tigers enjoyed a day off yesterday as they prepare for the Nationals tonight. Tarek Skubal was named the American League Player of the Week. It was a fun day for Wilyer Abreu of the Red Sox. He delivered 2 of the most exciting possibilities for a hitter. This one was first. Dave O'Brien on the call on Red Sox TV. Followed that up with a grand slam in the 8th. According to ESPN, he's the first player since Roger Maris in 1958 to hit a slam and an inside the Parker in the same game. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Busy day expected in the NHL and the NBA. We'll be all over it all morning. 248-539-9797. Let's have a day, Steve Eiserman. Clearing Tarasenko's cap. Talk about that coming up at 7:35. The wish list for Red Wing fans. Let's make it a great day. It's got to be. With the Pistons, it's on the margins, and if you're not impressed with what's happening right now, feel free to call in 248-539-9797. We did shift to a little bit of football, and John, you saw Terry and Arnold's quotes. Says,
yeah, I'm going to be the best corner in the league. And I don't know that he gets there this year. That's probably more of a year 3, year 4, even year 5. When you bring up some examples, that's what it usually takes for a corner to emerge as a top corner in the NFL. But his development was sped along last year because he was put in some tough situations and at times came through, other times cost the team in terms of pass interference calls or just the inexperience of being able to defend a number 1 receiver.
You said you had a couple guys on defense that you think are breakout candidates. I got some on ticket text as well. Do you want to hear those first?
Yeah, let's let the people speak.
See if they can scratch some off your card. Derek Barnes has a breakout season coming off an injury. I'm chesty, to use a word from the midday show. Says, I'm chesty, saying he'll have 10 sacks and be used as an edge blitzer on passing down. Crazy thought, but I believe it. Is he a guy you were looking at?
Yeah, Derek Barnes would be one of them. And, coming off an injury, you need him to be his trajectory was on the rise. And then the injury happened. And I think this defense, and this is where Calvin Shepard and his ability to call the defense is really going to show. I think there's 2 linebackers, Jack Campbell and Derek Barnes.
That's the other name right here. It says, Brett, Lions breakout player will be Jack Campbell. He is going to be an absolute stud.
We heard about his athletic score, his RAS score coming out of Iowa, and saw him play at Iowa a number of times. Over the last 2 years, I've been a little bit more on the positive side of Jack Campbell than others have been. I think he's had a terrific first 2 years. Year 3 for a linebacker, and this is kind of what we saw with Derek Barnes. Year 3, he was starting to explode. And either of those guys can be somewhat interchangeable if you're trying to create more pass rush. Derek Barnes, if he's going to be lined up on the edge, going to have to get after the quarterback. And maybe that is how they compensate for not adding an edge defender, a 3-down edge defender opposite Aiden Hutchinson. Jack Campbell can also be used in that regard, whether he's rushing from a middle linebacker position, whether they actually line him up on the edge. We've seen that over the course of his young 2-year career. I think both of those guys in tandem, when you have the athletic ability of both those guys, they can be interchangeable in how you use them, and that's what you have to have. You have to have, some unique looks, and it could be the same look, but with two different guys. Now, all of a sudden, everything changes for an offensive lineman and how they're trying to pick up blitzing linebackers.
The new defensive coordinator, what position did he coach prior?
Linebacker.
Might he have a few fun wrinkles with a room that he was gushing about last year at training camp?
No one will know that position group better than Calvin Shepard.
So I think, without thinking too hard about it, it makes sense that they would unlock some of those linebackers as blitzers, pass rushers, edge guys, certain third down looks. So I think both those names check the box of guys that have untapped potential. Like, that's part of this too. When we really talk about breakout guys, it's who are guys that have more to give, who have not yet reached the ceiling of what they're capable of. And the defense has a few of those guys. Well,
the defense has, you could go down the list of
I think the safeties have
players.
kind of hit what they are, which is all pro caliber dudes.
I think Brian Branch still has more.
You think so?
Oh, yeah. He's a 2-year guy. He's going into his 3rd year. I think he is. What did we just say about another defensive back in terms of Terrion Arnold?
Unless he's Ronnie Lott, I'm not sure how much better he's going to get. He's phenomenal.
He is phenomenal, but I do think that there's more.
Okay.
And again, it's going to come down to how do they use him along with Kirby Joseph, because Brian Branch can play so many different positions.
Yeah.
Now it's going to be a matter of, do they have somebody else that can play that position? Or how do they structure the defense in terms of personnel? If you're able to put, Terrion Arnold, DJ Reed, Ennis Rakestraw, Amik Robertson out on the field, and now all of a sudden you've got Kirby Joseph and Brian Branch, there's a number of defensive backs on the field, a large number. How do you use Brian Branch uniquely in some of those situations? Because he can play anywhere on the field.
Texter says, what about Malcolm Rodriguez? Should I tell him or should you tell him?
Well, he's
out until November.
Yeah, he's going to be out for a while.
Yeah, and then getting up to speed. Fan favorite, cult hero type of dude, right? Fell in love with him during Hard Knocks player. And all this stuff. Special teams, hard worker, all that stuff.
I think he's one of those guys where, you know what you're getting with him. He's probably peaked. And he could play at that peaked level for 3 or 4 or 5 more years. But I don't know you're getting more.
Yeah, 4th or 5th linebacker on a team. Everybody needs to have him. Contributes all over on special teams. Mm-hmm. Has that option for this football team. 248-539-9797. The reason we're bringing this up on a day where it is free agency day, our teams aren't making blockbusters this minute, so we're also keeping this in mind. Terrion Arnold's quotes where he says that he will be the best corner in the league. You like that confidence, right? I know some people will say, shut your mouth and do it before you say it, but you like that he said it.
I do. I like that he says it. You've got to have that feeling, and you've got to have that confidence no matter what position you play, that you don't. I think in terms of his play last year, we saw that he has that confidence because you get 5 PIs in the first 4 games, and there's a lot of guys that are going to go in the tank after that and not be able to recover until the offseason, until they get a chance to look at the film and things slow down. And he made adjustments on the fly. To me, that is the sign of a guy that has a lot of confidence. It's short-term memory. We talk about that all the time. That can be play to play. It can also be game to game. Game 1 to game 17, you need to be a much different player as a rookie than you were in week 1.
How much of that, too, is Dan Campbell? Because we would ask Dan, and he would be asked post-game about those PI calls early.
Yeah.
And he didn't sweat it. To know your coach isn't going to be riding you because what if I pick up another PI? Right? I'm sure some of that is the locker room and the coaching staff that you're on. Because if you know your coach is going to rip you a new one, if you get another PI, you may play more tentative and hesitant.
Right.
But they did not say, we got to really get this guy in the workshop and clean up his game, and he can't be taking stupid penalties. It was, There's some subtleties we're working on, but we want him to
Right.
be him. We want him to play aggressive.
Yeah, it's how do you use your hands when you're past that 5-yard area? How do you position your body? And if all of those things are things that, Terrion Arnold was able to improve on, now it's just a matter of, hey, I'm in position. What do I do now when I'm in position? And that ball is in the air, and I can read my receiver. I know he's going up for the pass. Like, at that point, what do I do? And it's not an easy thing. We talk about, okay, simply turn your head. That's one of the harder things to do as a corner because it takes a lot of faith, a lot of trust, a lot of experience. And coming into last year, how much experience did he have at the NFL level? Zero.
And if you turn your head and you're wrong, it's going to be a big play.
Yep.
Texter says, did he really say best in the league? Do we need to test him for CTE already? Kid has been nothing in the league, and he's talking crazy. What are we even doing here?
Oh, come on.
He's not saying I'm currently
The best
corner in the
right.
league.
Or
'Cause
that
would
I'm
be
going to be the
delusional.
best corner this year. There's a lot of work to do.
No, I mean, he's the number 2 on his own team, and we're happy for that. I mean, John, the alternative, if they didn't make a move, I wouldn't feel comfortable with him as the number 1 corner this season.
No, but by week 10, I would expect to feel like he is as good as a number 1 corner on a team. Not in the NFL, but on this team. So
he'd be one of the 32 best, essentially, is what you're saying?
Yeah. I expect that. And if you have a guy like DJ Reed and Terrion Arnold that are both playing as a number 1 corner on a team, not in the NFL, but on a team, then you're going to be in good position. Breakout candidates. All right, Levi Onwuzurike.
I know it's like the boy who cried wolf with Levi. Like, this is the year for Levi. But the opportunity is there in the sense
Right.
that you don't have Aleem McNeil to start the season. Tyleek is a rookie, and DJ Reader,
Yep.
big dude, veteran player, probably not going to play a lot in the run up to the season. So there's going to be reps for Levi. He's just got to put it together, man. We've heard it for so many off seasons.
But what have I always said about, hey, when a coordinator leaves, what does that create? When an offensive lineman like Frank retires, what does that create? It creates opportunity. And Aleem McNeil, as much as we would love and we would wish and hope and pray and we do clap our hands, rub them together like Mr. Miyagi and Karate Kid, like he's not coming back at the beginning of the season.
Yeah.
So you're going to need Levi Onwuzurike to have a breakout season. And what does that mean? Does that mean he goes from 1.5 sacks, which is the most he's ever had in a season, to 5?
That'd be a huge
It
jump.
would be huge. All right, Josh Paschal, most he's ever had is 2. Does he double that and get to 4, 5? Like, you need production from these guys. And that's why we talk about, J-Mo going from 1,000 to 1,500 yards. That's a different level of breakout.
Yeah.
But for Josh Paschal, a breakout season might just simply be, 1, healthy, Levi Onwuzurike, healthy, but to double or even triple their sack count. If you're going from 1 to 3, you're tripling your sack count, but you're going to need more than that from Levi Onwuzurike.
Give away some money at 7:25. We got Heather's news as well. It's all coming up. It's next, 97.1. All right, guys. With Brightside Dental, there's no judgment, just care. That's the way they run the business. I know going to the dentist can be a pain. It doesn't have to be with Brightside Dental. If you're ready for a straighter smile without the metal braces, if you've been thinking about Invisalign, the perfect time to make your move is now with Brightside Dental. Invisible, comfortable, and more affordable than ever. Free Invisalign consultation with no pressure. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But if it's right for you, they've got flexible payment plans that fit into any budget. Start your Invisalign journey for as low as $59 a month. Straight teeth, straightforward pricing. That's something to smile about. Mention Jim Costa in the morning show. Lock in that price. 1-800-PAINLESS. BrightSideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. before the 2 Grand Slam. Heather, what's going on in the news?
Well, police in Saginaw used a bottle of Red Pop to lure a suspected bank robber out of the bank, I guess, kind of, or at least expose himself before they fatally shot him.
Oh, boy.
And saved a woman he was holding hostage.
How did Red Pop save the day?
Well, they're not releasing all the details. Maybe it was in negotiations. He was like, I want a Red Pop. Give me the Faygo. So they actually used a drone to bring in this 24-ounce Red Pop. And before the man could actually grab it, he exposed himself and he was shot by Michigan State Police. I mean, so I don't know exactly that, whether it was requested or they thought, this will do it. The Red Pop will save the day. But it happened last Friday. Michigan State Police were called in to assist Saginaw Township Police with this barricaded person. Apparently, the man had taken a bank employee hostage, and this woman was injured. He did not have a gun, but it was reported that he had a weapon on him. They're not saying what he had on him. Anyway, once he exposed himself, like I said, troopers engaged. He was fatally shot. He was identified as a 31-year-old man from the Detroit area. The employee who was injured was taken to a local hospital, expected to be okay. Non-life-threatening injuries. More to come.
Wow. Yeah.
Lots to unpack there for sure. The WNBA is returning to Detroit. A new expansion team will begin playing in 2029, which will mark the league's return to the city after the Detroit Shock relocated in 2012. The WNBA is also expanding to Cleveland in 2028, Philadelphia in 2030, and along with this yet to be named team, we don't know what they're going to be called. The team will be supported by a brand new practice facility and headquarters that's going to be built on the Detroit riverfront. The facility is also going to be utilized as a youth sports academy and a multi-sports complex.
Did I see Jared Goff as one of the part owners?
I feel like I saw his name. There's a lot of people.
Yeah.
There's a long list of like high profile people.
I think the number one investor is Tom Gore.
Yes, and his
And
wife. Yep.
it was, I think Sheila Hamm-Ford
I think
is
she
one
was
of
there.
them. Jared Goff is one of them.
Lots.
Great.
Try to capitalize on some growth in the WNBA.
Yeah, do it now if you're
Sure.
going to.
Yeah.
Get a team
Yeah.
back
Right?
here.
So at LCA, we can have Jared Goff chance again.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Sure. A dad is being hailed a hero after jumping into the ocean to save his young daughter after she fell overboard on a Disney cruise over the weekend. This is a wild story because it has a happy ending. The Disney cruise, it was the Disney Dream. They were returning to Fort Lauderdale. This was on Sunday from the Bahamas when the incident happened. This girl, they say, who was about 5 years old, fell from the 4th deck. And the dad, without hesitation, dove in right after her. They had to tread water for 20 minutes while they waited for a rescue boat. And obviously everyone else who was on the cruise was left shocked, staring from the rails as they just kind of drifted further and further till they were these little dots floating in the ocean. Obviously a rescue boat got both of them, hauled both of them to safety. Still, I guess kind of a mystery how the girl fell overboard, but I was just reading a witness story who said it appeared that they were trying to get a photo and the girl might have been sitting up on the railing, but they said the sounds were sounds that you've never heard before. It wasn't like somebody jumping into the pool from a high dive. It was like, they said it sounded like somebody hitting concrete, and the screams they think were from the mother, right? As soon as your child falls overboard, the shriek they heard. But luckily, I mean, this dad must have been a phenomenal swimmer, or his just adrenaline kicked in and he knew what he had to do. It's crazy. I mean, because that's what you would do.
Sure.
Yeah, your
you jump.
instincts.
Yeah.
Your instincts are to save your child and jump overboard, whether you can swim or not. You're going to try to save your child. You guys, there was a death at Yellowstone this month. As visitors were kind of watching the Grand Prismatic Spring, a bison stumbled in to the boiling hot water, and according to witnesses, no matter how hard this bison tried, it couldn't get out. A scientist at the park says that they believe it just got too close to the spring before it stumbled in, fell into a hotter part, and they say it died fairly quickly. They believe the animal most likely boiled to death.
Yeah, it was 190-degree water.
Imagine watching that.
There's video.
No.
I don't wanna watch
I mean,
that.
I believe there is because I've seen this. We went to Yellowstone recently, saw this hot spring, beautiful. So I can only imagine people watching it, staring at it, taking photos, and thinking, oh, what a beautiful scene. The hot spring, 2 bison wandering by, like beautiful setting. And then,
Meh.
is that
how
the
they
sound
sound?
the bison would
Not
make?
far
It's
off,
so
yeah.
sad. A beloved Oreo flavor is coming back, and fans are apparently ecstatic. They cannot wait. After an 8-year wait, the brand shared exciting news that blueberry pie Oreos will be making a comeback. I've never had them.
I didn't remember their first iteration.
No, they don't, to me, don't look that appealing.
No, they don't.
Because because blueberries obviously are a dark blue color. The filling is this, like, it almost looks black. And then it's like graham cracker cookies.
I don't like the combination.
Apparently people do, though.
Yeah,
Fan
no,
favorite.
there's a cult following, but yeah, it's
I've never had it. I would try it.
try at your own risk.
They'll be returning July 7th in stores across the country, but they're only going to be available for a limited time. And apparently fans could also already go online and like register for pre-sale access. That's how much people love these. So while supplies last, you can get your hands on them. Hey, if you want to play the 2 Grand Slam, this is your time to call. 248-539-9797. Listen to this story, a Florida man story.
Oh,
Shocking.
boy. Love these.
Well, we'll see about this one. A 43-year-old Florida man had to be rushed to the hospital, had emergency surgery after somebody stabbed him, right? It's kind of scary. Yeah. But he's now the one facing charges because while the surgery was happening, a nurse found drugs hidden
where
the sun don't shine. And not only did they find drugs, the nurse also found a crack pipe up there along with a lighter.
Up there?
How much room he's got up there?
Wow.
Yep. And once he recovered from his surgery, he was taken immediately to jail. He's facing charges for drug possession and possession of drug paraphernalia.
Wow. Concealed.
Very concealed.
Tried to anyway.
But found.
Yikes.
I got another good one for you.
Okay.
Be careful the next time you fly, go through security because swamp crotch could get you flagged.
Okay.
Yes.
How?
Well,
Is it metallic in some way?
yeah,
How
I'll
would
tell you. There's a woman's post on Reddit that's going viral because she said her groin got flagged at airport security at 2 different airports. She had to be patted down, and the consensus is that it happened because it's summer and it's extremely hot almost everywhere, and they called it swamp crotch. And experts are saying that excessive sweat anywhere on your body can trigger the scanners. And one person chimed in and said, yes, this exactly happened to me. And they called it
Swamp crotch.
Yes.
Huh.
So just, cool down before you walk through
How
security.
How embarrassing is that?
Yeah, how are you supposed to cool down? Stand in front of a fan?
Yeah, I guess so. Go into the bathroom for a minute and I don't know.
Disrobe for a little while?
Just air out. I'm not sure. Yeah.
It's Heather with the news. Let's give away some money.
Let's do it, you guys. I'm excited to hopefully give away $2,000. We got 60 seconds, 10 questions, $25 for each question answered correctly. Like I said, $2,000 if our contestant can get them all right.
Our contestant in Canton, Jason. Good morning.
Good morning. How you doing?
Good. You excited?
Oh yeah, I'm really excited.
All right. Do you play on a Tuesday and Thursday basis? Do you do it in your car?
That's a personal question, John.
All right, Jason, let's move on. If you don't know when, say pass. If there's enough time, I'll come back to it. Okay, your time is going to start right now. Who do the Detroit Tigers play tonight?
The Detroit Tigers play the Washington Nationals.
The Red Wings traded for this goalie on Saturday.
John Gibson.
This tennis Grand Slam tournament began yesterday.
Australian Open.
Melvindale is located in this Michigan county.
Pass.
This band had the 2013 hit Radioactive.
Imagine Dragons.
The main campus of the University of Florida is located in this city.
Pass.
This team is currently in first place in the National League Central.
The Cubs.
What is the capital of New Hampshire?
Pass.
Who did the Bears select in the first round of the 2025 NFL Draft?
Pass.
Who played Maximus in the 2000 movie Gladiator?
Russell Crowe.
Give it to him.
All
Yeah.
right, we'll give you that one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. Hey, that's a good job.
I mean, he got most of the ones he answered right, so that's good.
Yep.
I mean, he passed on several.
Jason, how'd you feel about it?
Only one answered. I felt pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
$125. Not bad.
Okay.
60 seconds.
Worth of work?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll put you on hold. We'll get you paid and let people know the next chance to win is on Thursday at 7:25.
Tuesday Grand Slam brought to you by Femininio Law. Get David, get paid.
Let's go through this, John, including the ones he didn't get a chance to answer. Who do the Tigers play tonight?
Nationals in Washington.
Red Wings traded for this goalie.
That would be Gibson.
And how did you remember?
Kirk Gibson. That's
how you do.
my association. Yep.
Tennis tournament that began yesterday. It's not the Aussie Open.
No, it's Wimbledon. Watched it last night.
Melvindale is located in this Michigan county.
Wayne. Come on, man.
The band that had the 2013 hit Radioactive.
He got it. Imagine Dragons.
Main campus of the University of Florida is in this city.
Gainesville.
Team that's currently in first place in the National League Central.
Yep. Cubs. He
You
got that one. Yep.
John, you love your capital, so
Yep.
nothing stumps you. The capital of New Hampshire is?
Concord. Come on, man.
Heather, did you know?
I don't know my
I
capitals.
didn't
No,
either,
I
no.
don't know capitals.
I'm more upset about the next one.
The Bears in the first round selected.
It's in division. Got to know who our opponents are. It's also a local kid from the University of Michigan, Colston Loveland. Come on, man.
And then Russell Crowe played Maximus.
Got it at the buzzer.
He did.
Yep, we gave it to him.
$125. That's a respectable showing.
Yeah, it's respectable. There's some in there I think he's probably kicking himself for not getting.
All right, guys. Free agency today in the NHL. Who's even left for Eiserman? Today is a chance to make a big move for the Red Wings. Free agency, trades, you name it. We'll get to the wish list next. And at 8 o'clock, this WNBA thing. Are people excited? Is it as easy as naming it the Shock? Or do you rebrand? It's 97.1. want to circle back on a couple ticket texts from the news because you guys are hilarious. The first says, Chris Shelton is out here saving people from murders. Mike in Ferndale.
Red Pop.
We got to bring in the big guns. Detective Chris Shelton's on the case. Why are they bringing a WNBA team to Detroit? The league has never generated a profit, but we're going to waste money building these buildings. It's so dumb. We talk about it at 8 o'clock. Conversation.
It's a question I have as well.
Yeah, that's one of the things you brought up pre-show. We'll get into it. I mean, there is a buzz around the league, but you guys will let us know how much buzz there is for the return of the WNBA to the city of Detroit. Ticket Texter says, great. Now I have to wash my balls in the airport bathroom before I go through security. TSA needs to calm down with the swamp crotch.
You don't have to watch them. You just have to dry them off. Yeah.
And Ticket Texter says, on the guy treading water for 20 minutes to save his child who'd fallen off the cruise. Big deal. I've been treading water for 3 years. Signed, Steve Eiserman.
Ticket Texters are spot on.
They are great. That will lead us into a conversation about hockey. And I don't want to be the rain cloud today. I want to be optimistic, John. They trade Tarasenko to free up the cap space. They're sitting on about $17 million after bringing back Patrick Kane. There is space to sign a free agent and trade for an impact player. They could sign 2. They could trade for 2. The point is they have the cap space to make today the day for the Red Wings to step out of this mediocrity and into the lights, into competitive hockey, back into playoff caliber hockey. What is the move you want to see them make today? Could be trade, could be free agent. Give us who's on the wish list for Hockey Town. 248-539-9797.
I would love to see them make 2 moves. And it doesn't have to happen at 12:01. That would be ideal. Especially for Carson Anderson. But they need to make 2 moves. So they've already added a goalie who's an upgrade. I think we've all admitted that. And hopefully we get the best of version of Gibson. We get a healthy version of Gibson. That's what we all want to see. Now I would love to see them add somebody in the top 6 up front. And I would love to see them add somebody on defense. So it needs to be 2 moves. And maybe there's 1 free agent move. There's 1 trade. I think it's unlikely we see 2 trades, but because I'm not going to rule anything out.
Because you got to give to get, and there's only so much you can give to get high impact guys, plural.
They have a lot that they could give, but I think prying those out of the clutches of one Steve Eiserman is not going to be easy. And I love the fact that he loves his picks because he picked them for a reason.
Guys, let's make today the day. Give us the wish list. Give us the plan. How the Red Wings win the day today, day 1 of NHL free agency. How do we sing that song all day long? John, I think it's clear that free agency's drying up. The Florida Panther trio somehow, some way is going to stay down in South Beach. Mitch Marner's going to Vegas. The names, there's only a handful of them. But the biggest one left to me is on the blue line. It's Gavrikov, defenseman from the LA Kings.
Yep.
He plays with grit. He's very responsible on defense. He makes this team tougher to play against. He lets them play a more playoff brand of hockey, and that matters late in the regular season. And as Eiserman has said, they don't want to be a team that just gets in and gets swept. He's a guy that makes a lot of sense. He's still in his 20s. The Athletic estimates it's going to cost $7.8 million to get him. Now, I think that's light given that there aren't a lot of names. Go up to 8.5. And that cuts your space in half. Now, you go out and trade for Jason Robertson, who is still out there. Dallas is staring down the cap situation. That would be a 1-2 punch that Eiserman can make today that vaults this team. They've upgraded their top line, their top pair, and their top goaltender. That's a comprehensive offseason for Steve Eiserman.
And as I understand it, Dallas going into today, as it stands right now, they've only got $1 million or $1.5 million in cap space.
Yeah, I know Tom was perusing their cap chart earlier. They are really tight right now.
So you look at those teams and you say, okay, well, how can I help you?
I'll alleviate that.
Help you.
Of course. Eiserman's just here to help, lend a helping hand.
So that takes care of both levels.
Everything that I
talked about. And then you come out of free agency, you come out of trades, you come out of the draft, you come out of this, and we talked about it on Friday. You come out of this 4 or 5 day stretch having added a goalie, adding a defenseman, and adding a forward. That to me would be a huge win for the Red Wings and for the fan base. It gives you something to be excited about. Now it's a matter of, okay, how can Todd McClellan, when he has an entire year, an entire offseason, entire training camp, what's his influence on this team? He's a no-nonsense guy.
Yep.
How does he influence this team so that they don't get to March, even with these players, and have that dip?
But I would emphasize, I think it's two players, because if you trade away Tarasenko for future considerations, it's a dump. Why do you need all of that money? It can't be for one player. They already had the money for any single player in free agency. I mean, they had the money to sign Marner if he would have picked us. They didn't need to trade Tarasenko unless there's not one move coming, John, but two.
Unless it's a really big one move.
Oh, you're
I'm just feeding into some of the
Jesus is on his way, baby.
Yes.
Hockey Savior is going to be here by noon.
Yeah. If that happens, I think Costa is going to be the one that is streaking down Woodward, just holding his Red Wings flag.
Flag firmly in hand.
Yes.
I'd look.
Hopefully.
It's not windy, right?
248-539-9797 brings a whole new meaning to flying the car flags. Mm-hmm. Let's get to Joe and Howell. What's up?
Morning, gentlemen. How are you guys?
Good.
Hey, my wish list. Obviously, I think Gavrikov is he's got to be number one on almost everybody's list. We need to shore up our top four defensemen. I wouldn't mind seeing Brock Boeser if we could try and make a play for him. I think that's some depth scoring that we need. And also some of the rumors I've seen about Marco Rossi, and Minnesota might be willing to deal him. He's got connections to Marco Kasper. He's got some upside with goal scoring. I think that would help our depth too if he'd be willing. We could upgrade our third line.
I think he, if I read correctly, wants to play on the top two lines, but you find a way to make it work if that's the player that Eiserman covets. So he brought up Brock Besser for Vancouver. I mean, there's a world where they go free agency for the forward and trade for the defenseman. If Gavrikov goes to the Rangers, the reports are Detroit's in on Keandre Miller, 6'5" defenseman from the Rangers. So there's a world where, I said Gavrikov in free agency, Robertson via trade. You just do it the opposite way. You trade for the defender and you sign the free agent. I mean, both are on the table for Eiserman today. Texter says trade for Robertson and trade for Keandre Miller from the Rangers. Matt in West Palm Beach.
As you go defense.
Well, no, trade for Robertson and Miller.
Oh, forward, yes. Sorry.
Yes.
Forward, yes.
But it's two trades. Yeah. Trade for Kyle Connor on the ticket text. That's the guy. High impact scorer, the best way to do it. You can add a top 6 D-man as well, but that's not as important as high-end scoring, signed Sam in Grand Rapids.
Yeah, I mean, I do think they have the opportunity to add one in free agency, add one in trade. I don't think that they go 2 trades. We'd all love to see it, but then again, how much are you willing to give up of these prized picks that Steve Eiserman has put together?
Yeah. Kyle Connor played with Larkin in college, 40-goal scorer, has had some playoff moments. He has 1 year left on his deal. If he at all wants to come home, we can queue up Skylar Gray. We can try to make that trade happen. But I don't think the team that won the President's Trophy in Winnipeg is going to be in a hurry to trade their number 1 goal scorer.
Probably not.
In the case of Dallas, you go, why would they move on for Jason Robertson? Well, they added Mikko Rantanen, and they have a very real cap crunch going on in Dallas. Yeah. Steve has the connection with Jim Nill. They both came up through the Red Wings organization. And Robertson is no consolation prize. Multiple 40-goal seasons, and he's not one of these guys who won't back check. He gets Selke votes most years, or some years. He'd be a piece that helps him on the top line, and it would be one of 2 big moves they could make today. Texter says the best way to fix the Wings is Gavrikov. Helps us out on defense. Then trade for Jack McBain, an RFA from Utah who gives us some depth scoring, decent on faceoffs, physical as hell, and only 25 years old. You could flip Berggren in a draft pick, get it done. Aaron in Ann Arbor.
And if they're only making one move and you go free agency with Gavrikov, then you're not giving up any of those, and I say it somewhat in jest, prize picks.
Call effing Edmonton, Connor McJesus. I don't care at this point, Mike at U of M.
Sure, make the call, but be willing to have it not answered or be hung up on.
Texter says, you guys are making me too optimistic. Steve will not overpay or give long term. We'll get nothing. We'll not make the playoffs, and we'll have the same conversation next year. Sad but true. We could do that radio tomorrow. I want to at least lay out what could happen today. They've positioned themselves to do it. Just go do it.
Yeah. And that it's going to be a matter of they have the cap space. They've got all the capital that they would need in terms of making the trade. So why do you make that move unless you're just, hey, Tarasenko, we don't want you anymore. We just need to find a home. I think that they made that move to clear up the 4.5. And it's amazing that they were able, I don't say amazing. It was good that they were able to do that and not have to give up a sweetener along with it. Hey, here's a second. Here's a first.
Yeah, you don't get the laser beam meme for dumping a body, but today's the day that we should see the Eiser beams. We should see him pulling off those moves today. 248-539-9797. Texter wants to know, didn't Heather have a dream about Jim's car flag?
Oh, no.
Signed Scott in Carlton.
No.
No, just Jim.
No.
It's 97.1.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch all sports. And hey, we are in July, and we will have football by the end of July. Maybe you want to make some plans to go out to Stadium Swim. It's located at Circle Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. You can chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of their massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen. It's located at Circle Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circlelasvegas.com.
Today would be a great day to be reintroduced to Steve Eiserman. Get the red-eye memes out. Today's the day for it. $17 million in cap space after dumping Tarasenko, and that's after bringing back Patrick Kane. There's enough cash for 2 impact players today, and we want to know who's on that wish list. Who generates that reaction? The Eiserman red-eye memes all over social media because Steve's making moves. What does he need to do today? 248-539-9797.
So let's work back just a little bit. 17.5 in cap space. How much do they need to save for a rainy day? An injury, something unpredictable.
I mean, not much.
Couple million?
Sure.
Okay.
So let's say you're working with 15.
All right. Can you get both of these? If you do Gavrikov and Robertson, can you fit them
Gavrikov would
both
be about-
under 15?
They're about 8 each, which is why if you bought out
So
Justin
that's-
Hall, you'd be right there.
Uh-huh.
But this is all within, like, you can find a way to shave $1 million to get a deal done if you really want to.
So, I mean, that's why I'm asking that question because, yes, you and I both, I think, are on the same page. You go out there and you sign Gavrikov. You trade for Robertson.
And we party all night.
We would
get
be
the car
partying all night,
flags out
but
and we walk around
it's something
at attention.
that you think Steve Eiserman financially will be able to do?
He's able to do it. Will he do it is a fair question. But
how much do you need to leave in the rainy day fund?
You don't.
Okay. Do you think every team going into the season is going to be right up against the cap?
No, you don't. Okay, but then there's other avenues here. Okay, because we are not the show that says you have to do what we say or else. We're simply looking for ways for our teams to get better. And I think if you find yourself, hey, we can't wrestle him away from Dallas, or we aren't going to win the bidding war for Gavrikov because he's going to pick the Rangers. Everybody's connecting those dots. Fine. You're in on Keandre Miller, 6'5" blue liner from the Rangers. You end up wrestling him out of New York. That's your blue line upgrade. And now you throw money at Brock Besser in free agency for the Vancouver Canucks. He scored 40 goals 2 years ago. Fits the timeline of this hockey team. It's going to cost less than the first scenario.
So
there are ways to add
plan A and plan B.
Sure, and you throw plan C out there too. I mean, the ticket texters are flooding us with names. 248-539-9797 says Ehlers from Winnipeg.
Yeah.
29, skillful player. He could be a top line guy for this hockey team. Great complimentary piece, has postseason experience. This texter says Ehlers paired with Keandre Miller would be a quality day today for Eiserman. That's Shane in Ypsilanti.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, plan B could be, plan B, A, plan B, A, B could be, Miller on defense and one of Bowser or Ehlers.
Yeah. There's 2 forwards considered to be top free agents available today. They actually made it to market. Take your pick. One shoots right-handed, one shoots left-handed.
Right.
They're going to cost, people estimate, right around $8
right
million
around the same bucks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this is who's available, who do you prefer, who can you land? But there's a way to address the top forward spots and your blue line, and you got your goalie, and that's an offseason worth praising. That's one that actually does legitimately get Eiserman some credit, as opposed to sitting on your hands, leaning on development.
If they make 2 moves. They make a move at every level. They've already done the goalie.
Yeah.
Do you think we might hear it from Todd McClellan. I think he is a little bit more of a straight shooter. Not that Steve Eiserman's not, but we've always asked the question, do you expect to be a playoff team? Do you think we'll get those expectations from the front office or from the coaching staff? Will they actually say those words? Yes, we expect to be a playoff team this year.
If it's 2 high-impact moves, yes. And definitely from McClellan.
I agree. I think we'll hear it from McClellan.
McClellan also coached Gavrikov in L.A., so that could be a fun piece for him to add. If he thought, hey, I coached here for less than a season, and I saw we needed to be tougher, so I went out and pounded the table to get a guy who I can put in big situations. Yeah. 248-539-9797. Texter says, Robertson, Besser, Lindgren. Not amazing, realistic. Give me all 3 of them.
3 moves.
So Lindgren's another defenseman. Played for the Rangers, was traded to Colorado, left side guy. What else? Get a blue liner from the Kings or the Miller kid from the Rangers, then get Robertson for Dallas. That would be top tier. Yeah, a lot of people are circling that as the dream scenario. This one points out McDavid is a free agent next year, John. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that.
Yeah. What, so you're not going to spend this year so you can overspend next year?
Always next year.
How do you feel about that? Do you think he'll get the deal done this summer? Because that is if it doesn't get done this summer, that is a looming, humongous story in development.
I mean, it gets done. I don't think he's looking to get out.
I've heard there's a little consideration because he doesn't feel like he has the support.
So he was asked about it after the Stanley Cup, and he said that if he felt like this was a place that they could win for a while, there was unfinished business. He wanted to stay. And then he followed it up with, that being said, words you don't want to hear if you're an Oilers fan, that being said, I have to do what's right for me and my family. Look, he's the best player on planet Earth. There's a giant gap. He needs to win a Stanley Cup. Edmonton's played for 2 Stanley Cups. They need to retool some stuff. I would guess he stays in Edmonton, but it's not a sure thing.
I mean, we're 3 months away from the season starting here, almost.
But the question will be, does he play it out? Does he get extended in the next month here? Or does he kind of hold their feet to the fire and say, I'm going to see, can you guys put a better team around me? And if so, I will happily sign away my rights for 8 more years, the rest of my prime. But if you don't, then they risk losing him for nothing. They risk a Marner situation.
They can't do that.
Right.
That can't. That's the Gretzky part of this all over again. That can't happen. That's why I think this summer a contract's got to get done. I mean, you just rarely see extensions happen in season anymore, especially big name people. Once they start that clock on their last season, I mean, Aaron Judge did it in baseball.
Yeah.
How about the other path? Did you see that text?
What was the other path? Oh, yeah, I should read that one. Hang on.
You got it? I got it if you don't.
Go ahead and read it. It's about tanking.
Yeah.
Here
Don't overpay these guys.
Yeah, don't pay for these middle free agents or trade the farm for players just to hope to make the playoffs. Makes no sense. Tank for McKenna.
Yeah, so there's a generational stud coming out that has the comp to Patrick Kane and Kucherov.
Do you know where he's going to play next season?
I know he played for Medicine Hat, which might be the best named city in Canada.
He's debating between playing his college hockey at Penn State or Michigan State. He was just on the campus at MSU the other day.
Him and what's his face? I can't. The goalie,
Jeez. Augustine.
Yeah,
they can bond. It'll be beautiful.
They can come together.
248-539-9797. All right, you got your wish list for Red Wing fans today. Today could be the day Steve Eiserman memes, makes the splash, gets us out from the darkness and into the light. We're trying to be optimistic today. Make it happen. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Northfield Lumber. The Red Wings are moving on from Vlad Tarasenko after a disappointing one season. He was traded to the Minnesota Wild yesterday for future considerations. They're running it back with Patrick Kane, thanks to a 1-year, $3 million deal. Kane, one of their leaders in scoring last season. The Pistons grabbed Karis LeVert on the first day of free agency. LeVert has bounced around a bit in his career as Detroit marks his 5th franchise. The contract, 2 years, $29 million. Trajan Langdon rewarding Paul Reed for his role as the backup center at the end of last year as well. He's re-upped for 2 years and $11 million. Dennis Schroeder is on his way out, however. The Kings, his new landing spot. Vincent Goodwell reporting that Detroit may be attempting to arrange a sign and trade, which would send Malik Monk their way. Former one-time Spartan Jaren Jackson Jr. got paid. The Grizzlies locking him up for the next 5 years on a $240 million contract. The Tigers had the night off, but Tarek Skubal was named the AL Player of the Week. Skubal earned 2 wins last week, but the most impressive was against the Twins Sunday, where he shut them out, striking out 13. Michigan State Athletics announced their new Hall of Fame class for this year. Football coach Mark D'Antonio headlines the list of 6 recipients that will be inducted in September. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Day one of NHL free agency. We've got the Pistons making moves in the NBA, albeit not really anything all that exciting. Moves on the margins. Keep an eye on it. Got a lot to talk about today. 8:35. My wife has a coworker from Alabama who's going home for the 4th of July and wants to bring back something that is like Michigan themed. Did I recommend the right thing? We'll get to that later in the hour.
Curious as to what you recommended.
Me too.
I'm sure you guys will have.
Yeah, so we know it's not a T-shirt from Bronner's.
No.
We'll get to that. The WNBA is back in Detroit. John, I think there's a conversation here about interest level.
Yeah. I mean, so the news broke yesterday afternoon or yesterday morning.
Like right after we got off the air.
That, the Detroit area, led by the Pistons owner Tom Gores, they won the bid for an expansion team in the WNBA.
2029.
Yes, and there's, 3 teams? Heather, you had this in your news.
Yeah, I did.
Cleveland and Philly.
Cleveland
Yes.
and Philly, and it's all over the next, all the way up until
Cleveland's
2030.
in 2028, Philly's 2030.
And they're going to have, I think, a dedicated arena for it, too, I thought I read.
Yeah, there could be a new arena. So the fees that they're paying for the franchise rights, part of it is for a new facility that will go to a new facility that's going to be built down on the riverfront.
But I think that's just a training facility.
Yes.
I think
Right,
they're,
yes.
yeah.
No,
Their
I'm
games will
playing
be
at the LCA.
at the LCA.
But in
Yeah.
Philly, they're building a
Oh,
specific.
gotcha.
Yes. But in Detroit, they will play at
Yes.
LCA.
Yes, a new training facility, but they'll play their games at the LCA. And so I think the number one question is, does this move the needle for Detroit sports fans? WNBA is growing. They are not, I don't think that they've ever been in the black. It's
Profitable.
all profitable. And so just curious, does this move the needle for Detroit sports fans? Because when the Detroit Shock was here, they were 3-time WNBA champs, and then the franchise was ripped away.
Are we going to support this team?
Yeah.
The WNBA is in a different place today than it was then. The buzz around the game, I mean, a lot of it's Caitlin Clark. She sells out arenas everywhere she goes. But along the way, does that open up an eyeball or two to something else? Like, Tom, you've talked about this, that this is registering in your household.
Yeah, my daughter out of the blue, like 2 months ago, said to me, started talking about Paige Beckers. I'm like, what?
Yeah, where'd this come from?
Like, I know her,
Yeah.
and I know she's good, and man, she was super good and then got hurt in college and all that. I know her story.
She's having a hell of a rookie season.
Yeah, she is. And so then and Caitlin Clark, I think, started this. So I think what happened is she's been around friends that are talking about this, and she's also just showed more interest in sports in the last year and a half or so. But yeah, it's like I am not a WNBA person at all, but she wanted to sit down and start watching some games here since the season started, and I enjoy watching the games with her. Now, the quality of play for women's basketball it's chaos sometimes because they don't play above the rim. And it takes a little getting used to, but it's not that bad. It's actually, and the fact that I can do it with her makes it super cool.
Well,
So it's
I wonder if that's going to be the draw for a lot of people. They're like, hey, my daughter wants to get into sports, and this is a cool way. She's expressing interest. The games aren't going to cost an arm and a leg to go to.
Well, I was asked, we went to Cleveland last year for the Tigers playoff game.
Yeah.
Anna asked me like a month ago, can we go to the first Wings Fever game? I'm like, well, is it in Indianapolis? It might be within reason. And I saw the ticket prices, and they're like $500. The problem is in Dallas. And I had to explain to her why we can't go to Dallas to watch that game.
Well,
On a whim.
why Dad? We went to Cleveland to watch the
Yeah, we
Tigers.
went to Florida, too, in March. There's the money tree. Maybe Stevie can give me some, and I can use it. Yeah, is he going to use it today? I mean, all right.
If he doesn't, then yeah, sure, you can put it towards your trip to see the Fever play.
So
you said $500 to go to an Indiana Fever game?
No, so the game in Dallas.
Oh, specifically.
The
Okay.
Wings versus the Fever in Dallas. So
'Cause
we
that's-
would have to fly in. Well, we could drive, and no.
But then it's like a multi-day. yeah, it's a whole different deal at that
Now
point.
they play on Friday the 13th, or no, Sunday the 13th, coming up in Indy, and I might look into that.
Okay.
We'll see.
If they were in our backyard, I mean, Caitlin Clark would sell it out because that's what she does. But would you go if the Indiana Fever aren't in town? I think is the real litmus test for whether it works here or not.
Well, Becker's is going to be a thing too. I mean, she's actually
Sure.
better than Clark. I personally believe.
Yeah, but she doesn't have the cachet. Like, I mean, the appeal to Clark is it's like the Steph Curry thing, right? She could hit threes from anywhere, and it's just a wow factor.
I got to be honest with you, it doesn't move the needle for me. And if I'm in the morning watching Sports Center, got my baseball highlights, talk a little football, talk hockey talk right now, as soon as the WNBA highlights come on, that's my motivation to get out the door.
But if
and it's just, and I had a daughter that played high school basketball. Talked about Ruby, and how she was into basketball all the time. It's not in my house anymore. I mean, Ruby's still in my house, but basketball, women's basketball, is not in my house anymore. And this just it doesn't.
Okay, so scenario one, I come to John Jansen and I say, "Hey, you want to go catch the game tonight down in Detroit?" You'd be like, "What game?"
Yeah, exactly.
If I said to you, "Hey, how about one of your daughters and my daughter, me and you go?" It's on me. And I think
it's on you.
And I think you'd be like LFG because of your daughter. Would
sure, it would be. Yeah. Do I have to go with you? No, sorry.
Teddy can come.
Yeah, if it's something to do with one of my daughters and they're into it, sure. I would be all in for going down there. But it's not. I mean, if the Ellie's into softball, if the pro softball league came to town, I would go. But the women's basketball, women's pro basketball, just doesn't do it for me anymore.
And I'm not going to call you like a misogynist because you don't like it. Like, it's okay if you don't like it. I mean, the interest level's not there historically with the league. A ticket texter points out when Caitlin Clark got hurt, ratings dropped 55%. Like, is it even sustainable outside of Caitlin Clark? We're going to decide that as sports fans in this city.
Yeah. And I don't make my judgments on whether I'm going of whether the league is profitable or not. I don't care. It's about entertainment for me. Yeah. And if I'm not going to be entertained, why would I drive all the way down there for something I don't even want to watch on TV?
Yeah. Below the rim is a tougher sell. Just the style of play.
Yeah.
No, there's just a lot of times where the ball's just kind of going all over the place.
Bounce around ankles and stuff. And
Heather, what about you?
I have no interest, but I don't have much interest in going to a Pistons game either. So you're asking, for me,
well, that's like,
I'm just not that interested.
That's what I said to Kelsey. I go, any interest? She goes, no, but I don't. Same, almost verbatim of what you said, but I'm not a basketball fan.
Right. I mean, I would go. I think it'd be fun. If Emily was into it or something to go do, I would definitely go. I wouldn't turn down the opportunity. I like going to live events. I like doing things with the family, but it's not something I or my husband, Colin's would not be into the WNBA either.
Here's the other thing. I would need to see if everybody else is into it. Not that I'm going to go because everybody else is going, but if I want to go down and be a part of a good atmosphere, it can't be half empty.
Will they be the shock? That's the other thing.
Yeah, what's the name of it going to be? Because they've said they're going to have the records of the shock. They'll inherit those when the franchise is operational in 2029, but they haven't committed to being the Detroit Shock like they were when they were originally here.
Do you want them to be the shock?
If they inherit the records, they should be the shock.
That
kind of changes everything for me.
Yeah. There's already an association of success and winning. I mean, how many sports teams would die to have a history of winning to be able to fall back on? The shock is probably the right answer, but they said they are not. They are open to other ideas.
Yeah. So, a couple of questions. As a fan base, is this something that you're excited? Does it move the needle for you? And even if it doesn't, what should the name of this team be? Should it just be the Detroit Shock? Because that's who was here before. I mean, do they bring Lambeer and Mahorn back as coaches?
Come on, God.
I mean, I don't know.
So, do you think it should be a play on cars, like car parts or whatever, like the Pistons and the Shock were, or go in a completely new direction? Like you could do the EVs.
Oh my gosh. The batteries.
Yes.
You know what I think could work?
The Chargers.
There you go.
There you go. It could be the Chargers, the Detroit Chargers.
A lot of these WNBA teams, there's the Fever or Sparks. What about we play off the spirit of Detroit? The spirit.
Oh, what is the spirit? Grit.
Right. The spirit. The Detroit Spirit.
Isn't there a hockey team?
Oh, you want just
Spirit?
That's the name? The Detroit Spirit?
Yeah.
I thought you meant to play off of the spirit.
No.
Detroit
Spirit.
I don't like that.
No?
Yes.
You don't like it either?
Completely dismiss your suggestion. No. No.
Guys, call it, and
think
Heather
it
will
would be
just
fine.
jump on any idea you have.
Yes,
Just call it.
yes.
She'll give you the thumbs down and dunk you in a pot. Yeah, come on.
How about the Detroit Spirit? Oh, it was so bad. I thought you were suggesting something else.
Couldn't have been that.
I thought you meant what is the Detroit Spirit? Like,
Like we have the statue,
we're
the
gritty,
Spirit
we're
of
whatever.
Detroit.
Yes. I think we should suggest this one because I know Carson Anderson did the bit where, hey, we need to describe the Tigers as something other than a gritty team because we talk about all our teams.
Right.
Maybe it's just
Played
the
out.
Detroit Grit. We actually named the team the Detroit Grit.
We use that term for every team.
We do.
Yeah.
How about the Detroit Clutch?
Like
Play
the
on.
purse.
Sports and
Play.
cars.
Yeah. These two. Hey, what are your ideas? These two.
Yeah, sort
Like
out.
the purse.
Like the purse. We have a really good environment for you to call and suggest
Yes,
ideas.
yes,
248-539-9797. We got some calls. We also want to know, does this register? Like, do you have any interest in the WNBA? Historically, the product is not something sports fans have gravitated towards, but is that changing? It's 97.1.
All right, you guys, time to step up to the plate against hair loss. Dr. B at Michigan Hair Restoration is celebrating 30 years of turning back time for thousands of men across Southeast Michigan, helping them regrow their hair and restore their confidence. And to celebrate, during the month of July, you can get up to 30% off all hair transplants and medical hair rejuvenation packages. But of course, here's the catch. It's limited to just 30 clients. So don't wait. Dr. B is a true pioneer, one of the first in the world to use your own hair to fortify new growth. This medical therapy once seemed like science fiction. Now it's reality right here at Michigan Hair Restoration. Forget those old school hair procedures. No stitches, no staples, no embarrassing linear scars. Just real results with hair you can run your hands through. He offers the most advanced treatments, including natural therapies that just keep getting better and better every year. And he guarantees all of them. So the sooner you go see Dr. B, the more options you'll have. Don't wait till you're out of innings. Go to MichiganHairRestoration.com to book now. Mention 97.1 and take advantage of these exclusive July offers before they're gone.
We're getting a WNBA team again. History of success, but also support in the WNBA has been hard to find. Caitlin Clark, is she changing it? There's a buzz around the league. You guys let us know. How will we embrace a WNBA team here in the city of Detroit? And should it just be named the Detroit Shock again? Or can we do better? I brought up Detroit Spirit.
Yeah.
Heather Park's reaction, thumbs down. Okay. Tom brought up Clutch.
It's the purse.
John, I have a list.
So it's like
submitted
coming
by-
up with kids' names, right?
Yeah.
Everyone's going to, downgrade or have something detrimental to say about
Always.
yours. Yeah.
Oh, maybe we should look for names in the cemetery.
There you go.
The Detroit Esters.
Gertrude on the court.
That could be the mascot.
I got to tell you.
A tombstone?
Oh, God.
What's the mascot?
Gertrude could be the name of the mascot.
Oh, yes, the name
Yes.
of the mascot, yes.
The Detroit Grave. That's kind of got a ring to it.
Okay.
I'm getting a death stare from
where
you.
all players come here to die. Yeah.
Well, no, they're going
Heather
to...
liked it.
Yeah, they're going to kill
laugh
the
about
opponent. We're going to...
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's read some of these and we'll get to the phones. The Spirit is elite. But then another person points out there is a CHL team in Saginaw called the Spirit, so it's a no-go. What about Shock or Nothing? Okay. Someone says Stoney suggested the Aftershock.
Ooh.
John, thumbs up or thumbs down? Aftershock.
Give me a second to ponder that for a minute. I get why it would be the aftershock, but and
It's the Redux,
right.
part 2.
So you think aftershock, you think earthquake, and we always make fun of the people. I felt the earthquake. Yeah, okay, whatever.
You're
You
going
remember
to feel
when
it when you play this team.
You remember in college hoops, they used to refer to, they call them like the lady and then their nickname? They could be the Lady Pistons.
Well, this person says if the team is the Pistons, the women's
Where's the
team
buzzer?
could be...
You get the buzzer.
Oh,
yeah, the
sorry.
Lady Pistons.
sorry, Lady Pistons.
Buzzer, yeah.
If the men's team is the Pistons, the women's team could be the Cylinders.
No.
Sorry if this is getting redundant. The Detroit Exhaust. I'll take that one.
Yeah,
We're not doing that.
no.
I think finding a nickname has been exhausting.
Yes.
The Detroit Gear.
No, because it sounds like you're just looking for,
Random
the Born in
cars.
Detroit or the Made in Detroit gear.
Like a thesaurus for
Yeah.
car parts. Just
Yeah.
spin the wheel and what
The
does it weigh?
radiators. Like
Yeah, so cars.
the mufflers.
Detroit.
They'll shut
Spark?
you up and shut you down.
Catalytic converters.
What about Detroit Diesel?
Oh, I like that.
I like that too. Well, I
Oh,
like
yeah.
the, what's it called? Alliteration. Like
Yes.
I like that.
The Detroit Great Lakers. No,
I
don't like the
Just
sound.
reminds you of the NCAA.
Yeah, I don't want to be the Lakers.
No interest in having a local WNBA team. Detroit Pride. Detroit Conies. Let's get to the phones.
No.
Let's get to Dan in Ann Arbor. Dan,
Yeah.
good morning.
Call them the pizza.
Here comes the dogs. Like, you can't do that.
Dan, what are you thinking?
I think Jansen will like this one. We can call them the convertibles, and the model will be tops down.
I like where your head's at. Yeah, I'm not sure that one's going to make it past HR.
Well, probably not, but it's worth a try.
It's worth a try. I appreciate the suggestion. We're not even going to give that one the buzzer.
Call them the Verts.
The Verts.
Convertibles. The Verts.
The Verts. Okay, we'll give that one the buzzer.
Okay. Detroit Tropics.
Ha! Yes. Coached by Jackie Moon.
Detroit Power Steering.
The fuel injectors. Like, just name all the car parts you can think
Yeah.
of.
Detroit
Call them
Rhythm.
a fuel.
It's not awful.
It's not awful. Well, thank you. it's not
better
awful.
than
It's the
fuel
best response we've
injectors.
had. Yeah.
What about bringing back the Vipers? I think you're getting a little too convoluted here.
Yeah.
Trying to bring back both a hockey name
Yeah.
and a WNBA team. Detroit Potholes.
It's
Motor City Mayhem. Detroit Turbo.
I think the best one we've had so far is the Detroit Diesel. But that's actually was it Detroit
an
Diesel
old,
or Detroit Axle? Is a company.
Let's get to Paul. Paul, what can you say? You're on 97.1.
Hey, how about the Detroit Strut?
I mean, we all walk around with the same one.
There you go. Struts are part of the car.
It is.
That's what we do after we win.
Yes.
Strut. Mark in Detroit, you're on 97.1. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning.
What's up?
You guys talking about the WNBA and not wanting the team and all of that. Well, I used to drive up to the Palace to see the shot. And I had season tickets for the Pistons as well. And out of all the games I've seen, including the Palace at the Malice, the championship games, the series, all of that, probably the most hyped basketball game I've ever seen in my life was seeing the Detroit Shock beat the Los Angeles Sparks when they were well behind in the first half, and Ruth Riley came along and scored about 27 points, I believe it was, but I don't know how many threes. So to me, he was like the Caitlin Clark of that time, and took the shot on to win the championship. And that was probably one of the best basketball series I've ever seen. In fact, I know that was probably the hypest game with everybody in the college screaming, the roof is on fire because Ruth Riley was tearing up the floor.
Well, that's what John was saying. If it's a great environment, you're going to get people who don't even care about the product and show up to be part of something.
Don't misunderstand. If the WNBA is going to expand, I would love them to expand to Detroit. It doesn't mean that I'm going to be, in line for season tickets. It just doesn't move the needle for me. But I do want that franchise here in Detroit if they're going to continue to expand.
Well, especially if the league is going to grow in popularity.
Sure.
Ticket Texter says the Mufflers. Muffs for short.
Yeah, I know. That's, probably not great.
The Detroit double-digit discos, Scott and Carlton. I'll take this one. The Flux or Flux Capacitor. Just making up car parts now.
No, that's a real car part if you're time traveling.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Stick with the cat theme. We got the Tigers. We got the Lions. The Detroit Cougars.
Yeah, but it's the old over 40 team.
And their logo could be that Cougar D.
The Detroit Red Wings' original name was the Cougars. There's history of us having a professional team.
Okay. Right. I just don't know that it plays well for a WNBA team.
I don't think it does either, John. Charles in Grand Blanc. Good morning, Charles.
Morning. Hey, guys. So I started watching the WNBA when Caitlin Clark kind of came out, and I watched it for that whole season, multiple games with her, with all of the teams. Like, I watched it almost every week, and honestly, it was terrible. It was the play was so bad. I was just like, I can't do it. I really tried to like it, and the play was so bad I could not get over it. And also, what about the Detroit Turbo?
We did get that, and it wasn't immediately vetoed, so I think it's in at least the consideration.
Yeah, it's in the running.
And I like the honesty, though. The guy gave it a chance. It's not always going to be for you. When I was at Central, we called all kinds of sports. So, men's basketball and women's basketball, baseball and softball. And we had a player on our women's basketball team that was drafted in the WNBA. Think about that, out of Central Michigan. Yeah. It was a Detroit athlete, and she could get up. She could finish at the rim. She was a real star, and it made it fun to watch. Mm-hmm. But I get it. If you don't have a transcendent star, if you don't have a Caitlin Clark bombing away from three, if it looks a lot like Angel Reese and Me Bounds and it's just throwing it at the bottom of the rim, that's not going to be appealing to people. They're not going to want to watch that. 248-539-9797. Let's get to Rochelle. You're on 97.1. Good morning.
It's Michelle.
Oh, sorry. It says Rochelle. But Michelle, what's up?
Detroit Rack City.
For the name.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just Detroit Rack City. That's us, the Rack City. Yeah.
You can play up with the theme and the music and create an environment.
Well, we are Detroit Rack City, so let's name it Detroit.
Yeah, wouldn't have to play off it very much. Sure.
Right.
It's not bad.
Shorten it to Rockers doesn't work, does it? No.
Detroit Rockers? Wouldn't be bad.
Okay. I didn't immediately get a glare from Heather.
Yeah.
It's all right. It's fine.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay.
That's what you're looking for is fine when you come up with a team name.
Mm-hmm.
It takes a minute. You got to hear it a couple of times before you're like, that's it. That's the one.
Yeah.
It's not bad.
Rockers won last night.
I don't know if I love the Rockers.
Rock City might be too long though, like Detroit Rock City, like 3
Yeah,
words.
no. I think you'd have to. It would have to morph into the Detroit Rockers.
Yeah. Craig.
Well, then I don't like that.
Okay, well, hang on.
Okay.
Craig in Farmington. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. How you doing? I'm on load management, but this ages me. I thought about it. The Detroit Wheels, but wasn't that a soccer team?
May have been.
I think about that, and then the other one would be the Motion. A salute to the MSU dance crew. Let you roll. See ya.
Detroit Motion. Doesn't stick to me.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, old motion offense. Just
Do the locomotion. They could play that song.
So Detroit Rockers was a team. It was an indoor soccer team. So probably
that's why
not
I
going
didn't
with
know
it.
about it, yeah.
You weren't big into it?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
They played here from 1990 to 2001, John.
Okay.
Played at Joe Louis, Cobo, the whole deal. Let's get to Jeff in Huntington Woods. Jeff, good morning.
Good morning. How about the Detroit Shift, which has a double meaning, auto and functional?
I thank you for pronouncing the F.
Yeah, I think we'd have to pronounce that too much every time.
Well, worth a thought.
Yeah, yes. The shift.
Yes. Don't get anybody in trouble. Detroit Shift.
What happens when you sign with the Shift? Do you become a shifter?
Yeah.
Yeah, the
shiftee?
Detroit Shift, yeah, the Detroit Shifters.
These are questions you have to ask before you name a team. It could just be the Shock, or it could be something new. Let's get to Alan in Southfield. Alan, good morning.
Good morning. How about the Motor City Flames? Because Detroit is hot right now in sports other than the Red Wings, of course.
The Flames is not bad.
I don't mind that.
It just feels generic.
Is generic bad?
No.
Detroit Flames.
I don't mind that.
I mean, so I guess I'm also, as we're throwing these out, I don't know. The Flames isn't already in use, is it?
Well, the Calgary Flames in the NHL.
Well, yes,
but not, I don't believe in
the WNBA.
No, you can't name every WNBA team off the top of your head?
No.
Okay. I don't believe
Or
it
their
is.
mascots, yeah. I don't know. Maybe, I mean, the easiest solution is just to go with the Shock.
Yeah.
Especially if they're going to inherit all of the records.
Yeah, play off of the history.
Mm-hmm.
248-539-9797. I'm blown away with the response on this. I mean, it's mostly team names. We want to know if you're going to watch the team when they come here in 2029. 248-539-9797. It's 97.1. If you're injured in a car accident, you need a law firm that cares about you. And I've been telling you about KG Law because it's the way they run their business. Lawrence KG and his team, they're not your stuffy, slimy lawyer types. They're down-to-earth, approachable people that care about getting you the best result possible. 98% success rate. They're going to win for you. Phone number is 877-KG-CARES. Online at kgcares.com. That's K-A-J-Y. If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call KG Law now or visit them online, kgcares.com. That's kgcares.com. All right, we know it is the start of free agency in the NHL, and we know the NBA is open for business. If one of our teams makes a big move, or really any move this morning, we will halt the show and talk about it. But Karis LeVert,
Yeah.
Red Wings, big day. We'll get into it at the 9 o'clock hour. There is a lot on the line for Steve Eiserman today, and they've cleared the cap space to break out that Eiserbeam meme. I also promised we'd get into this conversation about gifts that represent Michigan. My wife has a coworker from Alabama going back for the 4th of July and wants to know what to bring back to represent Detroit. I gave a recommendation. I want to know if I made the right recommendation. We'll do that at 8:50. People got names, John.
Okay. Hey, let's hear them.
WNBA, if it's not the Shock, what is it? And do you care? Are you going to watch? Randy in Flint, you're on 97.1.
Yeah. You hear me?
I got you.
Yeah, we got you, Randy. How you doing, man?
Okay. Remember the old mufflers they called cherry bombs?
Yeah.
Kind of like a glass back cherry bomb. Detroit cherry bombs. Yeah, no.
You don't like the innuendo?
No.
You guys are too young. You never even heard of them, have you?
Well, it's not really where my mind goes.
Yeah, John likes to take things in a different direction, Randy.
Yeah, I just don't know that it would be a great marketing tool.
Okay. What about Rick in Garden City's idea? Rick, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, I got a good one for you. Hopefully nobody said it already, but how about the Detroit Renaissance? I could even picture a logo with the city skyline in the background, something like that.
So it would represent the city.
Until they take them down.
Oh, God.
Well, no, the big one's going to stay, though.
Yeah.
I think they're only taking a small tower down or two of them. But, and the city has undergone another
renaissance. Yeah, it's a bit of a rebirth.
And it's a rebirth for the WNBA team. It all ties in.
Yeah, I don't hate it. Yeah.
All right. Don't give me a All right.
Yeah, no, we won't. Yeah, no. Yeah, you don't get the
No, you did a great job.
I'm fascinated by the Big Ten commercial when it's going to change because it's got the Renaissance Center towers.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, we'll wait for them to be taken down. Who knows when that's going to happen?
Let's get to Jason in Royal Oak. Jason, good morning.
Good morning. I'm super excited for the WNBA to be back in Detroit in 2029. Detroit Diesel, I believe, is a company.
Yes.
The Cherry Bomb is a song by the Runaways with Lita Ford and Joan Jett and all those other people. The best name that I've heard so far, in my opinion, is the Flux Capacitor. When we get the WNBA back here, I'm like, basketball is probably my second favorite team sport after baseball. Team sports. When we get the team back here, we should try to get Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark on the team. Make them play together. Make them be civil with each other. That'd be so awesome. And as far as names go, and I know you aren't going to like this one, you probably, this would be our first hyphenated name, the Trey One Trey. It'd be TRE-WON-TRE. Take care, guys. Love you. Bye.
Yep.
Yeah. I was hovering. When he said you're not going to like this, I was ready.
Yeah, the 3-1-3.
I don't know about putting Clark and Angel Reese on the same team.
No, just because you're teammates doesn't mean you have to get along.
Do you have any experience with that, John?
Yeah, a couple.
Couple?
Sure, you don't like every teammate.
Oh, I was referring to us as teammates.
Oh, yes. No, you have not raised.
I'm not Clinton Portis status.
You're not CP.
Okay.
No.
Let's get to Rick and Wyandotte. Rick, good morning, buddy.
Hey, good morning, guys. I have 4 team names, so you can buzz all 4 if you'd like.
Okay, I'm ready.
I got the Detroit Drive. That's alliteration.
Mm-hmm.
And then I have the Detroit Assemblers, like the assembly line. Hold on, 2 more. The Mechanics, and then my favorite, the Detroit Models, paying homage to the Model A.
I know, but you got to be careful.
Or the Model T.
Yeah, no, I get the car connection.
Yeah.
I do.
Sure, yeah.
But people are going to look at it a little differently on the outside.
Yeah.
The only one that would work is the Detroit Drive, but it is generic.
Well, Detroit Drive was also the arena team, right?
Was it?
Yeah.
And the Grand Rapids Drive used to be the Pistons G League team.
Right.
Then it won't work.
You can't do assemblers. I mean, it would be shortened immediately.
Right, yeah. Exactly.
You know how
yeah.
they're playing out there.
Yeah. Just like the assemblers.
Right. Last one. We're going to get to Heather's news. Let's get to Paul in Canton. Paul, what's up? Are you interested in the WNBA coming to Detroit?
Yes, actually, I like the WNBA. When Bill Lambier and Rick Mahorn were the coaches of the Sharks, I actually liked it. It was fundamental basketball. And I just want to say I like the Detroit acceleration. Kind of goes in hand with the Pistons, and that's all I have to say. Detroit acceleration.
Is it too many syllables?
Acceleration. Yes.
Yeah, it's a little long.
Assemblers is probably too many syllables.
It is.
Those assemblers can really box out. 248-539-9797. All right, we'll get into gifts. The gift recommendation I gave to represent the area. We'll talk about the Red Wings, free agency, all of it. But first, Heather with the news.
Well, we've been talking about new names, and the Erie Seawolves have a new name after being picked for rebranding by John Oliver. So let me give you a backstory, okay, before I unveil it all. In 1991, a scuba diver named George Moon discovered the remains of a woolly mammoth in the depths of Lake Pleasant in Erie County, Pennsylvania. So now fast forward 34 years, and the Seawolves will now be known as the Moon Mammoths.
Okay.
So there's a cool backstory relating them to the area where they're playing, right? Because they kind of had said in their, I guess you could say not audition, but when they were trying to be picked for rebranding, they said, "Hey, we're not playing by the sea, right? We're the Seawolves, but we play nowhere by the sea." So this ties it all into where they're located, and UPMC Park will be transformed into the home of the Moon Mammoths. It already was on July 19th. No. It's not July 19th. Yeah, I was reading it as June 19th. July 19th.
Okay, that's what it goes
will
into
be the
effect.
first game. John Oliver is expected to be there to kind of participate in the whole night of fun. George Moon, also invited to the game as well. You can go online, check out. You might have seen the new logo. They got a new mascot, and it was all unveiled. Let's just listen to a little bit of it. The unveiling of the Moon Mammoths.
Oh.
Whoa, it's a little eerie.
Get it?
I got it.
This is creepy.
It is really creepy.
Javi Baez? Oh.
Oh, mm-hmm.
All right, pretty cool.
It's cool. The logo. It's
like
a little
it.
cheesy, but I like it. Like I like it too. And it's only they're only transforming to the Moon Mammoths for 4 games, right? July 19th, August 19th, September 12th, and September 13th.
Make it permanent.
Maybe it will stick. It is cool. I like before when I heard about this, I was like, okay. But now that there's an actual tie, which I didn't know about, I like it even more because it ties them to Erie, which is pretty cool.
The unveil was pretty sweet. Just
Oh my
listening
gosh,
to
it was
it.
awesome.
Yeah.
I know. Deliberations in the Diddy trial got underway on Monday, but they hit a weird snag almost as soon as they started. About an hour in, the jury sent the judge a note saying that they believed one of the jurors couldn't follow the instructions the judge had laid out. Basically, the judge ultimately responded by reminding the jury of all of their responsibilities and said, hey, here's the rules. This is your responsibility. Get back in there. Go deliberate. But a legal expert who's unaffiliated with the case described the situation as significant and suggested it could provide grounds for an appeal if Diddy is found guilty. Because right off the bat, things aren't going the way they should. That's what was shocking, is that it was only about an hour into deliberations and things didn't seem to be going as they should. So we'll see what happens today. EA Sports is bringing back its NCAA basketball game for the first time in 16 years. In 2009, the last college basketball game was put out, and it featured...
Was it Blake Griffin?
Blake Griffin on the cover. So if you're a fan, you're still going to have to wait a little bit longer.
2 years, 3 years?
2028.
Yeah.
They're eyeing for the return. Obviously, we don't know who will be on the cover at that time, but you have to wait and see.
Cool.
I think it's...
Are you going to play it?
I was way more into the college football game, but I played a little bit of the college hoops.
Okay.
Finally, the U.S. Postal Service is launching a set of 4 limited edition SpongeBob SquarePants stamps for the summer. So the SpongeBob stamps are part of the USPS specialty summer offerings. They're going to be available on August 1st. There's 4. One just features SpongeBob's face. Another features SpongeBob and Patrick Star. Others feature the whole gang, and they are forever stamps. So you can use them forever.
Go for it. Yeah.
Were you did you grow up watching SpongeBob? I know you probably did because you're younger.
It
debuted, era. Not in mine. It debuted in 1999. I would have been in starting high school.
Oh yeah.
I missed. I don't even think I've seen a full episode.
That would have debuted when I was like 6 or 7. So
Yeah,
it was
it
a
was
sweet
right
spot.
in your wheelhouse.
John, any of the kids get in SpongeBob?
No, it was not on in our house.
Nope.
Okay. Heather with the news. Coming up next, did I make a mistake? You have to actually wait to hear, John. You can't say yes
Can
until
I
you
just,
hear.
a blanket yes?
And we will talk free agency as the show rolls on. It's 97.1.
Hey, it's Heather. Verizon thought of a lot of different ways they could show their appreciation to active military members and veterans, like rolling out the red carpet, providing a personal marching band, or throwing a bumping shindig. Well, at Verizon, they're doing all of that in the form of special military discounts. That's why they're giving military and veteran families mobile plans with the military discount starting at just $25 per line per month for 4 lines on unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees, plus a 3-year price lock guarantee excluding taxes and fees. Think of it as their way of flying a squadron of jets overhead while launching fireworks. Now that's what I call a celebration. Visit your local Detroit Verizon store to learn more. Discount for personal lines only for military and veterans. Approved verification documents required. $30 per line per month for 4 lines. Less $20 account discount. Auto pay and paper-free billing required. For unlimited welcome plan in times of congestion, your data may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply.
97-1. Maybe the name of the new WNBA team? Probably not. 97-1. Look, we know it's the start of free agency in the NHL. We know it's underway in the NBA. If we have breaking news, we will stop everything and bring it to you. Today could be a big day for the Wings. We'll get to it at 9:35. We'll update you on the Pistons. I wanted to know if I screwed up.
Yeah.
So my wife has a coworker from Alabama who's going to be going home for the 4th of July. Hasn't been back since they started the job. Wants to bring something from Michigan
Back to her family.
back to the family.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
And we can certainly take recommendations. I already gave one,
Okay.
and I want to know if I screwed up. So you're not going to bring hot food because it's going to be cold.
Well, it's not like
And you're not.
you just got to be able to travel with her.
Yes, you have to be able to
She's
travel.
not bringing a Coney dog back with her.
Right,
No,
exactly.
no,
Because
no.
Coney's would be great, or Detroit style
Sure.
pizza would
Sure.
be great. You're not bringing those.
Where in Alabama?
I don't know. Does it
Tuscaloosa,
matter?
yeah, I mean, if it's Tuscaloosa, you could take a Block M hat back. Sure, that'll go well.
Troll them down there. I said, because I think it would be perfect for a 4th of July gathering.
Okay.
Bumpy cake.
I wrote down bumpy cake as something I would recommend. Sure.
Because think about it. Like, you're not.
Only if you're driving down.
Well, yeah. How is
Could
she
you
getting
fly-
back home?
Yeah, if you're
You
going to
can
fly.
fly with
you're-
bumpy cake.
You could fly with bumpy cake.
They make the little ones too. You could just bring back a small one.
And if it could thaw too, if you had it cold, right? Like, you could buy bumpy cake like frozen.
Sure, you could freeze it.
And
you
then
could
it
buy
can
it frozen.
thaw on the
flight
journey,
down.
and then
Yeah.
it's ready to go for.
You don't like that idea, John?
No, I don't like the idea because it's something like if it's in your bag and it gets crushed, it's going to get squished. Or if it gets turned on its side, the icing is going to stick to the top. I don't.
Okay,
no.
so you're kind of out of the food
So
then
no
round.
food.
Oh
then.
no! If I was going to go food, I would go like American Spoon, which is it's a northern Michigan thing.
Okay.
American Spoon. I don't know if they have any down here or not. I can't remember. But in Petoskey, Harbor Springs, they make jelly and jams and
Okay, so
Okay.
stuff that would keep.
yeah.
Like, I had thought about a lot of cherry stuff, like the
Sure.
summertime.
Or
there's
like the Better Made potato chips.
right.
Or Verner's.
Yeah.
Faygo Pops.
Yes.
Stuff that would keep that is still food and could be at your 4th of July party.
Which is hard to travel with. Or like Mackinac Island fudge. But you got to get it.
Good.
Okay, then what? Like a tiger's hat?
Well, you can get Mackinac Island fudge. You can get Mackinac fudge. You can get fudge at. I mean, there's a bunch of Kilwins around here.
Yeah, see, there's stores.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want it from the island, though.
Yeah.
Well, if it's
I
not
want like
food-
the authentic.
well, they're like, I don't know, is there like a rock? Like, yeah, I guess you could bring a
A
Petoskey.
rock?
Yeah, Petoskey Stone.
Yes, but I don't think you're bringing that
Here,
to a.
family. Here's a rock.
Yeah, that's
Well,
my
you
thought.
could
too.
get
Put it
a-
on the mantle. What?
You get
I
you get them
agree with
polished.
you.
They're beautiful.
Sure, I
They're
understand.
works of art.
But they
There's
might not
lots
appreciate
of
it.
rocks
Yeah.
you could give them.
It's not just any rock.
Here's a rock.
It's a Petoskey Stone. It's not just a rock. Here's a polished rock. No, you give them a Petoskey Stone, then you tell the story about it. I think a Petoskey Stone would be great.
Heather's giving, Heather's
Over
giving
bumpy
you-
cake?
Yeah, because bumpy cake's not going to travel. First of all, if I'm traveling down, I'm going to
Here's
eat it
a
on
rock,
the way.
Mom.
Listen, as
Here's a
somebody,
rock.
Welcome home. Here I am.
I'm somebody that traveled with a wedding dress. If you can survive that, the bumpy cake will be just fine.
Yeah, you can travel with a bumpy cake.
Plus, it
Traveled
can
with a
survive
wedding dress. Please do tell.
destination
That's-
wedding.
Yeah.
Oh. I was going to say.
Yeah.
Best way to travel with that is just to wear it, right?
Oh, God.
What if the flight got a little bumpy?
With the wedding dress or the
no,
cake?
the bumpy cake.
We're still on the wedding dress,
So
huh?
we talk about the Mile High Club here or what?
Yeah,
What-
look, I think a bumpy cake is just great, and I would love to have it for a 4th of July out of state. Like, that's a signature item.
Sure, I
if
agree
you can
with
get
you.
it there, and I think you can.
To me, that would be one you'd have to ship.
Okay.
I
Well,
just
you could
don't
do
think
that
it would
too.
travel very easy unless you're in a car. If you're driving down, sure, then it's easy to travel.
Yeah, I instantly thought of just like a gift. You know, you can buy like a gift package with all of those items, with some of the chocolate, with some of the Better Made, Verner's. Like,
Petoskey Stone.
no, I would never put a rock in my gift bag.
It's not
but
a rock.
It's so much
You
more,
gotta be
Heather.
kidding me.
It is a rock.
it's a rock.
Yes, it is a rock. It's a special rock.
I know you have an attachment. You lived up there.
I mean,
but they're cool.
I like trying to find
a
Petoskey
fossil.
stones. I like trying to find agates on my beach at Lake Superior. I like to find those Uper lights. Very cool, but like, Here's a rock. I don't love that.
I thought of you. Here's a rock.
Yeah.
What are non-food items? Like we can take food items on the phones and ticket text.
Like Tigers related gear would be cool.
So like anything sports memorabilia.
Yeah.
But particularly, I like the Old English D. I think that's cool.
Sure, you can take a Tiger cap. They have these hats, and again, I know that they started selling them down here, but they have like the shape of the state of Michigan on it.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
it has the mitten and the UP on it.
That's cool.
Here you go. Here's a hat.
Are these sports fans or?
Yeah, but they're not like fans of our teams, obviously.
Well, Jahmyr Gibbs or Terrion Arnold jersey. Casey Mize jersey.
Auburn.
That could get expensive. Are you getting one for each
The
family
whole
member?
Mom, dad, brother, sister. I don't know how many siblings they have.
In a frame.
Again, ship it down because you're not traveling with that.
No, you're not. And how many jerseys are we putting in the frame? Like one Alabama, one Auburn player?
I don't know.
So Mize is the Auburn player, right?
I like the Gibbs.
Terrion Arnold.
Or I think Gibbs with the new zero.
Gibbs, yeah, but he's only there for a year.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, Terrion Arnold played his whole career there.
248-539-9797. Before we get to your ideas, was my idea a good recommendation?
Yes.
What was your idea again?
Bumpy cake.
Bumpy cake. No.
You say
because
no.
you can't
Heather says
travel
yes.
with it.
Okay. Let's get to Pat on a cell. Pat, good morning.
Hey, Saunders hot fudge is the answer. Travels
Bingo.
well. Nothing says to Michigan like Saunders hot fudge.
I agree. The hard part is
I agree,
finding
too.
it anymore, though.
Well, you can't get the big version now. I feel like they're all
They're all
smaller.
the little ones, yeah. But
Yeah.
And all the grocery stores I go in, I can never
Well, you
find
got to
it.
go to the Saunders in Rochester. They have them there.
Okay.
You can still get it there.
Yes, that would be one I would probably just order and ship.
Yeah, that could go. I like the gift basket idea, but
yeah.
that
Yeah.
definitely included.
Yes, that's always great going through the whole airport security is a gift basket.
Ship it.
Better than Swamp Crotch.
What'd you bring back from Michigan?
Well,
it's kind of humid up there. Ed in Washington, good morning.
Hey, good morning. So the perfect idea is a Coney kit from National Coney Island. You go on, you order it, and you can have it shipped. It's 24 dogs, 2 things of chili, comes with mustard and onions in it. And you ain't got to worry about traveling with it.
And that'd be perfect
cool.
for 4th of July. Yeah.
I like that.
This is how we do up in Michigan.
A Coney kit.
That's
I have
cool.
to
I didn't know
order
it
myself one of
existed.
those. Yeah, I didn't either.
I didn't know. Yeah. Well,
Now
that's why we do
yeah.
this.
Mm-hmm.
We got a bunch of suggestions coming in on the phones and ticket text. Your feedback at 248-539-9797. We will touch on what the Pistons have done and what the Red Wings could do. It's all coming up. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. Lots of contract talks yesterday for 2 of Detroit's teams. The Red Wings have re-signed veteran forward Patrick Kane to a 1-year extension. The 36-year-old scored 21 goals and 38 assists last season and will make $3 million this year. Earlier in the day, Eisermanman traded away forward Vlad Tarasenko for cash considerations to the Wild. Tarasenko, an aging star, never really worked out in Detroit. Ex-Michigan basketball star Karis LeVert is heading back to the area thanks to a 2-year, $29 million deal with the Pistons. Detroit will mark his 5th NBA franchise. He's a career 34% three-point shooter. They also signed third-string center Paul Reed to a 2-year deal worth $11 million. Meanwhile, the team lost last year's trade deadline acquisition deal. Dennis Schroeder is inked to deal with the Kings overall. The Tigers had a night off. They'll start a 3-game series with the Nationals tonight in Washington. They did learn 3 of their prospects are heading to the Futures game on Saturday in Atlanta. Outfielder Max Clark, shortstop Kevin McGonigal, and catcher/first baseman Josue Briseño. Tarek Skubal also rewarded for doing things like this. Skubal was named the American League Player of the Week after a 7-inning, 1-hit, and 13-strikeout performance against the Twins on Sunday Night Baseball. He also won a game with the Athletics earlier in the week. At the Corwell Hall Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Yeah, there you go. Take them some stones.
Thank you for that. Good morning, 97.1. I was talking about my car, as you heard in the song. We wanted your help on this. I made a recommendation. Wife has a coworker from Alabama, has been working here, finally going back for the 4th of July. What do you bring as kind of a memento from Michigan? And I said a bumpy cake would be perfect for the 4th of July. John contests that you can't really get it there in its proper state.
So he recommended a rock.
A Petoskey stone.
A Petoskey stone, yes, which then you could talk about the geology of Michigan. You could talk about the glacial history of Michigan. Why are these here? These are actual fossils.
They could use it to hold down their tablecloth for their party.
There you go.
Perfect.
Take them 4 Petoskey stones. One for every corner.
John's idea of 4th of July conversation, a geological breakdown of the state of Michigan.
It has great history.
I know. Ticket Texter says, give him a Fear Javere t-shirt.
There you go.
Says, bring them an orange construction barrel.
Yes.
The perfect
Very
representation.
Michigan, yes. This is what it's like in the state of Michigan in the summer.
What I got? Michigan-shaped cutting board, something Carhartt. That's from Jeff.
The construction barrel, though, or the construction cone, you would probably need to put it in the middle of the most traveled area of the house, like maybe put it right in the middle of the kitchen.
Yes, very inconvenient.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Well, you must go around, detour.
Diamonds are rocks, Heather. Don't be dissing diamonds.
It's just a rock.
I guarantee you I guarantee you the TSA agents would find a way to confiscate that bumpy cake. It would go straight to the break room.
Mm-hmm.
John in Lake Orion. Yeah, go ahead, pack some fudge on the ticket text, 248-539-9797. You're so easy.
Hey, I'm not that easy.
Take back to Bama some of our Michigan corn. Best in the country. Perfect for 4th of July. Brandon in Birmingham.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Are we famous for
some
our
of
corn?
the maize?
Oh, boy.
Sure.
What else? Fago, Better Made Chips. Good morning. My parents spent the winter in Florida. They spend the winters in Florida. They'd always take Kogel's hot dogs, and people would request them.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
John in Detroit, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning.
What's up?
I was thinking if you're in the mood for spirits, Two James Distillery on Michigan Avenue has a rye whiskey bottle that has Detroit embossed on the front and Corktown on the back, and it's just a really cool-looking bottle.
There you go.
I like that
idea. Yeah, I like that.
And if you're not into the spirits, Pewabic Pottery is always a great gift. They got gifts for under $100. It could be a pottery tile or a vase.
Okay. Heather's
That's
not
up there
really-
with the rock with me.
Not really enamored with that idea.
Rock. I can't believe you call it Petoskey Stone just a rock.
Guys, I'm with John.
I'm offended.
The Petoskey Stone would be a wonderful gift. It's an ancient artifact found only in northern Michigan.
I can't wait to come home with gifts for you guys from my trip.
I can already guess what we're going to get.
Yeah, here's a boulder from
Yep.
Lake Superior.
You're going to love it.
Mackinac Island fudge is the most overrated thing in Michigan. I can buy fudge anywhere. You wouldn't be able to tell me where it came from. It all tastes the same.
It doesn't all taste the same, but I do kind of agree. But it's something.
Sure, it's something that we do.
Michigan-esque. Yes.
It's something that we do
Yes.
in the state of Michigan.
So the chicken and Frankenmuth or the fudge, what's more overrated?
You know, I can't answer this question, so
Oh,
it's
yeah.
up to you guys.
I'm so
I
sorry.
love them
forgot.
both, so I think they're appropriately ranked. I love them.
Heather's not going to
I don't
weigh
know.
in.
I've never had the chicken.
I think the chicken's overrated.
You've been really banging that drum. Ticket texters say something from Bronner's. They just come up on the ticket text. That could be an ideal Michigan gift.
Yeah, take them
Christmas
an
in
ornament.
July.
You could go with her. And Kelsey could go too.
What a fun. Well, before the 4th of July?
It's the first right now.
Yeah, there's
Yeah, I
plenty
guess
of
it's
time.
this week.
It's an hour and a half max drive.
Well, each way. And then it's... Anyway.
What about a Michigan craft beer?
Can you fly with...
I don't know
you
the rule
can check
on
it in
that.
your luggage.
Yeah, you could bring it with you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, bring them something from Bronner's. Okay, this ticket texter says they've lived in Michigan their whole life, 41 years, never heard of bumpy cake.
Okay. That's almost as bad
Yeah.
as never hearing of Bronner's.
Stop sending texts.
Never heard of bumpy cake.
Yeah.
says if you want a true
What rock are you living under?
A Petoskey
stone.
If you wanted a true representation of Michigan, you should bring. Oh, I hate when the texts break up into two different ones. It was something about weed gummies. One of our 10,000 dispensaries of weed gummies. Yeah, go ahead. Tell me how that goes. 248-539-9797. Ways to represent the mitten in gift form if you're going back home for the 4th of July. John, the Pistons.
Yes. I mean, hey, they're going to have to make a shift. Malik Beasley, unavailable. And so what is Trajan Langdon going to do? And I hope that it's not just, so this one's tough because it's there's never a good time to lose a guy that you thought was going to be a key part of this team for the next couple of years. But if it's going to happen, now's the time to happen because it's the start of free agency. There are plenty of players you go out there and trade. I know that they signed Karis LeVert. They re-signed Paul Reed. I don't know that Karis LeVert, it's not a one-for-one swap, Malik Beasley for Karis LeVert, one out, one in. He does have production, much like a Malik Beasley in terms of points per game, but he's not going to space the floor like Beasley did. He's not a behind-the-arc shooter.
LeVert is probably more of a Schroeder replacement than a Beasley replacement. But I thought Ivy was the Schroeder replacement. So you're starting to see that there's not a perfect swap of Malik Beasley. They draft Chaz Lanier, but he's going to be a rookie. There's no replacing a guy who is your second leading scorer who shot 40% from three and made 400 threes.
That's why I think Trajan Langdon's going to have to shift on the move. He's going to have to find a way to replace that production and just what Malik Beasley brought on the floor.
They were already going to have an offseason that was going to be uninspiring, right? On the margins tends to be one of those. You got to look a little deeper. Now it's going to be harder. So as I look at the roster, their starting five is still intact. It's Caden Ivey in the backcourt, Asar and Tobias, and Duren round out your starting five. On the bench, you still have Isaiah Stewart and Ron Holland. Karis LeVert is your eighth man, and Lanier is the ninth guy. There have also been rumors with the Dennis Schroeder to Sacramento move, that could end up being a sign and trade. Does Detroit get back something in that sign and trade? I know the internet was buzzing about Malik Monk. I think he's kind of an awkward fit for this team. Multi-year deal, a guy who's more of a perimeter player who doesn't shoot well. Below average three-point shooter. John, I don't know, because there's not another Malik Beasley out there. So they're going to have to twist and contort the roster in a different way. And I can guarantee you no one's going to be inspired by the offseason. But that was kind of by design coming in.
Yeah, it was by design, sure, but it's a matter of will the offense operate the same way with Karis LeVert versus Beasley, or even Schroeder versus Karis LeVert, and I don't think it will. You're going to have to find a way, and maybe it is just Jaden Ivey was shooting better last year than he had in his previous couple of seasons, and then he was hurt. But that's going to be the pace and the volume are going to have to be way more than he is used to or that we have seen. And maybe he's ready for that. Maybe it is, hey, out goes Malik Beasley, insert Jaden Ivey along with the complementary pieces, the guys on the fringe or on the margins, like Trajan Langdon said, that are going to make up what this team is going to be. But I don't think it can be just roll the same cast of characters out there anymore.
And my fear is Asar is not a good shooter. Duren is not a good shooter. We saw how much better Cade was with just a little breathing room in the offensive end. If that ends up going backwards, these young players don't take the step we want them to. Because it's going to hurt them all. It's going to multiply. There's not enough spacing for Asar. There's not enough spacing for Cade. There's not enough spacing for Duren. Ivy shot well last season. He's got to do it for a full season. My fear would be they end up getting bogged down too much in the half court, and we don't see Cade go from all-star to
the next level,
mega star fighting for an MVP, because he's again navigating through seaweed. Like, he can't really get where he needs to go.
How much of it though should be him being able to navigate that, take that next step, make those around him better, because he's taking that next step that we expect that he was going to take
regardless
if they rolled it back.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. You're a Pistons fan. Free agency has started. You've seen Karis LeVert. You've seen the guys who have left from the bench. How does it leave you feeling? And we'll talk Red Wings coming up at 9:35 because today could be the day for Steve Eiserman. It's 97.1.
Hey, we all know in sports when you're sidelined by an injury, it's personal. The same goes for life. That's where personal injury attorney David Feminino steps in. And trust me, after an accident, you need an attorney who's going to make it personal. And that someone is David Feminino. He uses the slogan, and I've been telling you for a number of years now, get David, get paid. It's not just a slogan. It's his promise to take care of you. So if you or someone you know has been injured, you need to tell him to call David Feminino at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Got some text on the Pistons. Again, this is nothing earth-shattering or groundbreaking. We don't expect big opinions. When your president of basketball ops says we're going to upgrade on the margins, you're not going to get big moves. But then you throw in the wrinkle of losing Malik Beasley, a player they wanted to bring back, a linchpin to what they do in the half court.
Yeah.
It's going to be hard to even replicate that. So far, we have on the way out Dennis Schroeder.
We're not sure how he's going out, though.
It may be a sign and trade, and there may be something coming back. But Schroeder out. Doesn't sound like Hardaway Jr. is coming back, and Malik Beasley's tied up with the Feds. Coming in, Chaz Lanier, second-round pick, shooter out of Tennessee. Karis LeVert, 2-year deal yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Paul Reed stays.
And Paul Reed stays.
The legend.
The legend that is Paul Reed. And there have been people who've said hey, maybe Malik Monk comes back in that sign and trade with the Sacramento Kings. I think he's an awkward fit. He scored 17 points last year. I'm not calling him a bum, but he's a below-average shooter on a team that spacing is going to continue to be an issue given some of the young players they have.
His point production is there, but it's how he gets there.
And would he get there as a bench player here in Detroit? Because, again, the backcourt's going to be, minutes-wise, Cade and Ivey are going to eat up a lot of those minutes.
Right.
Okay, rookies Lanier and Sasser have a great opportunity from the first ticket texter. They'll make the most of it.
Yep.
You're big on opportunity.
Uh-huh.
The Hawks and the Magic have lapped us undoubtedly. We'll be lucky to make the play-in next year. Feels like an overreaction to me. You want to say that their ceiling isn't as high? Fine. But their floor is a playoff team.
I still think they're a playoff team, but I do think it's going to be harder than a lot of people are anticipating. I don't think you just roll the ball back out there and expect that Ivy is the answer for production. And how big of a leap is Cade Cunningham going to take? I know he mentioned at the end, like conditioning, and that's all a part of being able to be good in the playoffs, but you got to get there first.
You know, I think
this Malik Beasley thing is bigger than a lot of people are.
I agree with you.
Are saying or admitting to.
I 100% agree with you. I think Langdon was set to do this thing on the margins, knowing he had Beasley. Without Beasley, it's crazy. Like, he's not an all-NBA guy, but his skill set specifically, he doesn't even start, but his skill set specifically unlocked a lot of what the Pistons did. Look, you can run and play defense, and those are fundamentals that this team will absolutely undoubtedly lean on. But when you get into critical possessions in the half court to win games, and some of that's in the playoffs, and you don't have someone that the other team respects, you end up running into clogged lanes and blocked shots and altered shots, and it's a lot harder on your best players. Ticket texter, I think this is a name we need to spend some more time on. Ron Holland says he has a nice-looking form. You can tell he's going to develop into a good shooter at worst. The question is, how long does it take? He's a young player.
Right.
We all loved his mentality. I do think he has some shooting upside. If it happened this season, great. If it doesn't happen this season,
then
we're having the same conversation.
But is it is it by committee, right? Which is what the team is, right?
Yeah.
It's winning by committee. But if Malik Beasley's out, do you replace that production when the Pistons were at their best this year, which is the second half of the season, with Jaden Ivey, who wasn't there, with a better version of Ron Holland? And you expect young players to and continue to improve. I'm just curious as to what leaps he's going to take.
Well, think about it. Ivy, Asar, and Holland are all top 5 picks. And you're going to need one of them to take another leap. All of them, if you're going to be a championship team, but just to hold serve, you're going to need at least one of them to take a leap. Ticket Texter says LeVert for Hardaway Jr. is the lateral move. Malik Monk for Schroeder would be an upgrade for us. And they're rumored with Duncan Robinson for Beasley would be a lateral move. Slight upgrades, but upgrades nonetheless. Do you see it that way?
No, I don't think it's a lateral move, Beasley for Duncan Robinson, because at least Beasley played a little defense. Duncan Robinson is not good at defense.
No.
Not good.
No, you don't want him out there for 25, 30 minutes a night, and Beasley could.
Unless he's just on fire.
But even Beasley was a better shooter.
Yeah.
I think that's the one I'd push back on. You want to tell me LeVert and Hardaway is a push? Fine. Malik Schroeder, kind of okay. Texter says losing Schroeder is really going to hurt. We need that secondary facilitator to spell Cade. Ivy just hasn't been that type of guard. He's going to need to be.
Yeah.
Where are the guts in this town? Why can't any of our franchise freaking go for it?
Okay, so what does that mean, go for it? Does that mean you're going to go get Giannis? Okay, and who are you giving up to get Giannis? Like that's the issue that Trajan Langdon is having, right? It's the issue that all teams that are looking to add this year are having is you're going to have to trade to make major additions, which means you're going to give up a large part of your team that the Detroit Pistons are building with right now.
I believe I translate go for it as do what I want you to do.
Yeah, for the most part.
But I thought we did a decent job explaining why the Pistons are in a different spot. And maybe it's on us. We did a poor job or they weren't listening. The Red Wings need to do something because they're comatose. Because they're in the longest playoff drought in the organization's history. And the general manager, despite having a big name, hasn't delivered. They're in a different spot to do something. And then on the complete opposite end of the spectrum, you have the Lions and the Tigers who are in the championship conversation. And there, yeah, sure, you can say, take a swing, right? You have Skubal, but who knows how long, right? For the Lions, you've got this young group of guys in the prime of their career. You can't keep them all. The Pistons aren't in either camp. They're not on the flat line, got to resuscitate, and they're not on the championship track. They're in this figure it out with our young guys and don't do something stupid stage.
Yeah, I mean, there's no good time to lose a player that you thought was going to be a part of the core. Now's the time to be able to go out and make those additions. And if it's Duncan Robinson, we already know what LeVert is coming in, Reed staying here. If it's Malik Monk, if it's just continue to develop some of the young players, those are all part of it, but you're going to have to add production, legitimate production.
248-539-9797. Today is the start of NHL free agency. A lot of the names are drying up. Eiserman has cap space to sign some of the top free agents or trade for some of the names that have been rumored. Could be a big day for the Red Wings. We'll get to it at 9:35. First, Heather with the news.
Well, Sienna Heights University in Adrian will be closing its doors at the end of the next school year due to the mounting financial difficulties. In a statement released on Monday, the school's president, Douglas Palmer, said that the spirit of Sienna Heights will continue long after the school itself closes its doors. So the school said it is working with current students to facilitate transfers to other schools. Also will help faculty and staff transition as well. The school was actually founded back in 1919 as St. Joseph College for Women. It then transitioned again to co-ed school in 1969. It became Sienna Heights University in 1998. Brian Koberger, the man charged in that brutal stabbing deaths of 4 University of Idaho students, has reached a plea deal to avoid the death penalty. So the deal involves him pleading guilty to 4 counts of murder. And obviously it comes after a lengthy legal process that has spanned for years. A hearing is scheduled for Wednesday. And of course, this development has left some of the families of the victims just infuriated.
I saw that.
Yeah, they're not happy with this. It's kind of funny, like when I saw his name pop up, I haven't been following this that closely. I can't believe how long ago it's been.
3 years, right?
Yeah, it's been a while. Crazy.
The judge can throw it out. The plea agreement, the judge hasn't signed off on it. So the judge could say, hey, you didn't consult with the family and no, we're going to go through with the trial.
So maybe that will happen. Yeah. We'll see. An Australian man jumped into action to help a teen who was attacked by a shark. This fearless man, ran up to the shark, punched it right in the face moments after it clamped down on this young teenager's body. So the teen had already been injured. He was injured to his right arm, his wrist, and his leg, but the punch worked. Scared the shark enough, it swam away as the shark was leaving a bunch of beachgoers. They used a surfboard to create a stretcher, got this teen safely to shore. Then he was airlifted to the hospital, is in serious but stable condition. You got to be pretty brave to get up there and just
punch a
shark in the face. Yeah. So studies have shown that having a pet is good for your health. Pets have been shown to lower your stress levels. It might get you to exercise more. Specifically, if you have a dog, you got to take it out for a walk more. But many pet owners also say they just feel so much comfort by having their pets close to them, especially when they sleep. But should you let your pets sleep next to you in bed? Experts say probably not.
Really?
Yeah. Because one, the most obvious reason is that they're most likely going to interrupt your sleep. They're not sleeping as well as you sleep. Dogs are going to get up and they're going to move around. They might scratch at the bed before they find their right place to sleep. Cats, oh my gosh. If you've ever tried to sleep with your cat, have you ever let...
Oh, yeah. We don't have the issue. I mean,
really?
he wants to be fed early in the morning.
But he's not like going to sleep at the end of your bed, does he?
He'll sleep on the bed. Yeah,
Does he like come up though and like try to sleep like by your arm or on your chest or I don't know.
Sometimes.
Him and Roomba are bros.
Yeah, we're buds.
Maybe. Gosh, when my cat used to sleep in bed, it was like I wasn't getting any sleep. That cat was moving all over the place. Or it would wake up and it used to do that like
little
kneading
biscuit thing.
Yeah, and it's like, okay, all right. Anyway, the next they say is allergens, that your pet can bring in different allergens into your house, specifically into your bed, that can affect your breathing, which of course is going to affect your sleeping quality. So they say the best thing to do is have a little dog bed in your room for your dog. You might want to lock your cat out of your room when you're sleeping, which I agree on. We don't let the dogs in the bed. I mean, they do in the mornings. They'll jump up out there, but they have their own dog bed and they like sleeping there on the beds, on the dog bed, not up on the bed. I also really like to have my room. Like if they're up there, they like sleep right by my leg, like right next to it. And then I feel claustrophobic. Like get out of there, dog.
What size dog and what size bed?
A big bed, king size bed, and two big dogs though. I mean, they're 55 pounds. Well, he's so little, there's room, right, John?
Oh, God. Walked right into that one. It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, hey, Steve Eiserman. Remember the meme of him with the red eyes because he's just a killer, stone cold? Let's see that guy come back today. It's 97.1. Today's the day, the start of free agency in the NHL. Today's the day for Steve Eiserman, creating that cap space. What's he going to do with it? Today's a day for Steve Eiserman to be the Eiser Beam, the meme with him in the red eyes, stone cold killer, making moves. And it doesn't have to be free agency. I know that well is drying up quickly. It can also be via trade. But with $17 million in cap space, it's not one guy. It's probably two guys that should be added in the next 48 hours.
And hopefully it's somebody up front, forward, right or left wing, and hopefully it's a defenseman.
Yeah, I think the defenseman's a non-negotiable.
Okay, you and I agree on that.
Especially if you're going to sell me that Gibson, hey, he's an improved goalie, well, you got to put an improved team in front of him.
And maybe that's the easiest add because it's one. Okay, we all think that they need to add somebody there, but is that where they add in free agency?
So the name out there would be Gavrikov. Defensive defenseman, plays with a snarl, has played in a little playoff hockey. Todd McClellan had previously coached him in L.A.
Mm-hmm. Does he get on the table and pound his fist, say, this is the guy we need?
Athletic speculates it would be a 7-year deal for $7.8 million. Maybe it's north of $8 million. You've got the cash. If your coach vouches for him, he instantly comes in and could be your top pair with Mo Sider, or he could anchor your second pair if you want to bump Edvinson up. But all of a sudden, you've become a deeper, tougher, physical hockey team. Doesn't fix everything, but you got to start taking some swings to move the needle, to move the team to a higher tier and get them in the postseason ready to make some noise. But maybe Gavrikov ends up in New York with the Rangers. Well, it's, I think, in part why we've seen the Red Wings linked to Keandre Miller, a 6'5" defenseman left side for the Rangers. Well, that could be one of the moves. He's 25 years old, fits the timeline. They're poking around trying to make that trade happen.
And as we continue to wait for reinforcements through the draft, because it takes so long, this is that bridge that should make you a playoff team. And then every year as some more of these players develop and they're added to this roster, that's where you start considering being a Stanley Cup team.
Right. You got to walk before you run.
Right.
The other move that had been discussed, I don't know where Dallas is at, is Jason Robertson. He's got a year left as a restricted free agent, and they have real cap crunch issues.
Right. That's what we know they're at. Cap issues. How do they manage their cap? Who do they keep? Who do they decide that they want to spend money on?
The reason they would trade him is if they could get, and everybody knows this, somebody who can play at the NHL right now, but also guys who are close because it backfills cheap for them and keeps their window open. They traded for Mikko Rantanen. The whole team's a bunch of Finns. Robertson's from Michigan. Maybe he's the odd man out, and we benefit from that connection where he'd be willing to sign an extension here. He's got multiple 40-goal seasons. He's not one of these guys who refuses to back check. He gets Selke votes. So the idea would be you'd bring him in as a frontline playoff performer. Gavrikov upgrades the snarl factor, and Gibson gives you someone who can make a big save in net. Boom, boom, boom. Every level of your team's better. You effectively used your cap space. I'm okay with giving up a couple prospects and giving these young guys some runway to get into playoff hockey. To get Eiserman back to the level we once thought he was, this architect of a Stanley Cup team. You got to see something today, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, and I think you got to see something early because if you're going to go into free agency and get Gavrikov, like you can't, I mean, that deal may have to, I know there's no tampering period, but that may have to be in place by 12:01, 12:05, because if it lasts any longer and you get into a bidding war, do we think that Steve Eiserman is going to overpay? I don't think that, even if he wants Gavrikov and that's his number one guy, I think he's got a price point where he says, I'm not going above this.
Because he's going to say it's a 7-year commitment, and if I'm already getting beat up for bad contracts I've signed, I have to have a line in the sand. Okay. How much of this is, and he alluded to it, not enough players for teams? This dried up fast yesterday. Florida kept 3 of their guys, all 3 of their guys. Bennett, Marchand, and Ekblad was the one we were circling. He takes a deal for 8 years, $6.1 million. And you're left going, how do we compete with that?
Right.
I mean, that's a steal of a deal. How do we compete with that?
So you can't compete with guys that are going to re-sign with their current teams. And maybe it's because they believe for them, they've got a chance at a three-peat. Maybe it's because Ekblad's played his whole career there. He just wants to stay there, doesn't want to pick up the family. I don't even know what his family situation is, but doesn't want to move his life to a different city. You just can't compete with guys that re-sign with their teams. So now you got to pivot.
People saying it's the state income tax thing. What's your read on that as a guy who dealt with that world?
Well, sure, there's a benefit. If you're not going to pay a state income tax and you're making $6 million, yeah. But if you're looking at $6 million in Florida versus, let's just say, $8 million in Michigan, you sign $8 million in Michigan, you're still going to come away with more money, even though you're going to be paying a state income tax.
Because people don't realize you are taxed in every state you play in.
And sometimes not just the state, but the city.
Right. So half your games you can speak for. Mm-hmm. The other half, hey, you got to play in Canada, or you got to play in the Northeast, you got to play out west, California. You're still going to get taxed on your income to some degree. So it's a little overblown. I think it's a small factor. I think the bigger factor is I get an 8th year. I don't have to move my family. I can chase a championship.
Right.
I can build a legacy. It's the team that drafted me. And it seems so simple. $50 million versus $60 million, it's a lot of money. But if you already have $50 million, the other stuff seems to matter a little more.
It's all those things. Plus, I can walk down South Beach and nobody knows me.
Right.
He'd become a face here.
Some anonymity, you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got to think that that's an attraction for that franchise down there.
248-539-9797. What do you guys want? What's on the wish list? How do we get the move that brings everybody together? There's a fracture in the fan base, right? You feel it. There's infighting. You know puck. You don't know puck. Eiserbots versus...
You got to see it every time you post something on social media.
God, it's unbelievable. But there's this fighting right now. Who knows hockey and who doesn't? And if you agree with Eiserman, you know hockey. And if you don't, you don't. And what's the move that just unites everybody today? Is it Gavrikov? Is it a trade for Robertson? Is it Keandre Miller? Is it someone we haven't brought up?
I don't necessarily know that it's a singular name, but I think it's like we've been talking about. It's two guys. It's one up front, it's one in the back, and they've already got the goalie. So if you improve yourself on every single level, and we could sit there and we could talk about, the benefits of having Gavrikov.
Right.
Because you don't have to give anything up for him other than
cap space.
Or if it's Keandre Miller, you can't seal the deal with Gavrikov, but you make a trade for Miller. Now are you actually going to be able to make two trades and bring in Robertson?
Well, how about this?
Or you could go somebody else in free agency.
Yeah, let's say you trade for the defenseman and then sign a forward. There's Brock Besser's available, scored 40 goals 2 seasons ago with Vancouver. We're not saying, and we're not the radio show that says, if you don't add this one player, you screwed up and we're going to hold your feet to the fire. There are avenues for Steve Eiserman. Now, some in free agency are drying up, but he's got cap space. Why did he clear Tarasenko if it's not for more than one player? They could have kept Tarasenko and added one player with their cap space and said, well, we're going to run it back with him on a 1-year deal. Right. The fact that they wanted to move on from him suggests that there's a purpose.
They've positioned themselves to be able to go add to this team today or within the next 48 hours.
If Stevie gets me Robertson and Gavrikov, they can add laser beams to the center ice Centennial logo when we score. Tom in Flat Rock. Texter says we need Keandre Miller, Gavrikov, and Robertson to be a successful offseason. Need the laser beams in full effect, Bobby, at work. They're not getting all three.
Yeah, there's a tone on Ticket Text today. Definitely there's apathy out there. For when you said fractured fan base,
yeah.
There are some people that just don't think they're going to do these things.
They think we're dreaming. Zero. They think we're wasting airtime today.
Right. I mean, heck, I'll even say this. If they go get Robertson, I love the aggression. Finally, you're making a pivot and a move. But I do have a little doubt about if that's the right move for this team.
He'd be a 25-year-old player who fits the timeline. I mean, shy of blowing the entire thing up and tanking for Gavin McKenna, those are the kind of moves you need to make.
I know, but it's just kind of... I think they're already a soft team.
Robertson's not a soft player. I think that's a mislabel. The guy's getting Selke votes. He'll back check. See, we have this idea that the only way you can be a physical player is if you're a 6'5" Canadian. And I'm sorry, Don Cherry. The
All right,
idea
now you're
here,
taking it way farther than look, this team needs some grit, man. And it needs to be somebody that can also put points up too, whether it be goals, assists, whatever. All I said is I had some doubt. I'm not going if they trade for Robertson, I'm like 80% cool, but I do have a few doubts about it.
Well, it wouldn't be enough on its own. Right?
Right. You need to get some defensive help.
Yeah.
I mean, Justin Hall has got to get out of this lineup.
Bad news.
Can he be thrown in? How come he didn't go with Tarasenko?
248.
Is Petrie coming back?
248-539-9797. How do we get those Red Wing flags at attention today? 248-539-9797. It's free agency.
All right, just quick.
Yes.
All right. Something's got to happen today, right? He's cleared this money. He's got all this. I got to say, though, like I've been feeling that you're going to erupt at some point. And you've almost gone there a couple times and you get some of your real smarmy responses. But if they kind of make a couple cool moves and then bring back Petrie for 1 year.
Wait, I'm still getting the cool moves, though?
Yeah. You would still stomach it? Okay. You'll stomach Petrie.
Yeah, if you give me two high-impact players, and fine, he can be a third-pair defenseman, and we can hear about how his dad played for the Tigers. We can do all that, but I need to see the two impact moves.
Try to light it.
And then we can get our car flags at full attention. All right, it's 97.1.
Hey, maybe you woke up this morning, you didn't feel good about putting on your clothes this weekend. Then maybe there's some grad parties you went to, or you got a bathing suit you want to get into, and you just don't like being in pictures. I want you to pick yourself in the next 40 days being down as much as 40 pounds. That's right. You could lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days with Ideal You. And I know the program really works because I lost 50 in those 40 days. It was all with Ideal You. Book today, and Ideal You is going to give you a free body composition analysis. It's a $150 value, absolutely free. They're going to take the results of that body composition analysis, pair you with a weight loss coach, and then they're going to construct a plan along with your likes, dislikes, that will help you lose weight. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us. Ideal U is different than other weight loss companies because it works, and it works fast. You can lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days and be happy getting into that bathing suit, maybe taking those pictures yet again. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us to get your body composition analysis, $150 value, absolutely free.
I've noticed something. I think we're all kind of rallying here as a station. We're giving them the benefit of the doubt. Doug Karsh yesterday, the Wings are angling for a big move. Valeni opens the show with, you know what? They moved Tarasenko. Something's got to be in play. And, John, we've asked people today, who's atop that list? How do we get Steve Eiserman celebrated today, uniting the fan base today? Everybody's posting that meme of him with the Stanley Cup and the laser beam eyes, and we got our general manager back. What needs to happen? 248-539-9797. There are names via trade, names via free agency. We've asked you guys to play along, and you guys have done it. Let's get to Dennis in St. Clair Shores. Dennis, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
What's up?
Good.
Good. Hey, I'm thinking if the Wings can make a trade like you guys were talking about for Miller or sign a defenseman from the LA Kings, and if they can sign one of the forwards, either from Winnipeg or Vancouver, I think they'll have a good shot at getting in the playoffs because they'll be stronger defensively, not only with another big defenseman, and they have a good goalie now, I think, a proven NHL goaltender, which they've sorely missed. So if they can sign a winger and a defenseman, I think they'll be good to go. And I think Steve's going to pull something off today. What are you guys thinking?
I think Gibson can make a big save. I think if you don't put a good team in front of him, you're going to get Anaheim the bad years. So you have to pair the goalie move up with a blue line move. And then you have the cap space to still add a forward. And you don't do it flippantly, but there's good players out there.
There's a lot of good players. There's a lot of ways that they can make this team better through trade, through free agency. I just hope that it's not one guy.
Ticket text 248-539-9797. John, it would be weird if it's just one guy. Like to free up $17 million in cap space, even after you bring back Patrick Kane. You're sitting on 17.
Yeah, you put together this war chest as free agency begins, and it doesn't have to be just free agency. It could be a trade. You've got picks. You've got value in the picks that you've already made, that you've started to develop. And I understand the not want, you pick those guys for a reason.
Yeah.
But do you really want to sit here and say, well, we're going to wait for another 3 years before we see any of these guys become rookies in the NHL? Or are we waiting another 5 years or 6 years before they become major contributors?
If they become major contributors. You'd think I sent this one, and this is a smarmy ticket text. Steve freed up all that money when they traded Wallman away. What'd they do with it? This one says, if nothing makes sense today, I'm okay with Eiserman saving the cap space and making a move early in the season when an underperforming team emerges and wants to fold on the season. But no move is not okay. Like if he made one move, that at least, I don't know, is that enough, John? If he makes one now and one later?
I mean, yeah, as long as it happens before the season. And it's like talking about the Lions.
Yeah.
Right? There are still moves that can be made to make the team better. The season hasn't begun. Practice hasn't even begun. So yes, it can be, but what is the move you're going to make later that you can't make now to make this team better?
Texter says, didn't the Red Wings clear that space last year and did nothing with it? Yes. There's a drop from John. Quote, it's two guys, one in the front, one in the back.
Yeah.
9:42 in the morning.
When I said it.
Yeah, well, nothing gets by these people.
Not my finest moment.
It's all right. So what Gov is saying, the Wings need to add someone from Livonia. That's around in Livonia.
Yeah.
Let's get to Chris on a cell. Chris, what's up?
Hey, obviously they need to do something with this cap space, and with the cap rising over the next couple of years, I think it's imperative to get some guys in the fold that you can still pay around the $8 million range for a good star player. So we definitely need to trade for a defenseman. Two guys I like is Rasmus Andersson from Calgary or Bo Byram. And I think you can get those guys for around $8.5 million a year, and it shouldn't cost, a crazy amount of money, compensation for the trade. And then sign a top 6 forward. I think probably the best one that's out there is probably Nikolai Ehlers to play on the wing, on the second line or first line. And then you need somebody, obviously, on the right side to replace Hull. Or if you don't get Anderson and you get like Bo Byram or something on the left side, somebody like Brent Burns, who's a veteran leader, big body, can still play, short-term deal. I think if you get those 3 moves, that would really transform this team into a playoff contender.
Brett Burns probably like a 1-year deal at this point in his career, but 6'5", 40 years old, can run a power play, got a gnarly beard. One of those that food gets stuck in kind of beard.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Right side for a year, fine. There's dudes out there. Like, I get it. They're not adding McDavid today. They can still make moves.
Yeah, but it needs to be a combination of moves. It can't just be a single ad.
No, it'd feel underwhelming. It'd feel like, what have we waited this whole time for? Like,
well, it's what did you create all this space for? What did you make these moves to get to this point for?
What's the point?
Yeah.
If you missed any of the show today, Odyssey Rewind. Talked a little bit of Red Wings, a little bit of Pistons. Stumbled into a fun conversation about the WNBA coming to Detroit. People with their name suggestions if they don't keep the Shock name. Did you have a favorite?
I don't know that I had a favorite. I think for me, I would just defer to, like, if they're going to keep the records that the Shock had before they left, then just go with the Detroit Shock.
It's funny because off air, Heather said, I don't know if I want to keep the Shock name, but the more we did it,
the more I thought, let's keep the Shock name.
Yeah.
Because I didn't love any of them. But usually I have to hear them over a couple times, right? Like, my normal reaction is, no, I hate that. And I'm like, oh, wait a minute, it's growing on me.
It doesn't feel like there's as many options as like as hard as naming a child. But I don't know that. I mean, like the ones that we heard, there's nothing that jumped out at me and said, yeah, that works.
How was it when you named your child? Did one jump out?
It did for us. And
no.
And I think I saw on...
Even with all your graveyard studying?
No. Before I gave birth, I had a list of about 5 names, and we asked every nurse that came in their opinions, and then we chose.
Yeah. And the one that I kind of liked the most, the Rockers, apparently that is the name of the team that's going to be in Cleveland.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
So...
Never mind.
Can't have that.
Taken.
I mean, we are having our team first, though. I mean,
no, aren't they? Are they 28?
They're 28.
We're 29.
Yeah.
Oh, we're 29. Okay, sorry. Yeah. Never mind then. Shoot.
Yeah, line first.
So it was last minute for your baby name?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it was, you need to sign this birth certificate. What are you naming your kid? I mean, it was
for
difficult. Both? No, not as difficult for Emily.
But the second kid?
Yes.
Boy names didn't come to you as easy?
Well, we had a huge list and then debating with the middle name because we gave him a family name that's very different as the middle name.
Does it flow with the middle name? That
Not
type of thing?
But the more you say it, I'm sure it does.
But it was like, oh my gosh, will this scar this kid for life because he's going to have such a different middle name. And then I'm like, middle names don't really matter. It's a cool name. It's a family name. We're honoring my Norwegian heritage. But I did. Like, my people. But it was like, all right,
so it's
guys.
Viking, right?
Yes, he's
Brooks,
just Viking.
Viking.
Thorval.
Thorval's a badass name.
That was my great grandpa's name.
One. Yeah,
that's actually really cool.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So no, it took a little while to decide.
Mm-hmm.
Thorville.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I think they should just keep it the Shock.
Okay.
You got it.
Gator, we were getting different recommendations, suggestions. If they don't name it just the Detroit Shock, maybe that's just what you want them to do. Do you have any other ideas?
The pink Cadillacs.
Oh, no.
The Detroit.
The Freeway of Love.
Pink Cadillacs.
You have something against Aretha?
No, it's more let's just be the Cadillacs then. I don't like I get what you're saying. I don't like the pink.
Get it? Because it's for girls. It's the pink Cadillacs.
Exactly. Woohoo.
Oh, somebody.
Yeah.
Hey.
Well, I mean, Costa came up with one. I don't even remember what it was, and it was instantly.
I mean, I could ask the question. I said, and I got to come up with something in 10 seconds.
I know, it's tough. I said Detroit
Spirit.
Like,
what are you doing?
I said Spirit because, these WNBA teams are Mystic and Sparks and Fever. I thought Spirit, the Detroit Spirit, but then someone pointed out Saginaw Spirit. So
Didn't the they used to have the basketball league in the 80s, Doug. They were the Detroit Spirits.
Yeah, the CBA, original
CBA, that was it.
CBA.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Sure. What did you want them call?
I didn't come up with a name. I threw out every card part I
Yeah,
could
no,
think
that
of.
works, right? She's the one that, hey, I'm not going to come up with any suggestions, but I'll tell you how bad
Exactly.
yours are. Yeah.
Exactly.
Well done.
It's a fun spot to be in.
It is.
Yeah, everybody loves that person.
Well, you guys,
great.
So you guys have the privilege of kicking off NHL free agency today, right? Noon?
Yeah, hoping for news. Although I don't think free agency is the plan.
It doesn't
It's going to be a
look
trade?
like it.
Yeah.
It's a trade or will be multiple trades? Are they only going to add one today?
Yeah, maybe. Okay. Dude, I don't know. I'm not making a prediction. I'm just thinking it makes more sense to trade than to sign this crop of free agents.
I think they'll sign some free agent. I don't know who, and I think there'll be a trade as well. I don't know if it's all going to happen today. I suspect that maybe this free agent thing can happen today. Free agent pickup can happen, but trades take a little bit more time to work out. Although you can work on trades for weeks.
Right.
See, you couldn't have. So.
Well, the reason someone would want to make a trade is to
No
free up
tampering.
some space so they could use it now with free agency. But I don't know. You guys will be at the front lines of it. What else are you guys talking about today?
We got some Tiger stuff we'll mix in, Lions. And there is today's a good national day.
Gator, do you know what it is?
I don't.
We'll all find out together. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Hello and welcome to the Carson Anderson program on a Tuesday. Hope you are doing well. I'm Doug Karsch. That's Scott the Gator Anderson. What's up, Detroit? And welcome. Scott?
Doug?
Free agent market in the NHL dried up before it even started, didn't it?
Yeah. All the big free agents were basically pulled off the board, or the only other one would seem to be traded. So, and the Red Wings were apparently not involved.
Well,
we don't know.
With Marner?
Yeah.
Yeah, it didn't appear to be the case. I mean, look, yesterday they did some good maneuvering, okay? I mean, getting rid of Tarasenko's contract, $4.75. And that money was basically turned around and used to re-sign Patrick Kane, Albert Johansson, and Jonathan Berggren. And that's great. They spun a player that was not doing much for them and basically spun him into free Patrick Kane, a free Jonathan Berggren, right? You've turned his money into their money, and that's great, and it really have an impact to the cap. But I mean, Sam Bennett, Ekblad, and Marchand back to Florida.
That's what you call the hometown discount.
Yep.
Oh, my. Those
Yep.
guys took millions less per year to go back.
Well, they got the state tax loophole down there.
Well,
which,
there is that, but that being said, they still took millions less.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that was something.
I mean, look at you.
But
they
good
could,
for them.
They could get involved in the free agents that are left.
Mm-hmm.
Gavrikov, the left-hand defenseman from the Kings.
Who McClellan had coached before.
Yeah, Ehlers with the Jets, the winger.
Yeah. Brock Bozer.
Bozer from Vancouver. But it just feels like the move is a trade. If you look at who is available in trade, whether it be Robertson or now Keandre Miller could be a target out of New York.
The Rangers, yeah.
That they might be moving on. Will Cooley, who's a pretty productive forward that could be a spare part or a cap casualty in New York as well.
But one of those guys, I think, is rumored to be a cap. Like they want to sign one, and the other one's going to be, hey, we don't have money for you.
Okay, so I mean that's what it feels like the next move for the Red Wings needs to be. I mean, we're operating in the reverberations of that report yesterday that the Red Wings are poised to do something big. Well, I don't know that there's anything left in free agency that would be big. And with slim pickings, whenever you get down to supply and demand, the supply of free agents now is dwindled already, meaning those teams with cap space and some that have to hit a floor are probably going to end up overpaying, right?
Yeah, I think you're right. We need to go back and think about this. Steve Eiserman, before free agency started, and over the weekend, he kind of let that signal out there that perhaps free agency wasn't the way that he was going to go. But they do have, 19, 21 million, whatever it is, in cap space. They're doing something. And now it seems pretty obvious that it's not going to be the free agent route, which he sort of intimated wasn't really going to be there. So it would have to be a trade. But it doesn't mean that you can't add somebody of substance. You certainly can. And, adding, if they were to add Keandre Miller, 6'5" defenseman, over 200 pounds, plays with a bit of a mean streak. Yeah, I'd like to have him. He's only 25 years old. But what would it cost to get him? You'd want to sign an extension right away as well, I'm sure, and that's why you have the money. I don't know how real the Robertson stuff is out of Dallas. If it's real, I'd try to go all in on that. I mean, that's a guy who's scored 40 goals twice in his career already. The last 4 years, he's been better than point a game on average. I think he's had a couple of 80-point seasons, and he had a 100-point season. So he's awfully productive, a responsible two-way player as well. I mean, to me, if you were to end up with both of those guys, and I'm not saying they are, I'm not going to make any predictions. I'm just saying if you end up with both of those guys, that's a home run. All right, now does it look as good as if you were to get Ekblad and Marner? No, but I mean that was probably unrealistic to think you're going to get both of those guys, but hoping to get one and you end up with none because one guy gets traded and the other one just re-signs. Okay, so you're left going back to the drawing board, but I'm sure that Steve Eiserman is well prepared for different scenarios in terms of at least he's not caught off guard like, oh, crap, all these guys are gone in free agency because they re-signed with their teams. Now what do? I guess we better look at trades. I'm sure he's been looking at that for a while. Whether he can pull it off is a different story because as he has said and as other people say, it takes two to tango. You need to have a partner in order to trade with. So now you're starting to scour and you're looking at other teams, cap situations. This is why New York is brought up or Dallas is brought up, but there are still a couple routes. I would guess that they were going to trade for one player and they're going to sign some free agent as well.
Yeah, and look, the trade market is where I think the big move is made.
Mm-hmm. The bigger of the
bigger the moves, yeah. And I mean, look, we're going off a report from a guy from The Athletic who really feels like Detroit's getting ready to do something. I mean, their cap situation is what it is. They've got some cap space in a year where the free agent market, it feels like it didn't completely evaporate, but there was a a lot taken off the board before the shopping even began.
Well, and the other thing you do as a GM is you look at, and you know this, a couple years out in advance, you know who the free agents are going to be. So you can look and see who's going to be a free agent next year, and maybe that's who you target in the trade right now, so you can trade for them and then sign them to that extension so they don't get to free agency next year.
Now, but this is the job. This is the job of Steve Eiserman. And Steve Eiserman, it doesn't matter what the context is. His job is to build a better hockey team. And I don't feel bad for him. I want him to be successful. I can't say that enough, but the situation is what it is. There was a degree of predictability of a lot of these guys going back to their teams. I don't know that we expected quite as many to go back to their teams as they did, but at the end of the day, this is the job. It's not easy, but you are in charge and paid the big bucks to get this done. And so now what's next? Well, we'll get to that. There were some Hail Marys suggested during the morning show. I want to talk about the veracity of those. Coming up today at 10:18. Plus your phone calls and feedback. It's Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, is your garage door making some really strange sounds, like something you just don't think is right? Is it sluggish? Is it not moving well at all? Well, do the right thing and get it fixed. Call the people at Precision Garage Door Service. They know exactly what they're doing. They've got expert technicians that come out there with a truck full of equipment, full of tools. They can fix things right there on the spot. They're awesome to work with. I know this because I've worked with them a couple of times. Years ago, I had problems because my garage doors were working really slowly. They came right out, fixed the problem, and I could not have been happier. When the time was right to get new garage doors, I called Precision again, and they walked me through the entire process, and everything went very, very smoothly. Give them a call today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or you can check them out at precisiondoormi.com and schedule an appointment online. That's 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or precisiondoormi.com.
So this breaking news from the NBA. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's agreed to a 4-year, $285 million Supermax contract.
Excuse me. How am I?
Yeah.
$71 million a year plus over a 4-year contract?
He's going to be making close to $1 million a game.
Oh, my goodness.
Close to $250,000 a quarter.
Really should have worked on that jump shot.
I mean, yep.
Wow. Really should have developed the Odie hook. I had a hook shot that I used playing pickup basketball.
That's about right.
Because Otis was the first nickname, and they shortened it to Odie. People called it the Odie hook.
Yeah.
It was devastatingly effective.
Was it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Devastatingly effective against your friends.
Yeah, against other guys that were my height or shorter.
And I don't know what relevance this has to do with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's
well, I mean,
$285 million
I
contract.
clearly should have developed that Odie hook, become a tier 1 5-star recruit. Should have played, basketball at Michigan State, then get drafted, be a lottery pick. So I could have signed a big contract.
did tease we were going to talk about Hail Mary plans. And
that's what I should have done.
You just generically and organically brought up another one.
Can you imagine seeing some 6'1" vertically limited fella out there on the court just shooting hook shots?
Yep. I could. I could see that. I think everybody could picture it.
He's not fast. He can't jump. He doesn't really have any height. No ball skills whatsoever. But that hook shot. What do you want to give him? $71 a year. Let's go.
Yeah. Yeah. $71 million a year. Unbelievable.
It is unbelievable.
Okay. So, look, the Hail Mary suggested by the morning show. One is don't spend any of this money, bank it, and make a run at McDavid next year. 2 is tank and try and win the lottery and go get Gavin McKenna, who's supposed to be the next generational player. The problem with both of those plans is they truly are lottery tickets. Connor McDavid, saying you want to bank the money and make a run at Connor McDavid is like saying, I'm in love with this woman. She will marry me. And I know she will say yes. But I prefer Eva Mendes, so I'm just going to marry her instead. Eva Mendes has some say, right?
She does.
Yes. And Connor McDavid has some say. You can't just say, we're going to bank this money and go get Connor McDavid. Connor McDavid has some say as well. And the way these things work out, typically, is right now, the Red Wings are in a situation where they don't get the Connor McDavids. So I mean, look, I get you could be trying to stealthily maneuvering for that down the road. The other one is tanking for Gavin McKenna. It's literally a lottery ticket. If you aren't the worst team in hockey, which they won't be the worst team in hockey, you have like a less than 10% chance of winning the lottery.
And even if they had the best chance and the best odds to win, they don't do it.
It's only 18%.
Well, and they have no lottery luck. I don't think you're aware of the irony that you had when you brought up Eva Mendes and Hail Mary.
No, why?
Do you know who Eva Mendes is married to?
Yeah, Ryan Gosling.
You know what his blockbuster movie's called coming out this summer?
No clue.
Or next year? Hail Mary.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, something else that just happened. That just happened.
Yep. You unwittingly.
I unwittingly and unknowingly
did that.
had no idea. I had no idea.
You're brilliant.
Yes.
You work on a different level.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Is that what we're going to call it?
Chess.
Josh,
Everybody's playing checkers.
I'm playing chess, yes.
And you are playing chess, 3D chess. Well done, sir. Yes, your point is well taken, though. Those are two. I mean, you can't rely on a draft lottery Hail Mary. The only way you can rely on, we're stockpiling for Connor McDavid next year, is if you know for sure that Connor McDavid's going to hit free agency.
Yep.
Which you don't know for sure.
Nope.
And then you have to know for sure
that Connor McDavid wants to play only for the Detroit Red Wing organization.
I mean, I kind of how do you get those assurances?
You don't. The way you do it is you trade for him, which I suspect if Edmonton knows that they are going to lose Connor McDavid to free agency, that they will trade him. Because how could you not? I mean, the best player in hockey, you've got it. And if you think you can't re-sign him, you move him.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they may.
So either way, I agree with you. Those are Hail Marys. They're unrealistic, and I'm sure that they put that caveat on there. Hey, this is wildly unrealistic. It's why it's called a Hail Mary.
Well, I know that the morning show talked about this because this was some of the feedback they got. And the one thing you can control trades. You get the player, you get the contract. I mean, some guys have no trade clauses, or some guys say, well, I'm not going to re-sign with you. But if you're willing to trade for a player like a Robertson or a Miller, you get yourself into that situation where that player knows that you want them and will pay whatever price that they want. And so, they can go after some of these free agents. The problem with even the Red Wings cap space is the last I saw, and I don't know if it's been updated. I guess I'll go look at Spot Track again. There's still 12 teams with more cap space than them. So cap space is only valuable based upon its relevance to what other teams have. The market is what it is. If there are 12 teams with more cap space than you, now, thankfully they've re-signed guys, and those other teams have their guys that they want to re-sign and money budgeted to go elsewhere. So it might be less than 12, but there's a lot of teams that are going to be bidding for a few players. And that's going to drive the prices up, and you probably end up overpaying for a free agent. So trade is the way to go. We just sit back and wait to see what Steve is up to. I don't think there's no plan. Like, I'll give you an example why I don't think there's no plan. Earlier this week, or I guess it was during the draft, so it was late last week, he was asked about buying players out. And he said, I don't envision doing that. And there was a mini meltdown amongst fans who wanted to see Tarasenko and Hull bought out, right? Well, he had a plan. He did have a plan to move one of those contracts. He was able to move and not have to attach a draft pick to it to get somebody to take the salary. So I believe that there are things in place and that he's thinking of stuff. And that was an example of, people thought, well, why isn't he buying these guys out? Well, there was a reason. He had a plan.
And if at all possible, if you're, let's say you're trading for Keandre Miller, a defenseman, it'll likely cost you a pretty good prospect.
Yep.
And could you send Justin Hall with him so that you lose Justin Hall and his salary, you take on Keandre Miller, you give him a contract extension? I mean, that could make sense too. But trades you can make at any time. Free agency begins 97 minutes from now, 96 minutes from now.
Yeah. I mean, do you expect them to make a big free agent signing?
I don't know if I expect them to make a big free agent signing. I would expect that they would be involved when you start looking at who's there. Do I think that they're going to be kicking the tires on Ehlers or Bozer or Gavrikov? Two forwards and a defenseman. Yeah, I think they're kicking the tires.
Well, don't get me wrong. I do like, if out of those guys, I'm a big fan of Ehlers, and I like his size. And, it's funny. I went back and just looked at his games against Detroit, and he scored a wicked goal against the Red Wings. And I think I'd be cool with that. I'm scared of what the prices are going to be given the market right now.
Yeah, but it is the market. The market resets every year, and next year the cap goes up again, and the year after that the cap will go up, and everybody else will have that same amount of money to work with. So it's just, you have to, this is not an easy job, right? Particularly when you have people that decide to go back on what the market is. Like what happened in Florida, it's amazing. And yet it throws the Players Association is like, wait a minute, what are you guys doing? You took millions less, like an Ekblad, what do you get? $6 million a year or something like that? That's like $3 million below what the market value would have been if he actually hit the free agent market. I can't imagine if the Players Association is all that thrilled with it. And yet at the same time, every agent in the world is going to say, well, they just gave the hometown discount. here's the real market value. You guys know it. This is a crazy offseason already because Florida. Nobody thought Florida was going to be able to re-sign all three of their guys, and they did. It's really actually amazing. Those guys. Why would they do that? Because they want to run it back. They want to have an opportunity to be the first team in forever to win 3 straight. I mean, we'll be the first team since the Islanders to win 3 straight. Edmonton never did that. So that would be pretty amazing if they can do that. But as far as free agency today is concerned, yeah, I think we'll hear the Red Wings linked up with a player.
Well, the one thing about the salary cap rising is if you look at the last few years, it's risen by 1 million, 1 million, 4.5 million. This year it's expected to go up a little bit more, but it really is, it doesn't rise as much because it's directly tied to revenues.
Right, yeah.
And the problem with revenues is revenues react to an Edmonton, Florida Stanley Cup.
Well, that's part of it. And they have to. Gary Bettman's really smart. So I expect even though I don't love everything he does, clearly, but I think he's a very smart guy. Came from the NBA, and he'll know, and he's been trying to. He's going to keep trying to find the best deal possible for the NHL when it comes to TV deals and rights deals and all that, and streaming services. And that's where the salary cap goes up.
And he's, to his credit, they put together a business model where they just had a new CBA renewed without coming anywhere close to a work stoppage, which is one of the worst things that can happen in a sport. And it wasn't even flirted with. Bam, re-upped. And that's an underappreciated, healthy thing because it was well before anybody heard the words work stoppage in NHL. They re-upped it, and that's fantastic news for the hockey fan. All right, 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, Red Wing fans. What happens next? We'll get to phone calls and feedback coming up. Red Wings with some cap space, some maneuvering, some stealth maneuvering to keep some of what they had in place. Remember last year we kept talking about their biggest problem, one of their biggest problems. It felt like they have a line and a half worth of forwards. So maybe the depth moves and trying to find a guy or two that can help, your second and third line actually goes a long way on a team like this. But here we sit with a lot of the free agent market picked over before it even started with guys going back to their old teams. What do you think happens next here, Red Wing fans? 248-539-9797. Pistons made a move yesterday as well, and their plan seems rather clear. That we will get to next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carter, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, 248-539-9797. Here we go. Feedback coming in from an unnamed texter. We are in hockey purgatory. Good enough to get fans excited, but not enough to be Stanley Cup contenders. Terrible free agent signings over the years, and trades haven't helped. And taking draft prospects that are years away instead of ones closer to NHL ready. Well, I mean, the draft thing, you don't have much of a choice. When you're picking 13, I suppose you could try and find guys who are close to the league, but that doesn't make them the best draft pick. And now I'm having a hard time being super critical of what Steve Eiserman's done at the top of the draft, because most of them appear to be either good players or good prospects, and there's no defined busts. He could get more out of the mid and latter rounds, but the hockey purgatory thing is something I'm not sure that I disagree with. They're kind of in this weird place where they're having problems getting that step. Like they're the same team. I feel like the same team they've been the last 3 years.
Well, yeah, they kind of are. But each year they seem to add more pieces and they're younger pieces. This past season it was Edvinson and Casper. Both those guys played really well.
Mm-hmm.
And I have a lot of confidence that in the future these guys are going to be outstanding players. I love Marco Casper and Simon Edvinson. You can't teach size, Doug.
No, you can't.
You can't.
No.
And he had his ups and downs last year, but there were way more ups than downs, and I'm looking forward to seeing the rest of his career. So that's just two guys last year that got introduced to the team that you're expecting to take strides forward and be better than they were. And that's a good thing. Who will those players be this year? That's what I'm curious to see. Who gets the opportunities?
There's this text. And how many cups has McDavid won in Edmonton? Curious why people think the Wings are one player away from winning a cup. That's from John. I don't know, man. He's widely regarded the best player in the league. If you could get him now, I think it's. I don't make a plan to go get Connor McDavid. The whole strategy this offseason shouldn't be banking money and resources to try and make a run at Connor McDavid. But why would you not want the best player in the league if he were available? I'm sorry. It's is there something inherent about Connor McDavid, or have they just lost some close games, some great opportunities to win a cup? Well, it doesn't mean he can't.
Edmonton is, offensively, they were offensively a gifted team, but defensively not so much. Goaltending, absolutely not. Terrible goaltending. So, McDavid going somewhere else does Connor McDavid make teams better?
Yes.
100% he makes them better. Would he make the Red Wings a Stanley Cup contender? Not necessarily. But if you continue to develop those younger players that you have, you might have something. I'm not going to sit here and dream of the Hail Mary that would be.
I'm not either.
Getting Connor McDavid next year in free agency. I just don't see it. I think if Edmonton knows that they're going to lose him, they're going to trade him. It's what they did with Wayne Gretzky.
Yeah, they might be in a Scooble kind of place, right? And
it's absolutely
or make one last run at it with him and try and or you could trade him, but. If you use the logic of, then who's the best remaining Florida Panther? Because he won a cup, go get him. I'd rather have him than Connor McDavid. He won a cup. Same logic, right?
He's tough.
It's Nate Schmidt, maybe, the defenseman. But free agents always dry up because many go back to their team. That's why people who really needed somebody targeted them and traded for them. Well, look, that's why I do think there is a trade coming. I don't think Steve Eiserman doesn't have a plan. And I know there's a lot of skepticism about him, but I thought yesterday with the Tarasenko move is exactly the kind of plan that is what is being worked on behind the scenes that we don't hear about.
I kind of agree. I think the bigger move to be made is through trade, and yet what's the timeline of that happening? Because the longer it takes, the more bullets he's going to take from everybody, and deservedly so. You want to see this team improved upon, and it's hard to get there until you see those players that you're adding to the team. And with free agency, it happens immediately, right? Today at noon, we're going to start to see different names being trickling in. So-and-so has signed a deal with this team and that team and that team. And I imagine the top free agents will likely be gone by 8 o'clock tonight. A trade is different. But what is the timeline? Is it the end of the week? Is it the end of the summer?
I don't know, but how many bullets Steve Eiserman takes is really not my concern, and it has no impact on winning and losing.
It affects my mental health in the meantime.
Okay, well, your mental health is somewhat my concern from 10 to 2 every day.
I would imagine it might affect your mental health.
But at some point, just get it done. I don't care when it happens, just get it done. And, yeah, I mean, people calling and complaining. That's sort of kind of our jobs every day from 10 to 2 is listen to people call and complain about stuff. But they aren't the only team in free agency. Last night it started in the NBA, and the Pistons signed Karis LeVert. What are they getting in Karis LeVert? Hunter Patterson of The Athletic says his role will presumably taking over primary ball handling duties on the Pistons' second unit, aiding Cade Cunningham and Jaden Ivey. He's a long player. He can get into passing lanes. He's got a huge wingspan. And it kind of stands to reason that everything we heard is that they're going to be looking for complementary pieces, that their run at a championship comes through the core of players that they've drafted. The question becomes, was Karis LeVert, quick, shift gears, Beasley is not in the plans any longer, or was Karis LeVert in their plans all along is one of the questions I'd like to know the answer to.
I mean, to me, it seems like Karis LeVert that's the pivot. That's this is what's going on. Beasley, let's find somebody else. Here it is, Karis LeVert.
And the thing about Karis LeVert is he's not the three-point shooter that Malik Beasley is. Can he get in the lane? And because of his size, does he get his shot off? Is he a bit of a contortionist? Yeah, he does. And I do like having long players on the perimeter that can, deflect passes and things like that. But, this is a complementary piece. If you want a player that puts him over the top, Trajan Langdon's kind of implied that's not their focus. He did say there will be a day, but it's not yet. Their big improvement comes from Cade, Jaden Ivey, Jalen Duren, Asar Thompson, Ron Holland, Beef Stew, the young players.
That core getting better.
Yep. And, it's not the most exciting thing in the world, just from a shock and awe. It doesn't feel like there's going to be any shock and awe from that team either when it comes to free agency, but that doesn't mean it's not the right thing. In fact, I think a lot of people kind of understand with the Pistons what they're doing.
I agree with that. I think more people would be on board with that model than if the Red Wings strike out every which way or just add marginal players.
Yep.
Don't want to see that.
No. But as it stands right now, Pistons, I don't know if Beasley's completely out, right? I mean, Beasley, the way that it's worked with these things is I don't know that we're going to get any decisions made overnight. Malik Beasley, could you get him on the cheap when this is over? You keep him on the hook and get him on the cheap when it's over? If he's found to be not guilty in this investigation?
Or if he's just exonerated, yeah. I suppose you could, but it seems like with this pivot, that's not going to be the case.
Well, there was Terry Rozier was cleared in the betting scandal yesterday. He was cleared, and so I guess that could happen. I haven't been following that one nearly as closely. I guess that could happen with Malik Beasley as well. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Also, straight ahead, Gator is going to do something he hasn't done in a while, sounds like. And I'm going to ask him to explain why. We'll get to that today at 10:52 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Well, Builders First Source has you covered. With 4 Metro Detroit locations, they specialize in top-quality composite decking. Brands that you trust, like Trex and TimberTech and AZEK. Whether you're a DIY enthusiast or you need a certified installer, their expert team will help you build the perfect deck that stands the test of time. Visit one of their locations today in Lapeer, Auburn Hills, Clinton Township, or Shelby Township and discover why Builders First Source is your go-to for decking. Quality, service, and unbeatable value. That's the Builders First Source promise. Search buildersfirstsource.com.
All right, a lot of feedback coming in. An unnamed texter writes, Gator, Florida teams in Nashville have no state income tax. You can take a pay cut and still come out on top. We've talked about that.
And where are they? It's taking a $3 million a year pay cut. I think it's pretty impressive.
Can Doug please explain why he's afraid of how other people spend their money? It's not your job at Steve's. It doesn't affect you. Well, hold on. I guess I'm glad you said this so you understand why. It does affect me because it affects how good or bad the team is. I don't care that it's other people's money. It's that there's a cap, and I'm hoping that they spend the money wisely. I'm hoping that the money goes to the best resources. I hope the money's not wasted. I hope the money doesn't overpay because you only have so much money. There's a budget you have to operate within in the NBA. So I think everyone should care how they spend their money. You want them to spend it wisely, right?
100%. I mean, you don't want to spend money just for the sake of spending money. I mean, in a cap world, there are reasons that you would hold back some money. I don't suspect they're going to use up all the cap space. You want to reserve something left over perhaps for a trade deadline so that you can take on somebody else's player and take on that salary without exceeding the cap. And there will be some teams that just say, screw it, we're going all in. And if it's all depending on how you do decide to spend it, how you allocate those resources.
Dude, it's one of the reasons why I'm celebrating getting rid of Tarasenko and almost $5 million for 11 goals.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's freeing up money. I guess we need to explain it so people do understand it, but that's why I care. I care a lot. Now, a little bit less so in Major League Baseball because there is no cap, but there are budget constraints. I mean, we're just out. It's the fact of the matter is we're in a world where the Dodgers, Yankees, Mets, and a few others are always going to have more financial resources than teams like Detroit. Detroit's not a small market, but they also aren't those size markets either.
No, they're not. They're not at all.
Unnamed texter add a couple Z's to Eiserman. He's asleep at the wheel. Okay, did you think that when he said he wasn't going to buy out Hull and Tarasenko, and then he found actually a better move than a buyout because you're responsible for none of the money? And eventually you'll get something back. I mean, those future considerations might be relatively low, but I don't expect it to be anything.
That doesn't even matter. That's
way better than a buyout.
Yeah, getting rid of the salary was huge. And then being able to use that to pay in full Patrick Kane for another year, the guy who actually does produce.
I mean, he basically got Kane, Bergeron, and Johansson for almost that same money.
Yeah.
Why are Detroit fans so afraid of spending sports teams' money? These are millionaire entertainment products. This is what they're supposed to do.
No one's afraid of spending money.
Nobody's afraid of spending money. It circles back to, we must have done a terrible job explaining this. It's a cap. There's a limited amount of money available. So if they have to overpay for free agents, that means they're probably going to pay more than the production that those players are going to get, and that there's better ways to spend the money.
Yes. Now, the way to do it, I suppose, would be that, and probably the case with any free agent that you would sign, is it's the term of the deal, right? So that's the other side of it.
The length.
Yeah. If you're going to sign, let's say the Red Wings were in on Ekblad, and they were going to give an 8-year, $72 million contract at $9 million a season. I mean, okay, you're expecting the cap to go up, and as the years go on, that looks like a better and better deal. Although at some point they're going to have the diminishing returns because the player gets older. But when you're looking at players right now, like the rumored to be looking at in trade to acquire someone who's 25,
yeah,
and you can give that player an 8-year deal, and maybe it's for $8 million a season. That's the rumor, I guess. Not the rumor. That's a report estimated. Hey, here's what it would cost to sign Keandre Miller. It would be, over almost $8 million a year. He's 25. Great. And that, by the way, is something I think the Red Wings are more interested in doing, is finding the player who's in his mid-20s that they can lock up long-term, as opposed to finding some player who's in their late 20s that they don't want to give an 8-year contract to or 7-year contract to. Again, it's supply and demand. Who's there? Who's available? The better route would be a trade at this point because all the free agents are basically shut down. You've got a handful of free agents that you might be interested in, and so is every other team in the league. You kick the tires, you try to do your best, but I would imagine that their top priority at this point is let's work out a trade.
248-539-9797. At least this is Abdelkader's final year of his contract. LOL. Let's go, Stevie. Make something happen. McDavid in a Red Wings uniform makes sense for some reason. Team legacy would be the main reason why. I mean, it would be awesome, but I don't think you operate now with that as a long-term goal. As much as, I go back to that, you've got a significant other that loves you and will marry you, but you'd rather marry Eva Mendes. That's cool, but Eva Mendes has to agree to marry you. Connor McDavid, if he gets to free agency, would have to agree to come to Detroit.
What about like a friends with benefits with Eva Mendes? Does that work out?
Yeah, I mean, what's the friends of benefits for the purposes of this comparison? Or this purposes of this comparison when it comes to Connor McDavid? I don't know. There's really only marriage or not. You're either that plays for you or he doesn't. All right, I said we get to Scott Anderson. You're gonna do something. I don't think you've done it in a while.
Nope. I had to think about this. I had to think about what the last movie that I saw in the theater, and it's been a couple years. And I think the last one I saw, it'd probably been more than a couple, probably 3 or 4 years. I think the last movie I saw in the theater was Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny.
I don't know when that came out, but that doesn't sound like it was out last year.
No, it wasn't. I think it's like 3 or 4 years ago. I believe that was the last movie I saw in the theater. And I used to love to go to the theater, and I used to love doing it over Christmas time. Take time off. One of my days, I would go see a movie and go shopping, do whatever, just and go in one of the Imagine theaters and sit down in great seats and really enjoy the experience. But I haven't really been that inclined to do anything since. There have been a couple movies that have come around like, oh, maybe, and then I just kind of blew it off. However, this new Jurassic World movie, Jurassic World Rebirth, the ads I've seen on TV, I think it screams that you have to see that on a big screen and not just wait for it to come out so you can watch it on your TV, even though everybody's got great TVs now. I feel like this is a movie that I should see in the theater. It looks visually awesome.
You're down for this, huh?
Yeah, and I go back to, I remember when the first Jurassic Park movie came out, 1993 was the date when it came out. I remember that summer and seeing it. It was my first year out of college, and I saw it with a buddy of mine, and there was all this hype about that movie. And I walked out of that movie, and I thought, that lived up to the hype, and then some. It was groundbreaking with the special effects and all that, and that actually still holds up pretty well today. But now we are 30 years later, 32 years later with technological advancements, different actors, the whole bit, different characters and stuff. But this movie looks amazing. You get the dinosaurs are in the water, dinosaurs up in the air, not just the T-Rex and the raptors and all. They got everything.
You're ready to go.
I'm ready to go, man. It comes out, I believe, tomorrow. So I'm really excited to see it at some point. I'm not going to see it this weekend, but I will see it.
So the previews have sucked you in.
They really have.
For the theater experience.
Yes. Now, I also recognize as I'm doing some research on this, it says it's a standalone sequel to Jurassic World Dominion, which came out in 2022. I don't think I saw that. I think I saw the previous Jurassic World movie, so I may have to watch Jurassic World Dominion before I see Jurassic World Rebirth.
Well, I'd say it's pretty clear that these movies are doing well because they keep making them.
Yes.
I saw the first one. Full stop.
That was it?
Yep.
Did you enjoy the first one? Do you recall?
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Snow Maverick?
Oh, it's no Maverick. Top Gun Maverick was on last night again. Love that movie. Top Gun.
Is that what you watched last night?
No, I didn't. Well, I did for 5 minutes. And I'm like, no, don't do this again. So I didn't watch a lot. I was reading a book, but yes.
Wow.
The
reading.
Not the the idea that because if I'm going to go see one, it's going to be F1.
Yeah, it looks interesting.
I
again, probably really cool on the big screen.
I think if I'm going to go see it, like it's 45 days before it goes to the premium video on demand sites where you can just stream it. It came out a couple days ago. I'm not sure I'm going to wait. I think I might actually go see that one in theaters. Wow. Yeah. What was my last one? In theater, I think it was that superhero movie that you guys laughed because I parachute. Endgame, yeah. I think that was the last time I was in a theater.
So
No, that's wrong. Last Christmas, my daughter wanted to see that Twisters thing.
Okay.
So I went and saw that in the theater.
Is that any good?
It was fine. It wasn't life-changing.
No.
No, I mean, there's no Shawshank or Top Gun, but.
Top Gun Maverick.
Yeah.
You didn't see that in the theater?
Did I see that in the theater? I can't remember if I saw it in the theater or I saw it at home. I think I saw it at home. But 248-539-9797. Let's go to Justin in Oakland. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Justin?
Hey, how's it going?
All right.
What's up?
So I was invited to an advanced screening of Jurassic World Rebirth over in New York.
Okay.
So I got to see that last week, and it is everything you want in a Jurassic Park movie, even Jurassic World. But for sure, it feels more like a Jurassic Park movie.
Okay.
I'm a huge fan of Jurassic Park. Not a fan of Dominion, to be perfectly honest. I didn't like it all that much. This is absolutely like what you want in like a dinosaur kind of like terrorizing movie.
Obviously, I don't no spoilers on the show, but would it behoove me to watch Jurassic World Dominion before I see this one?
You don't really need to. There's no real direct connection to it.
Okay.
They hint at a few things, but if you don't see Dominion, you're not going to be lost at all.
Okay.
So, yeah, I felt the same way when I watched Endgame. I wasn't lost at all.
Just shut up. That's the funniest thing you've ever said, actually. Because if there's ever a movie where you have to watch other movies, it's Avengers Endgame. You saw none of them. You just stepped right in for the last one. Yeah, so you put these gloves on and you snap your finger. Look at that. Everything comes back to normal.
I don't even know what I missed out on, right? I have no idea what I missed. I'm just saying.
You literally have no idea what you missed out on.
All right, Tigers back in action tonight. We'll get to them today at 11:05. And pay homage to our friends on Canada Day. We'll get to that at 11:01.
Happy Canada Day.
Here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. The NHL opens their free agency in an hour. The Red Wings re-signed a few of their players yesterday, including Patrick Kane. The Tigers are back in the field tonight after a day off. The Washington Nationals on tap for a 3-game series in D.C. 6:45 the first pitch as Jack Flaherty heads to the mound right here on 97.1 The Ticket. OKC Thunder star Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has agreed to a 4-year, $285 million max contract. This tops the record for the highest annual salary in NBA history. The Knicks are still searching for their next head coach. Mike Brown has been invited back for a second-round interview. Brown was fired midway through the last season after the Kings were spiraling at that point. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. All right, got a lot of feedback that we'll get caught up on. A lot of feedback. But Scott, today is Canada Day. Happy Canada Day to our Canadian listeners out there, and happy Canada Day to all my relatives who literally go from one side of Canada to the other.
They're all over the place.
They are all over the place. That country is just rotten with my relatives. From Victoria, British Columbia on one side to Antigonish, Nova Scotia on the other. And
sorry, where?
Antigonish, Nova Scotia.
Antigonish?
Antigonish. Have you not heard of Antigonish?
No, I've heard of the actress Annabelle Gish.
Yeah, different thing.
Okay.
Antigonish is a small town in Nova Scotia where St. FX University is.
Are there any big towns other than Halifax in Nova Scotia?
Not that I'm aware of.
I don't know if Halifax is all that big, but it's the one I know.
Does New Glasgow count?
Nope.
No? Then I got nothing. I'm down with my mom grew up in St. John, New Brunswick, and I still have relatives there. Shout out Mary Eileen and Greg, new guy. And got her son plays hockey. He was playing for Charlottetown of the Quebec Major Junior League. He was a goalie, Charlottetown, sorry. But now he is in, I got to find the place because it's a great name place. I can't think of the name, but he's playing somewhere else.
Better than Baba Ganoush?
Baba Ganoush?
Or I'm sorry, what was it called?
Antigonish.
Oh, Antigonish.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. So he's playing Quebec Major Junior Hockey. I got Ottawa, Mo and Goosh. Goosh?
Yeah.
Ottawa. I got cousin Mikey in Toronto. Randy in Ottawa. But anyway, so I got relatives.
You got them all over the place. Yeah. It's no coincidence, by the way, that Canada Day falls on the first day of NHL free agency.
Seems appropriate, doesn't it?
Yeah, it sure does.
So today, and we've done a lot of different stuff on Canada Day over the years. What's the best place in Canada to visit? What's your favorite place in Canada to go to? Because, I've had a chance to go all over, and I really do like the East Coast. I mean, we did a big family thing on Prince Edward Island, and it was awesome. It was really, really cool, and that was great. But last summer, we went to visit. We kind of do every 2 years. Everybody gets together, and one of the cousins hosts, and it was my cousin Colleen and her husband, Big Mountie, and it was, he's on the Canadian Mounted Police, and he's 6'7" tall.
That's a big Mountie.
So his name is Big Mountie. We went to some place on Vancouver Island, a little area called Parkville. It was beautiful. I have a couple dream destinations in Canada. Okay.
Well, I've got at least one dream destination.
And Gator, where would that perhaps be?
Little town in Alberta. It's called Banff. I know where I'd like. I've never been to Banff. I've never been. I've only been to basically Windsor, Leamington adjacent, and Toronto. And I've driven through from Windsor to Buffalo. So I've gone through
like Hamilton and
Brantford, and you head towards London to make a right or whatever. So
yep.
But that's all I've done. I would love to see Banff. All things
Canadian Rockies are insane.
It looks beautiful. And the other place I absolutely want to see is Vancouver.
Yeah, Vancouver's nice. I've only been through Vancouver,
but but there's other. I mean, I'd love to see Quebec.
Yeah, Quebec is really rural and out there, I'll tell you that.
Check out Montreal, Quebec City. I'd like to go back to Toronto. There's a lot I'd like to see because what I've seen feels like it's stuck in 1977, which is basically Windsor. And there's nothing wrong with it. I enjoy going to Windsor, but it really has not been modernized at all. And none of those towns, the towns I've been through, it's all the same thing. And they're quaint and they have character in it, and it's great. But I want to see something, more industrious, I guess.
Yeah. Okay. So for me, that's not it. For me, it is Banff. I would love to go to Banff, but the other one, Whistler. Dude, I want to go ski Whistler in the worst way.
Where's Whistler?
Whistler's in Vancouver or in British Columbia as well. It's I had a few hours drive out of Vancouver, and it's where I think the skiing was in the Olympics. It was a Whistler, but
I think you might be right.
Miramichi. That's where my relative Jack Flanagan is a goalkeeper for Miramichi. Miramichi. Anyway, here's the question. What's the best place in Canada to visit? 248-539-9797. And you know what? It could be as simple as Toronto. Toronto is a fun city to go to. I've been to Toronto several times just on vacation. Love Toronto. It is so big. The footprint size of the greater Toronto area is mind-blowing. Montreal is a fun town. Montreal has a very European feel. And I could spend a day around Olympic Stadium trying to figure that place out and what the hell they were thinking. Because that's another massive footprint place.
The other, along the...
I'm not sure Miramichi is a great place to visit.
No?
No.
Right along Lake, I guess would be Huron. Is it, what's the Blue Mountain or something like that?
Blue Mountain is a ski resort. Collingwood, yes, been there a couple times. It's pretty damn good. It's like a 5 hour drive maybe from Metro Detroit. I would say anybody goes skis Michigan up north, it's a little bit more than that. It's not big mountains, but Blue Mountain is definitely, I think it's probably the best Midwest skiing I've had. I like Boyne Highlands, Nubs Knob, Boyne Mountain. Those are great, but, for Midwest skiing, Blue Mountain's a little bit bigger than those.
And I've got friends that have gone out. They do like a annual trip or semi-annual trip to the Pinery.
I don't know anything
that.
about
I think
it,
that's
no.
along over by that area as well.
Mm-hmm. Don't know much about that. 248-539-9797. Anyway, what do you think is the best place in Canada to visit? In the meantime, we got open line calls. We'll get to some Tiger stuff coming up. Let's get back to your phone calls. Mark in Detroit, you're on 97.1. Hi, Mark.
Hey, how you doing? I want to say everybody talking about the Pistons. I like the Malik Beasley too, and you just can't get caught up like that. I don't think he did it. Regardless of the outcome, he messed it. You bring it on yourself. So, I don't think Karis LeVert and Malik Monk is that bad of a replacement. I mean, Malik Monk is an upgrade to me. In 2021, he shot 40% from three. I think it's an upgrade from Beasley in a way.
Well, look, let's start with the Beasley thing is depressing. It is, like you said, you can't get caught up on it. I hope that when it's all said and done, he's innocent of these charges, or this investigation shows nothing. Malik Monk, nothing's happened yet that I've seen. There are rumors out there that Malik Monk could come to Detroit.
It's something to that, because when I checked, the final word hasn't been put out about the deal. I don't know if it's Monk or whoever coming, but it's got to be somebody from the Kings, because the Kings want to unload somebody so they can sign. But I want to know this: if they do get Monk, do they have any salary cap left to use to go out and get another shooter? Because I still think they need another shooter.
In the NBA, you always have excessive cap, and it's about which apron do you want to cross, how much tax are you willing to pay. I got to tell you, I just don't think Malik Monk is the shooter that Beasley is.
He's not.
And you think he's an upgrade?
I think it's an upgrade in the way. I mean, Beasley isn't the best defender either. I mean, he shoots threes. I like him, but I think Malik Monk is a better player than Beasley.
Well, Monk is coming off his two best seasons scoring wise, and he's I think 27 years old. He's 27, just turned 27 in February. In the last 2 years, he's scored 15, and then this past year, 17 points a game. He's an excellent free throw shooter, 85% in his career. And he's a 35% three-point shooter. He shot 35.9 in 2023, then followed up with 35, and last year was dropped down to 32.5. So, and he's taking more three-pointers than he ever has. Is he an upgrade over Beasley from a shooting standpoint? Not based on statistics, what we saw last year with Beasley. Beasley was outstanding last year. But would it be, if this comes to fruition, was it sign and trade with Schroeder? Is that what that would be?
Yeah.
It would be a welcome addition, I think. I don't think anybody's saying, oh, don't do that. I'm not sure if the Pistons have that big man just yet.
Yeah, I'm not against. To be clear, I'm not against bringing in Malik Monk. I just don't. I might take issue with that being an upgrade. But 248-539-9797. We'll get to some Tiger stuff coming up. Also, Canada Day. What's the best place in Canada to visit? It is Carson Anderson on 97.1.
So if you need a new garage door, there's only one place to call. It's Precision Garage Door Service. I know this firsthand. I called them a few years ago. Said, hey, it's time. These garage doors have got to go. I need to replace them. They came out right away, walked me through the entire process, showed me all the different options I could go through. I selected my doors, and they got installed in no time. In fact, now they have a warehouse that's just chock full of garage doors. So, in fact, it's possible you could have a new garage door installed in less than 24 hours. Give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or visit their website at precisiondoormi.com. That's 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or precisiondoormi.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, 248-539-9797. Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. The Wings need more than the best player in the league. Goaltending is bad. They need defense and offense. If by off chance McDavid came here, he'd be gone in 2 years, and the rest of the team, if the rest of the team doesn't develop. Yes, I would agree with that. It wasn't enough for him to win a Stanley Cup in Edmonton, and yeah, they would have to keep developing their own guys, you hope, and you hope that the goaltending's already made an upgrade. But anyway, that's the McDavid thing is a non-starter. It doesn't make sense. It came up on the morning show, that or tank and go get the number 1 pick so you can get Gavin McKenna. These are Hail Marys. These aren't real plans. Next one, I hate when people say who cares how they spend their money. I give them my money when I buy jerseys, hats, gear, tickets to games, outrageous concession prices, and not to mention the tax money used to build their massive stadiums. I give them money to provide a service. That service should be a quality hockey team. Yeah, I mean, I think the people that really were questioning us, probably it's about whether or not they're spending smart money against the cap. You have a budget. You can't go over the budget. You stay within the cap. You don't want them to overpay for a player. I mean, Tarasenko, we celebrated freeing up Tarasenko money yesterday. And then they basically spun that into a free Patrick Kane, Jonathan Berggren, and Albert Johansson because they took the money they saved that it was budgeted to go towards Tarasenko and re-signed all those guys. Bravo. Good move. I care how they spend their money. 248-539-9797. It's also Canada Day. What's the best place in Canada to visit? A lot of feedback coming in on that. Ernie is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Ernie.
Hello there, guys.
What's up?
Thanks for having me. I just wanted to chime in on Canada. I've been to Banff, and I've also been to Whistler, Doug.
Yeah.
All right. And Whistler is awesome. It's just so big. And but if you do go there, don't bring a credit card. Bring 2 because it's really expensive. All right?
Not at all surprising,
Yeah, right.
and also a deterrent.
Why rack up one credit card debt when you can do 2?
Right. And the thing about it, I was there a year before the Olympics were there. So that was back, and I believe it was the 90s. Could be wrong. But anyways, yeah, they already had the downhills already set up, and I was fortunate enough to be able to ski one of those. And I'm not a great skier; I'm average, but man, I have a whole new, appreciation for them guys. It was incredible.
I'm not surprised.
But anyways, Banff, real quick. Doug, I mean, Gator, you got to go to Banff. It's beautiful, absolutely incredible. We were there and we stayed at this place called the Fairmont Springs, which is, if you look it up, it's one of the 10. They say it's one of the 10 most haunted buildings in the world.
Oh, there you go.
It was really cool, though, man. And but
Did you see any evidence, Ernie? Did you see any evidence that it was haunted?
It's really funny. So my daughter looked all this stuff up, and there was 3 things that happened there. I won't get into all of them, but one of them was 2 people got murdered in a room. It's like on the 18th floor of this thing.
While you were there?
Well, yeah. So she wanted to go past it. So we go up there, and as we're walking past it, you see where they have the odd number of rooms on one side, evens on the other, and I think it was room 1813 or something. Well, when you go up to that, they have the numbers going, and all of a sudden that room is blocked off, and they just cemented right over it. So you can't even get there. So I took my wife and our friends up there afterwards. My daughter wanted to go, and we were doing all that stuff, and we're walking past this room, and all of a sudden we hear some knocking going on the wall. I'm going, holy shit,
Well, I can't say that, but yeah.
I did want to hear the story of what happened, but oh well. 248-539-9797.
Spirits getting it on? Some knocking going on in the room?
Sounds crazy because it's colder than hell, but Quebec City in the winter is incredible. That's from John in Lake Orion. I've been to Quebec City a couple of times, never in the winter. It does sound cold as hell, but that is not a deterrent for me. Must-see destination with much historical value is Cheetahs of Windsor, Ontario. Lots of peaks and valleys. That's from Charles in Farmington.
Yeah, I would say, Jason's Executive Lounge was the other one. The $1 Million Saloon, I think, was the other one or something like that.
You got a lot of business done at the Executive Lounge?
Yeah, sure. The transactions.
Quebec Old Town is unbelievable. Stratford, Ontario is a special visit. My wife's sister lives there, and my wife lived there when she was a child. That's from Elmer and Ann Arbor.
I was there once.
And?
It was interesting. I was there in my freshman year in high school, in the drama class that I was in, or the acting class that I was in. They took us all out to a festival they have out there every year, and we got to see a performance of King Lear. It was actually really cool, in one of the theaters they have there. And, it was a long ride to get out there and a long ride back, but it was good.
Banff National Park is by far the most beautiful place I've ever been. If you like mountains, lakes, and massive rivers, Banff is the place for you. Banff sounds like the place for me.
Where's
That's from
that?
an unnamed texter. Banff!
Thank
you. Yeah. Montreal's cool during the jazz festival. It's not all jazz. A lot of different artists show up. Stumbled upon it once. My wife and I were in Montreal, see the Padres play. Missed Tony Gwynn's 3,000th hit by one day. I believe the jazz festival was going on. It's on the island there, right? And we kind of wandered out there. A lot of food, and the Formula One track was there, and Montreal is wild. 248-539-9797. Bridge in Farmington Hills. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Bridge.
Hey, guys.
Bridge.
Hey, so how you doing?
Good.
Okay, so I've been to a few places in Canada. Toronto many times, Mississauga, and you have the CN Tower and the boat ride on the Thousand Islands. I don't know if you ever took that. That's very interesting. Been to Quebec. That was a long time ago, and the only thing I remember is that it reminds me a lot of small London if you go into Quebec. But and I don't know if you look at it that way.
What was the
my
best?
trip by far
Yeah, best?
was Whistler in the summertime.
Yep.
This was an all-expense paid trip, and we flew into Vancouver, and from there they flew us by helicopter to Whistler, and then 5 days over there, doing all kinds of things, tours, everything paid for. And on the way back, we came by bus to halfway down, and we had lunch there and a lumberjack show that they put up for us. And then the rest of it was by train, came down to Vancouver. The final banquet, when they took us from the hotel to the banquet hall, classic cars. We took us by classic cars, 2 couples to a car. And there were about 50 cars, so that was fun. But the whole thing, the whole experience was very good. But Whistler is a beautiful place in the summertime.
It's near the top of my list for sure. 248-539-9797. Let's continue with your open line calls. Tony in Madison Heights, you're next. Hi, Tony.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
Every time at this time of the year when we talk about free agents, I never hear anything about possibly exempting the Michigan State income tax from income. They did that to the movie industry a few years ago, and I don't know why they discontinued it, but it seemed like a good idea, and they've done, they've given out credits before, so why couldn't we, to encourage players to sign in Detroit or be more competitive to everyone else, just say, here's an exemption for professional sports players.
How do you think that would fly with the general public in the state where, hey, athletes, you guys get a break?
Because it's non-competitive. If Florida keeps getting all these players, and one of the main reasons is income taxes, how do you compete?
Well, I mean, this is something that's been going on forever, and now I don't know why now it's being brought up as the main reason. I think the main reason those guys came back to Florida is because they won back-to-back Stanley Cups.
Yeah, but they could take what looks like
of course, the money aspect has always been there. I mean,
and it sucks. I mean, I don't know that the leagues need to look into this to unfair.
See, that's what has
advantage.
to happen.
Like a league could say, okay, you might not be paying a tax to sign there, but
you can,
for competitive balance, we're going to tax you.
Well, or how about this? What you could do is alter their salary cap.
To make it
compliant with what everybody else has to deal with it, because it's a disadvantage for the rest of the league. But this has also been. It's not like this happened yesterday.
No, this has been going on for a while.
When Ndamukong Suh signed with Miami, one of the reasons he did was because the money he got from the Dolphins extended way further than what the Lions were offering.
And I've thought about this too quite a bit, about somehow, some way, having real money, like what you're spending and what we're spending, or what we have to offer and what you have to offer, are the same thing. It's just, you just don't get taxed in Florida. You're right. It would be changing their cap would be the thing to do.
You get taxed with federal taxes, but the state taxes are different.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, just a reminder, we're part of something cool here at 97.1 The Ticket that you can take advantage of. We're partnering with Detroit PAL to bring you the 1st through 8th grade middle school combine at the Corner Ballpark coming up on July 16th. 97.1 The Ticket excited to give young athletes in the community a space to showcase their talent, develop new skill, and receive top-tier coaching. Registration is open to all boys and girls 1st through 8th grade. You can register for free at detroit.org. DetroitPal.org/events or go to 971theticket.com. Students will have the opportunity to participate in 40-yard dash, vertical jump, broad jump, and push-ups. This is the old Tiger Stadium field. And it's now surrounded by condos, and the Police Athletic League headquarters are there. But it's the actual field, home plate's there, the bases, the flagpole out in center field. So it's skill development and all kinds of stuff, and it's free. So get your kid running around on the old Tiger Stadium field. Cool event. DetroitPal.org/events or 971theticket.com. Places to register for this free event, 1st through 8th grade. 248-539-9797. We mentioned you get some Tiger stuff. So they're back at it. And Washington tonight, Jack Flaherty going. We took some Flaherty calls yesterday. about how he is a key guy for this team moving forward. Tigers went through a bit of a rough stretch. They've had their third 3-game losing streak of the year. And that was the game against Pittsburgh and the 2 games against the Rays when they did that doubleheader late night thing, and then the late night arrival, then the early start the next day. They bounced back from that. Now, the previous 2-game winning streaks, they won 7 of the next 8. This team has merely won 5 of the next 7. But they're back on the winning track, and the lead is still 11.5 games, Scott. Very comfortable place to be.
It's a really comfortable place to be. I really like what this team is doing. I like how they're getting healthier. Hopefully by the day, we'll see if Reese Olson is called up to make the start tomorrow. Looks like Alex Lang could be joining the bullpen real soon.
Let's go.
Those are 2 big additions to this team. And it's great to see the guys. We talked a little bit about it yesterday. Just guys that get their opportunity and run with it. Wenzel Perez is running with his opportunity. Don't know. Maybe we'll hear something today about Kerry Carpenter and how that hamstring's doing. But, if Kerry Carpenter has to sit for any amount of time, it's okay because Wenzel Perez has done a great job. Jahmai Jones has done a great job. You talk about the pitcher they brought up last week, Dietrich Enns. Who? That's right, the 34-year-old youngster who went to Central Michigan, but had a heck of a game last week through five innings, shutout innings with 1-hit baseball. He was great. And had pitched well at AAA. So did they find another diamond in the rough here and getting lucky with it again? At some point you stop saying it's luck and it's just it's a way of going about business and finding what's best for the team. And they've done an amazing job with that. And we're getting more, Matt Vierling's back with his team now as well and getting more regular reps. I don't see this team slowing down.
No, I don't either. There is some breaking news with the Tigers at this hour. They are placing outfielder Kerry Carpenter on the 10-day injured list.
I like it.
Infielder Trey Sweeney is being recalled from AAA Toledo. Excuse me?
Well, here's why. Because, because I'm assuming that Kerry Carpenter said the other day, he says he feels it shouldn't be long. This is like something he did before. And what I suggested yesterday, I said, hey, why don't they just go ahead if they determine it's something he could come back from this in like 5 days or so. Don't worry about it. Put him on the 10-day IL and let him stay there until after the All-Star break. Let him get completely healed up because of the aforementioned Wenzel Perez and Jahmai Jones, and now they're going to bring back up Trey Sweeney just as added insurance there. I'm assuming this means that it's not serious, but
10 days implies it's not serious.
Yeah, so okay, sounds good. Give him his time off, let him rest up, and be back for the second half stretch. I mean, we're technically in the second half, but the post All-Star game stretch.
248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Nick and Livonia. You're next here on 97.1. Hello, Nick.
Hello, gentlemen. How you doing?
We're good, Nick.
Hey, listen, I wanted to give a couple 2 cents here. First of all, the PAL League is a fantastic organization, and wish my son would have gone to a combine in middle school and had that opportunity. So for anybody listening, get your kids out there. Secondly, the Tigers are not slowing down. I agree with that. And then last of all, Hope, British Columbia, guys. Hope, British Columbia. Let me tell you, it's the most beautiful place that you can go to in Canada. Waterfalls in every corner, green, lakes, rivers, everything you can possibly imagine. It's actually where they filmed First Blood. They got a statue now of John Rambo there. So fantastic place to go, and I'll leave it back to you guys.
Okay, so we're talking about that because it's Canada Day, and we're just saying what's the best place in Canada to visit, and I'm just looking up this Hope, British Columbia. I actually saw First Blood years ago.
Look at you.
Yeah. So I feel like I now have a connection to Hope.
Well, I definitely
you liked that movie, didn't you?
The first, I think it's great, actually.
All right.
I think that first Rambo movie is amazing.
You didn't show the requisite enthusiasm when it came up.
I'm trying to contain myself because
okay.
I've seen the movie probably 60 times.
Okay. Yeah, I was like, Gator, you should be more fired up. You should more want to go to Hope.
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
Okay. 248-539-9797 from an unnamed texter.
Hell, he calls home. Eat food to make a Billy go puke. To kill, period.
So I saw it when it came out, so none of this is really resonating with me. Are you quoting from the movie?
Yes.
Okay.
I could go on, but I won't because clearly it's nothing that you want to hear.
No,
or the people
no. I was about to say it's not me. I'm worried about. I'm worried about the audience that doesn't want to hear lines from a movie that's 40 years old. The best place to visit in Canada is Toronto, especially for their garage sales, theater scene, visual art, choir, and their street hot dogs.
Well, how about the street hot dog?
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds good. What's a Toronto dog like?
No idea.
I'm going to have to look this up. That's what we do.
Last Thursday, I visited Pinery Provincial Park. Awesome place on the shores of Lake Huron. It made me want to visit Ontario's many other provincial parks. From Sam on Auburn Road, if you're going into the great outdoors, Newfoundland is awesome. You can, if you're a city person, check out Quebec City. Lots to do, walkable and very European. Newfoundland is fascinating because it is remote. And I got talking to my relatives about Newfoundland. They're all up there, and they're like, yeah, it's...
Well, there's a difference. Because St. John, New Brunswick, St. John's, Newfoundland. Is that correct?
Yes, there's a St. John and there's a St. John's.
Those are two different...
Yes.
Would expect nothing else from a country that has the Rough Riders and the Rough Riders.
Yes. Well, not any longer.
No,
but yes, they did have the Rough Riders and the Rough Riders. And I had, and now they're the Red Blacks in Ottawa, which is a great name.
Is it?
The Red Blacks, yeah. Best place to visit in Canada is Niagara on the Lake. Beautiful and multiple wineries, plus the Wayne Gretzky estate is gorgeous. Hands down, Vancouver, British Columbia. Biking around Stanley Park, kayaking and watching the bald eagles fish on English Bay, eating and shopping the fish market on Granville Island. All right, well, 248-539-9797. Paying homage to our friends in Canada on this Canada Day. What is the best place to visit? By the way, did you see who played in the Rocket Classic? Do you remember James Pyatt?
Yeah, Michigan State.
Yeah.
Golfer.
Who won the U.S. Amateur at, it was Oakmont, wasn't it? Didn't he win at Oakmont like 4 years ago?
I forget where he won it, but yeah, I know that he made the cut at the Rocket Classic.
Yes. So he actually, after winning the U.S. Amateur, got lured to and jumped to live.
Mm-hmm. The live tour, yes.
Yes. And I guess he struggled. His 2-year deal expired. He actually got like relegated or sent down. I don't know what happens in live. I don't know what that's about. But if you went to live, you have to sit out a year before you came back. And he's currently doing that. But I guess the Rocket Classic gave him a sponsor's exemption.
Yeah, because he's local.
And so he got to play in it. He made the cut, and it looks like he made nearly $20,000. And now he's off to the Asian tour, and he's going to try and get back into the PGA tour.
Well, good luck to him.
I agree. I remember that story when he won the U.S. Amateur. Local guy. People were excited about him. I think he's a Detroit CC kid. Am I wrong on that?
That I don't know. No, he's Michigan State.
I know he's Michigan State, yeah. But so to see him playing again at a PGA Tour event was cool. So, I know a lot of people rooting for him. Yes, he was at CC, Farmington Hills native, went to CC and then Michigan State. So he was back, and I just, give an update, saw a story on him following the Rocket Classic, and he made the cut, and good for him, and we wish him luck trying to get back on the PGA Tour. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Free agency in the NHL starts at noon. If there's anything big that goes down with the Red Wings, of course we'll pass it along. Although yesterday, the day before, and over the weekend, it felt like a lot of free agents re-signed with their old teams, which is unfortunate, but the Wings could still be a player. You think about last year's team, we kind of joked about they have like 1.5 good lines. So maybe a depth guy can help them quite a bit. And it does feel like trade is perhaps more likely to impact this team. Hey, Michigan Auto Accident Attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents, and that's why they have the largest auto accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. Same thing with truck accident settlements. On top of that, they take on fewer cases. This is a huge differentiator. They do it on purpose. It means they have more time for your case, but that leads to faster and larger settlements for their clients. Many people call Michigan Auto Law because they can't get a call back from their current firm. So reach out to them, Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 on the ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Talking about a variety of things. Gang, breaking news at this hour. Kerry Carpenter, the 10-day injured list. Trey Sweeney, that was a short trip to Toledo. He is back. Carpenter just trying to rest up a hamstring, but as Gator pointed out, this leads right into the All-Star break. So he'll get roughly 2 weeks to get himself better.
Yeah, just give him some time off. Let it heal up as much as possible. Go in for your rehab and all that.
Yep. And okay, cool. That's it's kind of just been this lingering thing with him, although he's been producing. He started to get hot again, but I don't know if Sweeney got corrected in the 48 hours he was in Toledo or whatever. I guess he went down Friday and today's Tuesday, so it was more than 48 hours. More
it
like
was
72
right.
hours.
He actually had a few games in there, but yeah.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Also, it's Canada Day. What is the best place to visit in Canada? We've been talking Red Wings, Pistons free agency as well. So noon is the official start time for NHL free agency.
I did find it interesting, though, that it's Trey Sweeney who's coming up.
Mm-hmm.
They have a bunch of options. I mean, the team is so versatile as it is that they need to bring a shortstop up? I mean, they could have brought anybody up.
Did you follow what he did in Toledo in the 2 or 3 games he played?
I mean, I did. I think he went 0 for in the first game, and then
bring him back.
Then he had a multi-hit game in one of the ones over the weekend. But yeah, it's just curious that you've got. I mean, you're losing an outfielder, and you're going to bring back a shortstop. You had the opportunity to bring back Badu if you wanted to, or Justin Henry Malloy if you wanted to. Maybe you wanted to give a shot to a different infielder like Hao Yu Lee.
Bonias.
Yeah, I mean, there were a lot of options they could have done. They went back to the shortstop. So, interesting.
Yeah, I guess it's not necessarily what I would have expected. 13 at-bats, 3 hits. Does that sound like what he did in Toledo?
Yeah, it would sound about right because I think he went the first game. I thought he was 0 for 4.
No, I'm sorry. He only played 2 games.
Okay.
And he went 1 for 5.
1 for 1 maybe in the second game.
Yeah. Well, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We got a Tom in Redford. You're next on 97.1. Hello, Tom.
Hey, gentlemen. About 50 years ago, great trip, a little town called Tobermory on the Georgian Bay. And it was the lake or bay is like crystal clear. And one of the unique things about this place was the beginning of the Cabot Trail. It's a hiking trail that goes from there all the way to the state of New York.
Wow.
And we did about 6-7 miles of it. We were just out of high school, so it was about 50 years ago. And, boy, what a story. If you guys had about 15 minutes, could I tell you a wild one? But, yeah, it's a great place to go. Go across the Blue Water Bridge, head around like northeast for maybe a couple hours, and you're there.
So a bunch of high school kids drive out to this peninsula in Ontario. What attracted you to Tobermory?
You know what? I don't have a clue. One of my buddies came up with it, and none of us had ever backpacked before. And we're, all athletes, young and strong. We figured, let's do it. But what a treat. Yeah, you'd walk high above like on these rocks and ledges, and you could see the bottom of the lake as you're looking down in. It was awesome.
Oh, cool.
So it's on the same, it looks like it's a similar parallel to like Petoskey, Charlevoix, Harbor Springs area.
I believe you.
I'm just looking at the map. I've always been curious about that part of Canada.
Ontario?
Yeah, well,
like non-Toronto, Ontario?
Right, not Windsor. Yeah, it looks cool. I mean, this whole lake, the Georgian Bay. I mean, that's not part of Lake Huron necessarily, is it? It's its own little water entity, even though it flows right into it.
I think I don't know what technically is or it isn't.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's cool though. There's a whole. I mean, there's geography's fun, man. When you take a look at it, the way that the UP in the state of Michigan, how it extends, it's connected to Canada, and that extends further east and south.
Yeah,
with the island up there, and then the peninsula he's talking about. That whole area just seems cool. There's so much frontage, lake frontage.
Oh yeah,
and we love our lakes.
So I'm trying to think of where I got sent when I was working at Channel 25 in Flint in a previous job. The Flint Generals were playing a playoff game. I believe it was against Brantford.
Mm-hmm.
And I got sent to get highlights, but I had to get them back by the 11 o'clock news. So my job that day, I was given a news car. I drove to Brantford.
Wow. It's Gretzky's hometown.
I
right?
did about 15 minutes of the first period, and then I had to get back in the news car and drive back to make it by the 11 o'clock news. That was before we had a live truck. Once we had a live truck, you could drive into the range and just poke up the mast and send the highlights back that way.
Mm-hmm.
Save a bunch of time. But I think it was Brantford. It might have been Chatham. I have to go back and look and see who the Generals played. You think that's easy to find on the internet?
Sure, it's easy. But Brantford, that's Gretzky's hometown, right?
I don't know. Is that Gretzky's near Hamilton, isn't he? No, it is Brantford. I didn't go to Brantford. It must have been Chatham. It wasn't that far. It must have been Chatham. They must have been playing Chatham.
Great story.
that I just butchered. Complete and total waste of time. Why don't I have you recite movie lines from 40 years ago?
Let's do
better. Glennie
Yeah.
is next. Hi, Glennie.
Hello.
Hey,
Hello.
go ahead.
Hey, it's Clemmy.
Oh, Clemmy. All right.
Even better.
Yeah. Hey, two things I want to say. First of all, thanks for taking time to recognize our country. We think the world of both of you, and it's always a really good friendship and neighborhood. And I got like two areas I think you'd always enjoyed. I had to go up and do a training session all the way up in Kingston, and it is just Gananoque area is awesome. And then my hometown of Amherstburg, which is just downriver, right across from Bobble Island, really good area too to enjoy.
Kingston, is that up near Ottawa?
Yes, it's before Ottawa. You get outside of Toronto, and then you got Belleville, and then you're into Kingston, Gananoque area, and up that way. When I was driving truck a long time ago, great area. And then we got the island where Don Cherry has a place out that way, and you would really enjoy it.
Right.
And there's a real good 407 to get around Toronto, so you got to pay a toll, but you can get there a lot quicker. But when you get up that way, and then right across is New York, you can go over the bridge, and then next thing you know, you can be right there for the 1980 Olympics.
Lake Placid, yeah. Hey, thank you for the phone call. Just asking, on this Canada Day, what is the best place to visit in Canada? 248-539-9797. By the way, did you see the news about the Tampa Bay Buccaneers?
I did not.
Usually we won't break Buccaneer news on this program.
Not typically.
No. But it has been leaked that according to multiple sources, the Buccaneers are set to unveil a white road version of their creamsicle throwback uniforms on July 15th as part of their 50-year celebration. They're bringing back the white creamsicles.
Interesting.
With Bruce the Buccaneer on the helmet. They switched from a creamsicle orange and white.
It was
Bruce
orange jerseys with the white pants, right?
Yep. And now they've got the pewter and red.
Yeah, which is actually a really cool. I mean,
it's not a bad uniform.
No, it was a cool scheme that they switched to back in the day.
Yeah.
But I always did like the creamsicles.
Yes. And so they're bringing back those creamsicle uniforms.
But the road ones with the white jerseys, so it's white jerseys and orange pants?
I don't know I don't know. I think they're doing all whites. I think it said all white in the story.
Very clean.
Yeah, unveil a white road version. I mean, it just says white road version. But those uniforms are, I don't know if they're looked at. They didn't win a ton of games in them.
I know they're notorious for losing a ton of games in them.
Yep.
They lost, I think the first year in the league, they were 0-14.
Yeah, they struggled a little bit. But great look.
Made a poor decision on who they drafted first overall. But, yeah.
Who did they take first
I believe
overall?
Ricky Bell, the running back.
Oh, yeah.
From USC at the time. I forget if they passed on Tony Dorsett that year.
I don't know. But, yeah, Ricky Bell was dominant at USC. But anyway, so interesting news in the NFL. Speaking of which, we've got some Lions stuff to pass along. Let's talk about the TJ Watt thing next. Look, it circulated yesterday because Adam Schefter sent out a tweet saying the teams are coming at Pittsburgh. Quote, outside team interest is likely to increase given Monday's trade. TJ Watt, if he is available, and I suspect he isn't, okay? Yeah, he's going to the final year of his contract. He's not happy. This is a very familiar song and dance with edge rushers. It's exactly what's going on with Trey Hendrickson, right?
Yes.
This came out near the end of our show, and we're like, all right, well, we have to talk about it because people want an edge rusher. They want another edge rusher opposite of Hutch. Tim Twentyman came out with a stat. I'm going to give you the stat, the story he wrote on DetroitLions.com the other day. Are you ready?
I am ready.
When offenses took a sack on a drive last season, they ended up scoring a touchdown or field goal on just 26.2% of those drives. That percentage for scoring a touchdown was just 8.2. So if you took a sack on a drive, you scored touchdowns on 8.2 of those drives. 8.2% of those drives, yeah.
Okay.
So while the Lions were like one of the best teams in the league in hurries, in spite of all their injuries, they were down the list in sacks.
Yes.
Would TJ Watt make sense? Of course he'd make sense. Is there truly any path to getting him is the debate. And some insiders have done some reporting on that. We'll get to it at 12:02 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Just a reminder, Phase 2 of All-Star voting runs through noon on Wednesday.
Phase 2.
Phase 2.
Phase 2. Engage.
Yeah, it is engaged. We're right now. Phase 2 operational.
Yes.
So go vote for Javi Baez, Riley Green, and Gleyber Torres. They are finalists at their respective positions. Green and Baez in the outfield and Torres at second base.
God, that would be so amazing if Javi gets voted in. And your starting center fielder in the game could be Javi Baez.
And it's an impossibility. Do you believe in miracles?
I mean,
this impossible dream comes true.
It's just so far-fetched.
So far-fetched.
A year ago, you tell anybody that, they're laughing.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, that Javi Baez, regardless of position, would be a all-star. That's just, it's laughable based on what happened last year and the previous 2 years. It's laughable. Then you're going to say, oh yeah, no, not as a shortstop, as an outfielder.
Mm-hmm.
And he'll likely start in center field if voted in, because I would imagine you put Judge in right and Riley in left.
Yep.
That is amazing. And this is one of those things that is why I love sports.
You never know what's going to happen.
Never.
But I was pretty sure that wasn't going to happen, and now it's happening.
Yep.
So we'll see. Phase 2, engage. Detroit fans, go vote your guy in. 248-539-9797. It's Canada Day. We're talking about the best places to visit in Canada. Happy Canada Day for those over there in Windsor. In the meantime, Scott, we finished last hour by talking about TJ Watt, excuse me. The possibility he skipped minicamp. He's not happy with his contract. And Adam Schefter said teams are coming at Pittsburgh because outside team interest is likely increasing because of Monday's trade when they traded Minkah Fitzpatrick, amongst others, Jalen Ramsey coming back. And all right, cool. Pittsburgh insiders, however, are saying Monday's deal has no bearing on Watt. But, I mean, look, you call, okay? I think you absolutely have to call. I think he would be $21 million against the Lions cap. They could fit him under the cap. Probably cost a first-round pick or whatever, but that's not even the point. You can survive without the first-round pick if you add him for a year. But this goes back to one of those things of how many moving parts are there? There's a lot of moving parts because it would include, you would have to get him to agree to want to play here. If he doesn't want to play in Pittsburgh on this contract, does he want to play anywhere else on his contract, right?
Well, I mean, obviously it's different playing in Detroit, which is a team that is expected to make noise in the playoffs, compared to the Steelers, where you're not even sure if they're going to make the playoffs. It's just kind of a little bit of a dumpster fire what's going on over there in comparison to what's happened in Detroit, which is also another crazy thing to say.
Right.
Steelers are a dumpster fire. The Lions are the model of the NFL. It's crazy.
It really is.
Yeah, there's different stages to that. So yeah, you have to gauge interest if would the Lions have the need? Yes. Move on to segment 2. Would he want to jump ship and come to a contending team? Let's assume that that's a yes.
Mm-hmm.
But 3 is only contingent on getting an extension. And can the Lions afford to give him an extension? Would he come to Detroit without an extension? Would he just be a straight-up rental player until his contract is up? And that's probably a no for him. He wants the extension because he can see. But then again, maybe he would play it out in Detroit, and then you hit the free agent market at the end of the season, and you can set the market because you're TJ Watt and you're outstanding. At the same time, though, the Lions still haven't signed Aiden Hutchinson to his extension. Micah Parsons still hasn't signed his extension with Dallas, and Micah Parsons is the one who's going to set it up, right? We have the baseline right now, $40 million. That's what Myles Garrett signed for. Trey Hendrickson hasn't signed his deal yet either. That's another one. Is this a case where there's a free agent market next year because it could potentially be flooded? Or is it not going to be flooded at all? Are these guys all just going to sign?
I think these guys are all going to re-sign with their teams. I think it's what's going to happen. This seems to be the song and dance we do every year. The one thing about it is, if you bring in TJ Watt, I feel like it can only be on a one-year contract. He's 30 years old. His clock is ticking on the second half of his career. Aiden Hutchinson's just getting started. You really can't afford to pay them both, most likely long term. And you don't want to bring him in, sign him, and give the impression you're giving T.J. Watt, Aiden Hutchinson's money. Right now, they have the healthiest locker room situation they've ever had. If you can get him to agree to come in and not sign long term, that would be doable. That would certainly be doable. You can get Hutch's deal locked up. Watt can run it this year. But now, do I think this is going to happen? No, I don't think it's going to happen because I think this is just what happens when you are a free agent, a coveted free agent, and near the end and you don't want to go into last year without a deal. Guess what?
It's the same conversation we had a few months ago when we talked about Trey Hendrickson. Can you fit him in? Sure you can. Can you fit him in long term? Sure you can. But it comes with some pain. If you sign both Hutchinson and, let's say, T.J. Watt, you trade for T.J. Watt, you sign him to an extension. You give Hutch, let's say, $40 million, Watt $35 million. Would that suffice both players? I'm not sure, but let's say for the sake of argument it does. Great. Now you got them both there. Then Aiden shouldn't be upset with anything because he's making more money. However, it comes with a cost.
You can barely afford anything else.
Well, it's not that you can barely. It's that you are going to have to say goodbye to other players, which is the difficult part. You're going to have to say, well, it was nice to have Jameson Williams while it lasted, but we can't bring him back. Hey, Jahmyr Gibbs is really good for us, and he's outstanding, but we just can't afford to have him. You may have to make another decision on somebody else and say, hey, wow, really like having a good tight end, but I'm sorry, we just can't do it, man. We're going to have to draft another one and try to work that out. It comes with a lot of pain. Short term, it makes you the number one team to win the Super Bowl if you were to do this.
Yeah, well, you talk about feasibility. I just don't know how feasible it is.
And does Pittsburgh even want it? I mean, Pittsburgh said that they want to re-sign him.
Right. 248-539-9797. All right, let's get back to your open line calls. A free agency underway in the NHL, and we will be all over it. Any breaking news, we'll pass it along to you right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Let's go to Mike in Livonia on 97.1. Hello, Mike.
Hey, what's up, dog? What's up, buddy? What's up, Gator?
Hey, man.
So, hey, listen, going into the offseason, obviously watching Philadelphia Eagles wreak havoc with their D-line, I wanted a D-line so bad looking like that, so I wanted somebody opposite of Aiden, who's a stud. I was into the Max Crosby thing, and then I wanted Trey Hendrickson. And the more I thought about it, the more I listened to actually Pat put on the afternoon. And he talks about it all the time. So if you look at Jeff Goff's cap hit this year, it's $69.9 million, which is 28% of the cap. Aiden is about to be renewed probably by the end of this year, going into next year. So his cap hit is going to be huge. And for you to tie up that much money into the same position, which is two players, and not have enough money to basically supplement the players around them, it's just difficult. The way to approach this, if you're going to do it, is to draft somebody in the first round and have them for 4 years under that rookie contract, where if they're a stud opposite of Aiden, then great. Aiden is getting paid, and then eventually we make that call 4 years from now. But for us to constantly dream about trading for these players, I mean, Brad Holmes came out and said he's not doing that, and I could see why. I mean, for him to tie, let's just say if Aiden is worth $50 million a year at this point, or 40-something, and then let's say TJ wants another $38 million, $40 million. That's $80 million. That's a quarterback salary hit-wise going into the season, and it's just not feasible to run.
I mean, you're basically correct. And the thing is, you can add, like the Lions' pass rush wasn't a problem for 4 weeks. Looked like it was going to be pretty good.
No, it did.
And then the injuries hit.
But what I'll push back on is the whole, when people say you can't have two guys at the same position making that kind of money. Well, you can when they're on the field at the same time. Because what difference does it make how the money's allocated if I have, two, let's say he was playing middle linebacker instead, and he was going to get paid big time money. And then I've got a defensive end that's not. I mean, it doesn't matter. The money is just money.
But there is a cap, and
I get that there's a cap. I understand that, and I've gone through why there's pain down the road.
Yeah,
but it doesn't matter if it's the same position.
No, but it doesn't. I think his point was the same as yours. You're going to lose too many other players.
You could.
248-539-9797. More your phone calls and feedback coming up.
You got a real good chance of winning.
You do. They got a real good chance of winning right now.
They do.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. There is one news item to pass along that might have an impact here on Detroit. Elliot Friedman, Hockey Night in Canada, Elliot Friedman tweets out, "Don't think we're going to hear anything on Nick Ehlers today. This one's going to play out a bit." So, good guy, good player with size, goal scorer, Winnipeg Jet. Looks like it's going to be a minute.
Bob McKenzie tweeted out Nick Ehlers' Swiss-based agent Andre Ruffner is obviously fielding a lot of calls, but says there's no guarantee his client will make a decision today, and it's quite likely to carry over to tomorrow, subject to change perhaps, but that's where things are at right now.
Okay.
So just further confirmation that this one might take a day or two with Nick Ehlers.
Yeah, if you look at between Ehlers and Vladislav Gavrikov, the defenseman from the Kings.
Big defenseman.
Vancouver's got Brock
Bozer,
yeah. Bickle. I kept wanting to say Bickle. That was the guy from the Blackhawks back in the day. Anyway, point is,
Brian Bickle.
Yeah,
right.
I don't know. I'm getting confused. Those are kind of at the top of the list of free agents. So we'll wait on Ehlers. Could he be a Red Wing? I don't know. I mean, I think part of the problem is there's a lot of teams with a lot of cap space now, and there's fewer free agents. And it's my concern at this point that they're just it's supply and demand. There's a little supply and a lot of demand, and the prices are going to get out of control. And people ask, why do you care? Why do you care about the prices? You care about the prices because there's a cap and you only have so much money you can spend and you don't want them to overspend on a player. It's like, why do you care about what Javi Baez was making the last few years when he wasn't producing? You don't want to waste the money, right?
No, you don't want to waste that.
248-539-9797. It's Canada Day. Looking for the best place in Canada to visit. Doing that as well. Hey, we got another edition of Are You Going to Eat That coming up today at 12:35.
Oh, nice.
Josh in Birmingham, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Josh.
How's it going, fellas?
What's up?
Not much. I was just calling Canada stuff, so it seems really obvious, but I actually just did my bachelor party 2 weekends ago in Toronto. The pretty big group of guys. It was an absolute blast. I was blown away. I'd never been there before. Did a Blue Jays game, had the roof open, Hockey Hall of Fame, more bars and restaurants, and we even knew what to do with. So it blew me away. I was pleasantly surprised by Toronto. So.
Josh, it's a great city. It is a great city, and every time I've been there,
all my friends loved it too.
Yeah, every time I've been there, we've had a really, really good time. It's so big. It's like intimidatingly large.
It was. We stayed right on King Street, so we kind of stayed right in the thick of it, so we were able to kind of navigate it a little bit easier. But yeah, I mean, it was clean. The food was great. Everyone was super nice, and all the attractions lived up to what we wanted them to be. So.
You know, I was in Toronto. We were part of a family trip, wife, kids, got a hotel room, met my cousin Mikey, and at a Blue Jay game, went to the Blue Jay game. We were done, headed back to the hotel. I called Mikey up and said, hey, you want to meet at this bar? He's like, I can't. Wife and kids stuff. He goes, Chet might go out. He's got a buddy.
If you got a buddy named Chet,
well, the truth is
that's a buddy you want to hang out with.
The truth is his real name is Chad, but I got him confused early and called him Chet.
Nice.
And from here on out, he's been known as Chet. And I ended up at some neighborhood bar in no idea where I was in Toronto with Chet till 2-3 in the morning.
I bet you had a great time with Chet.
I had a great time with Chet. Just talking sports, hanging out.
I find it hard to believe that you couldn't have a good time with a guy named Chet. If anybody knows somebody named Chet, it's probably a good time.
I pushed hard for one of our kids to be named Chet, and I got nowhere.
No?
No, none of my names went anywhere.
Would it have been like a formal name Chester?
So that's what it is, right? Is Chet just shorter for Chester? I mean, I would have said, yeah, we'll name him Chester,
or just call him, or Chet. Just name him Chet.
I'd be good with Chet, but didn't fly.
The wife was not having it, huh?
No, not at all.
Or was this
was
child number
better.
two that ended up being
I think it came closer than Booker, which was another name I wanted. But we would have had our boys. It would have been Booker, Gianna, and Chet if I was naming them.
Can I call your youngest Chet? Would he answer? Does he know this story?
No.
How do you think he'd feel about that?
Want me to ask him?
Yeah.
I'll send him a text and see.
I mean, listen, man, he just graduated high school.
Would you prefer your name as Chet? The name Chet. Let's see what he says.
I think it's intriguing.
So I was pushing Booker, and my wife, who was teaching first grade at the time, said to the kids, if I introduced a new student named Booker, what would you say? And they all said, Booger. And that was the dream died right then. So
shoot it down.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We got a Henry next up. Hello, Henry.
Hey, boys. Love listening to you guys.
Thank you for calling.
So I wanted to talk about the NHL free agency and what Eiserman tends to lack to do for us Detroit fans. He always fails to get a solid forward and a solid D-man. And recently, it just feels like he's just getting goaltenders.
Well, I mean, I'd say in free agency, I'm not going to disagree with that. I mean, they've gotten decent forwards, but the big impact move was to trade for DeBrincat. Free agent wise, I mean, I suppose you could say that Patrick Kane has been a solid forward to get, but I understand your point, yeah. But I also think that free agency, there's not a lot there right now in free agency because the big free agents all re-signed with their teams. So I don't care if he gets the forward by trade or by free agency, just get the forward. And it seems like the easier path or the better path is through a trade. Would you agree with that?
Right. I agree 100%. There's a forward on Dallas, Jason Robertson, that the Wings could heavily use.
Well, between him, they could be right for the picking, and the other team could be the Rangers. The Rangers with Keandre Miller or Cooley could be had from there because they probably won't be able to afford them. So those would be the two teams that are most likely to be trade candidates for good young players.
Look, if you could get Robertson, do it.
Yeah.
Without question. I don't think there's anybody in town that would say, "Oh, that's a terrible trade to acquire that player." I mean, who knows what you'd have to give up to get him? But yeah, it seems like if Dallas is entertaining that, it's because they're trying to cut salary because they've got signed to other players. So if they're doing that, they don't want to take on salary in return. So then you have to deal with a team that has draft capital and prospects. Hello, my name is Steve Eiserman. We have draft capital and prospects. And you have a player that we would love to have that the Red Wings could turn right around and give him an extension that he's deserved of, getting north of $9 million a year.
From an unnamed texter, no team can afford two rush ends that are tops at their position on top 5 contracts. None. That's from an unnamed texter. I mean, you can, but you just have to deplete your resources everywhere else to afford it.
Well, you can't, exactly. I mean, I don't know if it fits necessarily for the Lions, but here's where it fits. It fits a team that has a young quarterback that's really good at still on the first contract. And it doesn't matter because then your number one resource is your quarterback, but he's really good. So you haven't had to pay him yet. Meanwhile, I've got a really good rush end, and now I can go out and get another rush end, and you pay them both big-time money. There are ways to do it. I'm not sure it works for the Lions. And yes, the Lions could do it. But down the road, you're going to have to make some incredibly tough decisions of players that you will not be able to re-sign.
248-539-9797. Why are we afraid of giving away Hutch's money? Doesn't he want the team to get better? Are we really worried about hurting his feelings? Has the team has all the leverage in that relationship, and they should use it accordingly. It's about winning, not feelings. There's some truth to that, but I would also say I would rather have the 24-year-old Aiden Hutchinson than the 30-year-old TJ Watt over the next 4 or 5 years.
I would agree with that.
So I would rather give the money to Hutch and have him into the prime of his career than an aging TJ Watt. And the feelings aren't like a huge part of it, but then Aiden Hutchinson becomes that player going into the last year of his contract who's not happy on his deal, and you might not be able to afford him. And now you're dealing with the problem that we've seen Cincinnati deal with and Pittsburgh deal with. Or you could just sign Hutch, add Zadarius Smith, and move forward.
It's interesting because...
or if you can get, interrupt, TJ Watt to agree, I'll go play on my contract there, then give up the high draft capital and go get him for this 1 year.
All 4 sports are being mentioned today, right?
Yeah.
And they're all being mentioned for similar reasons. It's all about making the teams better. With baseball, it's adding by the trade deadline. We'll see what the Tigers decide what they're going to do. Top of mind right now, we've got NHL free agency that just began 25 minutes ago. NBA free agency began, less than 24 hours ago. And then we're bringing up the Lions because now you got this TJ Watt story. The biggest one, we haven't even mentioned this yet. There's a player out there in the NBA that just became a free agent that might be had at a cheaper price and to be delayed gratification, but would it make sense?
We'll get to that today at 12:31. Another edition of Are You Going to Eat That at 12:35. Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. Hey, ladies, Tuesday nights. Well, they're the days for you. Actually, Tuesday all day is the day for you at Twin Peaks. Most places run a ladies' night, but at Twin Peaks, you get the whole day. That's right. Every Tuesday, the deals are just for you. Stop in and take advantage of awesome specials like 20% off all food, $4 Happy Dad seltzers, twisted teas, mimosas, house Long Islands, margaritas, sangrias, $5 lemon drop martinis, green, white, and orange tea shots, and 10-ounce draft ciders. What makes those specials even better? Detroit baseball action first pitch tonight, 6:45. So get in early to catch all the action. I'll say it again. Don't sleep on their food. It would be a disservice to call it bar food. Their scratch-made items can measure up against any restaurant. Hand-cut New York strips, house-smoked brisket, ribs, and chicken. And don't get me started on the wings, biggest in the state, with 14 flavor options to choose from. Come see the difference for yourself. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, scenic views. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Another edition, Are You Going to Eat That, coming up. You want to talk about a free agent. News today out of the NBA.
Yes, the news is that Damian Lillard has had his contract, basically he's been waived and they've stretch extended it or whatever the hell what's the terminology?
They've stretched the contract, which means he has 2 years left on $112 million, and they'll pay it over a 5 year. You can stretch a contract as long as it doesn't cost more than 15% of the cap. And indeed, I was today years old when I learned that. But they're stretching the contract, and they'll pay his $112 million over 5 years instead of 2, and it's allowing them to sign Miles Turner.
Just a little heads up, breaking news a bit. The Brock Besser's staying in Vancouver 7 years, $725 million.
So that's another NHL free agent. The number 2 rated free agent left on the board, according to The Athletic, is a guy who's not signing a free agent contract with anybody else. He's going back home like everybody else has done. Interesting. So with Lillard, though, obviously he's hurt right now. Going to miss a good part of next season. However, that's a stud player. Is it at all possible? I mean, maybe not, because Pistons maybe not have the space, but then against the NBA, you can do what you want. Should the Pistons get involved and delay the gratification of landing this player until he's fully healthy, but knowing that you would have him? I mean, you talk about having a team then.
Tough question, given where he is in his career coming off an Achilles. I would have concerns about what kind of player he's going to be. Would I be interested? Yes. Would I put a ton of money into it? No. Would it take a ton of money to get him? Probably.
Not sure how much money it would take, knowing that he has this stretch extension or whatever, that with the 2 years
he's still getting paid. He's still getting that
money. He's basically going to get $20 million a year for the next 5 years.
That it's gotten stretched.
Probably not, but if it makes it easier for another team to then give you a contract and you go, a 4 or 5 year deal, a 5 year deal at $30 million a year, and you add the extra money he gets that Milwaukee has to pay, right?
Yeah, I mean, if he wants to play with this team on the cheap, I wouldn't say no.
Just curious what's going to happen with that situation. And apparently Giannis is not happy about that. That was a report that came out earlier as well. Although they signed Evan Turner to pair him with Giannis.
Yeah.
Not sure what they're doing in Milwaukee, but it's interesting.
They're probably trying to keep Giannis happy.
Probably.
And I would say that that's the choices were, how do you keep him happy or do you get rid of him? And it looks like they're going to try to keep him happy, which is what I would do too. I mean, they brought back Bobby Portis.
Yeah, but at the same time, you're letting Lillard go.
The problem with that too is Chris Haynes tweeted out that Giannis is very upset that they moved on from Damian Lillard.
Yeah. Yep.
That's what I'm saying. So one to keep an eye on. On a very, very busy day today.
As far as Brock Besser is concerned, I mean, what are you going to do? The teams are bringing back their own guys. Did the Red Wings call? Did they make a run? These are probably answers we're not going to know.
Well, he got 7 years at 7.25 annual.
I mean, it's interesting that it happened after free agency started. Why didn't it happen before free agency started? Did they just want to get everybody's last offer?
That was what was weird, too. I was talking to Kenny about that because they could have given him 8 years if he didn't hit free agency, but he hit free agency, so they could only give him 7. So he lost out on a year because they waited past noon.
Probably more annually, I would imagine. That's why he would do it. But all right, time for another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? All right, starting today and available through July 7th, Starbucks is making something available, Gator, called the Fireworks Frappuccino. It is a blended red, white, and blue frozen beverage that starts with the Summer Berry Refresher as its base, which is a blend of raspberry, blueberry, and blackberry flavors. It's blended with coconut milk, and poured over raspberry-flavored popping pearls. The Frappuccino is also swirled with a strawberry puree and finished off with sweet vanilla cold cream foam to round out the patriotic color scheme. It does look red, white, and blue. It is the fireworks Frappuccino. As described, Gator, are you going to eat that?
No. Not even close. No, I don't.
But it's called Summer Vacation in a Cup.
Sure, I'm sure it is. Frappuccino, that's not my thing. I don't do anything coffee-wise. The closest I get to having to go to a Starbucks is if we're on remote. When we're at spring training, for instance, and we stop at a Starbucks on the way into the stadium, I'll get like a hot chocolate or I will get a cider. I will not get anything to do with coffee, frappuccino, cappuccino, mocha, whatever the hell, mocha latte. None of that crap. I don't do that. Not going to happen.
All right. I will not try this either. Next up, coming out from Oreo Cookie. Oreo Blueberry Pie.
Okay.
They feature a graham cookie with sweet and tangy blueberry flavored cream. Pre-sale is underway. Find the limited edition Blueberry Pie Oreo at stores nationwide that carry the brand Walmart, Target, Kroger, Aldi on July 7th. A Blueberry Pie Oreo.
Yes, 100%. I mean, the fact that it's a graham, the cookie part,
yeah,
that's intriguing. I've never heard that with Oreo. Nothing wrong with just a regular Oreo, right? But yeah, I would absolutely try this.
I think this is intriguing. Blueberry pie is a summer treat.
Come on.
I will try this.
Yeah, there you go, dog.
I will try this.
Yeah, you will.
Yeah.
Come on.
Next up, Pringles and Miller Lite.
What?
Have come up with a collaboration on the beer-braised steak potato crisp chips. Fire up your summer with a limited time only Pringles and Miller Lite collab. Savory beer-inspired crisp chips that taste just like a juicy, flavorful steak. Pop a can open, an explosion of beer-marinated steak flavor that will keep you coming back for just one more crisp. Gator, the Pringles Miller Lite beer-braised steak potato crisp chips. Are you going to eat that?
Yeah, I'll try it. It sounds really intriguing. Look, you get any kind of flavoring on a potato chip. Most of the time, I'm going to try it. So I'll give this one a shot.
Yeah, I think I'll probably pass on this.
Oh,
sorry. Next from Panera. Panera's introduced the Strawberry Basil Lemonade Fresca. It's a refreshing lemonade made with agave nectar and strawberry puree fruit blend infused with fresh strawberries and basil. Gator, the Panera Bread Strawberry Basil Lemonade Fresca. Are you going to eat that?
Yeah, I'll try it because I absolutely love Fresca. It's probably my favorite soft drink. I like lemonade a lot. I'm intrigued by it, so I got to try it. I don't know if I'll like it, but I got to try it.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think I probably would try this myself. I am not a Panera guy. I find at Panera, I'm like, I paid how much for how much food? Is sometimes my response. This sounds really good. So I think I might sample that.
Get a kitchen sink cookie with it, and you're all set.
And finally, Pepsi has a new flavor out for the summer. It is wild cherry and cream flavor. It's basically like a cherry vanilla. Gator, the Pepsi wild cherry and cream flavor.
No, because it's not zero sugar, and I think that the zero I like the zero sugar soft drinks, most of them. I'll try and give them a shot. I love Coke Zero Sugar. I don't love the Cherry Coke Zero Sugar. I'm not sure if Pepsi's going to be able to improve on that. And when you throw the cherry vanilla flavors together, normally I would say it sounds great, but not for zero sugar. I don't think that it would taste good. And this one doesn't sound like it's zero sugar. So no.
Yeah, I probably will pass on this. And I like you. I find most pops to be way too sugary, but there it is. Another edition of Are You Gonna Eat That?
Did you bring the Oreos?
I did not bring the Oreos. No. Yeah. Blueberry pie Oreos. Wow. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Also, some interesting news regarding our Tigers. We will get to a bit of a Kerry Carpenter plays on the 10-day IL today. If you missed that, Trey Sweeney being called back up. But something else is the numbers are in from this weekend that we will discuss next here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
So you guys have heard me talk about Precision Garage Door Service for a long time now and how much I love them. Here's one of the reasons why, okay? When you have an issue with your garage door and you call a company and it's not Precision, who knows when they're going to show up, right? And it's probably not going to work out the time that you want. With Precision, it's all different. You go to their webpage at precisiondoormi.com. You can schedule an appointment online for a time that actually works for you. They're not going to call you and say, sorry, we've only got a window between noon and 2 on a Wednesday. You schedule the appointment online for a time that works for you, and they will work with you. In fact, all calls are answered 24/7 by a live person. They offer the industry's leading warranty. It's called the Precision Promise. Give them a call if you have any issues with your garage doors. Maybe you need new garage doors. If that's the case, they've got a whole warehouse chock full of brand new garage doors just waiting to be installed, and you can get one installed in as little as 24 hours. Give them a call today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or like I said, check them out and schedule an appointment online at precisiondoormi.com. So cross off Corey Perry if you wanted the Red Wings to go after the forward, the veteran forward. He is going to sign a 1-year deal with...
Isn't he the one that loses in the finals every year?
That's right. He's going to sign with the LA Kings.
So the Kings are out.
Well, I mean, he has actually won a Stanley Cup before in his career, so...
Yeah, the good news is, though, the Kings will get there next year.
He wasn't coming to Detroit anyway.
No, I don't think anybody's shedding tears, but that's the latest of the free agents to go.
All right, so interesting here. Buster Olney has tweeted out the following. Tarek Skubal and the Tigers created a huge rating Sunday night, 2 million, with a peak of 2.3 million. Sunday night baseball ratings are up 11% over last season. I would agree that Skubal was a draw, probably more than Chris Paddock, who was the starter for the Twins. So there's a few things that we can draw from this. One is ESPN on future Sunday night baseballs trying to figure out if they can align with another Skubal start and move a game to Sunday night, because those games aren't determined yet, I don't believe. So I'm just looking at future Sunday nights. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of Sundays that don't have a Sunday night baseball game scheduled. So if Skubal is aligned, let me just say that seems like a stand to reason that they have not played their last Sunday night baseball game this year.
Well, no. The other thing is the Tigers are a draw. It's not just Skubal. It's having the best team in baseball available to play on Sunday night.
I wondered about that.
I mean, it's not like Minnesota's the draw.
No, I wondered if it is Skubal. I only said Skubal. Only said Skubal, but part of me is like, are the Tigers becoming a draw? Are the Tigers, because when you're a draw, suddenly your players are what start to become big names. Now, what does that really mean when it comes to winning and losing? Not much. But if people are paying attention to you and the whole country is being exposed to what a Wencel Perez is doing or a Zach McKinstry is doing, that's how you become a big name player. But I don't think we've seen the last of the Tigers on the big stage. And my favorite part about it was, especially Skubal, I don't know, man. Was there not something different about his demeanor on Sunday night? Didn't he look to love every second of it? Wasn't he leaning into the opportunity to be on the national stage? Didn't it feel like it?
I don't know. I think people might read too much into that. I think it's that's a result of having more cameras on hand to get different reaction shots. I think Tarek Skubal is fired up every time he takes them out. Was it different because ESPN was in town? Maybe, but I think it's probably more different because there were 40,000 people at the stadium and it was a Sunday night under the lights. And yes, those lights also belonged on ESPN, but I don't know.
I'm going to go ahead and say it was because he was fired up. You can disagree. I loved it.
I think he's always fired.
I think he looked super intense, and I'm excited about this. But then the other thing is, so we got a player who's a superstar who's going to be a free agent in a year and a half, and the TV ratings are through the roof, and ownerships around the league see this. I mean, it's just going to – everything that's happening with Tarek Skubal is terrifying if you think about his long-term future.
Another free agent off the list, if you wanted a defenseman, Vladislav Gavrikov, he has signed with the Rangers, which is interesting. Does this open the door for the trade? The Rangers have Keandre Miller and others.
Yep.
So if they're signing Gavrikov, what does that mean for DeAndre Miller?
Keandre Miller.
Keandre Miller.
He is big, mobile defenseman. He can score a little bit. He is 25 years old. He would be a great addition.
He'd be a top 4 defenseman.
The other one that they have is restricted free agent Will Cooley, who's a 20-goal guy who gets little power play time but still scored 20 goals. He hits. He's fought. I mean, these are some guys that they might not be able to afford. So if the Rangers need to shed some cap and need to move on from players, Detroit could be the team that has young prospects that are cheap that could be sent the other direction. So it's possible. That might be the place to look. We have more breaking news.
No.
Dennis Schroeder has agreed to a 3-year, $45 million deal with the Sacramento Kings. So his time in Detroit is done, which is too bad to one sense because I really liked him. I've always liked him, and he was good for the Pistons. But I said it when they got him. I continue to be wildly curious why he's played on so many teams.
Right. And the other thing is, it was rumored earlier that could be a sign and trade. I don't think that's the case now. Is it just a straight up signing?
That's all that's said in this ESPN breaking story.
Also, a little bit of breaking news: the number one defenseman in free agency in the NHL is off the board. The Vladislav.
I mentioned that, Paul.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, man. Schroeder is gone. He's going to Sacramento. Do you think they'll be ruining here at all?
That they lost Schroeder?
Yep.
No, I mean, not for a contract like that. I mean, that's a lot of money. I like what Schroeder did for this team.
Mm-hmm.
You know, coming off the bench. You know, I thought he was. You could feel the veteran presence. He was just very cool and calm, and yet also could be intense when it was necessary. I thought played pretty good defense, but no. Interesting to see what the next move for the Pistons is.
This is crazy. This is Schroeder's career. Okay, he's 31 years old. 5 years in Atlanta. Then 2 years in OKC. Then in 1 year he plays for LA, Boston, and Houston. Back to LA in 2022-23. Also plays for Toronto and Brooklyn that year. Plays 24-25 in Brooklyn. Gets moved to Golden State and then to Detroit. He's 31. He's played Atlanta, Oklahoma City, LA, Boston, Houston, back to LA, Toronto, Brooklyn, Golden State, Detroit, and now Sacramento. That's a third of the league. That's wild. 248-539-9797. Lots going on. Breaking news this afternoon here on Carson Anderson. Let's go to Mark. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Mark.
Hey, how you doing?
Okay.
I just have two quick questions. One, what is possibly the reason why they're not signing him if he's a once-in-a-generation? And two, if they're not going to sign him
sign who?
long-term,
Sign who?
why aren't they...
Sign who?
Skubal, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
And then if they're not going to let him go, why not sign as many possible hitters or another pitcher now to go for it all now? Just curious. Thanks for
Well, what do you
taking my
mean?
call.
I'm curious. I don't know what he means by sign hitters. Do you mean trade him now?
I'm not
Is that
sure
what
what he meant there.
Okay, so look, he's a Scott Boras client. Scott Boras is a power agent in Major League Baseball who basically sets the market with so many of his clients. He's really good at his job. I'm suspicious he's always steering his clients to the biggest markets. The Tigers did make an offer. It was reported that the offer was uncompetitive, which means it came from the Boras camp. The Boras camp said whatever the Tigers offered was uncompetitive. We don't know exactly what it was. It was never reported what it was. So, look, I mean, his agent wants him to get to free agency. Scott Harris made a comment a couple of weeks ago, and he said, the reality of the situation is it takes two sides. And I think that's his way of saying, we're willing to talk and strike a deal. But, and Skubal's been very, pragmatic about his comments in saying that he thinks that, it's just the business side of it. But
so, yeah, the Skubal thing is, I don't think that's going to get done anytime soon. I know the Tigers would love to get it done, but they have to have two willing partners there.
Yep.
Elliot Friedman has just tweeted this out. Hearing the Rangers working on sending Keandre Miller to Carolina.
Wow. Okay. So as free agents get crossed off, and now a trade candidate gets crossed off.
Potentially. Yeah.
If that's what's going to happen, Our purview gets narrower and narrower. Can they afford Cooley? Is Detroit working on something with Dallas and Robertson? Jason Robertson, the young forward.
Oh, boy, I'd sure love it if they could work something out for Robertson. That would be,
Which is fine.
if he's available, that's priority number one for me.
Keandre Miller going to Carolina isn't the end of the world as long as there's some other move for Detroit. So this isn't the dust settling yet, but a little bit more is settling. 248-539-9797. Boy, things are happening fast and furious. Dennis Schroeder to Sacramento. You've got Keandre Miller now traded after the defenseman goes to the Rangers. Gavrikov, and now Keandre Miller, a report working deals being worked on that might send him to Carolina, which is not Detroit. 248-539-9797. Brock Besser is staying in Vancouver. Another free agent target. Potential free agent target for the Detroit Red Wings. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. fast and furious things happening now in the NHL and not with Detroit yet. Although you brought up a bargain basement guy that I would actually love to be wearing the winged wheel. But we'll get to that in a minute. Hurricanes expected to acquire Keandre Miller from the Rangers. Pro hockey rumors now on top of that as well. That after they go out and they sign one of the better free agents out there from the Kings, Vladislav Gavrikov. And so they have to clear money. Keandre Miller, it was talk that he could be traded to Detroit. Now, I don't know what this means for Cooley and whether or not he becomes available. Will Cooley, 20-goal scorer, who's got some sandpaper to his game and can put the puck in the net, even though he doesn't get a lot of special teams time. Wouldn't hate that if they still need to clear space. And then there's also Jason Robertson. In the meantime, from the NBA, Dennis Schroeder signs a deal with Sacramento. There was a rumor that there might have been a sign and trade that would be Malik Monk, but now Chris Haynes is reporting it's a 3-year, $45 million deal. First 2 years guaranteed, with the third year being a partial guarantee. Nothing about a sign and trade. So, man, this is it's moving fast and furious, and nobody coming back to Detroit yet with either team. Although yesterday the Red Wings re-signed a couple of their own, Patrick Kane, Jonathan Berggren, and Albert Johansson, and the Pistons re-signed Paul Reed and brought in Karis LeVert. That's where we are.
And the Red Wings are likely to also bring back Elmer Soderstrom on a Soderblom, on a restricted free agent deal, which would only make sense. He's got so much upside, and that's further money. But these are players you expected to come back. What we want to hear about is the players who will be new additions to the team, not guys that have already worn the wing wheel.
248-539-9797. Mo is in Detroit and on 97.1. Hi, Mo.
Hey, what's up, y'all? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mo.
Hey, so listen, I think the Malik Beasley thing is unfortunate, but when you look at it, I know that Dennis Schroeder just signed with the Kings, but because that trade has not closed with league office, you can still work out a sign and trade and get Malik Monk. The reason why it is good, though, guys, is because he complements both Cade and Ivy a little bit better, especially with the drafting of Chaz Lanier. And he has more postseason experience than Malik Beasley. So he serves as a second ball handler and point guard, but also has that combination ability and a better defender than Mike Beasley to switch and rotate off the 1 and 2 guard positions. So, guys, I think I like what Trajan is doing, and Karis LeVert is a pure scorer, bucket getter on the wing, and it has some defensive ability to him. So you're not losing out, really, because you're getting – if you can get Malik Monk, you kind of serve the role of both Schroeder and some of what Beasley was doing. So I think it would be a great move to try to get him, whether it's in a sign and trade or just right out trade him.
Yeah, I mean, I find it interesting that his name is not included in this report at all, which leads me to believe that he might not be coming here after seeing that rumor being out there. But hey, look, man, the Pistons, if they're going to do damage, I think Trajan's made it clear they think they've got the people that can do damage eventually. They think they've got the people who can become the core of a championship caliber team already in-house. And as he said, what was his terminology? We're going to make moves on the perimeter, the edges, the margins. Margins. Moves on the margins, and that's what Karis LeVert feels. Karis LeVert is a scorer, and he's got a huge wingspan. He's great in terms of deflecting passes and getting into passing lanes and all that. But he's not the shooter. Now, if you're still as effective, you're just not doing it a different way than Malik Beasley. He's not the same player as Malik Beasley. He's just not.
No, but you mentioned Chaz Lanier, the draft pick is a high volume shooter and shot a pretty good rate last year. I'm not trying to sell this. I'm just saying, is this what's going to happen? Is Marcus Sasser going to play more of a role coming off the bench and be that guy who can, take more shots outside? I mean, the other part of it is that Jaden Ivey was shooting over 40% before he got hurt from 3-point.
Yes.
So, I mean, does he pick up the slack? Is he the guy? Is Cade Cunningham going to be more effective from 3-point range as well? I mean, it's not sexy, but if that's what it is, if it's just collectively guys getting the job done, then that may be what it is.
Dude, if I'm starting to think that maybe we should expect more from Chaz Lanier, or maybe they expect more from Chaz Lanier.
Right.
You know, I mean, it was Beasley in the plans. It sounded like Beasley was in the plans.
I mean, there were reports that they had a deal lined up.
Yep. And maybe he's still in the plans.
I mean, could be if he's exonerated, then sure. But who knows how long the investigation is going to take place. If he gets exonerated, how long it'll take before they do that.
Yep. 248-539-9797. MC Amari Sankofa at this hour. He tweets out the following. Of course, Pistons beat writer that covers the team for the Detroit Free Press. We're less than 24 hours into free agency. Teams make deals all the way until training camp and sometimes after. So can't hand out pass or fail grades just yet. The Pistons assigned Karis LeVert and Paul Reed. They lost Dennis Schroeder to the Kings, and they obviously still need shooting. Well, he didn't mention Chaz Lanier there. I mean, if the net of the whole Malik Beasley story is they get him cheaper than they would have had to pay, okay, maybe that's how it works out. 248-539-9797. Jason is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jason.
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
We're good, thank you.
So I just thought about, we still have, well, not we, but the NBA still has one of the top shooters out there, which is Duncan Robinson, who came from Michigan, who they also just signed Karis LeVert, and they also had Tim Hardaway Jr. last year. So maybe that Karis LeVert sign, he put the bug in Duncan Robinson here to come on back to Michigan and let's make a good playoff run again.
Yeah, it's really, really interesting that Robinson's out there. I don't know that they're trying to put that band back together.
Yeah, can't imagine it.
But I'm not sure that they would sign Karis LeVert just to recruit another player. But he is a shooter. He's one hell of a shooter. So would you rather have Malik Beasley or Duncan Robinson?
Duncan Robinson for sure. Even though Malik, he's very streaky, but Duncan Robinson, I definitely would rather take Duncan Robinson over Malik Beasley. And sometimes Duncan Robinson can play a little defense.
And he's still shooting it pretty well. I don't know that you're wrong. He's last year 39.3% from three. So not bad. He's 31 years old. Could be a possibility.
Oh, how is he defensively?
Well, I don't know that he is a plus player defensively.
No.
He wasn't a plus player defensively early in his career. I know that. But 248-539-9797. Hey, just a couple things to tell you about. 97.1 The Ticket and Detroit Pal have put together this middle school combine. It's not just for middle school students, though. It's 1st through 8th grade. It is at the Corner Ballpark. It is coming up Wednesday, July 16th. Chance for young athletes in the community to be on the old Tiger Stadium field for one, showcase their talent, 40-yard dash, vertical jump, broad jump, push-ups, their skill development stations. It is free to register. DetroitPal.org/events. That's DetroitPal.org/events. Or go to 971theticket.com. That's 971theticket.com. Additionally, you as parents can go hang out at Tiger Stadium. If you remember, of course, that great stadium, home plate's still where it's at. The center field flagpole's still where it's at. Surrounded by condos. Cool setup, cool venue. So go check it out. Again, DetroitPal.org/events or 971theticket.com. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Welcome back to Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Taking your calls and texts at 248-539-9797. This is the first day of NHL free agency. Most of the big-name free agents re-signed with their former teams. We did see a trade of Mitch Marner going to Vegas before he officially hit free agency. Otherwise, this is kind of what's happened. The top free agents have all been re-signed by their current teams, and now they're back on board. So there aren't many top free agents left. Some have gone for sure earlier today. It opened up at noon, and now, Doug, things have kind of drawn to a complete screeching halt.
Well,
it's been pretty quiet over the last 15, 20 minutes. But I mean, before it was just fast and furious. Everything was happening. You had news. And Condre Miller is being traded to the Hurricanes, it seems, and it's just.
I mean, you'd like to hear that Detroit did something right as free agency started, or they made the trade. They were the team that jumped all over the availability of Condre Miller, right? I mean, you'd like to hear that that's the case.
We're not hearing that.
We're not hearing that, but that doesn't mean things aren't percolating. Here's the problem, and here's why I'm starting to get discouraged, is that this feels like every other offseason. Like if they had a history, I think it's cool that when people were critical of Eiserman for not buying out Tarasenko, it's because he had a better plan. Like, that's cool. But I've been underwhelmed by so many off seasons, and they walk away with scraps. Now, you mentioned a guy, and I don't think we got around to him, that might be available from Carolina now, that I don't know. I've always loved him. I've always thought, God, I'd love to have that guy. Well, he's just old.
Yeah, well, they've got two guys that are like that. And they're both blue liners. The first is Brent Burns, who is old. He's 40. Big guy, 6'5", 228. His beard makes him, I think, actually 245 because it's a massive beard. The guy played a long time in San Jose, played in Minnesota before that. He's been in the league forever, right? But he's played every game in each of the last 4 seasons, despite being 37, 38, 39, and 40 years old. Not only does he play every game, he plays a ton every game. 26 minutes, 23 minutes, 21 minutes, and 21 minutes. He's still playing 21 minutes a game. Played more than that in the playoffs. This is a guy who it would not be a sexy pick at all. But on a 1-year deal, would it make sense as a bridge to before he can bring up Sandin Pellikka or somebody else on the blue line? And then his teammate, Dmitry Orlov, is 33 years old, to be 34 later this month. And this is another player that plays a lot. He's played 82 games in the previous year, 76 games this past year, and somebody who played 20 minutes a game this past year. Now, would these be upgrades of any kind? Yeah, I would have to imagine it's an upgrade over Justin Hall or Petrie, right?
Yeah.
But neither is going to move the needle a ton and say, "Oh, we got these guys."
Well, I really like Burns.
And yet,
Still to this day,
I'm kind of with you on Burns. I think he'd be a great veteran presence. He's a really grinding type defenseman, but it's a guy that probably doesn't cost you a ton. But doesn't it also kind of scream it's an Eiserman move? And I don't mean that necessarily in a negative way, but it's again bringing an adult into the room. If it were to be done on a year or like a 1-year contract basis, I'm not fully endorsing this. I guess I'm trying to get myself acclimated to what the move will likely be with free agents moving at a rapid clip, or I shouldn't say even moving. They're just staying with their teams basically. And looking back in the free agent pool, and it's not very deep, but there's some value there. But the real value for the Red Wing in any kind of addition, it's going to have to come in a trade.
Well, if you tell me they walk away, if the net of their offseason and the big moves are Jason Robertson and Brett Burns, I will feel very
I'd feel
good.
great.
Yeah, but but Brent Burns is 40. He's 40 freaking years old, which I can't believe because he still looks like he can play.
He's still playing 21 minutes a game.
And you're right, a bridge until some of those youngsters that they've drafted.
And playing every game.
I'm trying not to be impatient. I'm trying to be reasonable. I'm trying very hard as I see free agents fly off the board and trades being made and not coming to Detroit. There's still players out there that would be a win. If you get Jason Robertson, that's a win. To me, that is a huge win, and they've got the material to get it done. If he truly is available, and we always talk about, is there legitimate accessibility to a player? And I'm not so sure there is. But if that can be the case, great. If you can get Will Cooley, the young forward out of the Rangers, that could be something else. And what did they say? They said it's going to be a day on Ehlers. Is that right?
Yep.
So he's still out there as a free agent. But as things start to dwindle, you get that sinking feeling that this is starting to look like previous off seasons where you get left with the scraps at the end. And I go back to that sinking feeling that I've had in the past and I've heard is that Eiserman can't get people to take his money.
Well, except this year, it seems like everybody's just going back to their teams. They're not even looking to weigh an offer from another team. That all the free agents basically said, you know what, I'll go back to Florida. I'll go back to Florida. I'll go back to Florida.
Yeah. I guess. 248-539-9797. All right, I'm going to change the subject before I get truly depressed.
Oh.
Well, and I feel like it's timely for you. Today, July 1st, is National Creative Ice Cream Flavor Day. National Creative Ice Cream Flavor Day. So here's the thing. What makes something a creative ice cream flavor? Gator, I am going with the definition that you can basically only get this flavor in one place. That it's a specialty of that independent mom and pop ice cream place. For instance, Superman is not a creative ice cream flavor. You can get it at all kinds of places. I mean, in theory, you could say it's creative, but I would say for our definitions, it's not a particularly creative flavor.
Whoa.
I know you take this very personally because you're a fan of Superman ice cream.
I don't know why you got to treat Superman ice cream like that.
It's okay. It's okay. I didn't know adults still ate it, but you do. But with that said, are you just had a creative ice cream?
Well, I hope. I mean, the place did have Superman on the menu too, but I mean, I'm just going to say. Yes, I was in Charlevoix on Friday night, and we crossed the bridge from Petoskey into Charlevoix and stopped off at an ice cream place. It was called the Dairy Grill, I think. And the flavor that caught my eye, Salty Jack.
And what was Salty Jack?
Salty Jack was like salted caramel ice cream with some kind of like peanut in there as well. And it harkened me back to the day of my all-time favorite ice cream flavor was butter brickle. Wow. Almost like there was like a toffee aspect of it. It was delicious. I had this cone. I'm like, this is the best cone I've had. And I can't remember the last time I had a cone that I enjoyed this much.
Yeah.
So Salty Jack gets a huge thumbs up from this guy. Now, prior to that, the previous undisputed champion for me with the different flavor was banana pudding ice cream that I discovered at Clark's, which is in Berkeley. It's on 12 Mile on the north side, just around the corner from 24 Seconds. Clark's has great ice cream. And when I saw banana pudding, I was like, I got to try that. I was like, oh, well, that's delicious. You know, I think there's little bits of Nilla wafers in there, and then the banana flavor comes through, and it's creamy and delicious. But those are the two. I have a friend of mine who's an executive chef at the place is called La Bisteca. I think it's in technically Livonia or Canton, that kind of area. And my buddy prides himself on making different kinds of ice cream.
Yeah.
And last time we were there, it was delicious. Absolutely delicious.
Okay, so what was the name of the place in Charlevoix?
I think it was called the Dairy Grill.
the Dairy Grill and Salty Jack ice cream.
Yeah.
And Clark's with banana pudding.
Yeah.
I think those both fit the definition. If I were to have one or the other, I'd be all over the banana pudding. That sounds
so good.
Ridiculously good. 248-539-9797. Today is National Creative Ice Cream Flavor Day. What is the most creative ice cream flavor? And look, I mean, it's kind of a loose definition that we came up with, but basically the kind of ice cream that you can only get in one place. They like specialize and this is what they do, or maybe some places have a whole bunch of them, but what would you put as the best creative ice cream flavor you ever had? 248-539-9797. We'll also keep you updated on any news really in the NHL. They were coming fast and furious, but any news with the Red Wings or the Pistons, again, at this hour, probably the two things that impact Detroit fans the most. Keandre Miller, who is rumored to be a possible trade out of the Rangers, the big defenseman. He is unloaded to Carolina, according to reports. And Dennis Schroeder signs a deal, a free agent deal, which doesn't appear to be a sign and trade, signs a free agent deal with the Sacramento Kings, his 11th NBA team. 248-539-9797. National Creative Ice Cream Day. What is the most creative and best flavor of ice cream you've ever had? 97.1 The Ticket. Feedback to the Carson Anderson inbox, 248-539-9797. Striking out on Miller, Ekblad, and Gavrikov may end up having this team trying to re-sign Petrie. Not good. That's from Mick and McComb. Gary in Birmingham, I wonder if Stevie is shopping Larkin. I doubt it. But if he was, I mean, it would have to be a pretty sizable move. I'm starting to wonder if what Larkin's value would be on the open market. I'm not for this, and I don't think it's going on. But if we get into his value on the open market, I almost feel like he might be more valued outside Detroit than the way Detroiters feel about him.
Well, his contract is very tame compared to other players that are signing today and over the weekend.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I think you might be able to get something pretty good for him.
Well, there's absolutely value to him. Problem at the end of the season, he's playing hurt.
Yeah.
Which sucks. But it's the NHL. Guys play hurt all the time. Ask Kachuk how he was he playing hurt for Florida when they were winning the Stanley Cup?
Right.
I mean, you hear about guys playing with muscles torn from the bone and all this, and yeah, I still played. Why? Hockey. That's what they do.
Eiserman's going to stand pat, guys. Don't get your hopes up. And if he does stand pat, he needs to go. So why do you think he's going to stand pat? Why do you think he would choose to stand pat?
Well, I think the problem is when it comes to rumors, you start hearing rumors of different people being available in trade, and then they get traded, and it's not to your team. And then I think it automatically clicks in your mind, well, there it is.
Didn't try.
These are the only players available in trade in the NHL. When the likelihood is that other names, somebody's going to get traded that nobody had a rumor on, right? That's likely to happen. I don't think they're going to do nothing. I think he's really working to try to get something done. But obviously it hasn't happened yet, and we're getting impatient, even though we're 92 minutes into free agency.
Well,
but there aren't many free agents left.
You know what there isn't? There isn't a trading period.
Right. That's the thing.
You could trade at any time.
Yeah. But you'd preferably like to get that trade done soon, certainly well before training camp starts.
It's also National Creative Ice Cream Flavor Day. A whole bunch of people sent in their creative ice cream flavors that they've had at one place or another. Dave is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Dave.
How you doing?
What's up?
If you ever go down to Wyandotte, there's a place called Holy Cow Creamery.
Okay.
They have a German chocolate ice cream.
Doesn't sound particularly creative.
But it's so good.
Was that like it just chocolate and coconut?
Yep, and yeah, they put something else in there, but I'm not really sure what it is. Caramel, I think, maybe.
Oh, that sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
Why? You're not impressed?
No, I'm not. German chocolate doesn't sound like a particularly creative ice cream.
Well, I don't think I've ever had a German chocolate ice cream. Have you? You ever seen one?
I've seen it, yeah.
Have you? I've never seen it.
Well,
I've seen German chocolate cake.
Yeah. Does that sound creative?
Well, seeing how I've never heard of it in ice cream form, sure, it makes sense. Give it a shot.
248-539-9797. Jalapeno bacon French vanilla ice cream in Tampa. Surprisingly delicious. Now that's creative. Jalapeno bacon French vanilla. Gator, and are you going to eat that? I think you'd probably pass.
I would pass on that, but I will agree that it's creative. Look, everybody, to each their own. Go ahead and try it if you'd like. I mean, put it this way. If I were in an ice cream parlor, would I want a sample of that just to try, hey, give me a little spoon? Yeah, I'd try it, but it's nothing I would order a cone unless I tried it first.
Bailey's in Metamora has the best. They have ice cream nachos. The nacho chips are waffle cone triangles.
Oh, there you go. It's a good start.
That's some creativity right there.
Yeah.
Wow.
And the cheese is like a caramel sauce.
People are sending over just their favorite ice cream places. We're looking for creative ice cream flavors. It's National Creative Ice Cream Flavor Day. Matthew in Brighton says, in culinary school, I made a sweet pea flavored ice cream for a pastry final for a pastry final. Surprisingly, it was really good. Well, have you taken it to the market there, Matthew? Have you seen it anywhere else? That is creative.
I'm on the website for Ashby's Ice Cream. That's who makes the Salty Jack.
Mm-hmm.
Their flavors I think are very unique. They've got one that's called Apple Crisp. Cinnamon apple ice cream layered with oatmeal crisp and topped with Brown Betty swirl.
I don't even know what makes a swirl a Brown Betty swirl, but that sounds really good.
Yeah.
My wife and I went to New York for a 1-year anniversary, and I can't remember the ice cream place or name, but they had a unique flavor I've never seen before. Cherry cinnamon ice cream. It was fantastic. That's from Marlin and Walled Lake.
Cherry cinnamon does sound.
Cherry cinnamon does qualify as creative. 248-539-9797 if you want to give us your personal favorite. Tigers back in action tonight. Game in Washington. Jack Flaherty going for the Tigers. Look, baseball team that is delivered over and over again. We've made it to July, and they have 11.5 game lead, which is unstinking believable. If you missed the news today, Kerry Carpenter is being sent to the 10-day injured list, and Trey Sweeney is coming back from Toledo after playing 2 games down there. I do want to mention this as well, Gator, and I don't know if this is shocking news. We've heard about some struggles. Sienna Heights University, have you heard of it?
Yes.
They're closing. It's shutting down. They'll maintain normal operations through the spring of 2026 while helping non-graduating students transfer elsewhere. But they're shutting down, which is sad to see any school have the plug pulled. I drove past Sienna Heights Saturday morning. I was in Adrian for baseball, and I was kind of taking back roads, drove right past it. And you always see these little campuses, these little schools, and that looks kind of nice. But I don't know anybody who went to Sienna Heights. Do you know anybody who went to Sienna Heights?
I do. A friend of mine from high school went there. I believe played basketball there.
Really?
Yeah.
If you are a graduate of Sienna Heights, what can you tell us about Sienna Heights? And how do you feel with news that it is it's shutting down?
Did it say why it's shutting down? I'm sure it said why it's shutting down.
I'm sure it did say why. I'm going to guess it's financial.
We're just saying they're shutting down without digging deeper.
School announced June 20. I'm looking at the Wikipedia page. I'm just going to assume it's financial. But
which is unfortunate because, it was one of our locals.
Well, I mean,
small school.
It probably will have zero impact on my life personally, but I know it'll impact a lot of people's lives that either would go to school there or have gone to school there that don't want to see the place shut down.
Something else could affect our lives. The baseball game tonight looks like a ton of rain in the Washington, D.C. area. 100% chance of thunderstorms from like 6 o'clock on.
Yeah.
So we'll see how long it takes them to say, you know what, doubleheader.
Very well could be the case. All right. According to, I'm on WTOL's website, the university cited financial strains, operational challenges, and concerns about long-term sustainability as reasons for the closure. That's too bad. 248-539-9797. Toby and Jackson, you're next on 97 The Ticket. Hi, Toby.
Hey, guys. So last fall, I was in Bar Harbor, Maine, and I had lobster-flavored ice cream.
Whoa.
It sounds disgusting, but honestly, all you could taste was like butter. It tasted like butter pecan without the pecans.
Really?
And you could barely, you couldn't even, you could tell there was little tiny pieces of lobster, but all you got was texture. You couldn't really taste the lobster.
Yeah,
all you could taste was the butter.
Lobster's not fishy. Lobster's actually, it's sweet.
It's very sweet, yeah.
So I'm curious how they extract that lobster flavor and use it for the base in an ice cream, but
it's in Bahaba, so they can do a lot of things with lobster up there.
I think you're right. Interesting little community. Hey, thank you, Toby. 248-539-9797, National Creative Ice Cream Flavor Day. Sarah is next on 97 The Ticket. Hi, Sarah.
Hi, how are you?
What's up?
I actually went to Sienna Heights University. I only went there for 2 years, but when I went, it was from like 2005, 2006, and it was a very small Catholic university, like 800 full-time students.
Okay.
Not even a football team.
Well, now they've got like football and basketball and baseball, et cetera, et cetera. But did you have any idea this was coming?
No, like I don't really keep up with it, but for how much they charged for tuition, I'm actually surprised.
Actually surprised that they're going out of business.
Yeah,
Yeah.
especially now that they have all the big ticket sports. Like when I went, it was mostly like men's and women's soccer, basketball, volleyball, stuff like that, baseball, like nothing big.
Right. Well, so I'm not sure I'm sensing that you're all that sad.
No, I mean, I don't have a ton of great memories from there. I met my ex-husband there. So besides that, I mean, it was a fun 2 years. I had a great time. The people I met were cool. But, yeah, I haven't been back since.
Okay. Thank you. 248-539-9797. TJ is next. Hi, TJ.
Hi, how you guys doing?
What's up?
Well, this was a shot to the stomach, man. I didn't see this coming at all. I played basketball there 4 years, graduated. My son is now going into his junior year, also on the basketball team, and they got a group text after the email went out telling them that it was going to be closed.
Wow.
When did you go to Sienna Heights?
I graduated 2000. I was there, and I walked in December of 2000.
And so I'm assuming, TJ, if you, the fact that your son's there tells me you had a good experience to have your son there as well.
I had a great experience. I don't know Sarah's ex-boyfriend, but we weren't all bad. But no, it was a great experience playing basketball. I think playing any college sport just adds to the experience. And knowing my chances of making it to the NBA were slim to never going to happen, I just went there and just had a blast playing 4 more years of basketball. I got to travel, got to do some really fun things. The sad part is there's some great people as professors there, as administrators, the coaching staff, all there. They truly, they were taking care of their people like they were their own kids.
So it's NAIA, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's the Wolverine Hoosier
Athletic Conference.
Okay, gotcha. Man, well, I'm sorry to hear that for your sake. It sounds like, what year is your son in school?
Was going to be a junior. I don't know what his plans are. We're in DEFCON 5 right now, trying to figure out what our next play is.
Yeah. Well, good luck to you and good luck to your son. Thank you for sharing.
Yep. Thanks.
Might have a new villain for Detroit sports fans emerging quickly.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, we'll get to that in 4 minutes here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
All right, so there's a couple things here. First of all,
there's a lot going on.
Yeah, let me just get with the NHL here. Darren Drager had a report on Twitter saying that hearing a lot of chatter about possible trade for Buffalo defenseman Bowen Byram. He's young and really started coming in his own this last season. I think he's only 24 years old, played over 20 minutes a game, had 38 points from the blue line, over 22 minutes a game. He listed just a few teams and had said, among others. I'm guessing if now this name's on the trade market that the Red Wings would have to be interested. And, restricted free agent type deal. We'll see what it ends up costing. That's the first part. The second one was the potential new heel, new villain.
Yeah.
Now, it's going to be delayed here by a few years, but with the announcement that the city of Detroit has been awarded a franchise for the WNBA, one of the hot stars in the WNBA right now is Sophie Cunningham.
Yep.
Plays with Indiana. And she apparently said this: I don't know how excited people are to be going to Detroit or Cleveland. Says the woman who plays in Indiana.
Yeah. F off.
Yeah, kind of, right? Yeah. TJ Lang had tweeted out, quick 101 here on how not to grow your sport. I mean, what are you doing?
Right?
Like, seriously, the whole league, because she's not the first one to kind of speak out about the not being thrilled with the expansion franchises.
Right.
Like, did the league not send out a league-wide memo to everybody in the league saying, hey, let's promote this and get excited about it regardless? I mean, I don't care if they're playing in Anchorage. You want to grow the sport, talk about it in glowing terms at this point.
Hey, and also let's quit attacking Caitlin Clark, who's like everybody's meal ticket.
Right. That's another issue.
All right, so we've got a lot of stuff on the table, including National Creative Ice Cream Day. A lot of people give us very creative ice creams. Plus, Sienna Heights University is closing, and it's interesting just to hear people who have ties to that university and how, we've had one caller saying, yeah, I didn't have a great time and didn't sound that sad to see it go, and others are like sounding devastated. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Anthony next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Anthony.
Hey, guys. How you guys doing?
What's up?
Hey, man. I went to Sienna Heights back in the early 2000s and actually graduated from there, and I had nothing but great things to say about it. I went to the satellite campus, the largest campus outside of the main campus, which was in Southfield at the time. Mm-hmm. And one of the callers mentioned about how they take care of people. They took all my military training, all my credits, and converted it over into actual credits. And they took damn near all my transfer credits from my previous school and utilized them towards my graduation. Therefore, I only had to take essentially a year of school at their university, which I did year round, and graduated. I graduated in 03, but I walked in 04, and I have nothing but greatness to say about Sienna Heights, from the satellite campus to the instructors and everybody that was involved. So I'm definitely sad to see it go, especially when I got the email the other day.
So, yeah, I was about to say, your reaction is you just gave it. You're sad.
Yeah, hey, man, I'm very sad because, I'm an alumnus. I have donated to the alumni, bought the sweaters. I stayed out in Georgia now. I'm actually driving back from Detroit back down to Georgia right now when I heard you guys bring up the topic. And I was very sad from the moment that I got the email, and I thought I was misreading it. I'm like, how are you closing? And then, I got into the email and saw it was for financial reasons and sustainability, as you mentioned. It was just sad. You know what I'm saying? So,
Anthony, thanks for sharing your story. 248-539-9797. Dominic in Rochester, you're next. Hi, Dominic.
Hey, guys. I actually coached in Sienna Heights Division, and I actually coached at Concordia, so it's really sad to see basically two private schools go out now. And my heart really goes out for some of our coaches at Concordia and athletes actually transferred to Sienna Heights. So in the matter of a year, they've been dealt a couple really difficult blows. So, sad deal.
So Concordia, our old intern, was the head lacrosse coach at Concordia. His name's escaping me now. He then worked on our board. He was our board op for a couple years. And he was a cross player and became the head lacrosse coach there. And I bumped into him at a Meyer, and he said, "Yeah, that was it financial as well."
Basically, yeah, that's what it come down to. Financial decision, and really, I mean, all these private schools are feeling the pinch with having high tuition, and at an NAIA school, I think athletic scholarships play a piece because you're not getting as much tuition back with how high the return rate is on scholarships.
It was Ty McGuire. Remember Ty?
Was it T-Mac?
It was T-Mac. T-Mac was an intern for us and eventually went on to become the lacrosse coach at Concordia. Yeah.
I did not know that's what he was doing.
Yeah, it sucks. I know a kid who played soccer there when they closed. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Ali in Dearborn. You're on 97 on a ticket. What's up, Ali?
Hey, what's up, guys? I just wanted to piggyback on this whole WNBA situation with the Sophie Cunningham girl. Does she not realize that Detroit's actually got a market, and she's trying to compare it to Miami, et cetera? We had the shock back in the days, but I just don't understand how over the past year or two they're getting as much exposure as possible, specifically from ESPN, and it's like they're not grateful, and they keep asking for these raises, but the money isn't there. How are you going to pay them if the money isn't there? Now you got Caitlin Clark coming in, and she's the only reason why the WNBA is where it is.
Well, there's a couple more, but yeah, I mean, certainly she has absolutely reinvigorated interest into the sport along with a couple other players, but she's the number one attraction in the league, and it's backed up by ratings, it's backed up by attendance figures, it's backed up by a lot, and I don't know, somebody complaining about, oh, great, Detroit and Cleveland, and you're playing in Indiana. Dude, shut up. Just be excited that there's expansion to begin with.
That's what I'm saying. And, and then the whole bashing, how her peers don't give her respect. I mean, honestly, me personally, it got us guys, watching WNBA just for Caitlin Clark. If it wasn't for that, I mean, I know Asia Wilson was the face for a while, but, nobody was tuning in. So they need to cherish what they got. She's going to help build.
It was a topic we didn't get to a couple weeks ago, but there was that game where Caitlin Clark took some physical abuse. It looked like players were just wanted to take out some sort of frustrations on her. She got bumped and shoved to the ground. And that's a game where, who's the young lady that just ripped us? Sophie Cunningham came to her defense and became a little bit of a hero. And now she's ripping Detroit and Cleveland, but it feels to me that that league, I wondered why the hell they're giving Caitlin Clark such a bad time. I don't know anything negative about Caitlin Clark. Nothing. Is there anything negative? Has she said a bad thing? Has she been a bad person? Has she insulted people?
Well, she's cocky on the court, and maybe that rubs people the wrong way.
It's not unique.
Well, no, it's not. But I'm just saying, you're looking for an answer. I'm just maybe I'll give you one.
Yeah, well.
Yeah. And maybe they resent her because she gets all the attention.
This is bothering me way more than it should.
Well, I said we got a potential villain in town.
Shouldn't bother me at all.
And we're not even going to see it for another few years.
No.
And who knows where the league's going to be at that point, if it's more popular than ever or if it's,
like I say, not everything is for everybody, and I'm not sure this is going to be for me, but it's something that's going to be embraced by a lot of Detroiters, I'm sure. And so, good. It's something else that people get to go and enjoy in our city. Why does this bug me?
It clearly is.
It shouldn't. All right, so free agency will continue throughout the day. We'll see if anything goes down. As you made a great point that there are always trades that are made with players that weren't rumored to be dealt.
Right.
And that's something to keep an eye on. All right, Gator. So Mike and Rico are coming up next. And what do you think those guys will be talking about on their fine radio program today?
They're going to finally end the argument over which is better, French toast, waffles, or pancakes.
4 hours of that, do you think?
At least 2.
All right, that is next. Stay safe, everyone. Treat each other with respect. 97.1, The Ticket.
Good afternoon. How is everybody? I'm going to ask everyone to please stay calm. Please stay in your seats. Steve's cooking, ? All right, listen, I have a Tiger Power stat to get to at 3. Everybody can get involved on it. I think you're going to really enjoy it, and it's about who's most responsible for it. Also, happy Bobby Bonia Day to everybody.
Yes.
Ironic, because I know some feel that somebody in this town doesn't show up to work and still gets paid.
Well,
Steve's cooking. So look.
Yeah, you know what? I did not realize that initially he was owed $6 million. And somehow
it's turned into that. So yesterday I came on the air, and I may have made a horrible mistake, but I'm going to stand by it because I have no outs. I mean, I'm all in. I'm on a draw. And the river card's coming down. So here I am. I said I had to believe that because Tarasenko was given away to clear cap space, Stevie was cooking. He was in the kitchen, that a big move was coming. Well, things. The last 24 hours has happened, including Keandre Miller is now not a Ranger. He's a Hurricane. And the Rangers have signed a guy who might have made you better in Gavrikov. I still think something's going to happen. Maybe.
I was about to say, hold on, Kenny, real quick. If we offered him the lifeboat, would you come?
No.
To our side?
I can't.
Why do you still think something's going to happen? I'm baffled by this perspective.
Scott, come. Okay.
Scott.
Oh, God. Because it makes no sense for there not to be a move. Look, I don't know that I would be able to conjure up anger. I think it would become full apathy. Just a literal who gives word that rhymes with duck. If Steve Eiserman doesn't make an A-list move here to move this thing forward, make this team better, doesn't get a top 6 forward, doesn't get a top pairing caliber defenseman, then I don't know why he's here, and I don't know why anyone bothers. I don't know why fans will defend him. I don't know why people spend their hard-earned money. I don't know why anybody does anything as we head into the Centennial. Because, Rico, I know you guys right now have a 75% chance of winning this hand. I get it. But I'm pot committed.
You want an A-lister.
I just have someone call up and argue the validity of my point. Not about whether I'll be right, because I know I have the sinking feeling I'll be wrong. I dare any MF to call up and tell me that I'm not making sense and that it all lined up, maybe past tense, for the Wings to make a move. I hate the term splash because a splash somehow signifies you overpaid or you did it for jollies and farts. Like, no, a splash can just be I brought a high-level player in and it's time to be good again.
Yeah, see, like I said, for me, a splash is somebody that you're like, wait, is this real?
Right.
Did we just get this person?
I'm giving him time. He acquired DeBrincat 8 days after free agency started. I have to use history as thy guide. I don't know what else to say.
Use history as a guide. History tells you that nothing will happen and we'll be very confused.
It also tells me you'll call in sick 23 times this year, but you know what? There's hope for you.
He wants the A-list. There's no A in Detroit, buddy.
Bars.
Can the hockey elite assist? I really would love to hear from the hockey elite because I'll be your Guido Pinata if that's what's necessary. I'll do whatever you need.
You're not wrong. Everything you're
Here's
saying
a loaf
is
of semolina.
right.
Hit me with it. My point is
everything you're saying is right. Everything you're saying.
But how can I be so wrong?
Because
what is happening here?
Because my opinion seems like there's no fire to say you got to do this within a certain time or else. So, you know what? This has been my plan. It's a slow cook, and he came out and told you beforehand. There's people out there, but...
Okay, but hold on. You can keep repeating what he said, and I'm just going to keep telling you DGAF. I don't care.
Okay, but
no. Hear me.
Okay,
We're on the same team.
Okay.
He can say it. It doesn't mean I don't think it's a horse bleep comment.
But he's never just said this and done that.
But I want that.
I say this And I did this.
It's so bad.
You grow up and Big G says, Mike, we're not going to McDonald's. You're not like, we're going to McDonald's. We're going to McDonald's. He's like, son, I told you, we're not going. And then the whole ride, you're saying, Dad, are we stopping here? Son, what part of we're not going did you not understand? This is what I'm going to do.
But
You're
rebuilding
expecting
7
McDonald's.
years in was a different level of expectation than taking me to McDonald's. It can't be the same. And we didn't have money. Steve has money. I mean, he's got all the money for all the French fries. They have money.
Just
Big G didn't have money. Steve has money.
What? But kind of like Big G, Steve's saying, I'm not going to be spending this money. I have it, and I'll look, and if I see something, but chances are I'm not.
Look,
we're not stopping.
I don't care about the free agent market. I've always thought a trade was going to be how it had to happen. The Gibson thing is fine enough. Gave it a B. If he's healthy, he's an improvement. The problem is he's rarely healthy. I do think his numbers are kind of muddied up because he was on an Anaheim team that led the league in the worst category, shots given up, quality chances. I think John Gibson can help you. I'm not mad about that. But we went in with clearly defined needs that your prospects are not ready to fill.
Mm-hmm.
They're not.
Mm-hmm.
How can we sit here again? I had to believe when he got rid of Tarasenko to create more cap space, there was more. Now, I'm not going to panic on July 1st at 2 p.m., but a case in point, Bo Byram's out there. Apparently, there are trade conversations. 4 teams are listed. You're not one of them. It's L.A., Vegas, a couple others. St. Louis is one of them.
It finally happened. The offer sheet conversation is finally happening with a big name like Bo Byram, and you're not involved in it.
Well, we don't know that. The mystery offer sheet team hasn't been revealed. But if Bo Byram signs for $8 million, correct me if I'm wrong, even though I'm a complete doorknob, apparently, when it comes to hockey, you would have to give up a first, second, and third.
So the updated value is closer to just north of $7 million, which would be a first and a third now that I see it.
Okay. I mean...
So you keep your second.
Yes.
I mean, Kenny, younger player who injuries have kind of slowed his growth, but still quality and still could help you. Would you do it?
Yes. Without even thinking about it, yes.
So... Mike, did the re-signing of Patrick Kane move the needle any for you?
No. The only reason he's here is because he's best friends with DeBrinket's kids.
Okay.
He's
man, I'm trying to help you out
there's
right
no
now.
help. He's 36. He's due to fall off a cliff anyways, and you sign him to an incentive-laden deal. It's $3 million on base, and then if he does a bunch of other cool stuff, he could get to $6 million. But he's here because he's got loyalty to family, loyalty to his friend, loyalty to his kids. Like, that doesn't even count.
Okay.
No, I'm saying, like, that I don't even give you credit for keeping him. The guy wants to be here, which is mind-numbing.
It was a move?
No, it's not.
Question mark?
No, because even last year, what was your biggest move? Bringing Kane back. Oh, Showtime's back. Is that going to be your big move again?
Yeah, that's a $3 million signing. It's nothing.
So that's not laser beams?
It's peanuts. It's nothing.
No laser beams?
None
No
of this is laser beams. So, look, I leave it to the people. I'm going to keep the faith. He's got to have something up his sleeve.
Or is it like, I know it was tongue-in-cheek with the morning show. Are they saving up for next year to go get McDavid?
Oh, I'm not doing those shows. Come on, man. I'm not. I heard Jim, and then, like, the ticket texters were like, oh, yeah, well, how many cups has he won? And I'm like, cool, we're making fun of a guy who's been to back-to-back cup finals, including a Game 7, and lost to, arguably, the best team in the last 15 years of hockey. If that's your win, awesome, man.
Right.
Also, you know who else wants him? 31 other NHL teams.
Kenny, I didn't want to bother you, but I heard that and I was laughing. Like, it started off tongue-in-cheek, but then it kind of went to like, well, maybe that could be a strategy. I'm like, well, so we're giving him another year. So
no, I want to hear from the people, and I don't even know if the people have the energy to do it. I'm going to hold out hope he's got something cooking. I just have to. Because nothing else makes sense.
You hang in there, buddy.
I will.
Drop off some Gatorade and protein bars.
Dude, I'm DiCaprio freezing to death in the Atlantic.
And that's what I'm saying.
Eiserman is Rose up on that board chilling.
I'm your friend. I'm going to drop. You know what? I'm going to get you to McDonald's. Big G never got you. There you go.
Okay. You're making my dad sound like a deadbeat. That is just,
I was wondering. Yeah.
It's just not accurate.
It's not. I love Big G. That great man. Great man.
Has Stevie broken the hockey elite? I'm asking. I don't know. I'm not going to make it like, again, I haven't flipped out over any one particular player, and I never thought free agency was the greatest idea in the world. I thought trades. Honestly, you have a glut of prospects, and you have a roster crying out for kind of an alpha, at least in the top 6 forwards. And if you want to tell me bringing over Pelika will help you on the blue line, I'm not mad about that. Okay, fine. But gee whiz, man. These other Eastern Conference teams, I mean, Carolina was already a wagon. They just got more wagon-y. Montreal was better than you. They just added Noah Dobson. I mean,
how many guys that you were hoping that the Wings would be out?
Right. How many more teams are like, what are we doing? Like, thank God Buffalo's a collection of idiots. They got rid of Peterka, which didn't make a lot of sense. Now we're talking about trading Byram. I mean, honestly, just trade Owen Power while you're at it. Like, remember when we wanted to create the Power Hour? Oh, man. Those were the days. All right. Well, Hockey Elite, if you want to talk about it, who's with me? What is your level of belief Stevie's got something cooking? And if you don't, you're going to end up being right with Rico and Kenny. But I got to hold the fort for a few days. I have to. He got to brink it 8 days after free agency started. I have to give that amount of time. I'll throw the number out. Let's see if 10 people care. 248-539-9797. Hopefully no one signs in the commercial break. 97.1.
Hey, guys, if you are looking at going back to school, why don't you give Lawrence Tech a try? Head over to Lawrence Tech because they're a school located right here in the city of Southfield. They have many accredited programs that you could go through and then have your career take off. And right now, preview day is happening at LTU on July 25th and on August 15th. If you're a high school student starting your pre-college journey, looking for a new college experience, make sure you visit LTU on one of those following days, and you'll learn about the scholarships, tech jobs, and specs at LTU. But you got to go to the website, ltu.edu/admissions/visit to sign up today. You do not want to wait. Your future starts today at LTU.
Your Detroit Red Wings have made a signing.
Oh, my God. Is this the moment where I get you two off my back?
Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you 26-year-old perennial nobody Ian Mitchell, defenseman, coming from Boston.
You know what? Right there. Okay? Go to hell.
Kenny, let's break down Ian Mitchell.
No, let's not.
I literally had to Google him. That's
Ian
how little
Mitchell's
I know.
family doesn't know he's in the NHL. Are you serious? That's what, you know, and you know I'm hanging by a thread over here. I'm trying to stay positive. I had a bot as the first caller of the day who was like, no, it's a long process. We don't need free agency. Of course, that guy hung up. And then David's telling me, yeah, people are basically like, I hate this team and I'm apathetic now. I mean, why? Why even sign that human being?
You just haven't reached acceptance phase like me and Rico have.
Are we more excited about Ian Mitchell or Karis LeVert? 248.
Honestly, push.
248-539-9797. I think, Mike, people have hit the point apathy has kicked in, where you're tired of getting kicked in the ding-ding. You're tired of waiting and waiting and waiting and
why
not
is the first
seeing
caller today
anything?
someone who's not apathetic and they're willingly telling you this is a long process, we don't need free agents? That was the first call of the day today. Those people still exist.
I wish that person was, and feel free to call in 248-539-9797. But I think a lot of people have that reaction of I'm not willing to get hurt again. I put myself out there for the last couple of summers and nothing happened.
All right, David Ticket Text, what are they saying?
35-year-old hockey fan, and I literally will not waste my time one more second with this team. This is a joke. That is Todd in Ann Arbor.
All right, he's fired up for the Centennial.
The Wings aren't going to do anything again. Zero urgency, zero drive. I'm done. I'm out.
Centennial, y'all.
I have a 1-year-old, and I am currently thinking that the Wings' next run at a cup will be when she graduates high school. I am done with this team.
Hashtag laser.
What logo would you like at mid-center ice?
Kenny was right. Crickets in Detroit. Screw this team.
Okay, wonderful.
I feel like Eiserman is making all the moves with the intent of making splash moves. He's just failing to convince people to play for him and Detroit. I'm ready to fire him soon, Matt and Wixom.
Look, here's where I'm at. Make the playoffs this year or fire Eiserman. That's it. Make the playoffs this year or this has to end. I look, I'm giving him time here to make a move. But, I mean, case in point, I'm not telling you, and I think I've been very reasonable, and I also think it would be insanely dishonest for me to go yelling and screaming about, you know, Gavrikov, like I've watched 8 billion hours of tape on him. The bottom line is you use resources, you know what players are thought of in the league, you know someone can or cannot help you based on data, based on opinion of experts, etc. Okay? The point is 7 years, $49 million, and he goes to the Rangers. There just seems to be a block that Eiserman will not dole out term.
Yeah, I think the frustration kicks in for a lot of fans, and Kenny, help me out if I'm wrong. You don't understand what's going on. You don't understand what he's doing because, okay, we're waiting for some of these guys to come up and help the team, except for apparently they're not good enough to come up here. So all of the years that you were waiting and people were like, well, just wait till this guy gets here. Wait till Kosa gets here. Wait till all of these people get here, and they're not. So now it's like, what are we doing? Where are we going? It's like a ship with one oar. We're just going around in circles.
I'm guilty. I thought everything pointed towards a big move, and I'm stupid. I don't know.
You're not stupid, Mike.
I have to just give it a few more days because, again, the DeBrincat thing is the only thing. That is the frozen board from the lifeboat on the Titanic that I am clinging to.
You know what? And here's what I want to be. I want to be the guy that turned the rescue boat around and went back and looking for survivors. I'm going to come back for you.
Okay.
I will not let you freeze out in the water.
It's already happened. I'm already dead.
He's already frozen, man. Are you
David, I'm turning the boat around. There's people out there.
We just signed a guy named Frank Mitchell. He doesn't even have a picture on Google. Let's go to Nick, 97.1. Nick, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Listen, I'm pissed off. What's the difference between Ian Mitchell and Carter Bear? Absolutely nothing. They're not going to make a difference in 4 years. And I'm disgusted by it. Right now, I look at Stevie Y What has he done? Let's be real honest with all the fans out there. DeBrincat, second half of the first year of his signing, he disappeared, and he was like Casper the Friendly Ghost. Last year, look at his numbers. If he has another year like that, do you think that was a good signing? Is he a bust? 100%.
Look,
I
don't want to pin, Nick, here's all I'll tell you. I don't want to pin it all on one move. If you look at the collective, name the top 5. If he's been here this is going into his 7th offseason, right? Nick, can you name me the 5 best pro player personnel moves he's made?
I cannot. I can make a couple.
And that's my frustration because we can't be hanging on to draft record. The draft record has not yielded wins. It has not yielded the playoffs. And the draft record is only as good as what you do with those players, meaning you have to be willing to move off of some of these guys to get ready-made pieces. Nick, if I ask Kenny to name the best trade and signings he's made, it would probably be Patrick Kane off a resurfaced hip and what? Give me the 5 best moves. It wouldn't be Andrew Kopp. It wouldn't be JT Compher. It wouldn't be Petrie. It wouldn't be Hull. It wouldn't be letting Gostisbehere walk out the door. It wouldn't be, who would it be? Any of the goalie acquisitions? No. If Nick is calling DeBrincat into question, then it can't be that. You inherited Larkin. What are the player personnel moves that let me know you're elite? I'm looking to Kenny, and Kenny won't talk to me. He's leaving me out here to die again. Damn it, I'm freezing in this water. Rose, help me. If I ask you, name the 5 best pro personnel moves they've made, what are they? Come on, this is the time. This is the moment.
We're bringing the boat around.
This is where DiCaprio gets a cup of hot cocoa.
We have not 1, but 2 Red Wings signings.
Come on.
We have Buffalo Sabres nobody Jacob Bernard Docker. Never heard of him until I saw the Red Wings post. And we have washed-up NHL veteran James Van Riemsdyk, 1 year, $1 million.
The guy who was with the Flyers for 30 years?
Yes.
Didn't he play with the Broad Street Bullies?
Get hyped. We got JVR season.
Okay.
Tuck.
Come on, Scott. Come on.
Jack.
Blowing that whistle.
When will you break? When will you break? This has to stop. Mike, we're all here. We're all worried about you.
I don't want to laugh because I want to cry. That's me. That's me. Watching the Eisermanman freeze and die. And I hated Rose. Her family was broke as a joke, and she held on to that damn ruby for all those years. Yeah. God, what a witch. All right, James Van Riemsdyk and who?
Exactly. That is the correct answer.
Who?
Jacob Bernard Docker spent some time with the Sabres.
Guys, come on, man. Guys with 3 names are usually good, right?
We got James Van Riemsdyk. We got Jacob Bernard Docker. Killing it. We're coming out aces here.
I'm serious. This is an appeal to the public, and I have a number of people who want to talk, and I'm going to get right to you. Can I ask, with no fear of reprisal, no yelling, I won't hang up on you, I won't be mean. Hell, I'll leave the studio if you just don't even want to talk to me. Can you explain any of this? This is where I've reached. I can't drop a chair. I can't yell and scream. What are we doing?
I got 3 words for you.
Okay, you can't say those on the air.
No and no.
You signed Ian Mitchell. Who? You signed, who was it? Bob
Jacob Bernard Docker.
Okay. And James Van Riemsdyk, who's got to be pushing 40. What? Why? Why is this happening? Are we bad people in this city?
It's all setting up for the power move.
I know, and I have to. I'm not even going to do it because
You're not far off. He's 36 for JVR.
I mean, Kenny, I wasn't joking. I mean, it just. I'm not going to say it because you'll play the damn Titanic clip again, but I'm just going to hold firm. There's got to be something. Come on. There has to be. If this is it, why do we exist? I feel like I'm Neil Tyson Degrassi. Like I'm like something like interstellar planes and universes. Like, why do we exist on this rock floating through space if this is the Eiserman in year 7?
I feel like your eyes have just been opened right now.
Just blow the whistle. I know you want to do it. Go ahead.
And it's just like, I just want to be there for you right now.
You can't.
I do.
Listen.
Because you don't know what to do. You don't know what to say. And I think a lot of Wings fans feel that way because they wanted you to be right. And you know what? I wanted you to be right. I wanted you to be correct.
This is the moment.
And it's like... it's almost like they're just messing with you right now.
I can't conjure words. I feel like the Iser plan is a Chappelle skit. Like when he did MTV Cribs and he's like, I got my own shoes. Like Steve is doing offensive things. Not that he's operating a sweatshop. I'm saying
So basically he's walking in saying, F your couch.
Yes! Putting his muddy boots up on there. Charlie Murphy, F your couch. 1 to 5 fingers, say to the face. That's what Steve's doing to me right now. This is Wayne Brady when he goes to collect from the hose and he's shooting people. Why is Steve hurting us?
Mikey V, I got a joke for you. What did the 5 fingers say to the face?
Fuck! Steve is Rick. Steve is Rick James with his muddy boots. Okay. Please, someone help me from the hockey elite. Please, someone save me. I'm actually jealous of Jack in the Titanic right now.
Because at least he died.
At least he froze to death and didn't have to see the end of the offseason.
Read something.
97-1.
All right, Wings fans, where you at? You're seeing what's going on or the lack of what's going on. Have you reached that point of just, let's face it, apathy? You don't know quite how to feel because you don't know what the plan is. What is the Eiser plan? 248-539-9797. We'll save you, Mike. David, a couple ticket texts and we'll hit the phone line.
To hell with the ticket text. We're going to the people.
Just straight to the phone. Okay.
Just please. Justin, you get the first shot at fixing everything. Hi.
Hey, what's up, Mike? Hey, Rico.
Hey.
How's it going? Yeah, I'd say death taxes and signing vets over 35. I think that's the Eiser plan. I don't know. We had Madonna Alfredson, just got JVR. He would have been sick when 2016 when he was in Toronto. But, yeah, I mean, there's a couple names out there, and, Elliot Friedman came out today and said that Ehlers isn't going to make a decision until tomorrow. He's a free agent. He was good on the Jets. Granlund, I think, is still available in Dallas. And one name that might be helpful is Klingberg in Edmonton. He kind of fell off since he was in Dallas, but he'd be cheap. He'd be better than Hull.
Right,
and
but hold on. Here's let me stop you on the last one. Quote, being better than Hull. Hull is up for being the singular worst player who plays professional hockey. He is an atrocity. That's not the standard. Justin, we need a top pairing defenseman and a top six forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll get to that. I'm just saying that I think Pellica will come up, so maybe a good mentor. So there's maybe 4D. Okay. Then we get into the trades. I like Byram, even though I just read the article that we're not one of the top four, which
never are. That's
the whole conversation, right? Is like, why? And then if you're looking at forwards, obviously like the Robinson thing's been in talk and everything like that. But, there's a lot of Avs fans too that kind of want Gerard traded, and he's a defenseman. He's kind of been up and down, but I would say he's top four. But I was to say the last thing is it's almost like what the Eiser plan is from this last few years, that it's kind of what's been going on, but it hasn't been working. And it's kind of like, what the heck?
That's what I'm at.
He's like signing these veteran guys to almost burn time until his guys come up. And I don't know if it's like an Oedipus complex or something, but that's a lot of risk because you don't know if these guys are going to pan out. I thought Casper took a jump, but it's risky. And it's 8 years?
7.
Or whatever it is.
This will be year 7, and I just...
Oh, 7. Okay, yeah.
I rarely find myself at a loss for words, both because it's what I do for a living, and Justin, I don't know, man. I tried to be very optimistic yesterday.
I don't know. No one knows. There's no hype.
No, and you don't get anything. You don't hell, maybe people don't care about the Pistons. At least there was news. Hey, I don't like Karis LeVert, but they're signing Karis LeVert. Hey, they might attempt to go get Malik Monk. Like something. Their
name is out there.
Right. This is something that is entirely different, and I want to say it again. NHL free agency is largely a myth. There is a reason, and I don't know if Kenny agrees or disagrees, but there is a reason I was borderline, intracted on the Noah Dobson thing, because I always knew trades is what have to happen in the NHL. Free agency is just not a real pathway to getting the best player you can. They didn't do it. I mean, I'm an Islanders fan, and I go, that's dirt cheap for Noah Dobson. 25 years old, right-handed shot. And, but he wasn't good last year. The whole team stunk, and he had an injury. The bottom line is, if you're not going to make trades, this is what happens. Because free agency, Steve has not shown an ability to get anybody, unless you got B. Arthur's hip. And then the guys you do get, he seems, I'd almost fall over right now if he gave somebody 7 years a term. I feel like he's got like a moral code or something here.
If he gave somebody 7 years a term, I would say, Steve, blink twice if you're being
right. Right. Like he's doing Morse code by blinking his eyes. Lasers. Go to Ron, 97.1. Ronnie, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how are you, Mike?
Good, Ron. What the hell's going on? Talk to me.
Buddy, let me tell you this. I just feel like Eiserman is a guy that he says, I want player X. And when player X is gone, he don't know what to do. And I've asked this question before. Who's with him in Tampa? Because somebody had to be making those signings and trades over there. It couldn't have been him. Because he just doesn't have – it just looks like he just doesn't know what he's doing.
Well, I'm at a point now, Ron, I think you do have to question Chris Draper and this entire pro scouting. And it's been – to say bad would probably be stating it lightly. Ron, I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm an idiot. I thought the Tarasenko thing was like he's gearing up to do something. And he still might. And I'm going to take the abuse from Rico and Kenny. But it's like, Ron, when they're signing another 40-year-old player and they're signing guys who don't even have profiles on Google, like, Ron, what the hell are we doing?
Mike, here's a stat for you. And this is true, and I checked it out also. So to sign Byram, it would cost us a first and a third. Okay? Right. Do you know that in the NHL draft, only 25% of the second rounders make it?
Yeah.
So you tell me that I can have Byron for a first, second, and a third? I got it. Do it. It's a done deal. But see, I wanted Byram, and I wanted the guy from your team, the Islanders, because
what, Dobson?
We can't keep the puck out of the net. You know, we continually go after the goaltenders when they're facing a barrage of shots in their own zone.
Well, and you factor in you had the worst penalty kill in the history of the sport. I mean, you're right. No goalie's going to stand up to that. You could have had, Heinrich Lundqvist in his prime. He wouldn't be able to stand up to. It's like playing in Anaheim for John Gibson. I'm not mad at John Gibson. Who the hell could thrive there?
Yeah, but we just continually to do this to set things up. And then last thing, Mike, what bothers me is this. So then Eiserman comes out here at the end of the season, him and McClellan, and they sit right in that chair, and they say, we got to become a team that's harder to play against. I mean, okay, James Van Riemsdyk, really?
I know.
Is this going to make teams like, oh, man, hey, it's going to be hard to play against us, right?
Right. Like if you wanted to back that comment up, and let me say this, because I mean, Ron, I don't want to get attacked by the hockeynistas. I'm just making a point. I'm not endorsing this. But if you want to be harder to play against, then why is Evander Kane in Vancouver? That guy's a pain in the ass. He's kind of a rat. He's an instigator, right? You can get – Kenny has talked about Ruslav Gudas for 2 years now.
Yes, he has.
Okay? You want to be harder to play against? That's the type of player.
Corey Perry just went to, I think, L.A. for like a song, like $3 million. I'm not saying that's your solution to the team, but that is harder to play.
You're making an example that if you want to make your words mean something, those are the players you bring in. As we sit here now, and it doesn't mean the offseason's over, and I know I'm still hoping he's cooking up something. He's done none of it. And to Rico's point, guys, his comment holds true. Every minute that goes by, it holds true. Yeah, free agency's going to be tough.
Yeah, a lot of players, a lot of teams.
Possibly the best teams.
A lot of players, a lot of teams.
But it's like the names come off the board, and it's a lot like what I talked about with the Pistons. It's trades, not free agency. And I don't understand what we're holding on to here. I mean, who's got a better war chest than the Wings? They have cap space. I'm not telling you they have the most cap space, but they are, I believe, top 10 in cap space as we sit here today. They have the prospects. They have the here's my mistake. I assumed they would have the urgency and motivation. And here we sit. And I totally understand that teams have data. We don't. Teams, look, there might be a big name out there, and a team looks at him and goes, that guy's a stick in the mud. Don't like him. But it can't be everybody. It's to your point about the Pistons. When Piston fans shoot down all of our ideas, right, and these same idiots now are literally sucking Karis LeVert's toes. Right. Yeah. How's that taste? But they shot down all our ideas, but these are the same people trying to spin their way into a Karis LeVert hero arc.
Right. Nobody's good enough. Well, we can do better.
Well, he played at Michigan. 248-539-9797. Guys, help me understand. Does anyone want to stand with me or freeze in the water with me? Eiserman's got to be cooking up something, right? Right? DeAndre Miller, gone. Gavrikov, gone. A lot of the other guys didn't hit free agency. They didn't trade for Dobson. But we got to keep hope alive, right? Chase Robertson, maybe? That's nice. That's nice. That's great. America's favorite place to watch football is Stadium Swim. It's located at Cirque Resort and Casino. All the biggest games. Great viewing experience. And, well, it's built for you, the fans. You can leave at any time, Rico. Six pools. 6 pools that I could drown Rico in. 3 different levels. Perfect view of the big screen. Cirque Resort and Casino in downtown Vegas. Book your spot today. CircaLasVegas.com. Okay, if you're just joining, it has been a rather lively start to the show. We are going to move football today to next hour because Wings fans want to talk. And yesterday, I just want to set this up, and then we're going right to the phones. I was very optimistic. The Tarasenko thing just made me feel like, okay, he's cooking up something big, like it's happening. They're gonna make the A-list move. And no, please, I beg of you not to call with this angle. Oh, what are we one player away from a cup, jackass? No, I know that, but it doesn't mean you can't get better. Better is legal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it doesn't mean you can't start stacking players so that you do become one player away.
But all this is right now, as they've signed somebody named Ian Mitchell, the guy who used to be James Van Riemsdyk about a decade ago, and then a guy with 3 names I can't pronounce. The point is, it's more of the no-risk, very limited upside signings that Eiserman makes. And I think in your 7th offseason, the time to be super risk-averse is over. And I'm still holding out hope there's something. Because I don't know how you could go to this fan base in the Centennial where they're going to do all these special events, and it's already kind of a powder keg. And I don't know what the percentage is. I don't know what percentage of fans are angry at Steve, and then what percentage of fans would, have Steve's baby. I don't know, what is it 50-50 right now? 60-40?
No.
I don't know.
I think more fans are starting to get just apathetic and angry at Steve and want to see him move. I think the Steve bots are just that number's just getting reduced by the minute.
So I'm waiting because he got to Brinkett 8 days after free agency started. I have to wait because and you might be right. Kenny's going to be right. I know you guys are going to be right, and I'll be blowing the whistle in the freezing water. I know this, okay? Ha, ha, ha. The point is.
Look, stop.
No, the point is, I can't live in a world where you take the podium in year 7, and it's Ian Mitchell, James Van Riemsdyk. You know what? And they'd be leaving $17 million in cap space on the table. There's no way. If that happens, they may as well just quit. So I'm holding out hope. And I know it's not a strategy. I know that.
What you are saying, Mike, makes total sense. It's like, okay, you're saving up this money for this 1 or 2 moves where you can bring in 2 guys making $7 million a year, but we're not seeing it. And it kind of goes, and it's like Steve kind of said, I'm not going to do much.
All right, I want to ask if I can say this and if it's legal. And I'll leave it to Kenny and you and David and certainly the listeners. I'm asking if this is okay to be feeling this. Is Eiserman scared? Is he gun shy? If you're this risk averse, there's got to be something behind it. Is he worried that he's going to make his Javi Baez move? What? No, I'm asking.
No, see, I understand where you're coming from, but I don't think it's that. Hold on 1 second, Kenny. To me, it's more of I have a plan, and I'm not going to deviate from this plan.
Yeah, it's rigidity.
And I know, it looks like it's not going to work, but I know deep down this will work, and he will not deviate from that plan.
It's similar to what you said. I wouldn't say scared. I would use the word stubborn. This is mine, and I'm not going to change.
Okay. Let's go to Owen, 97.1. Hi, Owen. Owen?
Owen, you there?
Yeah, he quit too. That's fine. I want to.
Life raft didn't get to Owen fast enough.
I know. Let's go to Mick, 97.1. Mick, what's going on?
Hey, guys. Thanks for this topic. Thanks for the time.
Yeah.
So I would say this. I was apathetic heading into around the draft. Just, seen this before. Gibson was nice. It was a nice move. And, but still didn't move the needle. When Tarasenko's contract was dumped, yeah, you know what? I got excited, Mike. I got excited, Rigo. And thinking somebody was coming, somebody who was on deck. And yeah, it could still happen, but let's be honest. Ekblad was already off the board. Gavrikov's gone. Miller, done. Our options are limited. My eggs are firmly in the Jason Robertson or bust basket. If this doesn't happen, this team is going to just continue to move the goalposts to next year. But here's the thing. you look at those contracts, these guys that you signed today, Mitchell, JVR, whomever. Here's the problem. Never mind Mitchell, who's going to be a Grand Rapids guy, but JVR, I'd much rather see Mazur up here. And listen, if you're going to play him only 10 minutes a night, again, give me Mazur with upside. We know what JVR is. Yeah. JVR is going to be a worse version of what he was this year. And next year, again, what is this team? If your youth is that good, if you're this high in your prospects, play him. Now, mind you, I want to see a splash. I want them to do a splashy move, but stop signing filler bums.
Correct.
Who block all the matriculation. Stop it.
Mick, it Rico said it though. It just feels like he just keeps buying time. And you get to a point where you're like, I put up, like, great example is the goalie thing, Mick. I mean, John Gibson, for the entirety of the time he is here, is going to play a vast majority of the games. And it's like, okay, well, then what was the point in waiting for Kosa all this time?
Right.
I just don't understand it.
Yeah, you're right. It's clear that their minds aren't made up on Kosa. It's clear that Augustine is going to make them wait. Augustine, recommitting or staying with State. They drafted another goalie high. Honestly, I think at least they read the writing on the wall there that Kosa might not be their guy. But here's the problem. You've got MBN, you've got Danielson, you've got Mazur. All three of these guys, 2 of 3 of those guys should make this team. Will there be roster spots available? And I'm not worried about the AAV of guys like JVR. It's the fact that these are veterans who, listen, McClellan's going to want to play these guys. I would say, listen, you got to figure out what this team is. Is this team a rebuild that you're going to build on youth? Or do you want the buddy club of a bunch of retread veterans?
Yep.
Which is it?
It's like the deadline. We were all pining for a move, and Dylan Larkin took the bold step of, putting his ass in the jackpot. And Steve went, okay, here's Craig Smith. What? Wait, what?
Unbelievable.
Mick, I look, I'm holding out hope, buddy, but I got to tell you, the water's pretty cold.
Hey, man, let's go light some candles, say some prayers, do
Please.
some voodoo. Jason Robertson.
I hope so, because, Mick, we kind of need that laser beam meme thing to be true. We need that version of this guy, because I won't even be angry if this is the offseason. It'll be complete apathy. And I fully admit this. I've never hidden from this. If you're going to do this job, you kind of got to pick your spots. You can't be perfect in everything. There's going to be a sport that falls to the wayside. I'm open about it. Hockey is that sport for me. There's more juice in the orange. Certainly football dominates my life, both here on the radio with you guys every day, but the podcast, the National Football Show, like, football's my currency. That gets most of my time. Then it's basketball and baseball. And yes, I enjoy hockey, but I can't do everything all the time. Like, why do you think Stephen A. Smith is never right about anything and sounds like a half-wit most of the time? Because he's trying to be everything to everyone all the time on 8 million shows. You can't be great at anything at that level. At that point, everything just sounds like this. The reason I say it is, whether, again, guys, you don't have to be Don Cherry or Elliot Friedman to be able to speak on these things. Like, we are versed enough in this to where we know it's not good enough. We know the players you're signing are not good enough. And demanding a splash isn't this idiotic, you don't know puck radio thing. No, it's actually correct. We're in year 7. They need something.
They need something, Mike. And because you're in year 7, I think the definition of splash has been reduced to, puddle, trickle, something. We just want something.
Just blow the whistle.
Splash was 2 years ago.
Just blow the whistle.
Now it's just, throw a pebble in the pond.
There. Yep. Thanks.
Now you're just hoping that boat heard you and turns around. Help me.
I'm holding out hope, but my body temperature is decreasing.
Help me, please. Help me. Help me.
Hypothermia. I'm starting to sound like Will Ferrell when Dr. Evil sends him to the pit of hell. Help me.
Oh, you shot me. You shot me in the arm.
Help me. Somebody, please. Okay. I'm holding out hope, man. Come on, Stevie, please. 248-539-9797. Your calls coming up next. 97.1. I'm totally calm. There hasn't been any anger today. I don't have it in me. For those of you joining us on a beautiful Tuesday afternoon, Rico Beard's been the MVP with his imitations of Rose from the Titanic and the death whistle. Okay. Yes. I said yesterday I am very optimistic that Steve is cooking. The Tarasenko thing, the whole idea of it's just been time. He's going to make his move.
It makes sense, Mike. What you're saying makes absolute sense. I see why you chose that side.
I know.
Because it's like you, as Kenny would say, that's what the money is for. You have it there. You have enough to make 2 good signings to really improve this team. And that's what, and there were people out there available, but each minute you see him going someplace else.
And it's always been about trades for me. Now, look, he didn't acquire DeBrincat until I believe July 9th. So I have to. I don't have a choice. All right, I'm all in. I don't have any more chips to put in the pot.
And Kane means nothing.
No. Kane's here because his kids like it here, and he's best friends with DeBrincat and his family, the whole bit. Like that's in the bag. Kane could have gone and played winning hockey elsewhere and probably been paid more. You don't get credit for that. Okay. But that's like signing a player whose mom is dying. Well, congrats. He's going to be near mom. Like, you don't get bonus points. I mean, I know that's morbid, but it's just... Look, I'm freezing in the water.
I offered the boat.
The point is...
Just swim over here.
I want to know where people are at. Because, again, signing James Van Riemsdyk, signing a Grand Rapids Griffin, Ian Mitchell, we're all waiting, and the free agent thing isn't much of a thing. Bowen Byram is available. There are trade conversations. The Wings are not listed by Elliot Friedman as one of those teams. And you start to look around. Keandre Miller went to the Hurricanes. The Russian Gavrikov, he went to the Rangers, 7 at 49. You're running out of options. Mm-hmm. So I'm asking fans.
I mean, and look, as the years keep going, and Kenny, I'm going to lean on you for this. Is it getting to the point where the reason why you're not getting any of these people, because why would I want to go play for Detroit? They're nowhere near winning a cup.
There's definitely some of that in the water because clearly, Steve, like Mike said earlier, there's the pro scouting and the pro recruitment. It's not even about the pro scouting. We can all identify this guy's a good hockey player, this guy's a good hockey player, this guy's a good hockey player. The problem is recruiting them and getting them to actually come here, which seems to be.
I mean, it's like in every league, there's teams where you're almost a threat to the general man. Keep this up, and I'll trade you there.
Well, it was also, too, there was an article in The Athletic that got released like a month ago that said that
agents
hard to
hate
deal
him.
With. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but fellas, both of you can address this. I think you guys are missing the main culprit here. Guys, it's about trades. That is the way to get better. Free agency isn't the way. Like, Eiserman has one signature trade in 7 off seasons. Like, when you comp that to the way Zito's operating in Florida, like, where's your Sam Bennett move? Where you steal a play. Where's the laser beam Eiserman who stole people? Forget about the guy who drafted Kucherov and Braden Point.
But even with trades, it's like, don't trade me to Detroit. I'd rather not do this.
Maybe, but if Steve never picks up the phone because he's unwilling to give term, he's unwilling to give up his prize prospect treats. Guys, I don't know, but I'm holding out hope because it's all I got. If they don't do something bold here, I don't know what the hell to sell these people. And heaven help you if you have to sell them tickets in the centennial year. Yes, Kenny?
No, it's just I felt that way last year. I felt that way after Wallman. I felt like, all right, they did this, so that means something has to be coming next.
I know.
You're that way with Tarasenko right now. I can't think about it like that anymore.
Hey, Petrie's gone.
And that's a blessing. Let's go to Sean, 97.1. Sean, how you been?
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Good, hey. Sean. What's up?
Mike, Rico, Kenny, this is all you guys' fault in reference to Mr. Eiserman. 35-plus years ago, I worked at a car wash near Grosse Pointe. He was the nicest guy ever, but what station was the radio on? 1130 The Fan or any sports radio. Facts. He doesn't want you guys to be right. Better dinner. He's listening right now on his way home. He's pissed because 97.1 is right. Old man Stevie is grumpy.
Okay, as funny as that would be, Sean, I could say there's probably a 0.01% chance he would waste a moment of his Tuesday, July 1st free agency day listening to anybody on this station. Come on now.
Hey, that radio has to be on something. And
I
that's
know.
what that was the thing.
But maybe Sean is onto something. He wants to get the pulse of the people.
I like the idea of that, though, picturing him listening to us going, man, I hope they play the really fast drop again.
All right, guys.
Honestly, the fact we signed James Van Riemsdyk, maybe we could bring in Mike Gartner. He might have something left in the wheels. Is Al McGinnis available? He's got a hell of a shot from the blue line.
What's Keith Primo up to lately? I don't know.
Hey, he'll provide some grit.
Al McGinnis.
I don't know what to say.
Hang in there, buddy. The principle you stood on made sense.
And I'm not sticking with it to be provocative or to anger either of you.
It made total sense, Mike.
And I gotta give him a few more days.
I can't get angry with you, and you're right. Maybe we'll all tomorrow. You get to come in here and you get to be the king of Zamunda.
Listen, man. That would be amazing, but I don't think any of that's
telling me. Wipers!
Let's go to Owen, 97.1. Owen, how you doing?
Good. My bad about earlier.
That's okay. Hey, we came back and got you. Hop in the boat, Owen. Come on.
I got a couple of things. So for a little knowledge to drop on y'all, back in the 2023 NHL trade deadline, when we sold off Filip Hronek and Oscar Sundqvist and all of them, the one guy we tried trading for that fell through was JVR. So there's that. So I think Eiserman was fixing something he wanted back a couple years ago. B, if we're going to become, a nursing home, we might as well get Jaromir Jagr. He's still out there.
Sure.
Sure. And then on a real though, this is actually sad. Like, what is this dude doing? This dude has no. I was looking back because with our goalie Kosa and everything. Let me give you Andre Vasilevsky's numbers. When the first year he actually got some NHL time, he had a 2.45 goals against in the AHL. Sebastian Kosa has a 2.47. There's not. I don't see it and also the save for 0.917 save percentage. For Vasilevsky, 0.911 save percentage for Kosa.
Look, the bottom line is
now.
When they drafted Vasilevsky, he was up in 18 months. There is something that they have a misgiving about or they're not comfortable with Kosa. It's just clear as day.
But then get rid of him. Get rid of him then. If you're not going to play him, why keep him? How about add him to a trade package for Bowen Byram? How about that? The Sabres don't have a goalie.
Listen, none of what you're saying is wrong. Owen, it goes back to what we're talking about. What are the trades that Eiserman has made that make you feel like he's high level at his job? It can't be just about nailing your first round pick. Congrats. It is about the Kucherovs and the Braden Points and some of these you have to hit. No, you're never going to have another Zetterberg in the 50th round. Everyone scouts Sweden now. We know this. But Owen, if the Eiserbots are just going to tell me he's phenomenal because of these first-round picks, well, first of all, most of those guys aren't here. Second of all, I hate to break it to people, is Lucas Raymond a first-line guy in a Stanley Cup Finals team? No, he's not. He's a really nice young player, but he's not. You inherited Larkin. He's not. We like Mo Seider, fine, but I don't think anyone's going to get Mo Seider twisted as a top 10 guy in the league.
No.
So again, it can't be both. And we're crediting him with some of the stuff for some of these prospects. And it's well, until you play, if you won't weaponize them into acquiring real Stanley Cup caliber players and they're not ready to play yet, well, then what credit am I doling out? We're sitting here dying.
And that's where the frustration kicks in because it's where everybody wants to know what exactly are we doing?
I don't know, but I'm holding out hope with my little whistle while I'm freezing to death in the water. Okay. You done?
One more time.
No. I was optimistic yesterday, and I got to stay that way for right now. But am I feeling great about it? No. I'm getting very nervous. It's going to have to be a trade because, look, Eller's being the only guy left that might be a top 6 forward. I have bad news for you. There are still plenty of, I sound like Steve. There are plenty of teams with money. He's going to get grossly overpaid. It's where trades are your friend. That's the way. And for whatever reason, he seems incredibly reticent to do that. And with their pro scouting department's track record, maybe I understand why. At this point, I wouldn't be shocked if they traded for Len Bias. One problem. He's been dead for 40 years.
And he plays a different sport.
They don't care. Power forward. Oh, you mean we needed one for hockey? Yes, guys.
Well, Al Horford's available.
Honestly, sign him. I
And
don't
he's
even
old.
care. If Eiserman traded for Al Horford, I just, it would be something. I wouldn't even care. Hey, tell you one thing. Him and James Van Riemsdyk have about the same left in the tank. Okay? If you've been injured in an auto accident, now you're drowning in medical bills. You're dealing with insurance companies who couldn't care less about you. It's injury attorney David Femininio. Call him today. He gets to work today. Get David, get paid is not just a catchphrase. It is a promise. If someone you know has been injured, don't sit there and hope things get better. You call David at 855-65-CRASH or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, for the first time all day, I want to check ticket text. If you're just joining the show, I wish I had something to sell you. The Wings haven't done a thing other than sign 100-year-old James Van Riemsdyk, some guy with 3 names who blows, and a guy who's probably headed for Grand Rapids, i.e. nothing. If you listened yesterday, I was hyper optimistic. I'm like, okay, Stevie's cooking. Tarasenko's out of here. Like, we're going to make a move. But I understand the free agency in the NHL is largely a myth. I thought it'd be a trade. But I want to remind everybody, and I'm fine. I'll be your meatball pinata. We didn't get to brink it until 8 days after free agency started. I have to give the man time. But, man, if this is the offseason, if this is it, yeah, I'll look stupid, and I won't be mad. I will be completely apathetic.
No, ticket text. I still believe in you. I won't forget about you. Sign Rose from the Water.
Okay, this is, you know what? I deserve it. I deserve it. I fought the law and the law won. Okay, Kenny told me what was going to happen, and I said, no, you're being negative because hurt people hurt people. And
Great quote.
David, the ticket text.
Yeah, we're officially beat down and sulking in the corner. I have to believe that he has something coming, or else I'm going to lose my mind. Do something big. That is Derek from Clarkston.
Okay.
The current state of the Red Wings makes me excited for the return of the WNBA to Detroit, and that's saying a lot.
Oh, boy. I'm going to stay away from that one.
Someone else says, I never thought being in pain would be so funny. I love you guys.
If you can't laugh, what's the point? I mean, I'm fine taking the abuse. I stayed optimistic, and I look like a horse's ass. What do you want me to say?
Wings make the playoffs or WNBA franchise starts up again. What happens first?
Wings.
Welcome to LCA. You'll be watching a
Wings,
WNBA
come
game.
on.
The shock!
No.
Get on your feet.
Okay, yeah.
All right, here we go. We got one, guys. I love what Steve is doing. Would have rather moving Larkin over Tarasenko, but I really love everything the Wings have done. This team is shaping up well. You guys are definitely starting to look like fools, though. I believe by 2030, we'll be making the playoffs.
Okay, that has a rich amount of sarcasm, and I appreciate it.
So I win. The shock.
Okay, keep going.
Shock's 29.
Guys, the Titanic whistle is killing me at work. Great pull, Rico.
Yeah, it's fantastic. So glad he found that.
The Eisermanman offseason blueprint signed the first and second overall picks from the 2007 NHL draft. It is working out well, guys.
Great. We're the Sacramento Kings, basically. Thanks. All right, let's go to Julian. Maybe he can bring some help and sensibility to this. Jules, just say something.
Gentlemen, top of the afternoon to you on this beautiful July 1st. As I sit here, Mike, floating in my free agent command center with the LeBruns, the McKenzies, the Dreggers, there's a clear theme, right? I'm not seeing anything on Twitter or any other platform that's indicating that there's a big splash, a big move, any communications that they're aware of with the Wings. Congratulations on JVR. Fun fact, JVR played back in 2013 in the epic collapse between my Leafs and the Bruins and that horrible third period. Mike, we've talked at length over the years about, this exercise in futility that the Wings have been on. I've drawn some parallels with my team, and actually I want to use that to maybe offer a little bit of hope to Wings fans. Maybe not in the near term, but if you look at Toronto, thank goodness MLSC dusted off the Mike Valenti cannon and they fired Shanahan into the moon. And on the heels of that, the era of the Core Four finally came to an end officially today after 7 long years. So I think that for Wings fan, I unfortunately, I have to offer the fact that they need to look beyond Steve Eiserman for the simple fact that, as I've said before, I think the league has passed him by. I don't know Steve Eiserman, but he comes off as an incredibly stubborn person in how he deals with trades, free agency, etc. And when you look at a team like Florida or teams like Florida and teams like Vegas, who year to year are finding ways to either bring in players, re-sign players. You know, we all joke about how the cap isn't real. It's that type of management, and I would argue that type of manipulation that is required to be successful in this league and to have longevity.
Yeah.
I mean, Florida, without a doubt, is going to be the front runner for the Cup next year.
Well, you have to
Vegas
throw in.
Has been in it.
You got to throw in a team like Carolina, and I know they haven't seen it through. I know that they have faltered, but every year, Jules, they're really good. And you know what else they do? They continually add players. They just keep it going.
And it's not like anybody's going to make the argument, unlike Florida, which is a zero state tax, and unlike Vegas, which is clearly a destination. I don't know of a lot of people who talk about that it was their lifelong dream to play in Carolina.
No.
But it's the management of the team. And I honestly think that Steve's approach, based off of the last 7 years, is not only antiquated, but I mean, we keep having the same conversation. How much more data is required for a general unilateral acceptance that Steve has been completely unsuccessful?
Yeah, this is, I'll answer your question, Jules. And I'm pretty straightforward about it. This is it right here, right now. Make the playoffs or you're fired. And I don't have a say in it. Right. I'm just, that's where I'm at. And at the end of 7 years, if they aren't a playoff team this year, regardless of what does or doesn't happen this offseason, you're fired. If his last name wasn't Eiserman, he would have already been terminated. Mm-hmm. So I think no one can claim lack of patience. I don't think he's been treated poorly. I don't think it's been unfair. You just get to a point, Rico, think about what we're asking for. This is a town of championships. Mm-hmm. This is the greatest North American NHL franchise in history.
You were known as Hockey Town.
And we're groveling to creep into the playoffs and get sandblasted. That kind of that here. There, okay? There's the whistle. Okay. This is the time. This is the move. Spread the good word.
The Red Wings have made a signing.
Okay.
Another one.
Hold on.
Are you ready?
Come on. Tell me this is good.
All right. For the low price of $775,000, the Red Wings acquire one John Leonard, who has played less than 100 games of NHL time and is a career AHL player.
This can't be it, man.
You know, in the wise words of a pastor who I have a lot of respect for in the city of Detroit, his name is David Hull. I just want to say the following. Man, I need some grits. I quit. This sucks. This is, man, to hell with all this. Honestly, what? Okay. Everyone stay calm. He's cooking. This is all setting the table for something really good.
The boat's right here, Mike.
No.
We're right here.
No.
Kenny, circle back. Let's go find Mike.
No.
Blow the whistle, Mike, when you're ready. Just blow the whistle. We're here. We're here for you.
248-539-96.
Steve.
No.
Someone says at least Petrie's gone.
Right.
Oh, is that what the offseason has come to?
He'll go win a cup with Florida.
Honestly, Hall has got to be saying, what the hell does a guy got to do to get fired around here? Hall spent the end of the season watching games with Jim Costa in the stands. He's still here.
Maybe he's splitting season tickets with Costa. You know, it's the 100th year.
Hey, buddy, it's the Centennial.
Which logo you want to see on the ice? 248.
Anything I say to that would be offensive. Therefore, I will say nothing.
I need to see Mike with a whistle in his mouth. Center ice.
John Leonard did not play in the NHL last year.
Dude, you may as well have signed John Lennon.
He didn't play any hockey.
Also dead. You signed a guy who didn't play anywhere last year? Not even like the California Penal League? Nowhere.
It looks like he played for the Charlotte Checkers, the AHL affiliate of somebody, for 72 games.
The Checkers.
Yeah, 36 goals. That's productive. Almost a point-a-game player. Good year. Got a nice little playoffs. 14 points in 18 games.
Will he be up before Kosa?
No.
Okay.
I don't think he's ever coming back up.
But hey, enjoy that money.
The affiliate of the Florida Panthers.
All right.
There we go.
So a Stanley Cup player pseudo kind of thingy?
Just leave me alone.
You know what, man?
I'm just
in the words of the Reverend Jesse Jackson, Mike. Keep hope alive.
I'm trying. I can't feel my legs.
It's okay.
I'm so cold.
Blow the whistle. Kenny and I'll come and get you.
We're
here.
I have to see this through.
But we can't see you. The water is dark. Blow the whistle, Mike.
We'll take the calls. We'll get to a football today. I do have a Tigers power stat that is actually very positive. This sucks. All right, blow the whistle. 97.1. All right, we're going to knock out the calls. We will move on. We'll keep an eye on the wing stuff, but I'm going to try to maintain some optimism, but I know it doesn't look good. And Rico and Kenny are probably going to be right, but we're asking the question. Is Stevie cooking, or is it just false hope, false optimism? Because they've done nothing. And I'll just caution you on the Gibson thing. It's fine enough. It's a solid B. But let's not comp it as Rico did in the break that this day in 2002, you traded for Dominik Hasek. Not the same thing. Not the same thing. Let's go to Ken, 97.1. Kenny, how you doing?
Good. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
Yes, sir.
Mike, unfortunately, you're drowning. You just don't know it yet.
Okay. It's so cold.
Sorry to break the bad news to you.
Okay.
But let me see if I can explain this. First of all, I learned more about Titanic on this show than I ever thought I would. So that's interesting in itself.
Glad we could help.
So you're in the water, right?
Yep.
And you're in the water, and Steve Eiserman is the captain of the Titanic. And they already left England, okay? And if you remember in the beginning of that movie, Rose says, how come there's not enough lifeboats for all the people? And the guy says, well, that's because it's not going to sink. We don't have to worry about it. So you're blowing your whistle, wanting the captain to come and save you when you're blowing the whistle, and the guy who caused this, he's in England, i.e. the Illiches. And I called on this a couple months ago when you guys talked about the Tigers.
Yeah.
The similarities are glaring between doing just enough to be relevant, just enough to make money, both with the Tigers and the Lions, or Tigers and the Wings, and why aren't they making these big hits? Why didn't they let Javi Baez go? All this stuff like that. And you're assuming that Eiserman's going to spend $17 million. What if he can't?
Because
he's not going to come out and say, well,
because there's no evidence of that. Yeah, but hold on. The baseball, Kenny, we had a caller yesterday with this. Like, I'll say it again. Baseball, you have a far better case. There's no cap. There are self-imposed caps. Hockey, right. I mean, find me the year the Wings have entered a season $20 million under the cap like Anaheim did a couple of years ago. Ken, they spend their money. He just wastes it.
With Dad Illich, I'd say it was a little different. I think that Eiserman's loyalty to the Illiches, he's not going to come out and say, guys, I know we got $17 million, but I can only spend 4 of it.
All right, look.
He's not going to come out and
Kenny,
say that.
You're free to think it. I'm not going to yell at you for thinking it, but it doesn't. I don't see an evidence pattern here that makes that remotely true. Please don't put me in a position to defend ownership. It makes me feel dirty. I need a shower. But we've got to stop with the idea that ownership is failing Steve Eiserman. No, Steve Eiserman is failing you. That's it. There's a cap in the sport. The Red Wings spend.
How in the world do you need a shower and you're in freezing cold water?
Do you think that's just fans being lazy? I'm not trying to get any names.
No, I think what it is
you need a scapegoat. You need a reason.
Yeah, Steve, that's the scape. He's spending all the money. He's just spending it poorly, misallocating it.
It's too painful, as Rico always says, and I get upset at Rico. It's too painful to have to take your hero and put him in a pine box. They can't bring themselves.
They can't separate the two, that the guy that hoisted the cup and the guy that's running the team.
Look at even now. After all the evidence that is presented before you that Jim Harbaugh is a terrible human being and a liar, Michigan fans, by and large, will still defend him. And that because it's too painful to admit, your hero is actually a pretty terrible guy.
Yeah, the only person that didn't get that treatment was Joe Dumars, and he actually won something. Both levels.
Poor Joe. Poor guy's house caught on fire and
no
he got
one
fired.
defended him.
Nobody defended him.
Nope.
And he won you a title as a player and running a team and got ran out of town. But this, well, it's got to be maybe Illich won't let him do anything. It's like, or guys, maybe he's not that great at this job.
Go to Paulie. I'm staying optimistic. Something can still happen.
Something can, Mike. You are correct.
Going to Paulie.
Something can.
97.1. Paulie, what's going on?
Hey, what's up, gentlemen? Great to hear your voices. You know, I live out of the country now, but I listen to the ticket every day.
Oh,
so,
thanks.
But you know, I got to say that, you know, I'm in the car with a pal, and I'm just getting wound up over these guys calling in, talking about Steve doesn't know what he's doing or he's stubborn or this and that. First of all, what do we got? 3 hours into the trade deadline, the free agency. Stevie fleeces teams, and he's been stockpiling a lot of talent. Now, is there a lot of similar talent on the team? Sure. But the free agent market isn't that great this year.
No.
And also, the agreement is with the Illiches is not to come in to make the playoffs, okay? It's to come and win cups. And I truly believe he's building a dynasty, the kind of thing that we saw in the late, the late 90s, early, for a decade. I think this guy is going to post up 4 championships inside of 20 years, but everybody's got to hold their breath. And especially, guys that probably never put a jockstrap on are calling in yapping at Stevie Y. Give me a break. Guy built the Lightning in 6 years.
Paulie, here's the one problem. You're right with a lot of what you say is that, people take it too far. Hell, I'm guilty of it. I'm frustrated. I want to win. I'm tired. This is a longer drought than when they were the dead things. The problem is Paulie, I'm not trying to be smartass with you. What he did in Tampa just doesn't play anymore because he's in year 7 here. And you're right. The goal isn't the playoffs. You're 100% right, Paulie. But at a certain point, you gotta make the playoffs. Otherwise, what are we doing? So it's getting tougher to buy into what's being sold. I think there's a middle ground.
100%. And too, like you said, hey, it's it doesn't play anymore. It's and in these last 2 seasons, the near miss 2 seasons ago, and then this last year is the inconsistency. We should have made the playoffs. I think really last year for sure. After getting that close the year before when Montreal clipped us, but nevertheless, it's just we've got a lot of the. I think the kind of splash I would like to see. When I hear guys that want Marner here, I don't want Marner. I take Nylander, but he's not available. So,
no, and again, Marner,
we already got that player.
Marner was never coming here. From the very beginning, it was L.A. or Vegas, and where did he go? Vegas. I think, Paulie, it just gets to a point. We want the. You know what it is, Paul? I don't know if it's what the comp would be, whether it's you go out to eat and you have an expectation of what you're getting for your money. When you hired who was presumed to be arguably the best GM in all of hockey, we just want to feel like we have that guy.
Yeah, you hired the top chef. You don't want Franks and beans.
And I agree with Paul. The talent he's stockpiling in the minors is impressive, but guys, it's year 7.
Okay,
Come on.
It's not here, and it doesn't look like it's coming. So now you have to wonder about the talent that he's stockpiling. How good is that talent?
I don't know. I just share a different perspective. I can't wait 10 years to make the playoffs and then be like, okay, it's all good. Or he's building a consistent winner. It's okay, well, if it takes you 10 years to accomplish that, I kind of question what the hell we were doing.
I'm not to diminish, but 10 years, a lot of people, if you gave them 10 years, I'm sure could build a winner.
I'd like to tell you you're wrong, but you're not, because we see it every day in the world of sports. Montreal went to the Cup final, bottomed out, and they were back again this year. It happens. I don't know. I don't have all the answers. I'm frustrated. I'm trying to be optimistic.
It's the hypothermia kicking in.
It is.
It is.
I've lost my whistle. All right. Summer's heating up. What are you waiting for? 120-degree day before you call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical? Upgrade your system now. You'll save up to $1,000 on a new AC, save up to $1,000 on a new generator, and also $1,000 on a new furnace. Call for details. Schedule your free in-home estimate. Mastercraft Honest Work. Great same-day service. When you call before noon, it's mastercraftheating.com. All right, let's touch the table on a little football. David, music.
Gentlemen.
Yes.
A little news and notes from the NFL, and then I have a list for you, Michael.
All right, go ahead.
David, welcome back.
Oh, boy. I know what's about to happen here.
Well,
go ahead.
There's been a trade. The Miami Dolphins made a trade with the New York Giants. I didn't know this guy was still around, but apparently the Giants have traded tight end Darren Waller.
I can't believe the Dolphins gave up anything to get a guy who was lousy and retired and honestly should have been banned from the NFL for the music video he filmed. I don't know what to tell you. If you think you're getting anything out of Darren Waller out of retirement, I got a bridge in Nebraska to sell you. I got nothing for you.
All right, David, this one's for you and you too as well, Mike. Cleveland has just been approved for a new stadium. It's going to be one of those state-of-the-art stadiums. It's going to be enclosed. No more dog pound. No more freezing outside. Good move for Cleveland. Are you a big fan of this? Because it was kind of iconic to see the games in the snow in Cleveland.
It's a terrible move. And if even 1 cent of public money went into the Haslam's pocket, look, the answer is no to all of it. Teams like the Bears, teams like the Lions, teams like the Browns, you shouldn't be playing indoors. I don't like that the Lions play indoors. My whole point is the Cleveland Browns, they don't deserve a new stadium. You know what they should do? They should actually put dynamite and put the stadium into the lake and make them play on an island.
Yeah, from what I understand, they're getting $600 million in public funding.
Yes.
Yeah, and my response to that would be?
To help build the $2.4 billion dome stadium.
Right, because a dome in Cleveland is what everyone's asking for. David, take it away.
They're going to waste their river right there. They're going to waste it by moving away from it and being inside a suburb somewhere. It's a waste of time.
Kind of like Joe Louis when you had it right on the river but no windows, so you couldn't see anything.
Like, just stay where you are, renovate where you are, keep it there. You don't need it this stadium.
It's ridiculous. Can we get to the headline? Okay, and I'm tired of you being so gentle about it. David, what the hell is your damn team doing?
They're being aggressive in very bold ways. But the only way, and you might be surprised, Mike, you may not be, the only way this works as a reset, you got to go ahead and trade TJ Watt.
Really?
You got to go ahead and do it. Look, I don't want it to happen. Being a Steeler for life means something, but if you don't win, it is what it is.
Is it a reset, though? Because it looks like you're going all in with Ramsey.
It can be, because what you can do is you'll get a lot, and then you can get your quarterback in next year's draft because of what you got for TJ Watt.
You got to give that dream up. You're not getting a quarterback next year.
Yeah, David. You know what, Rico? Why don't you and I hold hands as we say this together? It's a boy. No, seriously. David, you're trying to win. I hate to break this to you.
They are.
Like, Jonnu Smith and Freiermuth, that's a problem.
Yeah,
that's
they are trying to win.
The trade for DK. Like, acquiring
Aaron Rodgers means you're going all in right now.
You will win just enough to never be able to get a QB. I'm convinced that's what the Pittsburgh Steelers do.
Yeah.
They are trying to win. That's exactly what you're trying to do.
But and the Jalen Ramsey thing, I wish you good luck. No, because he's never, ever happy.
They must be moving him to safety. I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, I was shocked.
Darius Slay to safety? What is going on?
You gave away a damn good football player, Minka
Sure
Fitzpatrick.
did, but there were some things brewing underneath the surface that people didn't pay attention to.
And you want to get rid of TJ Watt?
No, I didn't say I want to. I'm saying if you're truly resetting, meaning next year.
David wants to bottom out because he's tired of the treadmill of mediocrity.
I know, and I like every move that Pittsburgh does. No, this is going to be good. David, you're not going to bottom out. They're trying to win. No. They're just doing this to tank. That's the opposite of tanking. They're trying to win. All right. Mike, you've often said there's a reason why people are still free agents now.
Yes.
So I want to go through a list of some players that are current free agents, unsigned, And I'm going to ask you and David, will they be signed before the season? Yes,
man,
or no?
All right. This is very difficult. Go ahead.
Amari Cooper, wide receiver.
Yes, he'll be signed. Someone's going to need veteran depth. Look, he's not explosive anymore, but he's still a great route runner. He still can be a red zone target. Yes. Now, again, he's the Malcolm Brogdon of the NFL. Feet made of Legos. But yes, I think someone will sign him.
He'll be signed a week into training camp. He doesn't need to be there to start. He'll be just
I wouldn't mind him with his team. Be quite honest with you.
I agree.
Seriously, he would be good for the 49ers.
No, yeah.
You have your playmakers in Ayuk and Pearsall, Kittle. Amari Cooper can be that possession guy.
Well, Ayuk's not going to be available
for 8 weeks.
Yeah.
But that's a good place for a Cooper. And I'm not saying that to be a smart ass. I'm shooting you straight.
Asante Samuel Jr.
I don't know, man. He's young.
A shoulder injury limited him to 4 games last season.
He just hasn't been that great.
Right.
But he's young.
No.
Someone will sign him. David, someone will sign him. Come on.
No?
No.
You're saying no. You're saying yes. All right. Cornerback Mike Hilton.
Now, he was the best slot in the league about 3 years ago.
He was.
He was the elite nickel corner everyone coveted for the Bengals. And, man, have things fallen. But, again, it's like relief pitching. Everyone needs defensive backs. Mm-hmm. You need 6, 7, 8 of these guys. I believe someone will sign him.
So this is before the season, you're saying?
Before the season.
Then yes, because someone will get injured. So yes.
Okay. Wide receiver, Keenan Allen.
Okay. Can I make a confession? I want to say something, and I'm embarrassed to say it. I actually wanted the Giants to sign him.
Wow.
Because he's just a pro.
33.
And I feel like the Giants have a lot of jackasses, and they don't have pros. Like, he can run routes. Does he gain great separation anymore? No. Is he any deep threat? Absolutely not. I still think there's a value in a guy that's a pro and can shepherd young guys.
Go in there and teach the locker room what it takes.
Yeah,
to be
and there's
a pro.
no shame on 3rd and 7 getting 8 yards.
Okay.
Like, I gotta believe somebody brings him in. And yes, I'm embarrassed. I wanted the Giants to just.
I mean, he caught 70 passes in Chicago, 7 touchdowns.
I believe he'll sign, and I'm like David. I think he's a guy that'll try not to do a lot of training camp things.
I'll say no, but with your theory, and go back home, go to Jacksonville. With your theory, I'm saying being a locker room guy.
Maybe
can bring some.
So you agree he'll sign?
Yeah.
Edge rusher, Zadarius Smith.
I have no holy clue.
Okay.
I got to tell you.
I heard you laughing through the glass, David.
He is puzzling. I mean, the Lions sure as hell don't want him. Even though he's making his Super Bowl ring that he didn't win here and his captaincy that he didn't get here. But nobody else has called. Like, look, he played in Green Bay. Green Bay is desperate for pass rushers. Has Green Bay called him? No. Played with the Ravens. They're all into winning a Super Bowl. Have they called? No. But again, there's the angle he wants to be in Detroit because is he dating a rapper or something?
Yes.
Okay. Look,
I don't know who. Don't get me lying.
No, I'm not.
I have no idea who she is.
It's irrelevant to me.
They were at the BET, the BET Awards.
Okay. David, answer it because I don't know what to do with this guy.
Sure.
Okay.
The Bears will sign him.
Okay.
He'll play with every team in the NFC North.
Let's go with edge rusher, Jadeveon Clowney.
Pet shelter. Jadeveon Clowney will be appearing at the Michigan Animal Rescue League.
He had 5.5 sacks last year.
I think he's toast, and I've never liked him.
No.
So I'm biased, and I'd like to abstain.
Hypothetically speaking, if the Lions signed him, he would have been the second leading sack getter last year.
It wouldn't take much. Yeah, Len Bias would have come in third.
2 Len Bias references. Edge rusher Matthew Judon. 33 entering the season.
I'm saying yes. He's still got something left in the tank. I'll say yes.
No, not before the season. Something will happen during the season, though. but not before.
All right, let's stick with this theme of edge rusher.
Oh, great.
Von Miller.
No.
36.
I think he's fully baked. I think that's over. Because Buffalo's as all in as it gets. What would it have taken to keep him around as a third down specialist only? And they didn't. I'm going to say no.
Okay.
Yeah, no, he's done.
All right. We got time for?
Yes. One more.
Right. Justin Simmons, safety.
Yes.
I think we just became best friends.
Julian Blackmon, safety.
No.
Boy, that was an authoritative. I didn't realize you had that big of an opinion on Julian Blackmon.
No, I don't, but I just don't think no.
Okay, go one more.
Kazir White, linebacker.
Linebackers are just not valued. If you're a free agent on July 1st, I feel like you're toast. Your resume is null and void.
Okay. Marcus Williams, safety. That's the last one. He'll be 28 going into the season.
I'll say yes.
He's not 30 yet?
No.
Then yeah.
Injury impacted his season.
I'll say yes. The Zadarius Smith is still the most puzzling one. Of the whole list he read, the most puzzling one.
It is. All right. That's your NFL Blitz 97-1.
4 o'clock. Good to have you with us. If you're looking for Red Wing conversation, Odyssey.com. Rewind. I have a Tigers power stat and a simple question. Who is most responsible for this? Not solely, but most. Or what is the reason for this? Now, we're going to start by having some fun. The stat is this, Rico. I have taken the last 162 games in the AL Central.
Okay.
And I have the record for each of these teams because I like to back things up. Now, yesterday I said this, and some Tiger fans on Ticket Text, because they're constantly aggrieved. What do you mean it's the worst division in baseball? It's a garbage division, guys. You're a really good team in a really bad division. Both things can be true. And I've said this is the 4 other teams have unserious ownership to downright cheap owners to downright awful owners, Jerry Reinsdorf. The point is, Twins, White Sox, Guardians, Royals, and then we'll get to the Tigers. Last 162 games from June of last year through today. Okay?
Okay.
What do you think the White Sox record is in that time frame? Just guess the amount of wins in 162 games.
I'll go 65.
Rico says 65. David?
I was going 62.
62. Kenny?
58.
Try 47 and 115. The Twins. Now, we all remember they were good until they couldn't win a game. Full collapse. They're absolute hot toilet this year as well. Outside of a weird 13-game win streak, toilet.
So from last June.
162-game sample size. How many wins for the Twins?
68.
David?
75.
We're going to stop right there because David just nailed it. 75 and 87.
Okay.
Also, toilet water. The Cleveland Guardians since last June.
77.
David? Kenny?
65.
David?
68.
Rico's the closest. 79 and 83.
Okay.
Also under 500. Also a dirt cheap owner. Royals. The Royals?
70.
David?
75.
Kenny?
71.
80 and 82. So not only this season are all 4 teams in your division under 500, they've been under 500 since last June. This is a garbage division. It's not your problem because you beat everybody. But when I said what I said it for a reason. It's true. Now the Tigers, last 162 games, how many wins?
Because it's up on the board, I'm going to go 91.
Okay.
92.
No, 85.
I like how you made Kenny sound like an idiot. That's amazing. David?
I'll go 89.
All of you are way off.
Whoa.
The Detroit Tigers in their last 162 ball games are 162. The Detroit Tigers, their last full season of baseball split between 2 years, are 38 games over 500. The magic of last year into the magic of this year.
Wow.
Yes. Now, there's a reason I'm bringing this up. The Tigers being 162. 100 wins, 62 losses. Who or what is most responsible for that?
That's a good question, Mike.
I do try. It's not all drowning whistles. I'm asking. And I have answers, but I don't want to take them from the people. It can be person or thing who or what is most responsible for this incredible record.
I'm going to go with the manager. I'm going to go with AJ Hinch. I'm going to say that because the way he has manipulated last year, it was the pitching staff and the bullpen and everything that he did. This year, it's the everyday lineup and pinch hitting and all types of things. It's a little bit of the chaos every day, except with days that Scooble goes out and pitches. It's AJ for all of the 4 out of every 5 starts. I'm going to say AJ.
AJ Hinch. And I don't think anyone could yell at you and say, wrong, ridiculous.
I mean, I mean, he is really doing his job in
Chaos,
managing this
chaos.
team.
Sure.
Every pitch, every at-bat, everything that he does, it just seems to work most of the time.
Squeezing every ounce of production out of what he's given. Yeah. Okay, you say A.J. Hinch. Kenny, you look poised to speak. Go ahead.
I was, until I realized that me and Rico continue to be best friends, because I also was going to say A.J. Hinch, primarily because, you can only play who's on your schedule, and the division stinks. And if you want to say that's part of the reason why the Tigers have been so good, it's valid, because they are very bad in that division that is very bad. But the ability of Hinch to put hitters and fielders in the right position and pitching chaos all at the same time, lineup flexibility, he utilizes it like nobody else. He does a great job with that. And I think that's largely the reason why the Tigers are always in a position where they can beat anybody on their schedule.
Okay, 2 votes for Hinch. David.
I don't want to come off as being negative when I answer this question, which is why I wanted these two to answer
hell of a
before
setup
me.
right there.
But I'm not saying...
How can you be negative about being 38 games over 500?
I'm not saying the Tigers aren't good. I'm not saying that AJ hasn't done a great job. Scott Harris hasn't done a great job. But this division is horrid. It's the division. It's because the division is so bad, they are able to pad their victories so much. This division is awful. So I'm saying it's the division's fault. And the reason why they're 162. They're a good team.
I had 2 answers. And look, one of them, it's murkier. But look, one of them was Scott Harris. Because one of the things that is most impactful that Scott Harris has been able to do is fix the things behind the curtain. And that is player development. It is the coaching from single A all the way up through the organization. The Tigers, for my entire adult life, had arguably the worst, maybe outside of the Colorado Rockies, the worst player development in baseball. That has been fixed. And Scott Harris, look, A.J. Hinch, it's going to be hard to, I'm not trying to beat your argument, but I looked at it a different way, which was like, look at the pieces that Harris has given Hinch. And Hinch plays them in a particular manner, but Harris has seen things in players that we don't see. And a lot of these nobodies continue to become somebodies. You know, Jahmai Jones, do I give Hinch credit for that when a guy comes up and hits like Ted Williams? I don't know. I feel like that's Scott Harris. Or whether it's face of the franchise, Matt Vierling, and what he brought to the team last year, all the way to the Ibanez usage. And look, the truth is it's probably both.
I was about to say, Mike, I think it can be both in a different sport, but it's like the Ben Johnson, Jared Goff. They needed each other, and together they flourished.
Yes, 100%. The other one was the Skubal stat. If you really think about Skubal, like his last 12 starts, they're 11-1. If I take the aggregate of Skubal starting over the last 162 games, they're probably 20-plus games over 500. Based on him. Right. One human. Now, we said it's a multitude of factors. It's going to be Hinch. It's going to be Harris. Skubal. But you could, and I'm not telling you to, and I'm not demanding, I'm just saying you could say the reason they're capable of this, they never have any long losing streaks. Why? Skubal. Mm-hmm. God forbid they get out to a bad start in a series, you know you won't get swept. Skubal. Oh, the series is split. Skubal. It's a series win. Knowing you're sending out the best arm in baseball every effing day. Rico, I kind of went, wow, maybe Skubal, remember, not solely, who's most responsible. If they're 36 over 500, 38 in total, and they're 20 plus over 500 in his starts, he technically could be most responsible.
I'm going to say no on Skubal because he's only out there once every 4 or 5 starts. So what about the other times? And Mike, as great as he is on the mound, they still got to score runs, and that's where AJ comes in with the lineup that he has. And who's going to go out there? Who's going to be the gym class hero today to hit the 2-run bomb that Skubal wins the game 2-0? Who's going to be that guy? So I get what you're saying.
I know.
But the fact that it's once every 4 or 5 starts, I can't give it to him.
Just when he's the pitcher of note the last 2 years. Forget about no decisions they go on to win. What do you think their record is in his 34 starts in the last year and a half?
I'll go 22-5.
Try 28-6. And that doesn't include if he leaves the game tied at 1 or scoreless. Rico, I'm telling you, the Scooble thing is a thing.
It's a thing.
It doesn't have to be the biggest thing.
It's a thing.
Okay. People, where do you sit on this? Where do you stand?
Good stats.
Just something I wanted to look. You know the deal. You and I are simpatico on this. I can't do what other people do. Oh my God, we shared Scooble with the world last night. 248. I can't do shows like that. I like to talk about the team. And they're 162 over the last 162 games. So 38 over 500. Everybody in your division's under 500. Not only this year, but in that time span. Is it the division? Is it Scooble? Is it Scott Harris and the behind the curtain work? Or is it AJ Hinch, the maestro, the guy, the conductor, pulling all the strings, making all the moves? Right. Who is most responsible for this remarkable sample size?
Yeah. And the reason why I say Hinch, I mean, if you take it, Scott Harris goes and buys all the groceries, but Hinch knows how to add the spices. He knows how to make this thing work and taste great.
248-539-9797. Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country, best in the game. And Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting. Have it all the time and at the absolute lowest prices. Northville, they'll have all the Trex you need when you need it. So plan it, build it, buy it. Do it where the pros do it. It's Northville Lumber. Stop by the showroom, take home some samples. It's Northville Lumber, Michigan's Trex Superstore. It's northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right. Glad I put the research into that. You can feel the energy from the people. Just real quick, just because maybe I'm just a bleep hole. How is it we get full lines on Detroit Red Wings doing nothing, and we get nothing on the Tigers doing everything? Seems kind of weird to me. Whatever.
You want my theory, or
I don't.
Was that a rhetorical question?
Do whatever you want. I'm just saying it's like a super positive topic, and I ask you what I think is a thought-provoking question. Or actually, maybe I should dumb it down. I don't know. Baseball, do you like it? 248. Go ahead.
Catch up on hot dogs. Mike, it's a great question of who's responsible, because you put the research in. I'm going to give you full credit. Those are incredible numbers, and the Tigers being 162 in the last 162 games. As I stated before the break, I give all the credit to AJ because Scott, if I can give partial credit, I'll give AJ 75%. I'll give Scott the other 25%. Scott went out there. He got all the pieces, but AJ makes it work. He makes the thing cook. He knows what buttons to push. He knows how to get the most out of every player, because when you look at the team, you don't see a lineup like you see for the Dodgers or the Yankees or the Mets. You don't see people saying, oh, wow, I wish I had this Tigers team. No, but he's making it work, because I think if you ask anybody else and say, hey, you want to swap teams and you coach the Tigers and let me coach this team, they'll say, nah, I'm good. But he knows what he's doing. So I'm giving AJ 75% because he just knows the buttons to push.
David, I guess we'll go to ticket text because nobody gives an F. That works.
The Tigers' success last half of last year into this year is due to the culture that management and upper management have set for this team. That's why they keep rolling like they do. Someone else says it has to be AJ. Is there a war stat for managers? He's been killing it. Someone else says Fetter. Fetter is the reason for the Tigers' success. Like Rico and Kenny said, AJ versus everybody. Someone else says it's AJ Hinch, hands down, no question. He introduced his team to voodoo, and they are doing it in unexpected ways time and time again. That is Sam in Grand Rapids. Take the Tigers' record against the division, and what's the record? The Tigers have an impact on how bad the division is. That is Mark in Lake Orion.
I mean, because another reason why I said, think about this, and Mike, you're a Yankees fan. If you said, hey, Aaron Boone, would you like to manage the Tigers? You think you can get the same? You think Aaron Boone can get the same success with this Tigers team?
No, Aaron Boone's a half-wit. I hate Aaron Boone. You're asking the wrong guy. Okay. I would have fired Aaron Boone 5 years ago. So
But what I'm saying is, based off the team that he has, I don't think that managers would be like, oh my God, let me take over this team and look at what I can do.
No, now ask Aaron Boone if he'd rather manage in the AL Central than the AL East. That's a different answer. Okay. But no, I think what AJ does is very specific. There's full buy-in, and it's been a masterful job of utilizing all parts. That's part of their business model and how they do things. No, there's no question. No, AJ Hinch is absolutely a better manager than Aaron Boone. Aaron Boone's terrible.
Okay. Bad example.
Okay.
But you know what I mean.
Yeah. Managers
wouldn't be like, oh my God, yeah. You. What he's doing is making the most out of a situation where it's a team they got young potential up and coming stars, but they don't have the flat out outside of school that superstar player.
Jerry and Troy says the analytics department is the reason for the Tigers' success. It's not even the pitching chaos and the mixing and matching. It's the way he manages, AJ does, the players after the 27th out and before the first pitch. It's crazy, the things that he does. Someone else says, I'm going to go off the board here. I'm going to give Al Avila the credit. This is his team mostly. That is from Rick. I can't believe I'm saying this, but one of the most important persons of the past year for the Tigers' success is Al Avila. He brought this roster here with Green and Torque and others, and they are winning with these guys. I'm with Rico. Last year, it was the bullpen. This year, it's a top 5 offense. Hinch plays the matchup so well with a bunch of guys that people thought would be in the middle of this terrible division this year.
I mean, the fact of moving Javi to center field, we all laughed at that. It was like, are you serious? Like, this is where we are? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the bottom of the chili pot. But the joke was on us.
I think credit goes to the team as a whole.
Okay, I'm not listening.
Maybe these guys.
No, stop. Save that for middays. That is the most mealy mouth, shaking both hands. No, I'm not listening. That's like saying I hope both teams have fun. I asked you a pointed question. Who deserves most of the credit? You don't get to say
everybody.
Everybody. Stop.
Well, he's saying maybe they weren't average players, but they were good players. Is what he said.
Yeah. Okay.
That's Joe at work.
Yep. Joe, go back to work. Let's go to Brent, 97.1. Brent, what's going on, buddy?
Thanks for taking the call, fellas.
Yes, sir.
So Sutter and that pitching staff, they deserve almost all of the credit. And I just, while I was on here, want to throw a trade idea out to get the superstar that Detroit needs. We give a king's ransom and we go get Acuna, especially with Kerry Carr from the hamstring issues going on.
No, the guy you need from the Braves is Marcell Ozuna. That's the right-handed bat. That's the guy. Much cheaper. You're not going to get a guy off two torn ACLs, and he's still a franchise player for that team. Ozuna's the guy you want.
Not a great guy, but
no, horrible human being, but he can hit a baseball.
Okay.
So
horrible human being. Yeah.
Shout out Pete Rose. Terrible human being. Hall of Famer. What do you want me to tell you? Unless the Tigers are playing in the Integrity Conference, I don't know what to tell you. Ozuna dollar for dollar, acquisition cost, numbers, production, and what he could do here,
yes,
where Hinch would put him in a position to succeed.
Yeah.
Ozuna's the hammer you're looking for.
Yeah, he would be the bat that you were looking. Yeah, I agree. But
cutscene, Gator's going to yell at me about Zach McKinstry. 248-539-9797. What? Half the guys at this place don't think we need to make a move for nothing. So what do you want me to say?
Hey, Matt, Detroiters are loyal to their people. These are the guys that got us here. We need to stick with them. Instead, I'm with you. You can always improve. Mm-hmm. You can always push yourself. You can always see if you can get something else. The second you sit back and say good enough is when you get lapped.
He said it all, people. All right, let's go to Harrison, and then we'll move it on. Harrison, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, first I want to apologize to my group chat for crashing out about the Red Wings earlier. I'm sorry, guys. This is my public apology.
Okay.
Moving to the Tigers. You remember wins above Maton, right? That fun metric we used to use?
Yes.
Wins below Hinch. Take an average manager. How many wins over the last 100 games do we think this Tigers roster would have?
Wow.
There's not some big stretch of bats that I'm really afraid of in this lineup. It's just the way he mixes and matches based on the matchups, based on who's hot right now, based on who can hit pitch X.
I'll give you a number. What if I threw out, and it's a round number, what if I said 20?
I could buy that. I mean, he really is a very intensive, old school National League type manager. He's very involved in the game, and he's very good at putting you in situations where, I don't know that I want to go to that pitcher, because the moment I go to that pitcher, AJ's bringing Kerry Carpenter off the bench.
Right.
So now he's got everybody in the back foot all the time. I think 20 is probably a fair number.
Yeah.
So wins below Hinch. That's the metric I measure the Tigers
Harrison,
on right now. That's why I think he's the reason.
Can I ask you one question here about the Wings without you crashing out?
Yeah.
I was trying to stay optimistic, and look, I'm getting very nervous, but I mean, have you given up all hope here? Or are you still holding down the ship because they didn't acquire DeBrincat until 8 days past free agency?
I respect you for being positive, because I think that's a nice leaf to turn over for you.
But
here comes the garbage can.
We're blowing the whistle in the water, man.
All right.
Just over and over.
I respect it. Harrison, because if they don't make a big move, a big trade, then what are we even doing? What is any of it for? It's just hard to understand it. You know what I mean? It's
frustrating.
I'm struggling to continue to emotionally invest in them. That's not something we should be talking about in year 7 of a general manager that we were all very excited about, myself included.
Yeah. Yeah, it's Harrison. Okay. Having fun? That's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine.
I mean, you two were having a moment.
I was just talking because Harrison
I know.
is one of our hockey elite, and I wanted to give him a chance to not melt down or whatever he said.
I felt the frustration in both of you. I was just trying to help you out.
I am, because every time I feel like there's a light at the end of the tunnel, it's nope, that's just a train that's about to run me over. Awesome. Like that's what it feels like. Oh my God, Tarasenko's gone light at the end of the tunnel. I'm reaching out for it, and runaway Amtrak, dead. Like that's what this is. Great, now I got to sell you a pizza. Awesome, Hungry Howie's. Here,
eat your feelings.
Yeah, Red Wing fans, are you sad because you signed the dead body of James Van Riemsdyk? Well, congratulations. We can get you a large one-topping pizza for $8.99. Fresh dough made in-house, 100% real cheese. And your choice of 20 toppings, 8 flavored crusts. Well, you go, how the hell do I get the deal? What hoops do I got to jump through? There's not really any. You just go to hungryhowies.com or download the app. It's online carry-out only, so pick it up on your way home from work. $8.99 for that large one-topping pizza. Only at Hungry Howie's and only for a limited time. All right, 97.1, we'll get some of the ticket text in the mix. We just got done with the Tigers power stat, also Red Wings conversation. And look, I wish I had something to sell you. I'm going to maintain hope. Is my optimism waning? Well, sure it is. But I still feel like the Wings have a ton of cap space, and there's got to be a trade. There's got to be something Steve's working on. Because if I allow myself to live in a world where there's no plan, or the actual offseason is some, AHL All-Star and Ian Mitchell or whatever it is, and 37-year-old James Van Riemsdyk. I mean, good God. Yeah, maybe the guy who played in 2013 I'd be excited about. But in the here and now, the Wings have done nothing. Nothing. Getting rid of Tarasenko gave me hope, but there's nothing. They haven't signed anyone, and if you're anti-free agency, you don't like the crop, you don't want to overpay. I've heard all of these concerns. I'm not mad at you. I understand them. But I've said from the beginning, it's all about trades. It's the same thing. We're going to get into this Pistons thing. How you enjoying your offseason? Let's run it back. We like our guys. Do you? Do you? Because now you just paid Karis LeVert $15 million a year.
The other guy you can't really touch right now. So
what?
No, I'm just saying with the
you can't sign Beasley right now under investigation. And look, the bottom line is, Rico, even the guy they're rumored to be talking about will do it in the 5 o'clock. It's all redundancy. You're going to have 3 guys who all do the same thing in a year where I got to develop one in particular. We'll talk about it because I know you have a strong opinion. But look, guys, I wish I had something to update you on. And the reason you've heard David playing that clip from Titanic is, yes, I'm freezing in the water because I won't give up. Because if they don't do anything and the offseason is the John Gibson trade, giving away Tarasenko, and 3 complete nothing burger signings, I mean, they are nothing. Then I don't know what we're doing here. And I don't think that's unfair to say that. So I'm going to wait. I'll probably look like a bigger fool than I already am. And that's where we are. But we did a couple hours on that. If you want hockey talk, it's there. A lot of people had a lot to say. David, the ticket text coming in, and I'm sure Kenny is going to be a smart ass and tell me the Wings have just signed lamb chops from the TV show.
Didn't have that one on the card.
The Lightning team's best players were not picked by Eiserman. People just overrated him. That is Jay in Canton.
Look, yes, he inherited. What did he inherit? Stamkos and Martin St. Louis, and he inherited.
Kucherov, I think.
No, he drafted Kucherov.
He had like 2 or 3 Hall of Fame guys.
He inherited Victor Hedman, didn't he?
Victor Hedman, that's something.
But he drafted Kucherov. He drafted Braden Point.
And he's never put his drafting into question, though. That's not what we're talking about. It's pro scouting.
Well, right. That's the whole idea is you have to make trades in order to get – look, Zito in Florida, only 20% of that team was drafted. It's a pro scouting masterclass. And I understand, okay, no state tax. That can't be the excuse for everything. And it's also, they cheated the salary cap with the long term. Okay, that's a new thing.
But also it's allowed. I mean, You can say it's wrong. You can say it's not a moral way of winning a cup, but you won a cup. I don't care what you did. You followed the rules. There's no rule against it. At least there wasn't. There's about to be.
Yes. Oh, Jacob Bernard Docker. That's the other guy they signed. Who?
Felt like Stevie was clearing space to get Ekblad, only for him to take a huge discount and stay in Florida. But no excuse, Steve. You still have to go get someone. Hockey Elite here from Paul in Dearborn. He says, I'm done on Eiserman. I've given up. The whole narrative that the free agent market is thin, stupid. There were depth guys on D like Nate Schmidt. Upgrades to what we have that Steve didn't sign for some apparent reason. Too scared to make a move, and I'm out.
Look, I got to wait. I have to wait until at least a reasonable amount of time goes by. It's day one of free agency. Trades can happen. Things can happen. Mm-hmm. I can't say that, but all I can tell you is if this is the roster on opening night, I would be joining that person.
Not to be redundant, but the free agency market's hard. Trading is hard. Oh, that's what the money's for.
I know that. But
I'm just tired of that being an excuse.
Without the snap, way to go, Kenny.
Yeah, but Kenny, I think the thing there's a disconnect for me is like whether it's media or fan media or fans outright, there's still a sect of this fan base that's defending this, and I don't understand.
I feel like we just operate in two separate realities at this point. You can either believe that, you can believe Steve has something cooking like you do.
And I think that's
and then
why.
there's the people that just blindly follow.
Yeah, because he knows more about hockey than we all do, so he's got a plan.
He's the GM of your team.
And it's going to work, because if you don't say it's going to work, you realize that maybe you've wasted a lot of years for something that's not going to happen.
Also, if you're that worried about the free agent market, trading is probably your best option. We addressed it earlier in the show.
I've said that for how long?
Yep.
It's never about free agency to me. I wouldn't mind participating, but your best players are going to be available via trade. And like even today, Byram is out there, and are the Wings involved? Not per Elliot Friedman. If there's a plan, I'm struggling to see what it is. And that doesn't mean I'm supposed to. But I don't know what dots I can connect.
Unless they catch lightning in a bottle, similar to what the Tigers did, where it's like, okay, we were all about waiting for the kids, and then some of the guys came up, and lo and behold, they started winning.
But can I – all right. If I say this, I don't want you judging or getting angry or the people. Nothing that took place last year was planned. That was once-in-a-lifetime magic.
I said they caught lightning in a bottle.
They got it just happened. Now, this year, they get full marks. But, like, when it went the way it went and you traded your second-best arm and you were 9.5 games out of first, man, literally I won't ever forget the quote where they sat down to breakfast and goes, how do we survive the rest of the season?
Yes. This is a 30 for 30 in the making. And I would be glued to the television set of just all the behind the scenes and all the decisions that were made and not made during this time period. Because you're right. At some point, it was like, oh, well, what do we do next? Wait, we just won a couple in a row. Let's keep this thing going.
I guess I'm just confused as to what he's actually doing. Does he not realize that the trade market is open? How do you just act like your team is just perfect and nothing needs to change?
I talked about this all last week. Every media report from the NHL insiders, if you were going to pull a big move off, it was going to happen last week. Why do you think I was so into this Noah Dobson thing? Well, now we're sitting here and I'm going, all right, he's got something up his sleeve. I'm using the DeBrincat thing as recent history. Am I feeling as optimistic as I was yesterday? Of course not. I'd be lying to you. But I mean, I've already gone all in. I'll live with it. Because on the other side of this is just apathy. If they don't do anything, it's just complete and utter, for me, apathy. There's not anger. There's no like throwing a chair in it. Just to hell with it then. If you're not going to operate like you care, then why should I? And every fan can make their own choice, and that's fine. And I don't know what we're doing here, man. I don't get it.
I'm with you.
Where is it? Like a level of urgency, much less outright urgency. Where is it?
I think more so you just want to know, what exactly are we doing?
I know.
Because you're tired of going around in circles, and it's just like, how is this any different from last year or the summer before that?
It's not.
And that's where the insanity kicks in. Do something different.
248-539-9797. So we can wrap about the Tigers. We do want to mix in the Pistons. I really feel like this offseason has gone off the rails. Yes, part of that is out of your control, but I think you had a faulty plan from the start, which I said from the minute Trajan Langdon spoke, and I think you got worse.
Well, Tim Hardaway Jr. is now a Nugget. 1-year deal.
Okay, then you know what? You can then we've got to say Trajan's cooking. No, I mean, I'm serious. All right, Beasley to the Feds, Hardaway to the Nuggets, and Schroeder to the Kings. Now, I understand the NBA is the weirdest CBA of all CBAs, and now Schroeder's signing, but it could be maybe not, and it could turn into a sign and trade.
Huh?
Okay, well, then it turns into the Malik Monk show. I have reservations. We can talk about it. But this was my problem from Jump Street. The idea that running it back was going to make you better was a falsity. I don't believe that to be true. Well, now you didn't get to run it back. And you still have the dead body of Fontecchio on the roster. And you signed a player I simply don't like in Karis LeVert. So now what? Well, Rico might have your answer for you. We'll get into it. And we'll take some of your phone calls. 97.1. All right. Listen, 4th of July weekend is coming up quick. No better time to hit the road in style with a deal from Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. You need a truck to haul the toys, get up north, the boat, whatever. They got you covered. Silverado 4x4 LT Crew Cab, $249 a month, 0 down. They also have the 25 Blazer EV, the Karsh Edition, $199 a month, 0 down. Both 24-month low mileage leases. Guys, the savings, they're as good as they're going to get all year long. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. It's MoranExpress.com. It's on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Okay, then. Sorry. You never have a zesty one-liner to your co-host. Never.
No.
Right before a commercial break ends.
No.
We'll do it live. Okay. So listen, David, I'll go to the phones, and then we can get into the Pistons thing because Rico wants to sell you a pen. And we can talk about it, but I want to have a more larger scale conversation about the Pistons because I think you done messed up. And I think Malik Beasley gave you a way out, and you still chose violence. So we'll talk about it. Let's go to Reno, 97.1. Reno, what's going on?
Hey, fellas. Hey, real quick, Mike. My wife called me after the Titanic bit, and I thought somebody died because she was crying, laughing. I thought somebody in the family had just passed away. It took her 10 minutes before she got her, together, laughing her ass off so much. So thanks for that one.
I'm sorry for the scare, but I appreciate that we entertained her. But yes.
Oh, my good Lord. So anyway, Mike, you mentioned urgency. One thing that scared me or alarmed me was about 3 or 4 days ago, Eiserman, if I'm not quoting directly, it's within a few syllables. He said, well, we're going to wait till we don't know what's going on, but we're going to wait till after things settle down after the trade deadline and see where we're at. To me, that translates to let's see what garbage we can get after everybody else has picked what's there. I mean, whatever. I mean, Jaromir Jagr and Keith Primo, I hear they're working out. Maybe we can sign them to a 13-month contract. I'd like them at this point, like they have him sign anybody to something more than a year just to show he can do it. Of course, I'm being a smartass, but it's like it's just real. It's almost shy of do something, even if it's wrong. And the point of that is, it just seems wrong at this point. We're just wasting cap space. That's all we're doing.
Yeah, it doesn't. None of it feels impactful. None of it feels like it's moving us towards the goal. And look, Reno, I've gotten into it with some of the ardent Eiserman supporters, and they'll tell you, well, the goal isn't making the playoffs, it's winning a cup. And then you're like, all right, well, what are they doing right now to get closer to that? And they're like, well, you're stupid, you don't know puck, and it's all going to work out in the next 20 years.
Yes, give it time.
I'm sorry, but in year 7, I got to feel like we're moving closer to something. And Reno, the problem is, look, Washington went from being fringy to elite. Montreal went from being a bottom dweller to better than you. Ottawa, who we make fun of, has done all the things we've wanted to do. They're better than you. I don't know what to do anymore.
Yeah, and everybody else has done it the right way. I mean, we all know that he's great with the draft and all that, but mixing guys that are, 35 years old, 36, it's like Cobb with the Tigers. The guy's going to retire, for God's sake, and we offer him 15. It's like it seems no different with what we're doing with the Wings. So it's just I hope the hell I'm wrong big time that we got something going on.
The difference with the Tigers is they're winning, right? So
exactly.
you can let go of a Maeda signing. Or look, the Alex Cobb thing, I'll be honest, Reno, you don't need him in April, May, and June. If Alex Cobb can give you 80 quality innings in August and September, it will have worked out. That's where I'm waiting. I want to see him pitch before I say starting pitching's a need. He needs to pitch. But it's a lot like the Job thing. I'm sad he's hurt, and I'm more sad he won't be around next year. He was never going to pitch meaningful innings for this team as a starter in August and September. He's never pitched more than 90 innings as a pro.
No, I still saw him coming out of the pen if they made a playoff
and there
run.
might have been, you're right, and there might have been a meaningful moment then.
Right.
But, man, with the Wings, you're not winning. And we've had callers make a fair point. Like when you bring in these Van Riemsdykes and you bring in the Craig Smiths and you bring in the filler, well, then you're blocking. At that point, why not just play a kid?
And see what you got.
If we're going to lose.
Right. But at least they get experience. It's like Job. When you put him in against the Guardians last year, he didn't look great, but you know what? He got playoff experience.
Let's go to Nolan, 97.1. Nolan, what's going on, buddy?
How are you guys?
Good. What's up?
So I was wanting to get on this conversation with who to give the credit for with the Tigers over the last couple seasons. And, after being, horrible for a decade and particularly putrid at, like you said, development, free agent signings, what have you, I think a lot of the credit I have to give is to Scott Harris, and particularly the hirings he had in the beginning of his tenure, I believe in 22. The scouting directors, I know we got a lot from the Tampa Bay Rays, which they've been one of the better development teams in baseball, and just kind of setting this winning culture throughout not just the Tigers organization, but from top to bottom to rookie ball all the way to the Mud Hens even too. All these teams are above 500 and winning baseball games with a lot of talent, especially the low levels of the minor leagues.
Yeah, I mean, the Harris point, I agree with is it's the behind the scenes stuff. shaping player development is not easy to do, but it feels like he's done it in a very, very expedient manner. To where now I actually, and I've never been able to say this, Nolan, I've been on the air since January 1st of 2004. I have never in my lifetime said it before now where I feel absolute confidence. The Tigers can fix people, especially hitters. Like, they went between Travis Fryman and Curtis Granderson into producing all-stars. Like, they never produced anything. Now, I actually have hope that they're going to be a team much like Cleveland has been. You're going to produce people. I think Scott Harris deserves credit for that.
100%. And I think, I think being a model, even as much as I can't stand Cleveland, being a model like Cleveland, I think is a good comparison. But the thing is that I think that he needs to stand out here and has an opportunity to at the deadline, is kind of what you've been saying, the last couple of years and a couple of seasons for teams in Detroit, to have a killer instinct at the deadline or in free agency to kind of ask the question, why are we playing the games if we're not trying to really go all in for a championship? And, in this window with Skubal as well, being at least 2 years, hopefully more, but probably 2 years, that we all have to accept that. And that they have an opportunity to absolutely have, a killer move to really put a leg up over a lot
honestly, Nolan, I think they will. I have no reason to believe they won't. And I'm going to take Scott Harris at his word. They're going to look in the mirror and address their needs. They know they need bullpen arms. They know in their heart they need a right-handed bat. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, show me Aroldis Chapman and Marcell Ozuna. Now, is that a double dip of bad human beings? Yes. But can they help you win a World Series? Also, yes.
And will you care if you win a World Series?
Absolutely not. So, yeah, Nolan, I'm with you. And look, I think it'll put more heat on Eiserman. The reality is, think about it. If the Tigers go all in and the Tigers are in the World Series and the Wings are doing nothing and still mired in the longest playoff drought of their existence,
you become the fourth team in this city.
Oh, they're a distant fourth.
Right. That's just
distant. Yeah. Distant.
Behind the Michigan Panthers?
No, I didn't say that. I mean, I'm really hoping, and I know hope is definitely not a strategy. I'm just hoping Stevie's got something cooked up, because ask yourself the question, have the Red Wings gotten better? No. I'm sorry. First of all, John Gibson's got to stay healthy. Second of all, if you're going to tell me, and you're right, well, he played in Anaheim where they gave up more shots than anybody else. Right. And he's coming here where you have a bad defense and the worst penalty kill in the history of the sport. Not exactly going from the outhouse to the penthouse. So, again, oft injured plus bad situation. Have the Wings gotten better defensively? Have they gotten better on the penalty kill? No. Have the Wings gotten better offensively?
No and no.
No and no. So, I don't know what to say. I swear to God, if you're going to play that whistle again, we're going to have a real problem. No. Thank you. Okay, that's better. I'll take that. 248-539-9797. We've got people who want to talk. We got Rico selling you a pen. We're going to do it next as well. We're going to have 3 different topics rolling in the 5 o'clock. Why? Because we're adults. Do whatever we want. 97.1. All right, 5 o'clock. We've got people who want to talk. We've got, also, David told me we don't have an update guy today, and I'm not going to pretend to be Jeremy Otto.
Hi diddly do.
Hi diddly do, neighbors. Jeremy Otto here at 97.1.
I love Jeremy.
He's a lovely man.
He is. He is the man.
Tigers have a doubleheader tomorrow. It'll be split, not straight. They'll get both gates down in D.C. So 1 o'clock and 6:45?
1:05 and 6:45, yes.
Okay, there you go. We'll join you in between. And the way the Tigers play ball, game will be over in 38 minutes. They'll win 1-0.
We'll still be here at 2 o'clock.
Done. 2:07. Good afternoon. Also, you're telling me the Diddy trial is almost done.
It's almost done.
Did his defense lawyers actually defend anything? I feel like that took 10 minutes.
Okay, apparently they must have done something because on counts 2, 3, 4, and 5, the jury has come up with something. They're still deliberating on count number 1. They sent the note to the judge saying we haven't come up with anything yet on the RICO charge.
Okay, so there's your news of the day. Red Wings, we're all waiting. Yesterday I was super optimistic. Tarasenko got sent out. Okay, we are going to make a splash. Stevie's going to do the laser beam thing. And today I have been comped to Leonardo DiCaprio drowning in the Atlantic Ocean as Rose is on the board. That I'm just hoping, or as Rico put it, playing the whistle. And we've had the conversation of like everything common sense tells me they're going to make a splash. The urgency, the playoff drought, where they are in the rebuild, the prospects they possess, the timelines. Unfortunately, I don't think Steve Eiserman plays by any of those rules. I'm only holding out hope because DeBrincat didn't happen until July 9th. I got to hold out hope. But boy, I don't feel good about it. That's in the mix. Over the last 162 games, the Tigers have won 100 of them. Who's most responsible for it? We're having that conversation.
Yeah, and Mike, because a P1 of the show, and also Harold Sheldon does the 5-Star Zone with me. In that same time period, your Yankees, 86 and 73.
It's sure as hell not 162. No. But again, the division plays a role in that. So that's in play. I want to mix in a third thing, and then we'll go to the people. This Pistons thing, you and I were simpatico on this. And I know you wanted a bold swing. I hated Trajan's press conference. And clearly none of us knew that Malik Beasley would be investigated by the feds. That said, whether you brought Beasley back or not, none of us were that amped about it. But think about this. They wanted to run it back. They wanted to bring their people back. Dennis Schroeder plays for Sacramento now. Tim Hardaway Jr. signed with the Nuggets. Malik Beasley, incomplete/feds.
Bigger things on his table.
You decided to do something I think pretty dumb. You gave $15 million a year to Karis LeVert. And then the other thing is, and people are saying it straight away, the Kings are holding up a lot of stuff. There could be a conversion of the Schroeder to Sacramento into a sign and trade. Malik Monk is the name that has been talked about, and Rico's going to sell you this pen. Here's what I'll tell you. A, if you bring Malik Monk in, why the hell did you sign Karis LeVert? And you'd have 3 of the same player, right? Because Ivy, LeVert, Monk. Here's the problem with Malik Monk. 2 years plus a player option that he ain't giving up, including, I think it's $22 million in 2027 and 28. I don't want to make that kind of commitment, but I want to let Rico sell you this pen.
But as Kenny would say, that's what the money's for. Because here's the thing. Karis LeVert, let's be honest, can't stay healthy. That's the biggest knock on him. So bringing him in here, okay, he can help you for a little bit, but it's the same reason why people said you can't go after Zion, Mike, because Zion's always hurt. That's also Karis LeVert.
Can I say one thing?
Yeah.
One player at his best is an all-NBA talent.
Yeah, no, you're correct.
The other guy is a disassembled Lego set.
Malik Monk, the sign and trade. Apparently, I was the only one that was like, okay, I'll take that deal. Because listening to the morning show, Cookies was like, are you serious? Then I'm talking to David, and David's like, huh? I'm like, David, I thought you had a good time on your vacation. I did. But Malik Monk, we could do so much better. I'm like, can we, though? He comes in. We've been saying, you got to get a Robin for Cade. You got to get a Robin. Well, guess what? You're not getting Jaren Jackson Jr., okay? You're not getting anybody like that. Malik Monk is coming in here. Last year, had his best year, averaged 17 points a game. Every year, he has been getting better and better. From the three-point line, he's averaging 35%. He was like 32.5 last year. So, no, he's not going to be lighting it up from the three, but he can score. So the days that Cade has an off game, he can pick up the slack. If you need him to come off the bench, he can, because he's been the sixth man of the year. So that's not that big of a thing where he's going to be like, I'm not going to do that. And we've all, Jaden Ivey and Cade Cunningham, just somehow they don't seem to get the best out of each other. Maybe now you could put Monk in the starting lineup and bring Ivy off the bench and let him come in with that second unit and see what you have and try to and improve this team's chances of winning something. So I'm looking at this saying, all right, well, yeah, him over Schroeder. Yeah, I'd do that deal in a heartbeat. But it seems like I was the only one that felt that way. And I'm like,
no. You're making several good points. I don't hate Malik Monk. I'm fine. What I hate is
averaging $20 million a year.
I hate $35 million split between LeVert and Monk when I got to find out if Ivy can play. See, that's the issue. What did I want all offseason? A wing.
Yeah.
What did they not go and get? A wing. What do I still have to look at? Lineups that feature two guys that may as well play with no arms, Duran and Asur Thompson. See, that's the stuff I can't take seriously. And now, amidst all of this is the issue. And I understand people that, you can fit their basketball knowledge in a thimble or, you can't say that. Okay, Atlanta's better than you. There, I said it. Orlando is better than you. I mean, hell, the Bucks went out and got Miles Turner. Well, Giannis isn't happy about it. Okay, so Giannis would rather have a dead guy who wasn't going to play this year. The point is, you didn't get better. Teams around you did. Mm-hmm. And I hated their plan. I really loathe it now. Now, I won't hold it against them. The Beasley thing was outer space.
Unexpected.
But I didn't want him back anyways.
You didn't.
So if you told me I could swap Beasley for Monk, I actually would have been okay. Now, again, it won't replace the 300 made threes. I don't know that Beasley would duplicate that.
No.
What have I said to you, though? If they're not going to make a big swing, get better in the margins.
Yes.
Okay, call the Celtics on Sam Hauser. There's 43% from deep standing still.
Yeah.
That works.
And like I say, I look at Monk for those games where all of a sudden, like in the playoffs where Cade is like struggling some, this is where a guy like Monk can step in and score and do something. Is he the perfect fit? No. But the last time Magic Johnson ain't coming back to the league.
I've heard that.
Michael Jordan's retired. So this whole, we could do better. Well, then who is better?
Listen, all I would ask of you is I offered a lot of suggestions this offseason. I got bleeped on by the fan base left and right. I'm allowed to say no to certain things. I said no to KD because it was stupid on surface. And I want nothing to do with Durant. He's a loser. This one, I'm indifferent. If they do it, I'm not going to scream and yell.
Yes.
And I'm not going to get Trajan Langdon a golden toilet like Master P. Okay? It's just, this is just something.
And I'm not dying on this hill, David, before you say, it's not like, oh my God, if you don't get Malik Monk, then you, no. But if you got an opportunity to put him on this team and add him to the mix, sure.
But why did they bring in LeVert? Why? I think
they added LeVert and then found out later, oh, wait, we could have did a sign and trade. Is it too late to, we already talked to his agent.
If they don't get Monk and this offseason is Karis LeVert and God help me.
So Karis LeVert or Patrick Kane. What was
Patrick
the bigger
Kane?
deal?
Also they paid B-Ball Paul. Thank God.
Yeah, brought him back.
More Paul Reed, another classic. All the Piston fans start glazing their own donut. Oh, Paul Reed. I can't stand it. Why?
See, I'll tell you what it feels like to me. And the Beasley thing was unexpected. They were reportedly working on a deal, 3 years, $42 million, and then that gets paused because of what happened. And what it feels like to me, and it feels like the Ben Gordon, Charlie V situation.
Oh, no.
Where big free agent class, let's go out, and then you can't get anyone, so you panic and you throw the money elsewhere to Karis LeVert and possibly Malik Monk. That's what it feels like to me.
I get what you're saying, David. I don't agree with it, but I understand. But the Charlie V, everybody knew that wasn't the year to spend on free agents. It was the next season.
Correct.
And they said, no, we're going to be smart. We're going to go out and get the best two guys.
We cleared up the space to get this guy.
Like, no, next year was the year. But this is one where I think it may just be opportunity of making the best of a bad situation. Schroeder's gone.
All while not addressing the need.
Correct.
Okay.
No, I'm not mad at you.
You win because, Cam Johnson goes to Denver.
As I put in our group chat last night, I go, Denver got Cam Johnson, Detroit gets Kenny's Johnson. Awesome.
Yeah.
Like, why couldn't we do that?
I mean, I see the Knicks is, maybe they'll deal Mikal Bridges. Yeah. I don't know what it'll cost you.
I don't want him.
I mean, because I saw, maybe go get Jaren. Jaren signed for, $240 million?
Yeah.
He ain't coming here. I did not know that Tennessee didn't have state tax.
Yeah.
I didn't know that because I was just like, wonder how much? And then I did the figure, and it was like,
depending on who wins the election, Ohio might try that.
Yes.
Which would be a really bad thing for the state of Michigan. Not that we're going to get into that, but I mean, if we already have problems, imagine if Ohio becomes a zero tax state.
Everyone's going to work over there now.
Well,
fix the damn road.
But here's the thing that most people don't realize is like the no state tax. You still have to pay taxes for the other cities that you play in that have state taxes.
What do they call it? The jock tax?
Yes.
But no, guys, you tell us what you want to do. I just think the Pistons plan sucked. And now it's blown up in their face and it sucks more. And I'm sorry, I am still upset. Cam Johnson and we got Kenny's Johnson. It's not right. 248-539-9790. Well, Kenny, you don't shoot 43% from deep. There's a joke in there somewhere, but we're not going to do that. Listen, 4th of July. 4th of July is coming up. So, road trips and things. Moran Buick GMC, the 25 Sierra 4-wheel drive crew cab, $279 a month, 0 down. They have got you covered. You can roll out in style with a 25 Buick Envision for only $294 a month and 0 down. No employee discount needed. Both are 24-month low-mileage leases, but they won't last long. Inventory rolls in daily, MoranExpress.com. You get the free loaner when you book your service online. Quick, simple, and done. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get that best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north Eureka and Taylor, or online anytime at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, let's get to the people, and we'll start out with Tyler. 97.1. Ty, what's going on?
Mike, Rico, happy Tuesday, fellas.
Yes, sir. What's on your mind, buddy?
The credit for the Tigers, I got to go with A.J. Hinch. It's kind of a cop-out answer, but, I mean, he's putting together the guys. You know, look at the payroll. He's doing a good job.
Listen, he's the maestro or the chef. You're giving him good ingredients, and he's making them great. It's not a cop-out answer at all. I think Rico probably won it wasn't even an argument. I just presented Scott Harris and what he's done behind the scenes, and I do think the Scooble thing is interesting when you look at, first of all, just look at the last 12 starts. The team's 11-1. On overall with Scooble, I bet you to north to 22, 23 games over 500 last year and a half. Ty, you could directly tie a lot of that 38 games over 500 to Derek Scooble.
Yeah, I can agree with that for sure. I mean, he's putting the whole team on his back, and he's showing up every start. He shows up, and he's consistent.
Yep, and they've managed him perfectly. They know what the limits are. They know he's not going to throw 110 pitches. They know he's not going to routinely go 7, and they've managed it perfectly.
That is true, Mike. You know who else would be the credit? You know where it would be? Wyatt Langford, if we would have got Wyatt Langford. I just had to, had to back you up on that, and I had to put that in.
Keep the streak going.
Thank you. Hey, listen, we're going to focus on a right-handed bat, Tyler. What about Marcell Ozuna? Any interest?
I want Wyatt. I want Bregman. I do. I want Bregman.
Would love it. If you show me that the Red Sox are going to get rid of him and not extend him, hey, I'm in. I'd love it, Tyler. And I'm with Rico. The other shows calling the wambulance. He didn't want us the first time. I don't care. I'd sign Satan if he can come in here with a 900 OPS. By the way, I just got a text message, and I'm not going to tell you who it's from, but they're plugged into basketball. I swear to God, if the Pistons signed Duncan Robinson, that would be a chair throw. Duncan Robinson is a DNP CD in the playoffs. He can't guard a dead body.
Did not play coach's decision, in case anybody was wondering.
If the Pistons sign Duncan Robinson, my head will explode.
It's a three-point shooting.
Shoots 44% from 3.
David, in a game of one-on-one against Len Bias, who'd win?
David would be happy.
Stop it.
2.
This is not the Detroit Wolverines, okay?
But for a team that prides itself on defense and culture, this guy, Duncan Robinson, is a bottom 10 defender in the league. What are we talking about? Again, you know what? The Latte Larry Spite store in me says, good, Trajan. You're getting exactly what you deserve.
He was Sam Hauser, except for Hauser can play defense.
Yeah, at least Hauser's average to above average. Robinson is unplayable. He will be hunted in every switch.
He had his time when he first hit the league because he was a novelty, and then the league caught up quickly.
Yeah, he's like Steve Novak. Remember the 10 minutes with the Knicks where they started calling him Novacula?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Or Jeremy Lin.
Yeah, there you go. I'm sorry. Like
Linsanity.
If your offseason is Karis LeVert and Duncan Robinson, you can kindly leave.
Great movie, by the way.
And mind you, I took slander because I wanted more for this team. Okay.
But see, here's what angers me. And Kenny, I don't know if you get this what you do, because the Wings fans come after you. When you say you want more, what about this guy? No, not him. We do better than him. Come on. Well, who are you going to get? Anybody. Okay, well, this guy. No, not him either. Looking at you, David.
It's the idea of Malik Monk. I did not want that. The idea of that, okay? We needed to go out there and get a stretch 4. We have not done that yet. And losing Tim Hardaway Jr., I get it. He is not some amazing player, but you're losing him when he was effective for you.
Would I rather have Tim Hardaway Jr. or Karis LeVert?
Tim Hardaway Jr.
Do you want to go to the garage and do some karate? My whole point is, that's a downgrade from him.
Yes.
Beasley out, Hardaway out, Schroeder out, Lego feet, Karis LeVert. What? And I swear, if they sign Duncan Robinson, I'm gone. Duncan Robinson would actually upset me. Let's go to Nathan, 97.1. Nate, what's going on, buddy?
What's happening, brother? How you been?
Excellent. What's on your mind, pal?
Hey, man. You could easily give the 10-2 answer of, gee whiz, what a lovely, batch of good guys. Everyone's doing their part for the Tigers. But it's AJ. I mean, like, managers don't like to manage against him just because of the way he manipulates a lineup, the way he manipulates a bullpen. The guy's a genius.
You know what I compare it to, Nate? It's almost like when you play like football and you face a true no-huddle air raid offense. It's a nightmare to deal with. You don't get a break. There's no plays off, and you're trying to counter what they're doing with tempo and throwing it 83 times. That's what AJ does to you.
Yeah, it's the equivalent of a track meet, basically. As far as free agency goes, I mean, we have to just be real with ourselves. We're a small market. If you look at the Tigers, you look at the Pistons, the Red Wings, even the Lions, we don't sign big names. Big names don't want to come here. We were never going to get Mitch Marner. We were never going to get Brock Bozer, Miles Turner, Alex Bregman. Pick a sport. These guys were never going to come here. You know, that when you look at basketball, KD and Giannis, when people were saying, oh, they may go to Detroit, might get traded, they'd rather masturbate with a cheese grater. There's no way. Who wants to spend 8 to 9 months a year in Detroit?
I was like, I don't know if Nathan can say that on the radio, but
I don't know.
Yeah, I guess he did.
Wow. Nathan, I kind of blacked out after that one-liner. No, I think that,
but I've been saying the same thing. Like, it's gotten to the point now where why would you go play in Detroit?
Okay, but fellas, Nate, work with me here now. You have to actually try. That's the problem. Like, the Lions didn't try. The Tigers did. And again, the Red Sox went to a place I never would go. I mean, look, Bregman makes more than Aaron Judge. I'm not doing that. The Red Wings don't try, Nate.
Is Karis LeVert trying?
Dude, he's just trying to keep his feet attached. And for the Pistons, I mean, Nathan, yeah, you're right. They did act like a small market team. They went up to the podium and were like, well, we're just going to get better in the margins and we like our people. Nate, if they floated an offer to Miles Turner for $110 million over the course of 4 years, guess what? Miles Turner's here. They didn't do that. I'm not saying they should have. I'm saying when your team's not in the swimming pool, I don't know what to say. They don't try, Nate.
No, but I mean, when you look at taking Lions out of it, you take the Pistons, Tigers, and Red Wings.
Yeah.
All three of those teams were built through young guys that we developed through the draft, etc.
Yeah.
We don't have any high-priced guys on those teams.
No, and there seems to be an allergy to doing.
And when you're the ugly girl at the dance, nobody wants to dance with you, and that's who Detroit is.
It's depressing. I don't know, man. Nathan, I'll tell you what. If I saw Elliot Friedman report that the Wings had a offer X on the table for free agent Y, and he laughed in their face, I'd agree with you. But the problem is, I don't think Eiserman, I don't think Langdon, and I'm sure as hell not Brad Holmes, they didn't get out there.
No. And I don't think the Wings are the ugly girl. I think they're the prom queen from 20 years ago. She ain't the same person.
Oh, boy. Is there something you want to tell us?
No. And David, that's what you just did?
David.
What? I'm just saying. You're right. She's not the same.
Okay. David.
That's not what you did with your hands, but okay.
Hey, you know what? It's probably best you read.
All right.
My God.
Specs at LTU. Guys, you have heard me talk about them before. Wow. Specs at LTU is dedicated to inspiring, educating, and equipping future leaders in media arts with the skills needed to succeed in a rapidly evolving industry. So, look, if you want to get into television, you want to get into graphics design, Specs at LTU can help you get there. If you want to get into radio, Specs at LTU. You like hearing what we do here and having fun? Let Specs at LTU guide you to your new career path. It is very easy because what you need to do is you need to go to admissions@ltu.edu. And once you're there, you can discuss your next steps with an admissions counselor. You can make an appointment today. Admissions@ltu.edu. You do that today, and you will be on your way to getting your new career started, whether it's radio, TV, or graphics design. Let Specs at LTU get you there. Once again, admissions@ltu.edu. ltu.edu to make an appointment today with an admissions counselor. Do that today. Gentlemen.
Yes.
A little news and notes from the NFL, and then I have a list for you, Michael.
All right, go ahead.
David, welcome back.
Oh, boy. I know what's about to happen here.
Well,
go ahead.
There's been a trade. The Miami Dolphins made a trade with the New York Giants. I didn't know this guy was still around, but apparently the Giants have traded tight end Darren Waller.
I can't believe the Dolphins gave up anything to get a guy who was lousy and retired and honestly should have been banned from the NFL for the music video he filmed. I don't know what to tell you. If you think you're getting anything out of Darren Waller out of retirement, I got a bridge in Nebraska to sell you. I got nothing for you.
All right, David, this one's for you and you too as well, Mike. Cleveland has just been approved for a new stadium. It's going to be one of those state-of-the-art stadiums. It's going to be enclosed. No more dog pound. No more freezing outside. Good move for Cleveland. Are you a big fan of this? Because it was kind of iconic to see the games in the snow in Cleveland.
It's a terrible move. And if even 1 cent of public money
let's touch the table
went into
on
the
a
Haslam's
football,
pocket,
David music.
Then it's everyone's recognizing how good teams like the Bears, teams like the Lions, teams like the Browns, you shouldn't be playing indoors. I don't like that the Lions play indoors. My whole point is the Cleveland Browns, they don't deserve a new stadium. You know what they should do? They should actually put dynamite and put the stadium into the lake and make them play on an island.
Yeah, from what I understand, they're getting $600 million in public funding.
Yes.
Yeah, and my response to that would be
to help build the $2.4 billion domed stadium.
Right, because a dome in Cleveland is what everyone's asking for. David, take it away.
They're going to waste their river right there. They're going to waste it by moving away from it and being inside a suburb somewhere. It's a waste of time.
Kind of like Joe Louis when you had
Correct.
it right on the river but no windows, so you couldn't see anything.
Like, just stay where you are, renovate where you are, keep it there. You don't need it this stadium.
It's ridiculous. Can we get to the headline?
Okay,
and I'm tired of you being so gentle about it. David, what the hell is your damn team doing?
They're being aggressive in very bold ways. But the only way, and you might be surprised, Mike, you may not be, the only way this works as a reset, you got to go ahead and trade TJ Watt.
Really?
You got to go ahead and do it. Look, I don't want it to happen. Being a Steeler for life means something, but if you don't win, it is what it is.
Is it a reset, though? Because it looks like you're going all in with Ramsey.
It can be, because what you can do is you'll get a lot, and then you can get your quarterback in next year's draft because of what you got for TJ Watt.
You got to give that dream up. You're not getting a quarterback next year.
Yeah, David. You know what, Rico? Why don't you and I hold hands as we say this together? It's a boy. No, seriously, David, you're trying to win. I hate to break this to you.
They are.
Like Jonnu Smith and Freiermuth. That's a problem.
Yeah,
that's
they are
good.
trying to win.
The trade for DK. Like acquiring
Aaron Rodgers means you're going all in right now.
You will win just enough to never be able to get a QB. I'm convinced that's what the Pittsburgh Steelers do.
Yeah.
They are trying to win. That's exactly what you're trying to do.
But and the Jalen Ramsey thing, I wish you good luck. No, because he's never, ever happy.
They must be moving him to safety. I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, I was shocked.
Darius Slay to safety? What is going on?
You gave away a damn good football player, Minka
Sure
Fitzpatrick.
did, but there were some things brewing underneath the surface that people didn't pay attention to.
And you want to get rid of TJ Watt?
No, I didn't say I want to. I'm saying if you're truly resetting, meaning next year.
David wants to bottom out because he's tired of the treadmill of mediocrity.
I know, and I like every move that Pittsburgh does. No, this is going to be good. David, you're not going to bottom out. They're trying to win. No. They're just doing this to tank. That's the opposite of tanking. They're trying to win. All right. Mike, you've often said there's a reason why people are still free agents now.
Yes.
So I want to go through a list of some players that are current free agents, unsigned, and I'm going to ask you and David, will they be signed before the season? Yes?
Man.
Or no?
All right. This is very difficult. Go ahead.
Amari Cooper, wide receiver.
Yes, he'll be signed. Someone's going to need veteran depth. Look, he's not explosive anymore, but he's still a great route runner. He still can be a red zone target. Yes. Now, again, he's the Malcolm Brogdon of the NFL. Feet made of Legos. But yes, I think someone will sign him.
He'll be signed a week into training camp. He doesn't need to be there to start. He'll be just
I wouldn't mind him with his team. Be quite honest with you.
I agree.
Seriously, he would be good for the 49ers.
No, yeah.
You have your playmakers in Ayuk and Pearsall, Kittle. Amari Cooper can be that possession guy.
Well, Ayuk's not going to be available
for 8 weeks.
Yeah.
But that's a good place for a Cooper. And I'm not saying that to be a smart ass. I'm shooting you straight.
Asante Samuel Jr.
I don't know, man. He's young. No one.
A shoulder injury limited him to 4 games last season.
He just hasn't been that great.
Right.
But he's young.
No.
Someone will sign him. David, someone will sign him. Come on.
No?
No,
You're saying
won't.
no. You're saying yes. All right. Cornerback Mike Hilton.
Now, he was the best slot in the league about 3 years ago.
He was.
He was the elite nickel corner everyone coveted for the Bengals. And, man, have things fallen. But, again, it's like relief pitching. Everyone needs defensive backs. Mm-hmm. You need 6, 7, 8 of these guys. I believe someone will sign him.
So this is before the season, you're saying?
Before the season.
Then yes, because someone will get injured. So yes.
Okay. Wide receiver, Keenan Allen.
Okay. Can I make a confession? I want to say something, and I'm embarrassed to say it. I actually wanted the Giants to sign him. We mentioned Northville Lumber for a long time, largest Trex decking outlet in the country, and they are an absolute wagon. Everything's in stock all the time. So it doesn't matter whether it's Trex decking, railing, lighting. If you see it, they have it. No back orders, no wait times. And you buy it and you build it, you be out on your deck enjoying a day like today. Call Northville Lumber, or you could stop by the showroom. Take home some samples. It's Northville Lumber, Michigan's Trex Superstore. Just go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
All right, we talked a lot about the Wings and the Eiser plan or lack thereof. Use the Odyssey Rewind if you missed anything about that. We also talked about what's the biggest reason that the Tigers have the record that they have over the last 162 games going back to June of last year. Odyssey Rewind if you missed any of that.
Elite. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it is. David, couple ticket texts. Oh, by the way, it'll be a doubleheader tomorrow. Tigers first game 105. Next game is at 6:45.
Is the good book coming up next?
He is coming up next.
I hope he gets here. I want to get his thoughts on. I'm trying to remain optimistic on
the reason
Wings.
why. Oh
no, I want his read on what's going on. He's as plugged in as anybody with hockey, and I just
yes. And if you missed it, also we're trying to get Mike to blow the whistle and get out of the cold water.
I'm just everything would point to there has to be a trade somewhere. But look, DeBrincat was, I think, 7 or 8 days after free agency started. I'm trying. But, man, Eiserman doesn't make it easy. But, hey, we got
some things.
Van Riemsdyk.
And a guy that played on the Rally Checkers.
Yeah, the
burgers.
I don't think that's the same thing, but
the Charlotte AHL team for the
Charlotte Checkers.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Couple tickets. Hold on. There he is. Come on. Get on in here. Get on in here. I wanted to. I need to pick your brain. So Pat has just walked in. He'll be on next because of the double dip. So Pat, what I was saying, and I don't know if you heard it, is like yesterday I was like, all right, Tarasenko's out. Steve's cooking. We're going to get the laser beam memes. We're going to get a trade, something. Rico and Kenny made fun of me then. They're making fun of me now, and I accept it. I know it's probably hopium. What is your read on what the hell is going on here?
I'm just happy James Van Riemsdyk.
Okay.
No, think about this. Think about this. No, I want you all to think about it. Now, the offseason, first of all, the Noah Dobson thing, I think the Red Wings could have made a better offer. I think they could have gotten Noah Dobson. Noah Dobson would have helped them.
25 years
they
old,
passed on him.
shot.
They passed on Bouchard. They passed on Quinn Hughes when they took Zadina. They could have gotten him back. Yeah, he's overpriced, but he's a really good player. Would have helped them more than $2 $5 million, bargain.
Nobody's.
Or players that are past their prime, whatever. And then they got rid of Tarasenko. I'm thinking, wow, this is going to be something good.
Steve did it to him too.
So, I'm thinking, there's something cooking. Stevie's cooking, he's throwing some stuff in there. And then all of a sudden, I'm looking at all the names coming down the pipeline.
Ian Mitchell.
Miller's gone. This guy's gone. Is this? And the Red Wings signed James Van Riemsdyk. Now, when I saw it, I was like, it's only $1 million. Yeah, but, they cleared space. And, and this is another, they got rid of Tarasenko, which would have been a great signing in 2015. Same with James Van Riemsdyk.
Right.
James Van Riemsdyk is 37 years old.
Maple Leaf Van Riemsdyk. Good.
Yeah, I mean, it's like,
bad.
He was great in the HBO thing in 2015, hanging out with Nazem Kadri.
Go ahead,
So,
Rico.
I'm not very happy about looking at what he's done.
No. Do you hear what they're doing? They've comped me to Leonardo DiCaprio in Titanic. I'm freezing in the water because I won't climb in the lifeboat, and Eiserman is Rose up on the board, and they're asking me to blow the whistle.
I
can't.
We wait all year for this day, and the day comes today, and it's like when Dad goes out to get the Christmas tree, and he brings home a shrub. And it's
You're like, that's
here,
it.
I don't know what they're going to do from this point on. Maybe there's a trade coming. He has cap space. It's the same with the Pistons. I don't know if something's coming.
See, their plan was faulty, though, because they told you right off the rip, we like our guys. We'll get better.
It back.
We'll get better in the margins.
But I understand them because there's a little bit more of growing organically there. And they do have a couple vets around and everything. The Red Wings have got a bunch of guys that they have on term that really can't play at this point.
No.
And they needed it more. They're not in the playoffs. They're not in a situation. And right now it's with Eiserman, it's I don't know. He may be pulling. Now, I like the Gibson thing. That was really good.
Absolutely.
But other than that, I mean, how are they better?
They're not. And, Pat, here's the other thing. is like you're going to have an influx of youth. Okay, a Marco Casper doesn't make a lot of money. You're going to bring Pellica in here. Will not make a lot of money. The offset is I can overpay a little bit because then on cost allocation, I got guys making peanuts.
Mike, look, you know how many? Okay, I'll throw this out there. How many combined playoff games do you think Dylan Larkin and Alex DeBrincat have played in their careers?
Holy mercy. 8.
14.
Okay, I wasn't that far off.
Each one of them has played in one playoff. DeBrincat played in 2 series, and Larkin played a 5-game series they lost. And so these guys are now 28. So if you keep kicking the can down the road, Marco Casper, whatever, and then you're going to have to sign Edvinson. So all these really, and there are genuinely really good players who've come on faster than what is anticipated. He's really drafted well. People don't believe that, but he really
has.
Genuinely. But the rest of it, you can't. And this is like what Ken Holland used to do. This is like a repeat of Ken Holland. It's like when you go and get unrestricted free agents at $5 million, it's not really the bargain bag. And, they have traded pieces. Somebody like Comfer, somebody like Rasmussen. Are you set on Nate Danielson? Because somebody would love to get the 7th overall pick in the draft. What are you going to do? You're going to keep doing this forever. In the meantime, some of your guys that are really good, and those are 2 really good quality NHL players, and they're going to get older. Mm-hmm. And they're going to contracts going to run out. DeBrincat, it's 23. Then you're going to have to pay Edvinson like you had to pay.
That it turns into a rebuild of the rebuild.
Right. And in the meantime, Montreal and Ottawa passed them. And now they're the Buffalo Sabres.
Well, but here's the thing. Instead of bringing in all these players for low money, why not just take some chances on your guys, the young guys, and just see what you got?
Rico, you got to get creative sometimes, and you got to step outside the box. And he is, to this point, Steve Eiserman has not done that.
Is this your lead? I don't want to lead you down.
No,
I'm
going to talk about it. I don't have as much problem with what the Pistons have done. We talked about it. I disagree with a lot of what you think about that. But with the Red Wings, I'm not. I sit there and look at it, and I'm like, what the hell is going on here?
I just keep hoping.
The Gibson thing was a promising start, but just letting Noah Dobson go for that. That to me was like, okay, that is like you're not going to step out of your comfort zone. Yeah. And the only move he's made that's been really good, picking up somebody from another organization or free agent, was DeBrincat.
Yeah.
Other than that, every one of them hasn't been good. And I respect Eiserman. I like Eiserman. I'm not rooting against them. But it's the bottom line about it. This just doesn't look good.
I don't think anybody's rooting against him. I just think we're all like, what are we doing?
Well, I think he's got a lot of folks that, they don't give him credit for his draft, other things. They don't mention the situation he inherited. But that was a long time ago now. And they do have a core. Their core should make the playoffs. They have a good enough core to make the playoffs.
Pat Caputo's next. We'll talk to you guys between games.
You
tomorrow.
got James Van Riemsdyk.
Pat's got a complete breakdown of Ian Mitchell coming up next.
You got Mike. Get your Leafs Van Riemsdyk jersey out.
Good night, everybody.
JVR's